In a twist of fate, the renowned lawyer Rujin, known for her brilliance, unexpectedly perished and found herself transported to the ancient times. Forced into a life of relentless toil, she yearned to live a peaceful existence as a mere bystander. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow. Upon her arrival in this new world, she was falsely accused of causing the death of her newlywed husband, plunging her into the role of a young widow, subjected to the demands of widowhood. Her elders clamored for money, while the county magistrate sought political gains, all proclaiming, "You should die, your death will earn you a grand chastity monument." The legal practitioner scoffed, stating, "This woman is akin to a dog. Whoever feeds you, you must obey." In the home, you follow your father in marriage. You follow your husband. If your husband demands your death, then you must comply. Rujin, bewildered and disoriented, thought to herself, "I do not even know my husband's height or appearance, yet I am expected to share a deep bond with him in death. On what grounds?" She had always believed that there was no divine gift of equality, only fairness to be fought for. If the world was unjust, then it was time to dismantle that very injustice. Armed with her eloquence, she traversed mountains and rivers, confronting the heavens and the earth, stripping even the ghosts of their dignity. In the night of early July, the moonlight cast an eerie glow. In the quiet courtyard of the Hua family, a sudden white shadow darted through the darkness. The tranquility of the night was shattered by piercing screams. "This is terrible. This is terrible. The son-in-law has come to claim someone. Why are you making such a racket in the dead of night?" Rujin grumbled internally, waking groggily, her neck sore and her head pounding, as unfamiliar memories rushed over her like a tidal wave, leaving her breathless. Before she could regain her composure, she heard a voice from outside, filled with vitriol. This wretched girl, instead of staying at the Doe family to uphold her husband's memory, dares to return home and even cries out for remarriage. Now she has angered the spirits. I wonder how she will appease the Doe family. What bad luck! This harbinger of doom. Even her mother must persuade the sixth brother and the younger siblings to send Rujin back to the Doe family, lest we too find no peace. Just now, the daughter-in-law witnessed the son-in-law. That mournful gaze was truly unsettling. As Rujin listened intently, the door swung open, a chilling gust of wind sweeping in, causing the oil lamp within to flicker violently. "You shameless hussy, pretending to be dead. Tonight, even if we have to carry you back to the Doe family." The first to enter was an elderly woman, her fury palpable as she approached the woman still lying on the bed, raising her hand to strike her face. Instinctively, Rujin caught the woman's hand, and with the clarity of newfound memories, she began to comprehend the entirety of her predicament. 3 years prior, her grandmother, Hunanshi, had been tempted by the 200 taels of silver from the Doe family. Seizing the opportunity while Rujin's parents were away on business, she unilaterally canceled the engagement with the Yi family and hastily betrothed the 13-year-old Rujin to Do Yuanxian, the third son of the Doe family. However, on the day of the wedding, the bride never even laid eyes on her husband, who vanished from the estate, only to be reported dead 3 days later from sudden illness on the Doe family's estate. The authorities hastily closed the case, and both the Hua and Doe families accused her of being the cause of her husband's demise, leading to her deep disdain. Rujin was forced to spend her days in mourning at the Doe family, enduring the lewd advances of the second son, while her father-in-law turned a blind eye to the abuse. Last month, unable to bear the torment any longer, she returned home to plead with her parents for a new marriage. Though her parents loved her dearly, they wielded no authority in the household, and no one believed her claims of harassment by the Doe family's second son. Moreover, the Doe family had recently been plagued by hauntings. Just days ago, Do Yuanqian's father had produced a will demanding her to be buried alongside his son. In a moment of desperation, she was coerced by her grandmother and the second branch of the family to return to the Doe family. That very evening, during a scuffle with the second branch, she accidentally fell on a sharp stone in the courtyard and met her untimely end, leading to her current predicament. With a cold gaze, she surveyed her surroundings, her attention first caught by a sharp, pointed chin and a face etched with malice. Recognizing the furious visage of her grandmother, Hunanshi, Rujin smirked disdainfully and retorted, "It was the Doe family that deceived me into marriage. You, driven by greed for their silver, pushed me into this abyss. Now, Do Yuanqian's father demands my death, and the guilt lies with you." Hunanshi was incensed by her granddaughter's audacity, never imagining the once docile girl would dare to stand against her. Enraged, she spat, "You shameless hussy, just like your disgraceful mother. To have caused your husband's death and now seek remarriage. This is no longer just about silver. You have no say in the matter." County Magistrate Liu has already awarded you the title of a chaste widow, and he specifically instructed the officials to erect a chastity monument for you before leaving office. If you do not obediently return to the Dou family, you will not only disgrace the Hua family, but also put Magistrate Liu in a difficult position. Having remarried thrice in her lifetime and unable to enjoy such honor, she would do anything to preserve the title for her granddaughter. As she finished speaking, she signaled the second branch's daughter-in-law, Meng Yutong, to help drag Hua Rujin out. With determination, Hua Rujin kicked Meng Yutong to the ground. Just then, another figure rushed in, a woman with an unmistakably unattractive face, her figure ample, yet her looks utterly lacking. Hua Rujin felt a wave of nausea at the sight. My goodness, how can someone be so grotesquely ugly? As the stout woman reached out, Hua Rujin swiftly grabbed a pillow and hurled it at her. Ouch! This wretched girl. Stunned by the sudden attack, the two women stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Rujin sprang to her feet and dashed outside. Remembering the kitchen's proximity, she rushed in and seized a kitchen knife. In mere moments, Hunnanchi regained her composure, only to find Hua Rujin wielding the knife, its cold gleam menacing in the lamplight. The elderly woman, now frightened and covered in dirt, retreated with her daughter-in-law, stammering, What do you intend to do? With heavy steps, Hua Rujin approached the center of the room and slammed the knife into the table with a resounding thud. The sharp sound startled both women, leaving them momentarily stunned. The original owner of this body was meek and compliant, but facing such a family, Hua Rujin had no intention of preserving any semblance of decorum. While it is said that one should not harm others, one must also possess the courage to avoid being harmed. Though violence may not always be the ideal solution, it can at least offer a means to confront adversaries in a desperate situation. With a fierce glint in her eye, Hua Rujin gripped the knife tightly and proclaimed, You all wish for me to die for Dou Yuanqian, do you not? Given his esteemed status, one sacrifice is hardly sufficient. Since you so cherish the title of a chaste widow and the monument, why not hasten your own demise and accompany him? That way, our entire family can honor him together, and perhaps even Magistrate Liu will come to commend the Hua family. Cough, Rujin, do not act impulsively. Meng Yutong, having never witnessed her niece in such a ferocious state, was instantly alarmed, gripping her mother-in-law's arm tightly and stammering. How can you be so ungrateful? Your grandmother acted in your best interest. The Dou family boasts an illustrious lineage. If you hadn't brought misfortune upon your husband, and if you were not so discontented in your loyalty, Master Dou would not have had the heart to send you to accompany your husband in death. Cautiously observing the delicate flower in front of him, he noted her steady grip on the kitchen knife before continuing his feigned persuasion. Master Dou is renowned in our county for his benevolence. When your husband passed away, he never intended for you to follow him into the grave. It must be your recent actions that have incensed him. If you return and speak a few kind words, he surely will not make things difficult for you. Since Aunt regards the Dou family and Master Dou with such reverence and believes in their virtues, why did she not allow my cousin to marry into their family? My second sister is still waiting in the boudoir. Hua Rujin's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Anger flared within her as memories of Dou Erlang's repeated lewd advances towards the original owner surfaced. Yet, the absence of evidence made it difficult to convince others. After all, in these times devoid of surveillance or recording devices, one could only rely on solid proof otherwise. Whoever wielded wealth and power held the truth. However, one thing was clear. This second aunt must have long been aware of the Dou family's secrets. Otherwise, given her usual greedy and selfish disposition, why would she so generously allow her own daughter to remain unmarried while sending the original owner into the Dou household? There must be some ulterior motive at play. The Dou family's hasty arrangement of 200 taels of silver for Dou Yuanqian's marriage suggests, by conventional reasoning, either that Dou Sanlang had health issues and sought to use the marriage to bolster his spirits, or they intended a living marriage to accompany a ghostly one. Yet the original owner had lived in the Dou household for 3 years without incident until she recently proposed a remarriage, prompting the emergence of Dou Sanlang's funeral edict. Even the ghostly manifestations only began recently. It is evident that the true objective of the Dou family is merely to keep the original owner confined within their estate. Could it be that they harbor other intentions? In response to her niece's inquiries, Meng Yutong could not speak candidly, so she feigned a serious demeanor and replied, I have already arranged a match for your second sister. 3 years prior, she had learned that the young master of the Yi family was the most esteemed scholar of the current examination cycle, and she had set her heart on marrying her second daughter to him. Thus, she deliberately informed her mother-in-law of the scandal that the Yi family's lady had married under dubious circumstances, spreading rumors that the young master of the Yi family was more interested in frivolities than in his studies, urging her mother-in-law to withdraw from that engagement. Yet her niece, with her striking beauty, bore no resemblance to the simple-minded son of the sixth household. Concerned that this troublesome girl might someday ruin their family's prospects, she sought to marry her off as quickly as possible, considering the Dou family as a suitable but unremarkable match. As the commotion around her grew louder, Meng Yutong realized that the family members of the other branches had arrived and stealthily approached the door, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes. Hua Rujin gripped the kitchen knife tightly, keeping a vigilant watch on Nanshi and Meng Yutong, the mother-in-law duo. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and soon several figures of varying sizes converged into the room. As she caught sight of the incoming figures, Meng Yutong seized a child who had rushed in ahead of the others, pushing him forward to cautiously approach her. Rujin, you must think of your younger siblings. They are still small, and Muyang is the only male heir of your family, the future hope of the Liu lineage. Your father has suffered losses in his trade if you do not obediently return to the Dou family. How will your siblings survive? Does it please you to think of him growing up illiterate and uninformed? Watching the small child approach, blinking his dark eyes in bewilderment, Hua Rujin recalled that these twins were born 3 years ago during her parents' travels. The elder was named Yuan, and the one before her was called Muyang. It was said that the little one had been born with a slight limp. The original owner had chosen to remain in the Dou household primarily because of these newborn twins. Had she not sensed the malevolent intentions of the Dou family, she might have continued to endure her wretched fate there. Hu Nanx's countenance brightened upon seeing her grandson enter, and she quickly signaled, Muyang, what did grandmother tell you earlier? Little Hua Muyang scratched his head and, trembling, replied, Sister, mother is dead. Grandmother killed mother. Immediately, he burst into tears. You useless little limping child. Hu Nanx's face darkened with fury. When had she taught him such words? She knew that the wretched girl adored the two little ones and had hoped her grandson would persuade his sister to return to the Dou family, with the condition being to send him to school. But the little fool had proven to be utterly disappointing. Fuming, she was about to scold the child when Hua Rujin raised the kitchen knife and pointed it menacingly, her fierce gaze prompting Hu Nanshi to retreat in alarm. As the siblings exchanged glances, Meng Yutong seized the moment to signal her husband, Hua Jiangsu, to assist in retrieving the kitchen knife from her niece. Yet before they could approach, Hua Rujin swiftly grabbed the little one and swung the knife towards Meng Yutong's head. Oh dear! In an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed, and Meng Yutong's meticulously styled hair was scattered, several strands severed and floating to the ground. You mad girl! Meng Yutong was half frightened out of her wits, her hair standing on end as she fell to the ground, scrambling back while attempting to gather her disheveled locks. Rujin, that is your second aunt. Seeing his wife being mistreated, Hua Jiangsu could only express his outrage in a thunderous voice, albeit with little effect. Bah! It is a disgrace that you hold a position as a scholar. Hua Rujin spat venomously, twirling the kitchen knife with such finesse that it dazzled the onlookers, rendering them momentarily speechless. As a distinguished lawyer of the 21st century, despite being absorbed in legal battles, she had never neglected her self-defense training, honing her skills to a remarkable degree over the years. Dealing with the petty members of the Hua family was hardly a challenge. With a nonchalant smirk directed at the still terrified Meng Yutong, Hua Rujin remarked, If you dare take another step forward, what falls will not merely be a few strands of hair. If you wish to accompany Dou Sanlang into the afterlife, I shall gladly oblige. The children from the second branch, witnessing their cousin's fierce demeanor, no longer recognized her as the weeping girl from the evening. She appeared transformed. The kitchen knife spun with such vigor that it instilled fear in the onlookers. Even upon witnessing their mother being bullied, they dared not step forward to seek justice. They exchanged furtive glances, silently deciding that the best course of action was to let the Dou family retrieve their own. Listen, I will handle the Dou family's affairs. If anyone wishes to covet their silver and virtue while troubling our family of 5, I shall ensure they are sent to become virtuous widows. Hua Rujin shot a fierce glare at Hu Nanshi, recalling the original owner's mother who had fainted from the brutality of Hu Nanshi and the second branch's children, fearing she had suffered grave injuries. Meanwhile, her father, Hua Junian, had taken the youngest daughter to the city to seek a physician and had yet to return, likely delayed by unforeseen circumstances. Upon reflecting on this, She cast a vigilant glance at the family by the door and hastened her steps towards the innermost room on the western side. Before long, a series of murmurs began to buzz like flies. This wretched girl, an unfilial daughter, is no different from her shameless mother. She disregards her virtue and willingly descends into depravity, intent on becoming a loose woman. Then the voices dropped to a hushed tone. Quickly, summon the Doe family at once. Unperturbed by the intentions of those within the house, Rujin continued her path, feigning ignorance. As she walked, a subtle smile crept across her lips, and in the shroud of darkness, a charming grin escaped her, momentarily easing her vigilance. Instead of turning back to intervene, she boldly stepped into the western room, her mind already concocting a plan for escape. The matriarch of the Hua family had never cared for the original owner's well-being for the sake of money and the Hua family's reputation. If she were to learn of the Doe family's second son's lecherous intentions toward the original owner, it would likely only strengthen her resolve to have the original owner buried alongside Doe Yuanxian. Thus, she resolved to create a disturbance that would not only embroil the Hua and Doe families, but would also compel the authorities to take action rather than dismiss the matter lightly. With her determination solidified, she slowly pushed open the slightly ajar door, revealing the dimly lit, aged wooden room where the oil lamp by the bedside flickered low, casting a weak glow upon a delicate profile. As she approached the frail woman lying on the simple bed, she heard a faint cough emanate from her. Mother. Seeing her mother awaken, Hua Huiyang wiped his face of tears and mucus, limping eagerly toward her. Kai Baiwei struggled to sit up, and, upon catching sight of the living Hua Rujin at the door, was overcome with joy, reaching out to embrace her son while choking back tears, calling out, Rujin. Looking at the frail figure on the bed, stained with dirt and blood, with several bruises marring her forehead, Hua Rujin felt a pang of sorrow. Reflecting on her mother's once flourishing beauty, now so tragically marred, evoked deep compassion. Big sister you. Mother need not worry, I am fine. Hua Rujin comforted her in the original owner's tone, then stealthily concealed a kitchen knife within her waist, advancing towards them. Kai Baiwei, gazing at the dried blood on her forehead, reached out gently, her hand trembling. Does it still hurt? As she stared at the hand, marred with scratches and bruises, Hua Rujin felt a slight ache in her heart. It does not hurt. Having grown up in an orphanage, she had never before experienced such tender concern. It was beyond comprehension how such a gentle and ethereal woman could have married someone as weak and ineffectual as the original owner's father. She had merely been a wife brought back by Hua Junian during his travels, enduring years of disdain from Hunanshi, the sharp-tongued matriarch. It's all my fault for being useless. Kai Baiwei wiped the corners of her wet eyes. Despair etched across her face as she feared the Doe family would come seeking retribution. Hua Rujin intended to offer further comfort, but before she could utter a word, the flickering lamp light quivered, followed by a shadow darting past the window. Young master, it is not that we refuse to send her to you, it is that the wretched girl has changed her tune and refuses to accompany you. The debt has its owner, and you should not threaten us if you seek someone. Go find your shameless wife. The uproar outside surged once more. Hua Rujin turned to see Kai Baiwei and Hua Muyang in the dim room, their faces pale with fear, clinging tightly to one another. Young Master Doe, my daughter entered your family, yet you have not fulfilled any duties as a husband before abandoning her. She, without complaint, mourned for you for 3 years, and now that her mourning period is ended, I beseech you to cease your entanglement with her. Kai Baiwei, staring into the air, pleaded with trepidation. Hua Rujin, attuned to the commotion around her, felt a chill of fear. But then she reminded herself, I am but a specter, and what ghost fears another? With a soft shush to the mother and son, she grasped the knife at her waist and burst through the door. A coward who dares not even show his face relies on lingering specters to stir up trouble. He must be as despicable as his brother, Doe Erlang. Hua Rujin muttered to herself, surveying the faint shadows cast by the papered windows before turning to the pitch-black courtyard, diligently searching for her prey. Before long, the clamor began to subside, and the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, the breeze carrying the heat of summer swirling through the strange little courtyard. She paused, listening intently, when suddenly a faint, peculiar scent wafted through the air. This scent, it felt oddly familiar. Chapter 003. The art of deception. Could it be that I have encountered this specter before? Hua Rujin gazed hesitantly at the heavens, but apart from the dim, elusive crescent moon, there was no other sight to behold. Kai Baiwei had just noticed the kitchen knife in her daughter's embrace. bewildered at how her daughter had become so audacious as to confront a ghost. Yet, considering the family's current plight, she could only exhale a helpless sigh. Hearing her name, Rujin stowed the knife and returned to the house, gently closing the door behind her. Muyang, observing this, hurriedly picked up a small wooden basin from a dilapidated stool and limped over to her, gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. "Sister, you should wash your face." Looking into the basin, containing only a meager amount of clear water and a cloth that seemed hardly fit for cleaning, Rujin managed a bittersweet smile as she accepted the basin, feeling a mix of pride and sorrow for the little one's thoughtfulness. This family, akin to heartless wolves and leopards, had turned a blind eye to the plight of the sixth room's daughter-in-law, fixated solely on wealth and reputation. It was a true hardship for the 3-year-old little one. Yet, the scant water he had fetched could barely dampen a cloth, let alone cleanse a wound. Rujin had no choice but to refill the basin with water from the large vat outside, returning to carefully wet the cloth and tend to Kai Baiwei's bruises on her face and forehead. "Mother, bear with it a little longer. I will clean your wounds first. Father and little sister have gone to the city to fetch a doctor. They should be back soon. It's merely a flesh wound. It's nothing serious." Kai Baiwei, however, was more concerned about her daughter's safety. As she took the cloth and gently dabbed at the blood on Rujin's forehead, her eyes brimming with anxiety. "The son of the Dou family has been relentlessly haunting you. It is likely that Dou Yuanwei and his brother will come personally to demand you. I am awaiting their arrival." Rujin replied with a calm smile. Kai Baiwei cast a furtive glance at the knife concealed at her waist, her worry deepening. "Rujin, you must not act recklessly. Even if this matter reaches the authorities, the county magistrate, being the son of the family you rejected, is unlikely to intervene. He may even wish for you to serve as a sacrifice for the Dou family's third son. I believe he will take an interest." Rujin maintained her serene demeanor, gently pressing her lips together. If it were merely a civil dispute with the former magistrate's intervention, the son of the Yi family would have no desire to meddle, and even obtaining a writ would be difficult. However, should it escalate into a criminal case, even if the new magistrate harbored resentment towards the original owner, he would surely be compelled to act to preserve his own reputation. With this thought, Rujin returned to tending to Kai Baiwei's wounds and advised the little one beside her. "Muyang, stay inside with mother and lock the door tightly. You must not go anywhere." After all that had transpired, Muyang had grown exceedingly fearful. Though merely 3 years old, he was acutely aware that his grandmother and the second branch wished harm upon his sister. Wanting to protect her, but feeling powerless, he clung to Rujin's shoulder. Quietly sobbing, Kai Baiwei, witnessing this, felt her heart ache as she wiped away her tears. Having been abandoned by her family and rescued by Junian, she had thought she had escaped one hell only to find herself ensnared in another. Now, watching her flesh and blood on the brink of repeating the same tragic fate, she felt an indescribable sorrow. "Trust me, once I resolve matters with the Dou family, I will take you away from this home." Observing the anxious mother and son, Rujin caressed Muyang's forehead, softly offering her reassurance. "Yes." Kai Baiwei forced a smile and nodded, though her heart had already devised its own plans. With 2 young ones, her son had been mocked and bullied by the second branch for being a cripple due to a congenital defect, while her daughter, a twin, was deemed a harbinger of misfortune. If anything were to befall Rujin, she would accompany her son in death, at least in the afterlife. The 3 of them could look after one another. As for the little girl, she felt no inclination to care for her anymore. Seeing Kai Baiwei's expression of acceptance, Rujin believed she had succeeded in comforting her. After treating her various bruises, she lay down beside Muyang. It was unclear how much time had passed, but just as the little one was drifting off to sleep, sounds erupted from outside. Firelight flickered through the paper windows, and a cacophony of voices filled the air, leading Rujin to surmise that the Dou family had arrived. "Dear sister-in-law, come out quickly. My brother has come to fetch you." With a taunting call, the once quiet courtyard erupted into noise. Rujin recognized the voice of that shameless man and felt a surge of glee. Just as I suspected, the Dou family's second son has come in person. It seemed the Dou family had anticipated the events unfolding in the Hua household, realizing that sending mere servants would not suffice to settle matters. This was fortuitous, as it spared her from venturing into the lion's den once more. Glimpsing the awakened little one, Rujin gently patted his arm, reiterating her earlier words, "Remember what I told you." She then rose with composure, leaving the anxious mother and son behind, and firmly closed the door behind her. Looking up, she saw Meng Yutong and her younger daughter, Hua Xiu, already waiting in the courtyard. "Please, cousin, the second son has come to escort you." Hua Xiu's face bore no trace of fear now, her gaze darkening as she began to sneer. "Rujin, it is not your mother who is making things difficult for you. The Dou family has already set a date, and at dawn, you will be sent to your husband's tomb. The sooner you go down, the sooner he can rest." Meng Yutong believed Hua Rujin had not noticed her earlier actions, omitting any mention of sending her husband and son to the Dou family with a message. "I too wish to join my short-lived husband soon, but I fear someone may be reluctant." With a calm demeanor, Hua Rujin walked past the two women, who recoiled as if avoiding a plague, only daring to follow her after she had distanced herself. As night deepened, the Hua family's cottage was filled with people. 5 or 6 sturdy men and maids stood guard at the entrance. The moment Hua Rujin appeared outside, a tall young man stepped forward. She recognized him immediately as Dou Yuancheng, the second son of the Dou family. Clad in white, his appearance seemed gentle and refined. If one were not aware of his true nature, they would never suspect him to be a hypocritical scoundrel. Their eyes locked, and Hua Rujin saw nothing but triumph in his fleeting gaze, reminiscent of a hunter reveling in the playfulness of its prey. As they stood merely inches apart, Hua Rujin feigned to stumble, and as she fell, a hand reached out to catch her. Just as she was about to fall into his embrace, she deftly sidestepped, regaining her footing. The dying person need not trouble the second brother. Then, feigning illness, she began to cough. "Ahem, I shall return with you now, second brother." A mere game of seduction had stirred Dou Yuancheng's desires, leaving him eager to seize her. Yet, before the eyes of so many, he had to maintain his gentlemanly facade, so he feigned restraint, keeping a distance while muttering softly, "If you had acted this way earlier, you would have suffered so much. I have always said you cannot escape my grasp." Hua Rujin merely smiled faintly at his words. Just as her smile lingered, a sudden breeze swept through the cottage, carrying a peculiar fragrance that enveloped her senses. Following the scent, she discerned that it emanated from Dou Yuancheng's attire. A familiar aroma reminiscent of the incense she had previously detected in the courtyard. Could it be that the specter she sought was right before her? Chapter 004. The night of death. Taking advantage of the surrounding firelight, Hua Rujin discreetly scrutinized Dou Yuancheng once more. Upon returning to Jiangling City, this lecherous man has been persistently harassing the original owner for over 2 years, yet he has never succeeded. Now, he has resorted to playing tricks to frighten others. Truly a wretched pervert. Today, I shall make him experience the consequences of his depravity. His appearance at this hour indicates his unwillingness to see a corpse being returned to the Dou family. Moreover, having failed to achieve his desires for 2 long years, he must be seething with resentment. With this thought in mind, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Hua Rujin boldly stepped outside the courtyard, then suddenly twisted her left ankle, falling to the ground with a cry of dismay. "Ouch!" Hua Rujin sat on the ground, clutching her left ankle, feigning pain and pleading pitifully. "It is truly inconvenient to travel at this late hour. I beg you, second brother, to be lenient and allow us to return to the city at dawn." Previously, Meng Yutong had been filled with animosity after Hua Rujin had cut her hair, eagerly awaiting her niece's return to the Dou family to accompany her ill-fated husband in death. She was unwilling to let her stay longer at home. Without waiting for Dou Yuancheng's response, she hastily urged, "Second young master, do not delay the time. Quickly take Rujin back, for her husband is waiting." Upon finishing her words, she immediately turned to the courtyard, bowing earnestly, "My dear husband, rest early. Your wife will soon join you. In the future, may you both respect and cherish each other in the afterlife." Hu Nachi had been intently observing Dou Yuancheng and Hua Rujin, and the lascivious glint in the young master's eyes made her acutely aware that he indeed harbored inappropriate thoughts toward her granddaughter. The Dou family wielded significant power. Even if the second young master were to act inappropriately, he would ultimately be the one to face accusations. The best course of action now was to have her granddaughter accompany her husband in death instead of remaining in the Dou family to uphold her virtue, thus preserving the Hua family's reputation. Perhaps Mr. Dou would even reward them with some silver if pleased. However, Hua Rujin's behavior today was exceedingly peculiar, and she feared that any delay might lead to unforeseen changes. She quickly echoed, "This little nuisance of mine does not appreciate your kindness in coming here. second young master. I should have insisted you rest at my humble abode. However, my husband's restless spirit has been particularly agitated these past 2 nights. Perhaps yearning for Rujin to join him soon. It would be best for you to return her quickly, lest Mr. Doe become concerned. Listening to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law harmonizing, Rujin realized they had regained their courage with the arrival of the Doe family. Gradually straightening up, she slyly let a concealed kitchen knife slip from her waist to the ground. The sound of metal clattering startled everyone in the courtyard. Hu Nanshi and Meng Yutong immediately fell silent, retreating to a safe distance. Rujin then bent down to retrieve the knife, her mind drifting to the limping Ximiang and the shadow that had fluttered in the courtyard earlier. She mimicked the little one's gait, limping a few steps before casting a delicate smile at Dou Yuansheng. The night road is treacherous, and I fear my late husband still lingers in this courtyard. He is so eager for my company, and should the bearers accidentally jostle the sedan, I might sustain a facial injury that would displease him. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale as they began to anxiously scan their surroundings. Yet, the dim night remained eerily silent, devoid of any unusual sounds. Rujin glanced at Dou Yuansheng, whose expression had stiffened slightly, and meaningfully remarked, "Second brother, I trust you are not in such a hurry." "Not at all, not at all." Dou Yuansheng's lips slowly curled into a smile. Though uncertain of her intentions, he believed that with so many people accompanying him, she could not possibly execute any tricks. Unintentionally glancing into her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with allure, he found her beauty even more captivating, despite a minor flaw on her forehead. It was indeed a pity for such a stunning woman from a declining family to mar her visage. Reflecting on her previously indifferent attitude towards him only intensified his desire. Today he would not relent. Addressing the crowd, Dou Yuansheng then stated, "Please, third young mistress, return to your quarters and rest. We shall set off at dawn." Rujin's taut nerves gradually relaxed. Yet, this shameless pervert, who delighted in teasing his siblings, would not let such an opportunity slip away. Nonchalantly placing the knife into his hand, a hint of seduction glimmered in her dark pupils. "The latch on my room is rather old and loose. I would be grateful if you could send someone to help me repair it." Her voice was light and enticing, lingering like mist in Dou Yuansheng's ear. What could this mean? A ripple of excitement surged within him. Could she be frightened and seeking mercy? Surely, for who in this world would not dread the specter of death? She handed him a weapon for self-defense, deliberately chose to remain at the Hua family home, and even hinted at her intentions. It seemed she believed that with so many eyes in the Dou family, it was difficult to grow close to him, thus retreating to the Hua family to lure him. Truly a clever little fox. Each time his father caught him in a compromising situation, though he never punished him, he never allowed him to have his way. He feared his father had already taken a liking to this little fox. Coughing, he felt a surge of joy, whispering, "It is only for one night, dear sister-in-law. Why should you trouble yourself? The night is deep. Let us rest early. If you're startled, I will ensure someone is there to attend to you." "How considerate of you, second brother." Rujin's phoenix eyes darkened slightly as she maintained her limping gait, slowly entering the inner courtyard. Seeing her give a knife to the Dou family's young master, Hu Nanshi and the others relaxed their vigilance. With the dawn approaching, they knew this wretched girl would soon be taken for burial. Meng Yutong and Hua Xiu exchanged glances, unable to suppress sinister smiles. Upon returning to her previous room, Rujin first glanced at the dimmest corner in the west. The faint light cast eerie shadows on the willow-patterned window, as if muffled cries were barely audible. At this moment, she had no time to consider Kai's mother and child. After gently closing the door, she meticulously inspected every corner of the room. The furnishings were sparse. Apart from an old bed and wooden table, there was merely a wardrobe and a diminutive dressing table against the wall. Being adjacent to the kitchen, a faint smoky scent lingered in the air. She gathered the scattered bedding and pillows, making the bed, and recalled that there was a pair of scissors in the wardrobe, recently purchased and quite sharp. She quickly retrieved them. Observing the latch on the door was not securely fastened, she felt reassured enough to lie back on the bed with the scissors hidden beneath her pillow, quietly awaiting the impending storm. Despite her fatigue, she dared not close her eyes, remembering that the Dou family's young master possessed some skill if she could not incapacitate him with a single strike. This wretched pervert would undoubtedly not let her off easily. This night was her only chance at survival. She needed to remain alert. Lying quietly on the bed, Deep in thought, she was unaware of how much time had passed when suddenly, movement outside broke the silence. The faint sound of the latch dropping to the floor made Rujin instinctively reach for the scissors under her pillow. Shadowy footsteps crept into the room, and she could almost feel a hurried breath drawing near. "Sister-in-law," a low, chilling voice whispered eerily in her ear. Rujin's heart raced, and she subtly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. "Dear sister-in-law, I am coming in." The murmured voice repeated softly, a few times, as Rujin rolled over to the edge of the bed, while one hand stealthily slipped beneath her pillow. In the darkness, she sensed clothing falling onto the bed, followed by her waist sash being slowly unfastened. She endeavored to maintain her composure, and, at the very moment when her garments were on the verge of falling apart, Rujin seized the opportunity to grip the scissors tightly and thrust them directly between the legs of the shadow that was about to pounce. A piercing scream immediately reverberated throughout the entire room. "Second brother, no!" Rujin shouted loudly, while swiftly withdrawing the scissors and delivering a fierce kick towards the wailing shadow. With a thud, the shadow was sent sprawling backward, the dull impact causing the entire bed to tremble violently. "You wretched! Second brother, please no!" Before the agonized curses could fully escape, Rujin hastily leaped off the bed, lifted the table in front of her, and smashed it down onto the bed with great force. The cries grew louder, descending into a frenzy that spread throughout the courtyard. Hearing the tremendous commotion from within the room, the servants of the Do family and members of the Hua family rushed over immediately. As the flames illuminated the thatched cottage once more, Rujin discreetly glanced at the incapacitated Do Yuansheng, whose face contorted in pain, and quickly picked up the scissors from the floor, retreating slowly to the corner by the bed, clutching her disheveled clothing tightly and feigning a state of utter terror. Next, she was eager to observe how the matriarch of the Hua family would protect the second son of the Do family. The first few old maids from the Do family, who rushed into the room, were met with the sight of the disheveled Do Yuansheng, their expressions tightening in fear as they hurried to his side. "Quick, quick! Take this wretch to the authorities." Do Yuansheng clutched his bleeding groin, writhing in pain and biting his lip to the point of drawing blood. Struggling to utter a few words, his image of a refined young master completely forgotten. "Third young madam, how could you be so ruthless towards the second son? If the master finds out, the entire Hua family will bear the consequences." Observing Do Yuansheng, who was on the brink of death, his lower half drenched in blood, the leading old maid glared furiously at Rujin while instructing the servants to assess his injuries. Witnessing this scene, Meng Yutong turned pale with rage, glaring at Rujin and scolding loudly. "You wretched girl, look at the good deed you've done. What nonsense is Aunt saying?" Rujin sniffed heavily, deliberately directing her gaze at the sullen Hunangxi, and returned the earlier remark word for word. "County Magistrate Liu has already awarded me the title of a chaste woman, and before leaving office, he had the officials construct a chastity archway for our Hua family. As a weak woman, my second brother came to my room in the dead of night, intending to bully me. If I were to yield to him out of respect for my aunt, it would not only shame our Hua family, but also put County Magistrate Liu in a difficult position. I asked grandmother to stand up for me." "You still call yourself a weak woman?" Meng Yutong scrutinized Do Yuansheng, whose face had turned ashen, infuriated and exclaiming quickly, "Mother, this wretched girl has been so heavy-handed, harming the second son to this extent. She is nothing but a shrew. We must send her to the authorities." Hunangxi's expression fluctuated as she glared at Rujin with wide eyes. She had not anticipated that this wretched girl would resort to such underhanded tactics. Nor did she expect the second son of the Do family to be so reckless as to commit such acts in his own home, allowing himself to be caught red-handed. Although she was furious that her granddaughter had ruined her plans, she found herself at a loss as to how to deal with her. Just as she was at her wit's end, her son, Hua Junian, returned from the city, hurriedly entering the room with a physician and Kai Baiwei and her son. Upon seeing Rujin cowering in the corner of the wardrobe, her clothes disheveled, Kai Baiwei rushed over to support her, asking with a choked voice, "Rujin, are you all right?" Rujin slowly shook her head, and then saw Hua Junian approach the bed, his heavy footsteps echoing with fury as he glared at Do Yuansheng, sharply questioning, "Second son, what are you doing in my sister Rujin's room? She is your brother's widow." Do Yuansheng, drenched in cold sweat from pain, had lost all strength to speak. Finally realizing that Rujin, the little vixen, was plotting against him. However, glancing at his disheveled attire, he found himself at a loss for words. The old maid beside him, knowing that explanations were futile and concerned for her master's injuries, could only respond vaguely, "Master, my young master has been severely injured by third young madam. We should take him back to the manor for treatment. We could discuss the rest later." "That's not permissible." The physician who had entered with them interjected coldly, blocking the way with an imposing presence. His deep voice compelled Rujin to look at him again. He was tall and elegant, dressed in a blue silk robe, his handsome and gentle features exuding the temperament of a nobleman, reminding her that he was none other than her cousin, Shu Jinxian. Years ago, in exchange for money, Hunangxi had sold her daughter, Hua Zian, to the medical family of Shu for their ill son, resulting in 2 sons who fell ill and passed away within a few years. However, due to this familial connection, the 2 families had maintained close ties. Shu Jinxian slowly removed his cloak and draped it over Rujin's shoulders before turning back to face Do Yuancheng, speaking sternly. "Aunt does not speak, and uncle and nephew do not meet. Do family's second son shows such disrespect towards the widow of his brother. How is it any different from a beast?" Afterward, he turned sharply to Hunangxi, declaring resolutely, "I implore my grandmother to take action and send him to the authorities at once, to uphold justice for my cousin." Hunangxi clenched her teeth tightly, her fists tightening. If they were to send the offender to the authorities, it would undoubtedly sour relations with the Do family. Yet, if they let him go, there was a risk of being bitten back by the Do family. The life and death of her granddaughter was trivial, but the reputation of the Hua family was paramount. The events surrounding the third son's incident had left the family unable to hold their heads high for years. They could not afford to become the laughingstock of the village again. After much deliberation, she shot a fierce glance at Rujin and reluctantly instructed Hua Jiangsu and Hua Cheng'an outside. The second son of the Do family has disregarded moral principles and sought to violate his brother's widow. Hurry to the county office to report this to the magistrate, requesting him to act on behalf of our Hua family. I dare you." The leading old maid's eyes widened in alarm. "My Do family has rendered service to this county, and my master has received commendations from the former magistrate multiple times. With magistrate Lu soon to be promoted to the capital. Do you not fear his wrath by provoking trouble at this juncture? But your second son has committed the crime of adultery." Rujin tightened the thin cloak around her shoulders and slowly returned to the side of the bed, casting a fierce glance at the speaking old maid. According to the laws of the Great Yi dynasty, an adulterer is to be executed. Those guilty of attempted adultery face 100 strokes and exile for 3,000 miles. Do you believe that Magistrate Lu values his official position more than defending my second brother? Cough. Rujin, there is no need to take this matter to such extremes. Your second brother must have acted without malicious intent. You have already harmed him to this degree, damaging the harmony between our 2 families. If you send him to the authorities, how will you get along with your father-in-law upon returning to the Do family? Hua Jiangsu, being a minor official at the county office, had little influence. He would not dare to offend the Do family over his niece's affairs. Moreover, his niece's schemes were merely aimed at leaving the Do family, which would inevitably lead to a complicated legal battle, the cost of which was uncertain. Thinking of this, he quickly advised, I suggest we all take a step back. Let your second brother be taken back for treatment first. As for your father-in-law, I will personally plead with him. After today's events, I believe you will understand the difficulties you have faced over the years. As long as you remain peacefully in the Do family, he will not force you to accompany your husband's funeral. If tonight my second brother had entered my cousin's room, will my uncle still choose to settle matters so quietly? Hua Rujin coldly pointed at Hua Xiu, who was observing from the doorway. Hua Jiangsu was instantly rendered speechless. After exchanging glances with Meng Yutong, he could only comply with his mother's instructions, silently leading his son out in haste. The family ethics of the Do clan are corrupt, yet my father-in-law remains oblivious. Thus, it falls upon me as the daughter-in-law to discipline this wayward son who defies family rules. At this moment, with witnesses and evidence at hand, Hua Rujin stands undeterred, confident that no one will dare to protect Do Yuanqing any longer. She intends to leverage this situation to compel the authorities to take action, convinced that Do's so-called benevolent patriarch would rather abandon his son than pursue her relentlessly. Chapter 006. Cause of death. Although Shu Jinxian disagrees with the Do family's decision to return Do Yuanqing home, he is concerned that any further disturbance may endanger his cousin. Thus, he first ushers the Hua family members out of the room, tending to Do Yuansheng with some herbal medicine to staunch the bleeding, and instructs several sturdy attendants to guard the hut before departing with a sense of relief. Observing the unfolding events, Do Yuansheng gradually realizes the gravity of his predicament. Now regaining some strength, he endures the pain and shouts threats toward Hua Rujin. "You little wretch. How dare you keep me here? Just wait until my father arrives. You and your family will regret this." His words provoke Hunanshi, who had initially intended to protect him. Frustrated, she tosses her sleeves and turns away, unwilling to concern herself further with the fate of this second son of the Do family. Meanwhile, Hua Rujin, hearing his feeble roars from within, cannot help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. Even at death's door, he still postures as a young master. It seems she has shown too much mercy, allowing this twisted individual the strength to threaten her. Having practiced law for many years, she possesses a keen understanding of justifiable defense versus excessive force. If her actions are deemed appropriate, defending herself in court would not pose a challenge. However, if deemed excessive, even a justified victim could suffer consequences. Thus, she has meticulously orchestrated the events of the night, ensuring her actions remained within reasonable limits. Although her earlier strike failed to take his life, it should suffice to temper his debauched nature. His fate now rests solely in her hands. There is no need to waste further breath on this captive. Casting a cold glance at the interior, she assists Kai Bai Wei and returns first to the hut at the western end. While Hua Junian fears his mother, he cannot ignore the harm she has inflicted upon his wife and daughter. Disregarding Hunanshi's volatile demeanor, he gathers the medicine box and leads the two young children, Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang, along with their cousin, who follow eagerly behind. They are nothing but troublesome, useless burdens, he muses. Meng Yutong silently grumbles, aware that her cousin is typically sympathetic to the weaker members of the family. Today, having witnessed the turmoil at home, he is likely to aid Rujin in escalating the matter to the authorities. She must resolve her pressing concerns before the situation solidifies, prompting her to leave the Hua family courtyard quietly before dawn with her daughter, Hua Shiyu. Upon returning to the western chamber, Hua Junian rekindles the oil lamp, gradually illuminating the room. The young siblings, still too tender to endure such upheaval, soon fall asleep after being tucked into bed. Hua Muyang, still half asleep, clutches Rujin's garment and anxiously inquires, "Sister, if we send that bully to the authorities, will grandmother stop wanting you dead?" "Sleep now, dear brother. Your sister is as resilient as a cockroach. I'm not so easy to kill," Hua Rujin reassures him, lightly patting his forehead. Though she feels little affection for the two, the original owner of this body cherished them, and she must maintain her persona, adopting the gentleness that the original often displayed. Hua Muyang, eyes closed and yawning, murmurs, "What about that wretched Do? Will he keep bothering you, sister?" His cheeks puff in frustration, and he opens his eyes, indignant that they have never even laid eyes on that ghostly figure. That ghost has already been subdued by you. He wouldn't dare return. Seeing her younger brother's indignation, Hua Rujin softly comforts him while continuing to coax him to sleep, her thoughts drifting. In this era, the belief in spirits and the supernatural runs deep, from royalty to commoners. Should the old patriarch of the Do clan seek to exploit the dead, it could prove troublesome. Fortunately, Do Erlang seems to lack the strength to stir up further chaos. As Shu Jinxian checks Kai Baiwei's pulse and inspects her injuries, he overhears the siblings' conversation, a wave of frustration washing over him. Though he has only met Do Yuanqing once, he has heard of his character, supposedly a genteel gentleman. Even in death, he should not behave so irrationally, especially since his engagement to Rujin was muddled from the start, placing the blame upon him. Knowing one's face does not equate to knowing one's heart. Hua Junian sighs, furrowing his brow. "I have inquired about my brother-in-law's condition over the years. He was not a sickly person. How could he suddenly pass away?" At this point, he glances at his daughter, pondering whether Rujin might truly be cursed to bring misfortune to her husbands. He reassures himself that the Do family was at fault first. If Do Yuanwei were truly reasonable, he would not continue this unyielding harassment. As they speak, Shu Jinxian finishes bandaging Kai Baiwei's wounds and retrieves more medicine, preparing to tend Hua Rujin. "I can manage this myself," she smiles warmly, taking the medicine and moving toward the vanity, her thoughts drifting back to past experiences, her steps faltering momentarily. In her memory, The original owner shared a close bond with his cousin. Had it not been for the engagement with the Yi family, he would have been her ideal match. Yet, fate had other plans. 3 years ago, despite the annulment of the engagement, the matriarch of the Shu family disapproved of the original's lineage, obstructing their union. The original was astute enough not to cling stubbornly to him, maintaining a respectful distance. However, his late-night arrival to assist her family was a kindness she could not ignore. As she neatly folds her cloak and hands it to him, she feels compelled to say something in response to his earnest gaze. After a moment's thought, she politely expresses, "Your kindness need not be spoken of. I shall not thank you." Shu Jinxian, taken aback, receives the cloak. Fully aware that her indifferent demeanor stems from her disappointment in him for not protecting her, he gulps down his feelings of grievance. Extracting some medicine from the box and gently advising, "I will keep watch outside. You should rest well in your aunt's room." "Very well." Anticipating the impending storm of conflict at dawn, Rujin nods slightly. "I will accompany your second cousin." Junian, glancing at Kai Baiwei with concern, feels a deep compassion for her despite her frailty. He leads Shu Jinxian out, and as he closes the door, he turns back to remind, "Rujin, remember to apply more medicine to your mother's wounds." Rujin glances at Kai Baiwei, who leans wearily against the headboard, knowing that her back must bear many bruises. She retrieves some ointment and approaches the bedside, softly saying, "Mother, please remove your outer garment. I will apply the medicine." Though the term mother feels slightly awkward on her tongue, it flows more naturally now. Kai Baiwei responds, feeling a sense of reassurance with her daughter as presence. As Rujin tends to her, she tidies her clothes and gently applies medicine to Rujin's forehead, offering comfort. "I heard your uncle mention that your eldest cousin has entered the Imperial Medical Academy. He may have the opportunity to serve at the palace. Even if the Dou family disregards us, they must consider your aunt's family. Trust your cousin. Let him handle the upcoming matters, and he will surely advocate for you." "All right," Rujin replies with a serene smile. If she could simply lie flat and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, she would gladly do so. However, she feared that things might not unfold as she wished. The original owner had failed to secure a powerful ally, and she had no desire to harbor such hope again. For it made no sense to stumble into the same pit twice. It was evident that Hunnanshi and her family were still unwilling to offend the Dou family. Although they had reluctantly sent Hua Jiangsu and Hua Qingyan to the county, their hearts were undoubtedly not filled with good intentions. After a night of turmoil, she felt utterly exhausted. Fortunately, not everyone in this household was exceptional, allowing her to rest peacefully and rejuvenate. In her previous life, she had been utterly alone and, at a young age, was forced to become a cog in the corporate machine. After years of struggle, she finally managed to attain the title of a gold medal lawyer and accumulate some wealth, but before she could enjoy it, she tragically passed away in her own law firm. Observing her current circumstances, she realized she would have to start anew in this life. Yet, to learn from the lessons of her past, she resolved to proceed with caution this time. With this thought in mind, she obediently laid down on her bed and quietly closed her eyes. Time passed, and amidst her hazy slumber, a cacophony of voices drifted in. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, swiftly rising, and a familiar thought surfaced in her mind. It was time to engage in battle once more. Chapter 007. Unintended confessions. She quickly adjusted her clothing, noticing that Kai Baiwei had just awoken. Rujin, not pausing to assist her, hurriedly stepped outside. Pulling open the door, she recalled her mother's usually submissive nature and promptly added, "Mother should stay inside to care for Yuan and Muyang. I will step out to take a look." This way, she could avoid a scene where her mother would be weeping and pleading with Hunnanshi, adding to her own distress when the situation became dire. After swiftly shutting the door, Rujin walked toward the courtyard, glancing at the situation in the eastern part of the yard. She noticed that the Shu servants were still guarding the thatched cottage, which reassured her as she proceeded to the main hall. Upon entering the outer courtyard, she spotted a group of officials trudging in from beyond the fence, and the entrance to the thatched hall was already crowded with people, all surrounding Hua Junian and Shu Jinxian, discussing fervently. The Dou family is too oppressive, keeping such an ungrateful creature while shamelessly demanding that the young mistress maintain loyalty to their short-lived son. This is simply absurd, pushing someone toward their demise. Rest assured, Sixth Master and Young Master Shu, I am willing to represent the third young mistress in court and help her break free from the clutches of the Dou family. Observing their scholarly attire, Hua Rujin quickly discerned their intentions. They had come seeking work. Since the establishment of the new dynasty, in an effort to reduce wrongful convictions, litigation had flourished, resulting in an unprecedented boom in the legal profession. Many learned scholars and unsuccessful candidates rushed to enter this field. However, due to the limited number of educated individuals, even if they all participated, they would still be overwhelmed. Moreover, with the recent internal and external troubles facing the court, the local officials were short-staffed, forcing county magistrates to lower their standards, allowing anyone who had received an education and understood the law to take on cases. Consequently, many eloquent individuals gathered daily near the county office, competing fiercely for work. As soon as Hua Rujin made her appearance, several of them clamored over, smiling as they clasped their hands in greeting. This must be the third young mistress, or rather, Miss Hua. I sympathize deeply with your plight, and am willing to fight tooth and nail to win this case for you. Seeing their eager faces, Hua Rujin thought, is there a possibility of this being free? Instinctively, she patted her empty purse, realizing that not only did she lack silver, but even if she had some, she could not afford to be careless in hiring counsel. If she encountered a disreputable lawyer, not only would she lose the case, but she would also squander her money. Thank you for your kindness, she politely replied, considering that these individuals must have heard rumors from the officials at the county office. While responding, she surveyed the crowd that had gathered, but aside from the officials and the eager lawyers, she saw no sign of the Dou family's benefactor. Even Hua Jiangsu and Hua Cheng'an, who had gone to report the case, were nowhere to be found, which struck her as odd. As she pondered, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through from outside. What a decline in societal morals. You all, kneeling in supplication for a woman of ill repute, bring shame to the scholarly community. As the words fell, a group of men, women, and children clad in mourning garments surged in from outside the fence. There were about 10 of them, and without waiting for anyone to react, they immediately fell to their knees before Hua Rujin, loudly imploring, "We beseech the third young mistress to find peace in the earth and ascend to a blissful afterlife." Faced with this sudden display of filial piety, Hua Rujin was taken aback, her brows knitting in confusion. At just 16, I am to be coerced into being a sacrificial bride? How can one find peace in the earth? It would be more akin to a restless spirit. Hesitantly, she raised her gaze to the speaker, a seemingly refined youth who entered alongside Hua Jiangsu and Hua Cheng'an. "I am Gu Longxi from Jiangling City," he announced, specially entrusted by Mr. Dou to handle family affairs. "I kindly ask that you do not make things difficult for me." Upon hearing Gu Longxi's name, the courtyard erupted in chatter. We never expected the Dou family to enlist young Master Gu. This revelation caused a stir in Hua Rujin's heart as well. She had many impressions of Gu Longxi. He was one of Jiangling City's four renowned legal minds, known as the most astute young attorney. Every case he handled, he could turn white into black, with no record of defeat. It seemed the Dou family had indeed invested heavily this time. However, with the matter of Dou Yuanqing already a foregone conclusion, even if they had the emperor on their side, they would likely not dare to act unjustly. Unless, of course, the Dou family no longer wished to keep their son. Seeing that the Dou family had sent someone, Shu Jinxian and Hua Junian quickly positioned themselves protectively in front of Hua Rujin. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the Shu family servants finally allowed the Dou family to bring Dou Yuanqing out. Hu Nanshi and Kai Baiwei followed closely behind, with Hu Nanshi repeatedly apologizing, "Second young master, although my little miscreant has erred, it was indeed your initial rudeness that provoked this. I hope you will overlook the small transgressions and return home without harboring resentment, that we may coexist peacefully in the future." Dou Yuanqing, brimming with indignation, had no desire to engage with this elderly woman. Being escorted by the elderly servants with a limp into the crowd, his face devoid of any shame. Seeing Gu Longxi had come to retrieve him, the pent-up frustration from the previous night finally lifted. He shot a fierce glare at Hua Rujin, itching to curse her, yet refraining from exerting too much force, lest it aggravate his injury. He had no choice but to swallow his anger and beseech Gu Longxi, "Young Master Gu, you arrived just in time. This wretched girl from the Hua family has been intolerably arrogant, injuring me to this extent. Hurry, have the officials imprison her. I want her entire family to accompany my third brother in death." Dou Gongzi, you truly cannot distinguish right from wrong. This Jiangling city is not solely under the Dou family's jurisdiction, Shu Jinxian retorted sharply, glaring at Dou Yuancheng before turning to Gu Longxi with a serious demeanor. You may take the person, but you must present the divorce contract and apologize to the Hua family. However, Gu Longxi ignored this, stepping directly before the silent officials. Bowing to the leader, master official, Mr. Dou was frightened last night and could not come personally. Before leaving, he instructed me that the second young master has disregarded propriety and committed acts that violate the law and disgrace the family. He does not dare to cover up for him. I kindly ask you to imprison him according to the law. This statement astonished everyone present. Imprisoned according to the law? That could mean 100 strikes and banishment for 3,000 miles. A grave offense. Mr. Dou is indeed just and fair, worthy of the accolades from County Magistrate Liu. In an instant, those who sought to profit from the Hua family through this incident began to retreat, hastily praising Mr. Dou. Hua Rujin listened, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. What a noble act of justice. What kind of enmity must exist for a mother to forsake her own son and insist on dragging me to accompany Dou Sanlang in death? Reflecting on the past interactions between the two families, it seems there were no significant disputes between them. What schemes is this old man hiding? At this moment, Dou Yuancheng was already trembling with fear. He had thought reinforcements had arrived, only to realize they were here to add insult to injury. Furious, he glared at Gu Longxi, suppressing the intense pain surging in his lower body, and shouted, Gu Longxi, what is your true intention? I have no enmity with you. Why would you seek to harm me? How could my father possibly neglect my life or death? The second young master need not be angry. I merely conveyed your father's words as they were. Gu Longxi replied with a solemn expression. The kneeling old steward, tears streaming down his face, added, second young master. It is not that Master Gu is unwilling to help. The master said that you have committed a grave mistake and cannot blame others. Yet the spirit of the third young master must be appeased. Since you left last night, the residence has been in disarray. We all witnessed the third young master's appearance. He must be resentful that the master did not fulfill his last wishes to have the young mistress buried with him. Impossible. I have never frightened my father. Dou Yuancheng panicked, but as soon as he spoke, he realized he had misspoken. Feeling the peculiar gazes of those around him, he became increasingly uneasy. Yet, at this critical juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, I did indeed scare my younger sibling by pretending to be a ghost, but after I arrived at the Hua family last night, I was trapped here. How could I return to frighten my father? What? It was you, second young master, who haunted my house last night. Hunanchi was fuming, internally cursing. This wretched creature had terrified her family to the point where they dared not extinguish the lights. He was truly a pervert. However, since he was not her family, she refrained from confronting him in front of the Dou family, shaking her head in resignation. This is utter nonsense. Glancing at Hua Rujin, who appeared unfazed as if nothing were amiss, she suddenly understood. The girl must have known everything all along and was deliberately leading Dou Erling into a trap. This girl had become increasingly cunning and ruthless, instilling a growing sense of dread within her. Meanwhile, Hua Rujin's thoughts were far removed from Dou Yuancheng. This twisted pervert had indeed been closely watched in the courtyard last night. How could the Dou residence be haunted again? Chapter 008. Doubts. Hua Rujin, deep in thought, focused on the kneeling old steward and said in a low voice, You mentioned that after the second young master departed, the third young master reappeared at the residence and frightened Dou Yuan. Why? Indeed, many in the residence witnessed it. The old steward replied, wiping away tears. I would not dare deceive the young mistress. You know the master has always been kind-hearted. It was out of sympathy for the young mistress that he went against the young master's wishes and kept her at home. Had it not been for this disturbance, he would not have been so resolute. What a kind-hearted master. Do you not fear that one day I might also return as a vengeful spirit to seek retribution? Hua Rujin's expression darkened as she cast a piercing gaze at the kneeling servants of the Dou family. I suspect you must have harmed your own master, leaving him with grievances that turned him into a ghost to haunt you. Upon hearing this, the servants' previous bravado vanished, and they lowered their heads in shame, fearing she would remember their faces. The residence was still in turmoil. If this young mistress were to become a vengeful spirit, they would surely bear the consequences. Third young mistress, do not make baseless assumptions, Gu Longxi said calmly, a cold smile forming on his lips. The tradition of a wife following her husband in death has been ingrained in our culture since the establishment of our dynasty. It is a long-standing virtue for a wife to obey her husband, especially given that you have married into the Doe family and have no descendants. It is only natural that you should adhere to your husband's wishes. Pardon my boldness, but may I inquire about the longevity of your esteemed parents? Master Gu? Rujin asked, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone measured. Gu Longxi hesitated briefly before answering. My father has passed away for many years. Only my elderly mother remains, now nearing her 60s. Since you, Master Gu, are so well-versed in propriety and the laws of our dynasty, allow me to speak bluntly. Why do you not encourage your mother to follow your father in death for the sake of your family's reputation, yet choose to complicate matters for me, a mere girl who has just come of age? You. Gu Longxi clenched his fists in anger, suddenly realizing he had fallen into her trap. Rujin sighed lightly. I have no true marital bond with the third young master. Even the title of wife was forced upon me. Let's assume I am indeed compliant and do not dare to defy the authorities, merely enduring my fate. But how can the Doe family treat a woman designated by the government as a chaste widow in such a manner? Tell me, Master Gu, if you were in my position, would you accept your unjust fate? Does being a virtuous and obedient person mean one is unworthy of life? Hu Nanxi and Dou Yuansheng, listening from the side, felt their faces flush with embarrassment as if they were being personally accused. Kai Baiwei was stirred by her daughter's impassioned words, and, disregarding the protests of Hua Junian and her mother's disdainful gaze, rushed forward to kneel before the officials, imploring, I beseech you, gentlemen, to take my daughter's side. Years ago, the third young master of the Doe family died inexplicably, and the Doe family falsely claimed my daughter had caused his death. While I accept that my daughter must remain loyal in his memory, today you have witnessed the character of the second young master. It is not a matter of her faithfulness. The magistrate, Lu Shiyuan, appeared troubled. 3 years ago, when he first arrived in Jiangling, he had heard of the Doe family's incident. It was indeed suspicious for a healthy person to suddenly die. However, the coroner's examination found no anomalies, no signs of murder or poisoning, leading to the conclusion of death by sudden illness. Now that the Shu family intervened, and given the second young master's evident lack of virtue, coupled with the fact that the new county magistrate, Yi Chengwei, was not one to be trifled with, he found himself unable to favor either side. His gaze shifted between Shu Jinxian and Gu Longxi as he cautiously spoke. The second young master of the Doe family has indeed committed a grave sin, and it is unfortunate for the young mistress of the Hua family. Perhaps it would be best if I take the second young master back to the county office to deal with this matter properly. As for the young mistress of the Hua family, now that the family's conduct has been rectified, she may safely return to the Doe family and continue her loyalty. Before anyone could react, Hu Nanxi quickly nodded in agreement. That would be acceptable. She was a woman who valued wealth above all, and the fate of her granddaughter was of little consequence. This outcome not only punished Dou Yuansheng, but also preserved the Hua family's reputation, a splendid twofold victory. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Longxi shot her a piercing glance and firmly replied, absolutely not. He then took several rolled sheets of paper from someone and respectfully handed them to Lu Xun, signaling, these are the marriage contract between the two families, as well as the third young master's will and several of his writings. I implore you, magistrate, to examine them. This is not merely about the Doe family's unwillingness to relent. It concerns the last wishes of the deceased. If his wishes are not honored, how can the departed find peace? After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at Hua Rujin. The Doe family is not one to act capriciously. The second young master has shown disrespect to the young mistress, and the master has justly brought him to justice. The young mistress should adhere to the law and honor her late husband's wishes. How can you prove that this was penned by the third young master of the Doe family? Observing Lu Xiyuan meticulously scrutinizing the writings, Hua Rujin's mind raced, and she disdainfully shook her head. Surely, Master Gu, you have encountered your fair share of such deceptive tactics during your time in the court? As soon as these words left her lips, they drew immediate scrutiny from the lawyers present. Indeed, what the young mistress says is quite rational. If this truly were the third young master's last wish, why did Dou Yuanwei not disclose it 3 years ago? Such a move would have soothed the Hua family's hearts and garnered him a good reputation. Instead, he only presents it at this crucial juncture. Could it be that he harbors ulterior motives? In Jiangling City, There are indeed individuals capable of forging handwriting indistinguishable from the original. It is said that young Master Gu is particularly skilled in mimicking other scripts. Could it be that he has crafted this while in a bid to curry favor with Master Do? Such notions are utterly preposterous, as doubts echoed around him. Gu Longxi felt a surge of anger and hastily clarified. The will was undoubtedly penned by the third young master himself. Master Do chose not to publicize it back, then to spare the young mistress and the Hua family from worry. Yet this reasoning seemed even more implausible. Hua Rujin, noticing his anxious demeanor, grew ever more convinced that there was something amiss. When I wed the third young master, he did not appear at the ceremony to honor our union, but instead chose to seclude himself to write a will. Pray tell, at what point does one contemplate leaving a testament? As soon as she finished speaking, someone hastily replied, naturally, when one learns their end is near. However, the third young master was but 16 or 17 at the time of our marriage, hardly of age, bursting with youthful vigor. Why would he entertain thoughts of composing a will? Her gaze, cold as frost, turned towards Gu Longxi, unless he had long been aware that his days were numbered. Faced with the crowd's skepticism, Gu Longxi's expression flickered momentarily before regaining its composure, maintaining an air of unruffled authority. Meanwhile, Lu Xian discerned some previously unrecognized suspicion within Hua Rujin's words and pondered as he slowly handed her the will alongside several samples of handwriting. Hua Rujin received the will, scrutinizing it closely while comparing it to the other samples. The handwriting on this paper indeed seems aged and shows no signs of tampering, unlike something recently fabricated. After examining it several times, she uncovered a discrepancy. However, one point stands out. The third young master passed away suddenly from illness. Yet this will is written with a vigorous hand, exuding strength. It hardly resembles something penned by a dying man. If young Master Gu insists this will is indeed in my late husband's hand, then there is only one possibility. He must have known his demise was imminent, which implies a deception in marriage. Though still merely a suspicion, her meticulous reasoning stirred a commotion among the onlookers. Deception in marriage is indeed a grave offense. Miss Hua, despite your eloquence, your family did accept Master Do's silver as a betrothal gift. Gu Longxi feigned calmness as he retrieved the marriage contract from Lu Xian, holding it aloft. Though appearing composed, turmoil brewed within him. In his many years in the legal profession, he had never encountered such a silver-tongued individual, especially not one of humble origins. Fortunately, her claims were still mere conjecture, lacking definitive proof to confront him in court. Upon hearing the accusation of deception in marriage, Hu Nanchi could no longer remain a passive observer and quickly interjected, "Indeed, I did accept the Do family's silver as a bride price. But Master Do never informed us that his son was in poor health." Indeed, the third young master was in good health prior to his marriage to Miss Hua. Gu Longxi replied with a sinister smile. Otherwise, how could the Do family have concluded that Miss Hua was the cause of their son's demise? After all, it is well known that the Hua family's daughters are said to have short-lived husbands. Your words grow more absurd by the minute, young Master Gu. If the Do family was aware of the Hua family's reputation, why would they wish to marry their son into our family? Does that not imply that Master Do himself harbors a disdain for his son's long life? Hua Rujin retorted with a cold laugh, shaking her head. The conversation had devolved into personal attacks, though she had long grown accustomed to such tactics in the courtroom. Nonetheless, Gu Longxi's words struck a nerve with the Hua family, causing even the usually composed Hua Jiangsu to lose his temper. He cast a dark glance towards Gu Longxi and admonished, "Young Master Gu, as a scholar, you should be mindful of your words." Having little desire to engage in the family feud, Lu Shiyuan had already gleaned hints of the truth from Hua Rujin's earlier remarks. It was evident that the third young master's death was shrouded in mystery. Addressing the assembly with an amiable gesture, he said, "Since you are in an impasse, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. I shall report the matter to the county magistrate. Miss Hua and young Master Gu should prepare their statement for court, should either of you feel wronged. You may present your case before the magistrate, who will render a decision." With that, he relinquished the burden to the magistrate and swiftly withdrew, ensuring that Do Yuanshan was escorted away. Despite his protests, even his attendants chose to avert their gaze, feigning ignorance. Now that the authorities had intervened, Gu Longxi, though filled with resentment, dared not allow the Do family's servants to forcibly detain him. Casting a venomous glance at Hua Rujin and her entourage of lawyers, he coldly declared, Should Miss Hua maintain her doubts regarding the will, I implore you to present evidence. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking advantage of your status as a woman in the court. With that, he elegantly waved his fan and departed. The Dou family servants, left with no choice, followed suit, their heads hung low. The lawyers, having confirmed that Gu Longxi would represent the Dou family, dare not linger any longer and hastily took their leave. Soon, the group vanished from the Hua family's courtyard. Hua Rujin stepped forward to assist Kai Baiwei, her heart resolute yet troubled. She suspected a connection between Dou Yuanqian's death and the will, but she could not fathom the old man's motives for sacrificing his own kin to ensure her demise. Such an act seemed beyond the realm of a renowned benefactor. Moreover, why did the Dou family seem haunted? Could it truly be the restless spirit of Dou Yuanqian causing the disturbances? Do not fret, cousin. Now that Lu Jianshi has spoken, we can confidently confront them in court. If no one is willing to take on this lawsuit, I shall personally represent you in court, Shu Jinxian assured, believing she was merely distressed over the departure of the opportunistic lawyers. Hu Nanshi, listening nearby, felt increasingly displeased and furrowed her brow. She was growing weary of this grandson, who, unlike his elder brother, was not devoted to the study of pharmacology, but instead meddled in family affairs. Jinxian, had this been any other time, I would not have objected to your desire to support your cousin. However, the circumstances have changed. She is now a widow after leaving the Dou family. How will she survive? Should she continue to rely on her ineffectual father? She cast a scornful yet resigned glance at her sick son, Hua Junian, with his meager earnings. He can hardly support himself, let alone 2 children. Mother speaks wisely. Now that we have a turning point, Kai Baiwei is determined to rescue her daughter from that den of wolves. She cannot afford to challenge you, so she must swallow her pride and seek peace. We have no room for retreat at this juncture. Please understand, as long as we can extricate Rujin from the Dou family, I will work tirelessly alongside Junian to earn more money and alleviate your burden. Enough with your grandiose promises. Hunangxi glared fiercely at her. You are truly the same ilk as that harlot from the Yi family, both shameless ones. The foundation of your family is corrupt, and you have enticed my son for years, leaving him utterly unaccomplished. Now, after finally bearing a son, you also bring forth a daughter, a pair of twins that bring nothing but misfortune. You are the bane of the Hua family. No wonder my son has faced endless tribulations over the years. With that, she raised her cane and swung it towards Kai Baiwei. Hua Rujin could no longer tolerate this old woman, feeling that it was time to act. In front of Shu Jinxian and the second branch's father and son, disregarding the hierarchy of age and respect, she snatched the cane from Hunangxi's hands and hurled it forcefully outside the courtyard. Hua Rujin, what are you doing? She is your grandmother, Hua Chang'an said through gritted teeth, pointing angrily at Hua Rujin. Get lost. With those 2 simple words, Hua Rujin frightened the sycophantic young man of the second branch into hiding behind Hua Jiangsu. And even Shu Jinxian flinched. A grandmother should consider her actions before speaking. Does she truly believe they lack the means to support their family? For a moment, thoughts swirled as if the spirit of the original owner had possessed her. Hua Rujin's gaze fixed intently on Hunangxi, filled with resentment. My parents, though they toiled and traveled far and wide in commerce, never failed to send money home each year. Yet, how much of it have you ever spent on me? Even the funds for my schooling were redirected to support the second uncle's family, enriching them while I starved. You squander my parents' hard-earned money, even using it to barter my marriage for a few sweets, and now you dare blame them for their lack of ability? Your heart is truly made of iron. I am of advanced age, with only a few years left to live. Shouldn't I enjoy my remaining days? You still have time to revel in your fortune. Being chastised in front of her children and grandchildren left Hunangxi feeling humiliated, and she sat down with a thud, crying out in a mix of lament and anger. Oh dear, what have I done to deserve this? I married 3 times for your sake, to support you ungrateful wretches. What sins did I commit in my past life to raise such unworthy wolves? Junian, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on Rujin? Hua Jiangsu thought his niece was becoming increasingly brazen, but recalling the events of the previous night, he dared not scold her directly and turned to seek help from Hua Junian. Having already begun to suspect the Dou family after hearing the argument between Hua Rujin and Gu Longxi, Hua Junian's discontent with his mother deepened upon hearing his daughter's grievances. His gaze grew vacant, tinged with anger. Chapter 010. Each for their own, in times of crisis the ancestors may have hailed from a scholarly lineage. And though he had not achieved much himself, he did not wish his children to suffer. He aimed for them to learn manners and knowledge, hoping they would find good families in the future. Yet, Junin never anticipated that the money he and his wife earned through hardship would be squandered by his mother to support the second branch, leaving him with a reputation of utter disgrace while his daughter remained silent about her suffering. Approaching Shu Jinxian, Junin shed his usual submissive demeanor, his tone grave and serious as he asked, "Jinxian, tell your uncle, has your grandmother ever sent the money we brought home to your school?" Shu Jinxian, fully aware of the grievances his cousin had endured at home, hesitated to speak out, as both she and her mother were accustomed to enduring hardship silently, unwilling to burden their parents with domestic troubles. So he coughed lightly and redirected the conversation. "For now, let us focus on winning this lawsuit for my cousin. This is their doing, and how long do they intend to harm my daughter?" Junin roared, suddenly realizing everything. No wonder the matriarch of the Shu family despises her daughter, who would favor a shameless parasite feasting off her family. In contemplation, he angrily lifted a wooden basin from the courtyard and smashed it down, startling Nengxi into silence. Junin, heartbroken, embraced the indifferent Rujin, choking back tears as he lamented, "It is all my fault. My cowardice has led to this plight." Turning to Nengxi, he knelt down and poured out his heart. "Your life has been spent selling your children for pride. In the past, it was my siblings. Now it is my daughter. Once, we were poor, and I can understand the necessity. But now, are you lacking in food or clothing? Why do you mistreat my Rujin so?" Nengxi, having remarried thrice and borne 15 children, managed to sustain only 5. Having tasted various hardships, she instilled in her children the notion of climbing the social ladder, even marrying her eldest son to a widow over a decade his senior for financial gain, and selling her 5th daughter to a wealthy family, who perished shortly after. Her 3rd son, driven by greed, conspired to murder his husband and was executed in public, leaving the Hua family's children unable to lift their heads in shame for years. Reflecting on these bitter memories, Junin wept. "Though my son may lack ambition, he is still your flesh and blood. Rujin is your granddaughter. Why are you so biased? I did not discuss my marriage to Baiwei with you beforehand, but has she ever shown disrespect to you?" Faced with his accusations, both Nengxi and Hua Jiangsu were rendered speechless. The mother frequently referred to Baiwei as a disaster for the family. Yet, she should question herself. If not for her relentless pressure, would the 3rd brother have gone astray? How could the 4th brother and sister-in-law have been so cruelly torn apart, leading to his death on the way to his post? And why? Must I flee from a brother who committed murder? The eldest and 2nd brothers married early, supported by the El and Meng families. But he alone lost 2 beloved brothers and became the butt of ridicule. Junin, now speaking with sharpness, no longer held back. "When my father died in service, my mother forced the 2nd brother to take his place in the county office. I accepted that because he was my brother, but I have never asked my mother for a single penny of my father's pension, instead sending all my earnings home, hoping she and the 2nd brother would treat Rujin kindly. Is this how you treat her?" After a long silence, he finally declared, "Let us divide the family. If you fear being implicated, I will not force you. We shall each clear our own paths. This time, I will ensure Rujin does not continue to suffer in the Dou family." With that, he rose in anger, hastily leading Kai Baiwei and Hua Rujin back into the inner courtyard. Eavesdropping near the gate, siblings Hua Yuan and Hua Miang learned of the impending division and were filled with excitement, eagerly surrounding Hua Rujin to ask, "Sister, will we really not have to stay in this courtyard anymore?" Yes, Hua Rujin nodded, her lips pressed together. It was the first time she had seen Junin so resolute and strong-willed, leaving a deep impression. Unfortunately, the original owner would not witness this day. Upon entering the western chamber, Junin rummaged through all the belongings, laying them out on the table. He gazed at Shu Jinxian and Hua Rujin, his weathered eyes gradually softening. "Jinxian, your uncle will surely repay the kindness owed to you and your brother in due course. You have witnessed the character of your maternal grandmother and your 2nd uncle's family. For now, I must trouble you to take care of Rujin's matters. I have heard that your grandmother's nephew, Tao Jian, has returned to Jiangling City. Please take Rujin to see if he can take on this lawsuit." Having said this, he began to fill his purse with scattered silver coins. "Take these 20 taels of silver for Rujin to pay a deposit. If it is insufficient, I will find a way to make up the difference." Seeing his determination, Hua Rujin could sense his resolve. He was indeed prepared to sacrifice everything to fight this legal battle for her. However, such lawsuits could not be resolved solely with silver. As the old woman who Nanshi had said, she could not jeopardize the survival of the whole family for her own sake. Stopping Hua Junyin's hand from gathering the silver, Hua Rujin took only a 5-tael ingot from the purse. This 5 taels is sufficient. Having worked as a lawyer for many years, she felt it beneath her dignity to rely on others to speak on her behalf. Moreover, at this juncture, the matter could not be resolved merely by words. Few litigators were not well versed in the law. Ultimately, it came down to skill, and the question was who possessed the greater cunning. The Dou family was evidently well prepared, and she could only devise a plan to turn the situation around and gradually break the deadlock. Seeing this, Shu Jinxian quickly echoed, "We are family, uncle. There is no need for such formality. You need not worry about the silver." Grateful for his uncle's determination to assist his cousin, he felt that the rest of the matters were no longer daunting. Hua Junyan paused for a moment, exchanging glances with Kai Baiwei, both puzzled by their daughter's intentions. Just as he was about to speak, Hua Rujin had already gathered her silver and was heading out. "Father, stay at home to take care of Mother and Yuan. I will go with my cousin to the county office first." It seemed she wanted Shu Jinxian to accompany her to the Tao family, not only to leverage their relationship, but also out of concern that her visit to Hunnanshi might incite trouble for the family. "Your cousin hasn't slept all night. I prepare breakfast. You siblings should eat something before you go." Kai Baiwei, seeing her daughter so energized, hurried to catch up. "No need. We'll manage once we enter the city." Though her stomach growled in hunger, at this critical juncture, Hua Rujin was entirely focused on seizing the moment. She had heard that the newly appointed county magistrate, Yi Chengwei, was starting his first day at the county office today. She needed to meet him before the Dou family. After a night of sleep, Hua Yuan was brimming with energy and refused to let go of Shu Jinxian upon learning that Hua Rujin was heading into the city. Cousin, I want to go to the city too." "Nonsense. Didn't you just go to the city last night?" Hua Junyan shot a disapproving glance at the little one. "Well, that was still part of the trip to the city, right?" Hua Yuan pouted. "That was just a late-night journey. Given the grievances between the Hua and Yi families, it was inappropriate to bring a little one to the county office." Shu Jinxian bent down patiently to persuade her. "Your sister is going into the city for important matters today. Be good and stay at home. I'll bring you back some candied hawthorn from Jiangling City." "All right then." Hearing about the candied hawthorn, Hua Yuan reluctantly agreed and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "But cousin can only buy it for me and Hua Muyang. Not for the cousin. I want to show him up." Shu Jinxian was momentarily taken aback. This little one has learned to form alliances at such a young age. Truly a mischievous little sprite. Chapter 011. Token of affection. As the morning sun peeked over the horizon, a warm yellow carriage slowly made its way along the shaded path outside Jiangling City. Occasional exclamations of anger emerged from within the carriage. The young master of the Yi family has become the new county magistrate of Jiangling City. His mother, fearing the Hua family, remain unaware, even went to the trouble of making a grand entrance to welcome him back by beating drums and sounding gongs through Liang village. Ugh, look at her smugness. Today, I shall show her and her son what I am capable of. I will ensure that this wretched woman pays dearly with silver. Meng Yutong cursed while caressing a black box in her arms. Beside her, Hua Shiyu frowned. "Mother, how can you speak so crudely when you are already planning to form an alliance with him? If the young master of the Yi family hears you, how could he ever agree to marry me?" Yes, I have been thoughtless," Meng Yutong conceded, realizing she should not harbor prejudice against the Yi family. As they approached Xiaoyang village, she quickly softened her tone. "My dear, you must stand up for me this time. It took considerable effort to convince your grandmother to break off the engagement with that vile girl from the Yi family. It is only unfortunate that Dou family's second son is such a useless fool, unable to keep himself in check even within his own home, let alone here." Hua Shiyu scoffed, but recalling the morning's trip to borrow a carriage from the Meng family for silver, she felt quite displeased. "I wonder what my maternal grandfather is thinking. He is so biased. Mother is his own flesh and blood. Why does he always side with uncle? Is he counting on a found son to support him in his old age?" Glancing at the box in her mother's arms, she pouted again. The engagement with the Yi family is a matter of great significance for a daughter. Why doesn't my grandfather prepare a little more silver? The Yi family is no longer what it used to be. Now that the young master has become a county magistrate, what if he looks down upon this amount? Those are merely impoverished families like your sixth uncle. A mere county magistrate is nothing to be picky about, Meng Yutong assured her confidently, patting her shoulder. Rest assured, the 100 taels of gold your grandfather has prepared will be sufficient to address the Yi family's urgent needs. The new magistrate will certainly require funds for various matters. As the two conversed, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Yi family's ancestral home. The mother and daughter immediately ceased their discussion. In the tranquil and secluded courtyard of the Yi family, a tall figure sat gracefully beside the river. The morning sun and lotus flowers reflected one another, with the faint mist from the lotus pond occasionally shimmering over his serene, flawless face, lending the entire courtyard an aura of gentle tranquility. Stop looking, stop looking. Quickly call Tingen in for breakfast so you can head to the county office. There will be plenty for you to see once you arrive at the court. A soft female voice called out. The young man gradually put away the scroll in his hands, his lips, delicate like cherry blossoms, curving slightly. All right, you, my child, haven't even assumed your position yet, and you have already had the constables arrest so many people. Those unaware would think our family has deep-seated grievances with them, and you are eager for revenge. The woman approached with freshly prepared dishes, placing them on the table as she observed her son's weary expression, her brow furrowing in concern. Chengwei, being an official is not something that can be achieved overnight. You must take your time and proceed methodically. Do not emulate your... Her voice suddenly halted, unable to continue. Yi Chengwei placed the scroll on the stone table, gently grasping his mother's calloused hand with his slender fingers. Offering a faint smile, I know my limits. As soon as he spoke, a young servant, Tingen, rushed in, panting and dripping with sweat. Madam, young master, I have returned with the carriage from the county office. I just encountered someone from the Hua family at the gate. They claim to have brought generous gifts to congratulate the young master on his success. Should I invite them in? The Hua family? Yi Chengwei's eyes sparkled with interest, his brows furrowing slightly. Which Hua family? Tingen replied, it's the Hua family, betrothed to the young master while the master was still alive. These shameless people, who once belittled Chengwei, now come to ingratiate themselves with your son after his success in the imperial examination. It is truly nauseating to see them this early in the morning. In a fit of rage, Qin Wenru grabbed a broom from the courtyard and was about to storm out, exclaiming, to be born ugly is one's fate. That matters little. However, if one's heart is as ugly as their appearance, it is simply unacceptable. Just watch me break their legs today. Why should mother stoop to their level? Yi Chengwei stopped Qin Wenru, guiding her to sit at the stone table. He then leisurely went inside to fetch a small copper mirror, handing it to Ting, and while gesturing, they've come from afar. Let us not make them suffer upon entering. Ting was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the master's intent and joyfully went out. Mother, please eat quickly. After the meal, I must hurry to the county office. As Ting exited, she cast a disdainful glance at the Huang mother and daughter. After handing them the copper mirror without a word, she turned and returned to the courtyard. Meng Yutong and Hua Shiyu had waited outside the Yi family mansion for quite some time without news of their entry, only to be met with a mirror, leaving them utterly confused. Seeing the attendant return, Meng Yutong anxiously called out, "Hey, we are here to deliver silver to your young master. Why doesn't your lady come out to greet us?" Yet, the attendant ignored her and vanished from sight. "Mother, what does this mean?" Hua Shiyu asked, holding the mirror and examining it closely. "I've never seen a mirror given as a token of affection, but this mirror is rather beautiful." Gazing at the reflection, Meng Yutong seemed to grasp something and was instantly filled with rage. Snatching the mirror from Hua Shiyu, she pulled her back to the carriage, urging the driver to return to the city while scolding her daughter. "This is all your fault. If only you weren't so greedy and learned some restraint. They look down on you because of your appearance. Look at that little vixen from the 6th house. Who would have impure thoughts upon seeing her? Unlike you, who is utterly useless, I have to worry about everything." Realizing her mother's frustration, Hua Shiyu pouted in grievance. "How can this be my fault? Grandfather says I take after mother, which at least proves I'm her biological child. Look at my cousin. She bears no resemblance to Uncle Lu at all. Who knows if Aunt Lu had an affair outside? Your Uncle Lu is honest, not foolish. If Aunt Lu were carrying another man's child, how could he marry her and bring her home?" Thinking of their long journey to the Yi family only to be met with a closed door, Meng Yutong's expression darkened. At this point, what good will talking do? We must hurry back to find your grandmother. As long as she doesn't relent, that wretched girl, Jean, won't dare to create a scene in court. With a sinister smile, she added, Let us not forget, even if she could, those lawyers in Jiangling would drown her in their spittle. After a brief silence, a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. What we cannot obtain, the sixth house shall not have either. Humph, county magistrate's wife? What lineage does she have to deserve that? Let her continue dreaming. Resolved, the mother and daughter hurriedly made their way to Liangzhong village. As the sun rose higher, a smoke-blue carriage came to a slow halt near a noodle stall in Jiangling County. Shu Jinxian led Hua Rujin down from the carriage, seeking a corner with a good view to sit at the stall. After ordering 2 bowls of noodles, 2 bowls of tofu skin, and 2 bowls of bean juice, Shu Jinxian quietly gazed at his cousin. This girl had remained silent since leaving the Hua family. He wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Uncle asked me to accompany you to find my cousin from the Tao family. How did you end up at the county office? Shu Jinxian asked, puzzled. Could it be that she still wishes to maintain ties with Yi Chengwei? Which cousin does my brother think is superior, Tao or Gulangxi? Hua Rujin spoke slowly, her lips parting slightly, yet her gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the county office. Following her line of sight, Shu Jinxian remarked, both are prominent figures among Jiangling's 4 distinguished advocates. It will be hard to determine a winner in court. Indeed, Hua Rujin replied with a smile. I recall that all 4 young masters claim to have never lost a case. They would hardly compete over me, risking their reputations and causing each other to lose face, especially since the Dou family holds the advantage. Tao would not act unless he was certain of victory. Today, Gulangxi's appearance at the Hua residence undoubtedly signals his support for the Dou family. A lawyer of his caliber will command respect in the field. What do you plan to do? Shu Jinxian furrowed his brow, confused, reflecting on the debates at the Hua family. He acknowledged the numerous ambiguities but could find no compelling evidence, indicating the Dou family's meticulous scheming. Currently, our families are at an impasse. The Dou family cannot directly demand anything from us, but I cannot easily extricate myself from them either. Hua Rujin thought, we cannot simply maintain this stalemate. If we continue to linger, we will be the ones to suffer. After all, how much youth does a woman truly have? At present, it is crucial to see how our newly appointed county magistrate decides. Hua Rujin smiled faintly at Shu Jinxian. I must assist Yi Chengwei in making a decision, ensuring that he does not let personal vendettas interfere. I have had a few encounters with young Master Yi during the past 2 years in the capital, so meeting him should not be difficult. Shu Jinxuan's face showed skepticism. But as you said, if we cannot prove that Dou Yuanqian's death was due to other causes or that the will was forged, even if young Master Yi is upright, he cannot favor you. Using mere speculation to challenge the cause of death, and the will would indeed fail to convince, especially since the former magistrate already ruled on the case. Disputing it without solid evidence is a taboo in official circles, and he would not jeopardize his career for my sake. At this juncture, Hua Rujin abruptly changed the subject. However, if it affects his achievements and career, do you think he could remain indifferent? But he has just assumed office. We have no leverage over him. Shu Jinxian pondered deeply before suddenly brightening. I managed to save some silver over the past 2 years while helping your elder cousin collect herbs. When he arrives at the county office, I'll find a way to bribe him, and you can catch him in the act. Then he will naturally have to comply with your wishes. Your idea is indeed clever. Seeing the proud look on his face, Hua Rujin rolled her eyes coldly. He was not afraid of being silenced. Moreover, given that people did not yet understand Yi Chengwei, if things went awry, her life would be at stake from the very beginning. As she watched the county office grow increasingly bustling in the distance, Hua Rujin suddenly had a plan. She turned to the noodle shop owner, asking urgently, "Excuse me, do you have any paper and ink?" "Yes," the owner replied loudly, quickly fetching a writing set and presenting it to them politely. Since it was close to the county office, even the most illiterate shopkeepers were prepared with writing supplies for customers in need. Hua Rujin thanked him and spread out the paper, placing the inkstone at the corner while pondering deeply as she ground the ink. Seeing something amiss, Shu Jinxian quickly inquired, "Cousin, are you not going to write a complaint yourself?" "Exactly," Hua Rujin nodded. Shu Jinxian was taken aback. "What did you learn to write a complaint?" "I haven't," Hua Rujin replied with a wry smile, glancing up at him. "I have heard that drafting a petition in the official court is exceedingly meticulous, with an intricate format that can be quite burdensome. However, the format is of little consequence. As long as it is comprehensible, that suffices." Hua Rujin interrupted his words. Being new to this place, unfamiliar with the surroundings, it was difficult to attend to every detail in such haste. Nevertheless, with the message conveyed by the historian, Lu Xian, and the support of her cousin, meeting Yi Chengwei should not pose a challenge. Thus, the crux of this petition was not those tedious details, but rather a piercingly direct content meant to swiftly impress Yi Chengwei. After all, it would be impractical to rely on her cousin as a guide each time. Yet, the archaic classical Chinese remained her Achilles heel. Not only would a lengthy discourse burden her, but without a fixed format, it might not even warrant a thorough reading. Reflecting on some classic cases she had encountered in her past, inspiration struck her, and she immediately began to write, producing a concise petition in no time. Xu Jinxian had not yet recovered from his astonishment when he saw his cousin already returning the writing materials to the shopkeeper. "You finished writing?" he asked, his face a mask of skepticism. "Indeed," Rujin replied lightly, inadvertently lifting her gaze to see a brand new orange-red carriage parked at the county office's entrance. Then, a tall figure descended from the carriage and strode directly into the building. Could that be the newly appointed county magistrate? She hesitantly inquired, watching the figure vanish from view. Xu Jinxian glanced back, spotting the coachman organizing the carriage, and cautiously nodded. "That young gentleman is Ting In, Yi Chengwei's attendant. Since he has arrived at the county office, it is likely that young Master Yi has also come." With that, he urged, "Let us hasten our meal, so we may pay our respects to the magistrate before the official duties commence." "Very well." Rujin swiftly tucked the petition into her garments and began to devour the delicious food before her. "Cousin, do take your time," Xu Jinxian remarked, not repulsed by her ravenous eating, but rather feeling a pang of sympathy for the difficulties she faced with her maternal grandfather and uncle's family. "Yes." Rujin absent-mindedly pressed her lips together. In her previous life, the demanding work schedule had been the norm. Even after establishing her own law firm, emergencies often required her to work late, and even during meals, time was of the essence. The notion of dining gracefully, savoring each bite, was utterly foreign to her. After hastily consuming a few morsels, she fished out a silver ingot from her garments and called out to the shopkeeper, "Sir," for the bill. However, she quickly corrected herself for the settlement. Seeing the hefty ingot in her hand, the shopkeeper appeared troubled. "Miss, the total is 15 won." It was early morning, and the establishment had just opened. It seemed unreasonable for a young lady to present such a large ingot. "Allow me," Xu Jinxian interjected, promptly retrieving a smaller ingot of silver from his pouch to hand to the shopkeeper. "No need for change." He then turned to her with a warm smile. "Since when have you become so formal with your cousin?" Yet internally, he felt a twinge of discomfort. She had grown increasingly estranged from him. Rujin noticed the unease on his face and, recalling their childhood bond, began to realize her transformation had perhaps been too drastic. As she stored the silver, she guided him toward the county office's entrance. "Not at all. I merely feel that I ought to reward you for accompanying me through this ordeal." Upon hearing this, Xu Jinxuan's heart warmed considerably, and his smile returned. "Your safe emergence from the Dou family is the greatest reward I could ask for." Mentioning the Dou family conjured images of that gloomy, oppressive mansion in Rujin's mind, as if malevolent spirits were dragging her toward a dark abyss, sending shivers down her spine. By this time, Xu Jinxian had reached the front hall, requesting the attendant to announce their arrival. Chapter 013. A deviant path in the inner hall of the Jiangling County office. Yi Chengwei had just settled into his chair, casually organizing the documents on his desk, when Ting entered with a melancholic expression. "What troubles you? Has someone cast a disapproving glance your way?" Yi Chengwei paused, slowly lifting his gaze to the young attendant. "Not exactly." Ting stepped forward, speaking softly. "Young master, the second son of the Xu family wishes to see you." "Xu Jinxian?" Yi Chengwei hesitated momentarily before rising with delight. "Then do hurry and invite him in. However, young Master Xu has brought along a young lady from the Hua family." Ting carefully assessed the situation. Hearing this, Yi Chengwei's brows furrowed slightly, a chill creeping into his gaze as he recalled the morning's events. He shook out his jade-colored robe, his fair complexion darkening. "Please, let them enter." Truly shameless, he thought, a lingering specter. He then lazily returned to his seat. Rujin and Xu Jinxian were escorted into the inner hall by Ting, with ample time before the official duties commenced. The sparsely populated corridor rendered the vast county office eerily desolate. Upon entering the inner hall, they beheld a figure slumped lazily against the desk, eliciting a gasp from Rujin, who then revealed a look of disdain. "I did not expect the top scholar to conduct himself in such a manner." He was even more unkempt than she, which explained why such a distinguished scholar had failed to gain admission to the Hamlin Academy. Upon closer inspection, he possessed a handsome visage, which was indeed a pity. To behave thus right after his appointment suggested he might become yet another lackluster official. The Hua family's decision to withdraw from the engagement had not been unfounded. How many respectable individuals lingered in the brothels? Moreover, according to the statutes of various dynasties, a county magistrate should not be an ordinary minor official. Even if Yi Chengwei, a newly minted top scholar, did not enter the Hamlin Academy, his assignment should have been to another county rather than returning to his ancestral home in Jiangling. Such a situation could only imply the influence of those above or the folly of the emperor. It seemed she had indeed come to the wrong place. Hua Rujin inwardly lamented her misfortune, just as Shu Jinxian respectfully and cordially called out, Brother Chengwei. Ting In, observing his master's immobility, was equally perplexed. He left in high spirits, yet now appears as if afflicted by a plague. This was truly unbecoming, tarnishing the image of a scholar. After several attempts to rouse him, Yi Chengwei finally stirred, rising slowly, feigning drowsiness as he regarded the two newcomers with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Ah, it is young Master Shu. Casting a frigid glance at Hua Rujin, he then instructed Ting In, offer them a seat. Aye. Shu Jinxian was about to articulate their purpose when Hua Rujin swiftly interjected, bowing respectfully. I am Hua Rujin, here to pay my respects to the magistrate. Though filled with disdain for the man, she recognized his elevated status, capable of wielding life and death over the county's populace. The adage that common folk should not contend with officials rang true. She could not afford to offend him and must feign reverence. Observing her obsequious demeanor, Ye Chengui immediately sensed had ulterior motives. Following her from her home to the county office, now invoking young Master Shu as a shield, he had never encountered someone so brazen. His heart filled with suspicion. With a deepening frown, Yi Chengwei adopted a deliberately frosty demeanor. Might I inquire what brings the young lady from the Hua family to our county? Thinking of the mirror he had gifted her, irritation surged within him. Could it be that the daughter of the Hua family is so dim-witted as to not comprehend my intentions? Must I spell it out for her? The Hua family had betrayed him first, yet now they were entangled in a relentless pursuit. She was indeed treading a path less traveled. He had toiled diligently for over a decade, relying on steady progress, and had no taste for the unorthodox approaches that the Hua lady appeared to advocate. The daughter of the Hua family, being of scholarly lineage, should understand the importance of discretion and careful consideration, Yi Chengwei sternly admonished. An unorthodox path? Hua Rujin felt a shiver run down her spine. Had he already sensed that he was being deliberately ensnared by Dou Yuansheng, escalating matters unnecessarily? Since he was already aware of her intentions, there was no need for further circumlocution. Hua Rujin, composed and serene, reported solemnly, this matter pertains not only to a humble girl, but also to your esteemed future. I implore you to reconsider. Pertains to my future? Yi Chengwei's face gradually flushed with indignation. Do you mean to say that if I do not marry a daughter of the Hua family, my future will be jeopardized? Such arrogance. In that moment, he recalled Shu Yuqing, the eldest son of the Shu family, who had just entered the Imperial Medical Bureau this year. Though not a high-ranking official, he had at least gained entry to the palace. Did she truly expect to leverage this newly appointed court physician to slander him before the emperor? Realizing this, Yi Chengwei's fury erupted. Miss Hua, you are overstepping. Do you intend to come to the capital and create a scene if matters do not align with your desires? Not quite so severe, Hua Rujin replied, bewildered by his vehement reaction. I fear that Gu Longxi has perhaps spoken to you before me. One cannot rely solely on one side of the story. I must strive to steer you back on course. There are too many hidden concerns in this matter. As a local magistrate, you should be perceptive and far-sighted, not sacrificing long-term benefits for fleeting gains. Should disaster strike, it will be you who suffers the consequences. What? Hidden concerns? Yi Chengwei's confusion deepened as he scoffed. Is there truly a concern in not marrying a daughter of the Hua family? What kind of logic is that? Indeed, Hua Rujin explained slowly and deliberately, the Dou family is not composed of virtuous individuals. If you merely seek to avoid offending the former magistrate by preserving the integrity of this county, it would be a grave error. My involvement with the Dou family's second son was out of necessity, and I hope you can discern the truth. Wait a moment. Yi Chengwei suddenly realized that they appeared to be discussing different matters. You came here regarding the Doe family? Hua Rujin paused slightly, confusion etched on her face. Otherwise, what do you believe? Is that all? That is all. Seizing the moment, Hua Rujin promptly presented a written petition. Shu Jinxian, having listened to their incongruous banter for some time, recognized that Yi Chengwei, newly appointed, was likely unaware of the relationship between his cousin and the Doe family. He had been sent back to his paternal ancestral home for his studies at a young age, and even his own engagement was only vaguely understood. How could he concern himself with such trivial matters? Fearing that his cousin's unorthodox petition might further incite Yi Chengwei's ire, Shu Jinxian hastily explained. 3 years ago, the Doe family. But before he could finish, Yi Chengwei glanced at the petition and nodded approvingly. Approved. Grant permission to remarry. Immediately, Shu Jinxian stared dumbfounded at Yi Chengwei and Hua Rujin. Are you serious? Rest assured, young Master Shu. I will send someone to deliver the official remarrying license to the Hua family later today, and the Doe family will also receive their decree. As the appointed hour approached, Yi Chengwei wasted no time feigning reluctance, stating plainly, I have many official duties to attend to. I will visit your esteemed residence when time permits. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Brother Chengwei, Shu Jinxian replied, his heart finally at ease. Hua Rujin felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that he would be so discerning, his vision not so short-sighted. Recalling their earlier contention, she feared he might harbor resentment, and thus insincerely complimented, Your wisdom and decisiveness are commendable, my lord. It is my duty. Miss Wan need not be so courteous. Yi Chengwei, weary of such flattery, offered her a faint smile before adopting a serious tone. Let us hope we shall not meet again. I beg your forgiveness for not seeing you off. Oh, who would willingly visit the magistrate's office to be belittled by a former official? Observing his evident impatience, Hua Rujin performed a respectful bow and exited the government office without a backward glance. Those who choose not to engage with you need not be pursued. A four-legged frog is indeed hard to find, yet two-legged men are plentiful. The Hua family values this newly minted scholar. I shall not grovel for his favor. Chapter 014. Understanding suffices watching Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian apart. Yi Chengwei pondered the scant words of the petition in his hand and hesitantly inquired of Tingen. How many daughters does the Hua family have? Quite a few, Tingen began, but Yi Chengwei interrupted, uncertain. The Hua family. 6 branches? He vaguely recalled having met the daughter of the 6th branch at the county office many years ago, though his memory had grown hazy over time. Oh, it seems there were 2 daughters and 1 son. Tingen was uncertain as well, noting that the old matriarch seldom mentioned the Hua family in her letters. Which one was betrothed to me? I fear it was this one. I also recall she belonged to the 6th branch. I heard from the old matriarch that the 6th branch had even formed a union with the Doe family. Tingen replied earnestly. However, the other 2 offspring of the 6th master are said to have been born only in the past 2 years, mere infants. When a master and the Hua family made the engagement, the 2nd daughter had not yet been born. Yi Chengwei suddenly understood. So today's visit to the family. It seems I mistakenly accused her. This woman did not come for a marriage arrangement. Yet, she was remarkably composed, never mentioning the matter of the mirror. Tingen shook his head in confusion, clearly unable to discern what kind of beings he had encountered earlier. In contrast, he found this young lady from the Hua family far more agreeable than the mother and daughter duo he had previously met. Gazing at the brief 2-line petition in his hand, Tingen was incredulous. Young master, is this truly a petition? It lacks proper format. The structure is... The format is not crucial. It suffices that it is comprehensible. Yi Chengwei responded with a calm smile. Although he was newly appointed, he had heard many commendable tales in the capital. Numerous litigants had managed to resolve significant cases with merely a few succinct words. He had not anticipated that the daughter of the Hua family could be so astute, her concise 20 words capturing the crux of the matter, far surpassing the verbosity of those verbose litigants he had encountered. Yet Tingen was concerned. Young master, I have heard some rumors about the Doe family around town these past few days. That Mr. Doe is renowned in our county as a great benefactor, highly regarded by County Magistrate Liu. Just 2 days ago, Magistrate Liu came to congratulate you and specifically mention the Doe family. Is it not unwise to put Magistrate Liu in a difficult position? To act without cause would require a substantial sum of money, should he render a fair judgment. There would be no need for such a course of action. It was evident that he had been meddling in this case. Yi Chengwei reflected on his recent encounter with Lu Cheng, The county was burdened with numerous unresolved cases, yet he had only mentioned the Doe family's engagement, indicating he harbored ulterior motives. "Young master, I too find this suspicious," Tingen remarked. "This morning, when I came to the county office to retrieve the carriage, I saw Director Liu and his men heading out, claiming that the second son of Mr. Doe intended to harm his siblings and was grievously injured. This Mr. Doe is known for his kindness, yet he cannot even manage his own son. If the second son possesses such character, one can only imagine the father's nature. If he were truly benevolent, he would show mercy rather than confine a young girl just past her coming-of-age ceremony to a life of solitude. And I have heard that there are even threats of forced suicide. Initially, it was believed that the Hua family's withdrawal from the engagement was due to a more advantageous match. Yet it turned out she was to be wed to the Doe family, which was truly perplexing. As Yi Chengwei listened to Tingen's rambling, his gaze remained fixated on the petition. A concubine marries at 13, a widow at last. The stepfather is cruel, and the uncle is wicked, caught between loyalty and betrayal. She seeks to return home with her honor intact. Each word struck like iron, piercing through to the heart of the matter. How could such a family allow a young girl to maintain her virtue, to forcibly detain her likely harbored ill intentions? Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed County Assistant Tang Howren and Director Lu Xun entering hastily, the bustling footsteps interrupting his contemplation. The official is indeed diligent. It is said that he entered the county office before dawn, leaving the subordinates in a state of embarrassment. The county magistrate, Tang Howren, cast a covert glance at the petition in his hand, smilingly offering his compliments. Yi Chengwei leisurely raised his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at the speaking magistrate, his gentle eyes growing profound. The county office is burdened with innumerable old cases, with dozens of missing persons alone. As a son and a local official, how can we find peace if we do not recover these lost children soon? The official, with remarkable decisiveness, had gleaned much information about the whereabouts of the missing individuals from the suspects in just a few days. It would not be long before they were reunited with their families. Tang Howren maintained a fawning smile, cautiously replying, "However, there are still over a dozen cases of missing young women with no leads, are there not?" Yi Chengwei's expression turned serious as he casually picked up a case file from the table, his countenance growing even colder. "And what of this old case concerning a wealthy merchant from a neighboring county who vanished here? It is said that the victim's family has sought justice for years in vain. It truly tugs at the heartstrings." Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows. It was unclear whether he was subtly criticizing the previous magistrate's ineptitude or admonishing the others. As silence enveloped the hall, the atmosphere turned somber. Yi Chengwei quickly altered his demeanor, smiling amiably. "Dojubu has arrived at an opportune moment. As it happens, you are related to the esteemed Doyu in our county. I shall trouble you to personally deliver the marriage license for the daughter of the Hua family to the respective parties." This left several individuals visibly troubled. Tang Howren hastily reminded, "My lord, this matter has already been decided by County Magistrate Liu. If you were to rashly alter the ruling, would that not put Magistrate Liu in a difficult position?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, the woman from the Hua family was formally married into the Doe family. Hence, this is a family matter, and the government should not intervene. If it is a legitimate marriage, how can it be grounds for a wife to be compelled to become a living sacrifice?" Yi Chengwei's face began to show irritation. If we set this precedent, how many more women throughout the county might be forced to meet a tragic fate? His words rendered others speechless. Furthermore, even virtuous women should choose willingly. There is no justification for coercion by their husbands. He held such behavior in contempt. The Doe family's young mistress had honored her late husband's mourning period. Yet at such a young age, and without children, the decision to stay or leave should rest solely with her. Why should the Doe family detain her based on a marriage document? Should scandalous affairs arise, would it be the magistrate's hat that would be at stake? Or would the county bear the brunt of the punishment? It was well known that County Magistrate Tang Howren had a close relationship with Liu Cheng, who was not known for his integrity and had risen through the ranks by sycophancy and bribes. Tang would certainly protect him. Yi Chengwei's brow furrowed with anger as he threw the petition back at Tang's face. Tang Howren stared blankly at the conspicuous 20-word petition, his heart sinking. It was common knowledge that the Doe family's young master was involved in scandal. If he were to show favoritism, any ensuing calamity would fall squarely on his shoulders. With a strained smile, He picked up the petition and respectfully returned it to the table, fawningly replying, "Your Excellency is correct. I shall personally visit the Dou residence to advise Dou Yuanwei to comply with orders. After all, there is no such thing as ghosts or deities. It seems someone is merely fabricating tales to frighten people." He then signaled to Dou Yiheng and L. Shuyuan, leading the clerks out. Yi Chengwei, listening to his latter remarks, sensed a veiled implication. However, such superstitions held no weight in his eyes. He cast a faint gaze towards Ting and, inquiring, "Have you managed to procure the books I requested?" Ting frowned. "I've visited several bookstores, but many of the titles on your list are unavailable." Yi Chengwei pondered briefly. "I have heard that the bookstore in the southern part of the city, Ningyuan, has the most comprehensive collection. After I finish my official duties later, I shall go there myself." Upon exiting the county office in Jiangling, with the sun rising in the east, although the weather was growing increasingly warm, Rujin felt a refreshing sense of freedom, at last liberation. She had never experienced such exhilaration, even though she was currently impoverished and her future seemed bleak. Even as a young widow, she remained hopeful about life. For the first time, she deeply felt that nothing surpassed the joy of being alive. Reflecting on her hurried visit to the county office, she regretted missing the culinary delights of Jiangling City and feared her cultured cousin had not enjoyed his meal either. She cheerfully turned to Shu Jinxian. "Cousin, what would you like to eat? Today, I shall treat you." Pinching her meager 5 taels of silver, she quickly added, "Just nothing too extravagant. Today, I certainly cannot let you treat me." Shu Jinxian replied, surprised by the sudden turn of events, reluctant to let her spend too much. He pointed to the previous noodle stall. "I thought the bean curd we had earlier was quite good. Why don't we have another bowl?" Rujin paused slightly, all right. Although she wished for him to save money, she had not intended for him to go to such lengths. After all, he was a wealthy young master, and it felt unjust to drag him along to eat street food. However, given her current circumstances, there was no need to keep up appearances. Glancing around, she inadvertently noticed a bookstore nearby had opened its doors. She gestured to Shu Jinxian, "Cousin, you go on to the noodle stall. I will stop by the bookstore to buy some ink and paper." After leaving the Dou family, figuring out how to sustain herself was of utmost importance. Having been a lawyer for so many years, her first thought was still of her original profession. Although Hua Junian had proposed a separation, the Hua family's assets were quite limited. If memory served, the Hua family had once owned over 10 acres of land in the village. But to protect the original family's interests, her uncle had given away nearly all the land to the family of the woman who had an affair with him, leaving only a mere 2 acres behind. Hu Nanshi and Meng Yutang were both unwilling to toil. One relied on the county's pension, while the other lived off her husband's salary and her family's goodwill, leaving the fields fallow for years without cultivation. Currently, the only prospects were the old residents of the Hua family and her grandfather's annual pension. However, living in the village posed many inconveniences for handling legal cases. And since Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei were often traveling for business, she began to entertain the idea of renting a small courtyard in the city. This would not only be convenient for her, but also provide an opportunity to help Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei find stable work in the city. She could not simply remain in the village waiting for death and endure other scorn. Resolute in her decision, she first spent a tael of silver at the bookstore to buy the cheapest ink and paper, then specifically exchanged some coins before returning to the noodle stall. By now, the stall was much livelier than before, with many people gathered around Shu Jinxian conversing. It seems the young lady of the Hua family truly used her own abilities to persuade the new county magistrate to issue a marriage license with just a 20-word petition. Absolutely true. Shu Jinxuan's face was filled with admiration. My cousin said not a word, yet the magistrate immediately expressed his approval upon glancing at the petition she submitted. The crowd listened, their expressions filled with skepticism, though they dared not speak openly. They began to whisper among themselves. "I have heard that the new county magistrate was previously engaged to the young lady of the Hua family. Perhaps he is showing her favoritism? I have also heard that the Hua family initially rejected the marriage proposal from the Yi family. If that is the case, the magistrate should be protecting the Dou family, not the Hua family. This seems illogical. Who knows? I have heard the young lady of the Hua family is quite promiscuous and frivolous. Perhaps she has been secretly involved with the magistrate all along. I suspect the magistrate has fallen under her spell." As Flower Rujin approached, the crowd immediately ceased their hushed conversations and gravitated towards her, in unison inquiring, "Miss Hua, Is it true that Master Shu has announced the magistrate's decision regarding your engagement to the Dou family? Observing the eager faces around her, she merely nodded slowly before taking a seat beside Shu Jinxian. Indeed, Miss Hua was a remarkable woman, unmatched by her male counterparts. The crowd wore smiles, but their hearts were heavy with regret. Had they known the resolution would come so easily, they should have taken on the case yesterday. Not only could they have earned some silver, but they could have also triumphed over Gu Longxi, gaining renown in the process. You flatter me, Flower Rujin replied casually, when suddenly a shout from a nearby breakfast stall interrupted. Come quickly, come quickly. Someone is here to lodge a complaint at the county office. Following the direction of the voice, she noticed the people surrounding her disperse in a rush, all racing towards the county office. Alas, if I were to rely on such means to secure work, my petite frame would surely be crushed amidst a throng of burly men. While setting aside her writing materials, she pondered on how to seize the opportunity. Earlier, she had heard the shopkeeper mention he was from Yangzhou, where he made exquisite soup-filled buns. You must try one, Shu Jinxian urged, placing a steaming bun before her. Noticing her distraction, he questioned, Cousin, do you truly believe that young Master Yi changed his verdict solely based on your written complaint? Flower Rujin brought the fragrant bun to her nose, inhaling its aroma. There is always a crucial entry point in every matter. As I previously mentioned, if we cling to the will and the cause of Dou Sanlang's death, we may unwittingly play into Gu Longxi's hands. However, if we shift our perspective, a different outcome emerges. Dou Yuanwei seeks to uphold a righteous reputation. Yet I shall not let him have his way. Dou Erlang's past misdeeds are evident. Young Master Yi is not one to pursue hollow fame. He would not disregard a potential case of adultery or even homicide merely to erect a monument of chastity for the county. Ah, I see, Shu Jinxian exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. It is perplexing. Dou Yuanwei could have preserved his son's life while also earning a noble reputation. Now he has lost both, and it seems Dou Erlang's imprisonment will inevitably lead to his exile. This was a conundrum that had occupied Flower Rujin's thoughts as well. Why was that old fool so intent on sacrificing himself for his son? Observing her cousin's equally perplexed expression, she decided to set aside such troubling thoughts. With the magistrate's ruling in place, he could no longer exert control over her. Let us eat. I wish to visit the bookstore later to procure some legal texts. Once I acquire the books, I can return home and relieve my parents' worries. Why the sudden interest in legal texts? Shu Jinxian asked, puzzled. Flower Rujin smiled gently as she gazed at the bustling county office in the distance. Although she had received formal education, her knowledge of the laws of this dynasty was scant, given the many discrepancies. Take, for instance, the design against Dou Yuanchang last night. She felt uncertain, relying solely on the universally accepted principle of justifiable defense. If she were to adhere to the laws of certain dynasties that severely penalized adultery, given Dou Yuanchang's earlier actions towards the original owner, it would not be unreasonable to take his life in retaliation. Moreover, she needed to thoroughly study how to properly draft a legal complaint, as this was the first essential step. Chapter 16. The old residents, noticing Flower Rujin lost in thought while staring at the ruckus of the county office, Shu Jinxian discerned her intentions and asked with concern, Cousin, do you wish to become a litigator? Flower Rujin merely smiled without replying. This was hardly an admirable profession. Observing the commotion at the county office, Shu Jinxian slowly furrowed his brow. Not only is it a thankless job, but it also yields little profit. Besides, you are a lady. How could you withstand the turmoil? Not everyone can attain a position among the 4 renowned speakers of Jiangling. The fates of those down-and-out scholars are the norm. Furthermore, the women who dare to tread this path are either overly proud and fallen from grace or fearless widows. The rest are the debauched offspring of powerful families, meddling in affairs for amusement. After a moment's contemplation, he earnestly suggested, You often accompanied me and my brother in sorting herbs during your time at our family school. I remember you could write some simple prescriptions, and even my brother praised your innate talent in medicine. Why not begin by assisting in our family pharmacy, performing simple tasks? When the time is right, I can open a branch in the city for you to manage. This way, you can avoid the displeasure of returning to your maternal grandmother's home. I appreciate your kind intentions, cousin, Flower Rujin replied coolly. His sincere tone made it difficult to refuse. If the previous owner were still around, she would surely be moved by such an arrangement. Regarding the practice of medicine, though a lawyer need not master every aspect, A broad knowledge base is beneficial. She had indeed dabbled in the subject early on, being trained in forensic medicine, and with the original owner's accumulated experience. Diligent study might yield fruitful results. Yet, everyone has their aspirations. Even if she could not lie idle, she should at least immerse herself in her field of passion. Although Xu Jinxian sensed some shifts in her demeanor, he could not discern the cause, likely due to the hardships she endured at the Dou family over the past few years. He believed her reluctance to work at their medical institution was tied to her grandmother's prior remarks, so he ceased to press the matter. Changing the subject, his expression brightened with a smile. Then I shall accompany you to buy books. In the future, I will assist you in expanding your influence in Jiangling. We shall ensure that those renowned speakers are thoroughly vanquished. Hearing this, Flower Rujin couldn't help but chuckle. Cousin, with such ambition, you ought to become a general, leading armies to reclaim lost territories, rather than remaining in Jiangling as a physician. Xu Jinxian, not contemplating the complexity of her words, chuckled awkwardly, his charming almond eyes nearly squinting with joy. He added 2 more buns to her bowl and, mimicking her earlier tone, urged, "Eat quickly. Once you finish, we shall head to the bookstore." The scholars of Jiangling favor the Ningyuan bookstore in the south of the city. I imagine it will have the most comprehensive selection of books, including historical texts and novels. It seems Xu Jinxian had not been remiss in reading novels. Not exactly, just occasionally. Then let us proceed to the Ningyuan bookstore. Having decided on their destination and filled their bellies, Flower Rujin handed over 20 coins to the shopkeeper before boarding the carriage of the Xu family. The coachman, attentive to his master's recent meal, drove at a leisurely pace. After traveling a short distance southward, Flower Rujin suddenly spotted a middle-aged man of exquisite attire standing before a quaint little courtyard, anxiously scanning the surroundings. He occasionally stopped passers-by to inquire, but when ignored, he returned to his original position, looking dejected. Noticing the unusual expression on her face, Xu Jinxian immediately sensed something amiss, and, as the carriage approached the middle-aged man, he suddenly ordered the driver to halt. "What is it, cousin? Do you recognize that man outside?" Xu Jinxian asked, hesitating. Flower Rujin slowly shook her head, and then the middle-aged man approached them with enthusiasm, asking, "Are you 2 young masters and miss interested in renting a residence?" "Renting a residence?" Flower Rujin pondered for a moment before realizing. "Are you offering this courtyard for rent?" Indeed, a middle-aged man appeared somewhat anxious. This location is situated in the splendid and prosperous Jiangling city, with an exceptional plot of land. However, my wife is about to give birth, and I must hasten back to the old residence. Unfortunately, the previous tenant has changed their mind unexpectedly, leaving me to seek new tenants on short notice. If I leave the place vacant and unattended, it could deteriorate. How much silver is it? I had only just considered moving to the city when the opportunity to rent arose, and Hua Rujin showed great interest upon her arrival. Seeing her earnest expression, the middle-aged man cautiously extended his hand, indicating it is 2 taels of silver per month. If the young lady can pay for an entire year in advance, I will only require 20 taels. 2 taels of silver per month? Xu Jinxian felt a sudden alertness. The house in the southern part of the city is among the most prosperous in Jiangling. Why are you renting it out at such a low price? Are you attempting to deceive us? How could I dare? The middle-aged man immediately produced his household registration and property deed, presenting them to the carriage. "I assure you, I am entirely honest. This house is one I acquired years ago, and the government has records. You can see for yourselves, my situation is urgent, or I would not be renting it out at such a low price." Though the price was indeed low, paying 20 taels in one go was no trivial matter. Hua Rujin hesitated, returning the property deed to the middle-aged man. "Perhaps we should take a look first." Xu Jinxian smiled. "Fortunately, it is still early. We can view the house and then visit the Ningyuan bookstore, as I'm also looking for a place to store medicinal materials." Upon hearing this, Hua Rujin had no choice but to dismount from the carriage. As they entered the courtyard, a refreshing breeze greeted them, causing Hua Rujin to shiver slightly. "I have dug several deep wells in this courtyard, young master and young lady. If you move in, you will be warm in winter and cool in summer," the middle-aged man said with a smile, pointing out the features of the courtyard. Hua Rujin wandered about casually, and although it could not compare to the luxurious mansions, the furnishings and scenery were quite unique, making it a charming little courtyard that surely was worth more than 2 taels of silver. "This house is not haunted, is it?" Xu Jinxian inquired again, expressing his doubts. "Oh dear, young master, how could you say such a thing? That is a grave injustice." The middle-aged man retorted without a hint of embarrassment. "You can inquire at the government. This house is quite clean, and no murders have ever occurred here. It has been less than 10 years since it was built, and I have lived alone all this time. How could it be a haunted house?" Rujin scrutinized the surroundings, observing the materials and paint of the building, confirming that it was indeed a newly constructed property. His willingness to suggest inquiring at the government indicated there had been no homicides here. Thus, it could not be a haunted house. It seemed he had other reasons for renting it out so cheaply and urgently. Although Xu Jinxian was unfamiliar with this particular house, he knew the southern part of the city well enough. After carefully inspecting the structure again, he turned to Rujin and asked, "Cousin, what do you think?" "It's merely a storage space for medicinal materials. It's not a significant matter," Rujin thought to herself. If she had ample funds, she would have seized such a favorable property immediately. Just as she finished her thought, Xu Jinxian took out several ingots of silver and handed them to the middle-aged man. "I will take this house. Please draft a rental agreement." "Very well, very well." The middle-aged man beamed, leading them to the parlor to promptly write up the contract. After both parties signed, he handed over the keys to Xu Jinxian. Although Rujin felt a bit anxious about his swift actions, she reassured herself, considering the Xu family's status in Jiangling. This man likely wouldn't dare to engage in any deceitful behavior, unless he wished to forfeit his standing in the city. After completing the transaction, the three exited amicably. However, as they reached the courtyard entrance, an elderly man, disheveled and in tattered clothing, approached and blocked their path. In front of Rujin and Xu Jinxian, the old man glared at the middle-aged man with disdain. "Du Laoda, are you attempting to swindle people out of their silver again?" Rujin felt a chill run down her spine. "Could I have misjudged?" The middle-aged man immediately became agitated. "You wretched old man, I have no grievance with you. Why do you persist in sabotaging my affairs?" Seeing Xu Jinxian and Rujin's expressions darken, he flusteredly clarified, "Esteemed young masters and young lady, I assure you I have spoken nothing but the truth and have not deceived you." Noticing their continued silence, he gritted his teeth and confessed, "This old rascal has been spreading rumors, claiming my house is unclean. Yet I assure you, there is nothing amiss here. I even invited Taoists from the Huaqing temple to exorcise any evil. They spent several days here and found nothing unusual." As he finished, he hurriedly ran off. "Please wait. I will fetch the neighbors to testify." Watching Du Laoda knock on doors in earnest, he seemed quite the honest man. Rujin soon realized the old man was deliberately making things difficult for him. Observing his ragged attire, she surmised he was likely a beggar. Most likely, Du Laoda had not given him any alms, and this man was resentfully seeking revenge. Such situations were hardly unusual. With that thought, she cast a disdainful glance at the old man. "What, does a young lady look down on me?" The old man arrogantly assessed Rujin, to which she merely nodded slightly. "You may see me dressed like a beggar, but I never accept handouts. I only wish to inform you to avoid being deceived." Before he could finish speaking, Xu Jinxian tossed a tael of silver at his feet. The old man quickly scooped up the coin and ran off, shouting, "Thank you, young master, thank you." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. This, Rujin sighed with annoyance. What happened to integrity? Truly, once one enters the realm of beggars, integrity is lost. Xu Jinxian, having discerned the old man's intentions, shook his head with a cold smile. In business, avoiding conflict with officials is paramount. Moreover, one must not offend beggars or rascals. Rujin nodded in agreement. That is indeed sensible. When Du Laoda returned with a few neighbors, the old beggar was nowhere to be seen, and Du Laoda looked quite distressed. One neighbor recognized Xu Jinxian and quickly explained, "Ah, it is the second young master Xu. This house truly belongs to Brother Du. We can all attest to that. That old beggar has been a nuisance, and we do not know how Brother Du offended him, but for years he has been harassing him, spreading rumors of ghosts in the house, which has frightened off potential tenants. Brother Du urgently needs to return to care for his wife, and thus had no choice but to lower the rent." "Ah, I see." Rujin cast a meaningful glance at Du Laoda. Although he had not spoken entirely truthfully, his predicament was understandable. Xu Jinxian had no intention of disturbing the neighbors. It was merely a matter of 20 taels of silver. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the honest and straightforward Du Laoda, he quickly cupped his hands in apology. I apologize for any offense earlier. Rest assured. Since I have rented this house, I will not back out. You may return to care for your wife. Thank you, young master. Du Laodao expressed profound gratitude and thanked the neighbors before hurriedly departing towards the eastern part of the city. Once the area was quiet again, Shu Jinxian led Hua Rujin back into the courtyard, pointing to the 2 utility rooms near the entrance. I will organize those 2 rooms for storing medicinal materials. Subsequently, facing the main courtyard behind her, she propped her chin on her hand, feigning difficulty. There's no one to watch over my affairs. Perhaps my cousin could return and plead with my uncle and aunt to come to the city to assist me. After all, there's still so many empty rooms. It would be convenient to bring in Yuan and Mu Yang for better care. Casting a glance at the 2 small rooms in the corner, which were meant for miscellaneous servants, Hua Rujin found herself both amused and exasperated. It was clear that he was not seeking a storage space for medicinal herbs, but was instead arranging accommodations for the Liu family. Well, Hua Rujin replied with a light smile, I shall cover the expenses. Those 2 rooms will be a gift from my cousin, considered his interest. Shu Jinxian's bright eyes dimmed momentarily, but he nodded in agreement, saying, as you wish. He then handed her the keys and the contract, gesturing, please keep these safe. It's getting late. Let us lock up and head to Ningyuan bookstore. Hua Rujin responded lightly, taking the keys. As she was about to lock the door, a familiar voice called from behind. I wondered why it was so lively here. It turns out to be young Master Shu and the young lady of the Dou family. Turning around, Hua Rujin saw the former county magistrate, Lu Cheng, and the county clerk, Dou Yiheng, approaching with 2 constables. Noticing Lu Cheng's cheerful demeanor, she returned his smile, deliberately reminding him, I am no longer the young lady of the Dou family. Despite her deep-seated animosity towards him, she understood that a mature individual must learn to feign civility. Indeed, I have come for that very reason, Lu Cheng replied leisurely, stroking his goat beard while casting a discreet glance at the clerk. Dou Yiheng promptly handed over a rolled document, saying, this is the remarriage license signed by County Magistrate Yi. Please accept it, Miss Hua. A remarriage license? Hua Rujin felt a surge of joy. Though the term struck her as peculiar and somewhat difficult to accept, upon examining it closely, she confirmed it bore the official seal of Yi Chengwei, granting permission for remarriage. Narrowing her phoenix eyes slightly, she looked up and smiled. I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. The magistrate truly acts with great efficiency. The magistrate has given specific instructions. I dare not be negligent. Dou Yiheng replied with a smile, bowing slightly. I congratulate you, Miss Hua, on achieving your wish. Thank you. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Cheng moved closer, glancing at Shu Jinxian while lowering his voice. Miss Hua, may I have a word with you in private? Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Hua Rujin furrowed her brows. The new county magistrate had already taken office. Logically, he should have hurried to the capital. Why was he lingering here? After much contemplation, she feared it was still related to the Dou family's matters. She was curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. My cousin will wait here, Hua Rujin whispered to Shu Jinxian, gesturing for Lu Cheng to follow her back into the courtyard. They sat at the stone table in the center. Chapter 018. Learn more. Lu Cheng surveyed the empty courtyard and, without preamble, asked, why does the young lady of the Hua family seem so troubled? The Dou family is of a fine lineage. Even though the 3rd son has passed, you still remain the lady of the house. After the passing of Mr. Dou, you would surely inherit a share of the family estate. Pausing, he realized his words might not be appropriate, and quickly added, of course, the actions of that 2nd son of the Dou family were indeed excessive and unexpected. Fortunately, Mr. Dou is a man of reason. Now that he has dealt with the 2nd son, you should return to the Dou family and inherit their estate, thus not wasting the years you've spent. Indeed, Lu Darren is truly compassionate towards the people, Hua Rujin replied with a faint smile, fully aware of his intentions. She had heard that this former magistrate had been lethargic and ineffective, remaining in Jiangling City for 13 years with mediocre achievements, yet he had amassed a fortune. His promotion to the capital was merely a result of sending silver to superiors and earning a few minor merits for others. Recognizing that her words did not seem genuine, Lu Cheng hastily produced a silver note from his pocket and placed it before her. As a local official, one should seek the welfare of the people, especially considering your grandfather's kindness to this county. This is 1,000 taels of private savings I have accumulated over the years. I have heard that your parents have been wandering without a home. In light of your late uncle's situation, I regret not having arranged better accommodations for you. As he spoke, he surveyed the courtyard while lightly tapping the silver note. This house seems quite nice. Perhaps you should purchase it, providing a stable place for your parents. And once you take over the Doe estate, life will be much smoother for your family. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lou Darren, Rujin replied, pushing the silver note back towards him. But I fear you are unaware. My father does not wish for me to uphold my husband as chastity, but rather to sacrifice myself for him. At her words, Liu Cheng feigned surprise and quickly waved his hand. Impossible. Mr. Doe merely spoke in a moment of anger. I advise you, if you truly leave the Doe family, life as a young widow will not be easy. I have watched you grow up, and this is all I can do for you. Hua Rujin found his naivety amusing, unsure if he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Mr. Doe would rather forsake his son than let him live, clearly indicating that he sought her life above all. Since Liu Cheng was so earnest, she felt compelled to acknowledge his goodwill. Holding up the remarriage license, she smiled lightly. If you can persuade my father to let go of past grievances, I would be willing to return to the Doe family. Liu Cheng's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he pocketed the silver note and slowly rose, saying, very well. A flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes before he turned and left. Hua Rujin narrowed her phoenix eyes, watching him depart, before carelessly stowing the remarriage license and preparing to lock the door. Yet, as she looked up, she sensed a pair of eyes watching her from a distant window. Rubbing her temples, she focused again, only to find it empty. What is wrong? Shu Jinxian asked, puzzled by her sudden distraction. Nothing, Hua Rujin replied with a gentle smile. Let us head to Ningyuan bookstore. All right. By noon, Meng Yutong and her daughter, Hua Xiu, preoccupied with the troubling affairs at home, hurried to the Hua family's old residence without returning to the Meng family to return the carriage. Upon seeing her distressed son, Hua Chang'an, and learning that the sixth son intended to partition the family, Meng Yutong felt a tightness in her chest. The news that Mr. Doe had resolutely chosen familial bonds over his son's life, insisting on burying his niece with him, and had enlisted one of Jiangling's 4 famous lawyers, Gu Longxi, to handle the case, made her burst into laughter. Quickly, go summon the clan leader and elders of the Hua family to witness the partitioning of the family property, she urged her son. But grandmother Hua Cheng hesitated. Don't worry about your grandmother. Hurry, Meng Yutong insisted. Having spent so many years in the Hua family, she had long deciphered the old woman's thoughts. Her mother-in-law favored her own family, but did not want to see the sixth son split off, likely due to his obedience and the silver he brought home each year. In the past, she would have been willing to share a life with him, as it would have allowed her to assist the sixth branch with the money he earned. However, times had changed. That reckless girl, Hua Rujin, had escalated matters with the Doe family to such a degree, and with the Yi family's attitude towards the Hua family, they were bound to join forces with the Doe family against her niece. The second branch could not accompany the sixth branch into the fire. Resolute in her decision, she pushed her son out the door, glanced at the box on the tea table, and with determination took out 5 gold ingots, instructing Hua Xiu, let us go see your grandmother. Mother, what are you doing? Hua Xiu quickly interjected. Partitioning the family. Why does mother still have to spend her own silver after the division of the family? Meng Yutong felt quite helpless with her daughter's foolishness. Your grandmother previously demanded 200 taels from the Doe family and would certainly not part with any more. We cannot control your grandfather's pension either. If this escalates, your sixth uncle and that wretched girl Rujin will undoubtedly pursue the matter with the Doe family regarding that silver, as well as the funds she embezzled for her schooling in previous years. Only by compensating them will they have nothing further to say. Glancing at her still perplexed daughter, she patiently continued, consider the Doe family status and their engagement of Gu Longxi as their lawyer. If this reaches the court, not only is the outcome uncertain, the expenses involved could be considerable. The renowned orators in Jiangling City are not known for their integrity. A single lawsuit can cost 10 gold for every word. Your sixth uncle is out of control, while I, your mother, remain quite clear-headed. Hua Xiu nodded repeatedly. Mother is indeed wise and forward-thinking. You should learn from her. Meng Yutong sighed deeply. As long as we sever ties with the sixth household early, spending 250 taels to witness a life-and-death struggle would not be a loss. We can just watch as your sixth uncle and sixth aunt squander their wealth, sending their precious daughter to her doom. Thinking about their visit to the Yi family today, she quickly instructed her daughter, at this point, we should not harbor any expectations regarding that young Master Yi. He surely harbors a deep resentment towards Rujin. Otherwise, he would be so disdainful of us today. I find your second cousin quite decent. Despite his lack of ambition, he is indeed quite talented. Most importantly, Yu Chun has entered the Imperial Medical Institute, which will offer him ample opportunities. But your second cousin only has eyes for that little enchantress. Hua Shiyu pouted. Are you going to compete with her? After all, she is still a widow. Why are you so dull? Meng Yutong, clutching the gold, hurriedly pushed her daughter out the door while whispering, when your cousin returns, you must focus entirely on winning him over. To please a man, one merely needs to act coy, alluring, and pitiful. What would be difficult about that? Hua Shiyu nodded, half understanding. The mother and daughter arrived at Hunachi's room, where the old woman wore a gloomy expression, leaning against the bed. Upon seeing the gleaming gold in Meng Yutong's hand, her eyes brightened. Meng Yutong stated her purpose, but Hunachi hesitated. Although the second branch had some wealth, she was not one to be easily manipulated. Moreover, her old husband had adopted a son, making the future of the Meng family business uncertain. If they were to separate the sixth household, they would have to rely solely on the second branch in the future. However, as the sixth household was currently focused on that worthless girl, she felt it unnecessary to involve herself further. After much contemplation, Hunachi heavily nodded. Let us proceed with the division. There is not much left in the house. Give the 2 rooms adjacent to the eastern kitchen to the sixth household. And if he desires, he can have the 2 acres of poor farmland. After all, you two aren't relying on these for your livelihood. Thinking for a moment, she pulled out 2 silver ingots of 5 taels each from beneath her pillow and looked solemnly at Meng Yutong. This 10 taels shall serve as the sixth household's settlement fee. None shall covet your father's pension. That is for my old age. Very well. We shall comply with mother's wishes. Meng Yutong replied with a sinister smile. Her mother-in-law was only in her 60s, looking plump and healthy, and could still receive her pension for at least another 20 years, amounting to 400 or 500 taels. Moreover, she was keenly aware of the hidden savings her mother-in-law had accumulated. It was only a matter of time before those funds would return to their rightful place. So this transaction was not a loss. Chapter 19. The Weasel Visits the Hen. Having persuaded Hunachi, Meng Yutong took Hua Shiyu, clutching several ingots of gold and silver, to the farthest west room. Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei had just finished washing their daughter's bedding and tidying up the room when they returned, leading 2 small children to help Kai Baiwei change her dressing. Upon seeing Meng Yutong and her daughter approach with glimmering gold in hand, they were taken aback. Was this sister-in-law? Though Hua Junian still harbored resentment over their previous actions towards his daughter, most of his anger had dissipated by now, and he found it inappropriate to show a cold shoulder. I heard that you intend to divide the family and bring Rujin back. Meng Yutong sat at the table, feigning a sigh. Regarding Rujin, I admit my initial actions were indeed inappropriate, but I truly heard that young Master Yi has been behaving disgracefully at the academy, and I want to even mention his scandalous mother. I did it for your sake and for Rujin's. Who would have known he would ultimately pass the examination? As she spoke, she placed the gold and silver on the table. Last night, after losing my temper and hurting my sister-in-law, I learned of the Doe family's disgraceful conduct. Feeling guilty, I rushed back to my stingy father and begged for 25 taels of gold. This is to repay Mother for her embezzled funds over the years and help you gather some silver for Rujin's lawsuit. Hua Shiyu secretly gave her mother a thumbs up. Hua Junian felt warmth in his heart. I never expected sister-in-law to consider our family during such times. No wonder she had vanished early in the morning. She had gone to her family for help. He glanced at her again and noticed she did not seem as unpleasant as before. Kai Baiwei was filled with gratitude and was about to kneel when Meng Yutong swiftly supported her. Sister-in-law, I will always remember this kindness. With that, Kai Baiwei hurriedly signaled Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang. Quickly thank your second aunt. Yet the 2 small children remained suspicious of their scheming second aunt, thinking she was like a weasel wishing the hen a happy new year, harboring ill intentions. What are you dawdling for? Quickly express your thanks to your second aunt, urged Hua Junian, although he sensed his sister-in-law was trying to distance herself from their family. Her willingness to part with the silver at this critical moment was indeed a relief. Why trouble the children? Meng Yutong did not expect any thanks from the 2 little ones and deliberately handed 2 ingots of silver to Hua Junian. This 10 taels is your settlement fee for Mother. If you need more silver, you may sell the 2 acres of poor farmland. As for the house, Mother said you could have the 2 eastern rooms to live in. Regarding your father's pension, At this point, she feigned deep regret and sighed. Hua Junian felt a pang in his heart. Back in the day, their father earned over 40 taels annually from his official salary, and after he died on duty, the family and his first wife could receive half of the pension. With their grandparents long deceased, the funds naturally fell to her. Later, the government reformed the system and increased the pensions, but in a bid to please the second branch. Their mother relinquished the additional funds and sent their second brother to the county for work. Not only had she not received any benefit over the years, but after covering Rujin's expenses, she had been saving to send her 5 taels annually as a token of respect. Unexpectedly, at a time of great distress for their family, she not only refused to return the funds she had withheld from Rujin for her clothing and schooling, but also withheld the silver for her sale into the Doe family, offering only 10 taels as a settlement fee. As for the 2 acres of poor farmland, he could only sneer. The village land was hardly worth much. Even if sold, it wouldn't amount to a year's worth of pension. Their family was content to live off others and not toil the fields, perhaps thinking they were gaining the most advantage. Kai Baiwei understood her mother-in-law's disposition. At this moment, she was already immensely grateful that she did not further trouble the family, let alone hope for her support. She exchanged comforting glances with Hua Junian. Let us leave it at this. The children are what matter most. After all, sister-in-law has already provided this silver. Hua Junian nodded dejectedly. All right, the assistance that my sister-in-law can offer you concludes here. The path ahead must be navigated by you on your own. Meng Yutong sat upright, her expression serious. However, my dear 6th brother, I have sent Chung and to invite the clan leader and elders over. When the time comes, you must affix your signature and seal to the division of family assets. Understood, Hua Junian replied, nodding solemnly. A wave of secret joy surged within Meng Yutong as she gazed at the gleaming gold before her, though reluctant to part with it. The thought that the couple would soon face ruin and lose their daughter dulled her discomfort. Anticipating a future union with the Shu family, she found solace in the notion that everyone in the Hua family would rely on her. With this thought, Meng Yutong exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Shiyu, a sly smile gracing her lips as she rose and exited the room. Watching the piles of gold and silver, Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei lowered their heads, their expressions somber as they contemplated how to gather enough funds for their daughter's legal battle. If they were indeed to engage the son of the Tao family for this case, this meager sum would scarcely suffice. At the Southern Yuan bookstore, 2 carriages sequentially pulled up beside the stable. Hua Rujin, in a leisurely spirit, stepped into the most renowned bookstore in Jiangling, her senses overwhelmed by the sight of rows of antiquated bookshelves. The scale was not inferior to that of her university library. As she wandered among the shelves, the fragrant aroma of ink gradually calmed her restless heart. However, upon noticing the price tags hanging beside the shelves, her brow furrowed in dismay. Although the invention of paper and printing had emerged, books remained costly. A typical printed volume could set one back 1 to 201, while legal texts, often hand-copied and seldom used by the populace, could demand 2 or 3 taels of silver for a single copy. It was no wonder that scholars were so precious these days. Many would work for wealthy families just to gain access to their books. After some contemplation, she located the section for legal texts, finding over 30 volumes on the shelves. Hua Rujin silently calculated the silver needed and focused her gaze on one particular book. The Great Ye Laws, Marriage and Household. Shu Jinxian, quietly holding a brush and inkstone, observed her hesitation and guessed that she was troubled about finances. He contemplated offering assistance, but ultimately refrained, recalling her repeated refusals of his goodwill. Hua Rujin stared at the marriage law text, reaching out to grasp it, only to find it stubbornly stuck as if rooted to the spot. In her moment of confusion, she noticed adjacent titles such as salt and iron laws, dispute laws, and military laws beginning to shift. Within moments, the entire shelf was bare, leaving behind an enchanting pair of peach blossom eyes that met hers in surprise. What a coincidence! Sir County Magistrate, Hua Rujin smiled, swiftly concealing the marriage and household book behind her. It was their first close encounter. His dark eyes sparkled like jewels, and his finely chiseled features, though expressionless, were undeniably pleasing to the eye. It must be said, he was far more agreeable in this serious demeanor than slumped upon a chair like a heap of mud. Has young Master Yi come to the bookstore as well? Shu Jinxian inquired, his tone laced with surprise. Yi Chingwei's gaze was fixed on the book Hua Rujin had hidden, then shifted to the remaining titles on the shelf. his slender fingers gesturing elegantly, as if inviting her to take what she wished. "Sir County Magistrate, you are a guest. Please do not stand on ceremony." Hua Rujin replied with a light laugh. Were it not for her empty purse, she would have gladly shared the spoils with him. Ye Chengwei, unperturbed, continued to gather the books from the shelves, handing them to his book boy, Tingyin, while inwardly lamenting the misfortune of encountering her everywhere. The shelf held only a single complete set of the great laws, and fearing he might ask for marriage and household, Hua Rujin hurriedly turned toward the counter. Shu Jinxian respectfully nodded to Yi Chengwei, then followed Hua Rujin outside. Hua Rujin produced 3 taels of silver for the shopkeeper, pondering the now empty legal text that Yi Chengwei had cleared out. Unable to resist, she inquired, "When will new copies of the complete set of great laws arrive?" "Tomorrow morning, new stock will be delivered," the shopkeeper replied. Just as the words left his mouth, Tingyin appeared, wobbling under the weight of a thick stack of books that he was carrying behind Yi Chengwei. "Is this young master intending to purchase the entire set?" The shopkeeper hesitated, casting a glance at the recently paid Hua Rujin. She quickly concealed the book in her embrace, her selfish demeanor prompting Yi Chengwei to respond smoothly, "No need. I will send someone tomorrow to collect them." Thus, they parted amicably. Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian headed back to their carriage. As they settled inside, Shu Jinxian noted how fiercely Hua Rujin clutched the book as if it were her lifeline. He remarked, "Cousin, you are growing bolder. After all, he is the county magistrate, and you dared to seize his prize." An ancient proverb states that the early bird catches the worm. Technically, it was she who had first set her sights on those books. Yet, reflecting on the mere silver remaining in her pocket, she sighed inwardly. Yi Chengwei was indeed audacious. She had heard he had recently returned and had already adjudicated numerous backlog cases, tirelessly dedicating himself to the study of law, seemingly eschewing the need for assistance. Shu Jinxian seized his reproach, his expression shifting to one of admiration for Yi Chengwei. Assistance? Hua Rujin's thoughts halted as she suddenly realized the implications. In this era, the imperial examinations prioritized the 4 books and 5 classics. Most officials, whether appointed through examination or through monetary donations and military merit, were often ignorant of legal matters. Consequently, after the new emperor ascended to the throne, the court had intentionally reformed the salary structure, creating allowances so that newly appointed officials could hire suitable aides to assist in local governance, preventing embarrassment. These aides were akin to what her era referred to as clerks. Despite Yi Chengwei's extensive knowledge, he was limited by his capacity. It would be impossible for him to master the entire legal corpus swiftly upon assuming office. If only it were not for the past grievances between them, serving as his aide could have provided a comfortable living. At just 18, he had already achieved the top rank in the imperial examinations, promising a bright future ahead. Should he rise to a position in the capital, perhaps she could benefit financially as well. Reflecting on her prior engagement to him, she couldn't help but sigh. The cabbage that was thoroughly cooked ultimately could not be saved for being consumed. Shu Jinxian, wishing to avoid discussing Yi Chengwei further, merely advised, "In any case, if you wish to establish yourself in the legal arena, you must not offend young Master Yi." "Understood," Hua Rujin replied, her understanding clear. "Let's return." Shu Jinxian, remembering the words from the little one before their departure, paused the carriage outside the city, purchasing a whole skewered candied hawthorn and some pastries, along with a few roasted ducks to bring back to the Hua family. As he approached the carriage, holding the vibrant skewers, Hua Rujin queried, "Cousin, why did you buy so many candied hawthorns?" Shu Jinxian smiled enigmatically, handing her a couple of skewers. "They're very sweet, try one." Seeing his mysterious demeanor, Hua Rujin accepted a skewer, and they leisurely savored their treats without exchanging further words. As dusk approached, the entire Shangliang village was enveloped in the glow of sunset, the shimmering waves creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. It wasn't until they neared the fence of the Hua family's courtyard that they heard the raucous sounds of chatter. As the carriage came to a stop, Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian, arms laden with their purchases, were greeted by the sight of a chubby figure adorned in vibrant clothing. Clearly the village's most striking young lady. Cousin, my mother has helped my cousin gather a considerable sum to assist Uncle Liu in his legal matters, and we are waiting for your return." Hua Xiu, with a playful smile, rushed towards Shu Jinxian, observing the exuberant demeanor of his cousin from the second branch. Shu Jinxian instinctively leaned away, recalling the difficulties her mother and she had imposed on Uncle's family the previous night. He replied in a rather lukewarm tone. Aunt is truly thoughtful. Cough. Since Uncle Lou wants to separate, and grandmother is reluctant to part with her silver, it falls upon my mother to endure the burden. Hua Xiu cast a cold glance at Hua Rujin, her expression darkening. You. Why have you only just returned? Mother has invited the clan elders to discuss the separation, all for your sake. Upon hearing about the separation, and that Meng Yutong had kindly gathered silver, Hua Rujin felt a chill in her heart. But she quickly realized they likely wished for her demise, hoping to sever ties with the sixth household as soon as possible. What should she do? She couldn't allow their plans to fail. It seemed Meng Yutong had not learned of her newly acquired marriage license, and she must prevent her from reclaiming the silver she had offered, fearing her refined cousin might inadvertently reveal too much. Hua Rujin hurriedly gestured to Shu Jinxian with a shake of her head, then swiftly made her way to the main hall. Just as Shu Jinxian intended to follow, he was tightly grasped by both hands of Hua Xiu, who, in a coy tone, insisted, "Oh cousin, this is our family matter. What need have you to meddle? I still have many things to consult you about. Cousin Xiu, we can discuss these matters another day." Being family, Shu Jinxian felt obliged to patiently persuade her. "There are many matters requiring assistance with Uncle's separation. I must see to it. Oh, my mother is here. She will not let Uncle Lou's family suffer." As she spoke, Hua Xiu pressed her entire form closer to him. Hearing her mention aunt, Shu Jinxuan's irritation flared. Her lack of self-respect only further vexed him. He impatiently handed her a roasted duck, saying, "You should eat the duck first. We can discuss matters later." With that, he hastily retrieved a silver ingot from his pocket. "Also, I have just returned to Jiangling City. I came in such haste last night that I didn't prepare any gifts for you siblings. Take this 5 taels of silver to buy fabric for clothes with cousin Chang'an." No. I want cousin to accompany me to select the fabric. The fabric you choose will surely be the finest." Hua Xiu persisted, her demeanor flirtatious. Shu Jinxian, now truly annoyed, exclaimed, "Leave me be." He shoved the silver into her arms and strode angrily into the main hall, carrying the candied hawthorns without looking back. Feeling aggrieved, Hua Xiu plopped down on the ground, quietly sobbing. Upon entering the main hall, Hua Rujin found the clan elders present, with Meng Yutong and Hua Junian each examining a signed separation document with great care. Spotting Hua Rujin, the clan leader leaned on his cane and spoke solemnly. "Rujin, you must sincerely thank your aunt. Your grandmother has spent the silver from the Dou family's initial betrothal. It was she who hurriedly gathered over 200 taels for your legal case, helping your family in a time of urgent need." Surveying the room, the elder continued, "Moreover, the 2 acres of thin fields have also been allocated to your family. Such kindness is indeed rare." "You exaggerate, elder. We are all family, so there is no need for such formality." At this moment, Meng Yutong appeared radiant, smoothly transitioning into her role, approaching Hua Rujin with a firm grip on her hand, speaking earnestly, "Rujin, this is all I can do to assist your family. You must rely on yourself from now on. If he does not advocate for you, go to the state capital or even the provincial capital. If all else fails, we shall find a way to go to the capital. It is not insurmountable." Chapter 21. Where's my mother's silver? Hua Rujin glanced at the few ingots of gold and 10 taels of silver on the table. Although they were originally misappropriated from the sixth household, it was still quite a feat for them to return all of it. Approaching Hua Junian, she took the separation document and scrutinized it carefully. Besides the 2 acres of land and the 2 rooms on the east side, it amounted to 260 taels of silver, with no mention of the compensation silver owed to their late grandfather, Hua Ziheng. Noticing Hu Nanshi sitting silently in a corner with a gloomy expression, Hua Rujin surmised that the woman would not part with this silver. This was sufficient. With this amount, she could manage a simple life in the city. Holding the separation document aloft, she feigned inquiry. "According to this division, will grandmother live with Uncle S family from now on?" "Naturally. You are all but clay figurines crossing a river, unable to protect yourselves. We cannot let your grandmother suffer alongside you." Meng Yutong feigned righteousness. "You should focus on your own affairs. Your grandmother's matters do not require your concern. I must hear grandmother's thoughts." Hua Rujin's gaze turned serious as she looked at Hu Nanshi. Hu Nanshi coldly sneered. That wretched girl must have suffered in the city, coveting the silver in her hands. "Your aunt's wishes align with mine. I would rather die in the second household than suffer." Hunanshi's eyes darkened as she glared fiercely at Hua Junian and his wife. From now on, I will consider you no longer my son. Do not come crying to me. Upon hearing this, the clan leader exchanged glances with the elders, sighing silently. It was said that the Ziheng family was sharp-tongued and bitter. Today he had witnessed it firsthand, having harmed his granddaughter to such an extent. Now he wished to reclaim his daughter. Yet this head of the household offered no support and even directly severed ties. It was evident that the sixth household was now mired in despair. And even with 10 tales of settling and money, how long could they survive in the village without land? It was clear they were being pushed to the edge. It was uncertain what his nephew had seen in this widow. Yet, as it was a family matter already settled, he refrained from interference, instructing the elder in charge to include Rujin's concerns in the documentation to avoid future disputes. Then I thank you, elder. Hua Rujin leisurely produced the remarriage document and handed it to Hua Junian. The county magistrate has already rendered a judgment, and from now on, we have no ties with the Doe family. My father and mother are living in the village, which is inconvenient. I have rented a small courtyard in the south of the city, and we shall move there tomorrow. You should pack up early. Any items you do not need can be temporarily stored in the 2 rooms on the east side. Though there was little to store, it was necessary to assert ownership over the 2 rooms. Everyone gasped in disbelief. The county magistrate has decided just like that? They all stared wide-eyed at the remarriage license in her hands. Hua Rujin knew well that for the separation to be finalized, the clan leader must not side with the second branch. Calmly picking up the land deed for the 2 acres, she examined it closely and smiled at the clan leader, saying, "These 2 acres are unworked by our family. I will take the liberty of offering them to you for cultivation. If you find it suitable, you may farm them and only pay the government as rent. If we ever return, we will reclaim it." Upon hearing that she intended to let the 2 acres be cultivated by the family, the clan leader's face instantly brightened. Though the land was not extensive, it could yield crops, which was undoubtedly a great boon for those who relied on farming for their livelihood. Looking at the remarriage document in her hands, the clan leader joyfully took it, squinting to examine it closely, continuously praising, "Rujin, you are indeed clever. You made it easy for the government to decide. It seems that Gu Longxi is nothing special. I thank you, and rest assured, I will manage those 2 acres diligently." After speaking, I shot an irritable glare at the dumbfounded Hunanshi and Meng Yutong, the mother-in-law duo, since the division of the family assets was mutually agreed upon and signed by both families. Let us adhere to the terms stipulated in the document from now on, and no one is allowed to cause further disturbances. It has been quite tiresome to witness this family throwing tantrums, creating unrest throughout the village. But it is impossible. Young Master Yi harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. How could he possibly consent to your remarriage from the Doe family? Meng Yutong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she rushed towards the clan leader in an attempt to seize the remarriage license. However, the old leader handed the document back to Hua Rujin and bowed to the crowd, saying, "I shall take my leave now." Seeing this, the elders also returned the completed division documents to their respective owners and followed the leader out. Meng Yutong, still intent on snatching the remarriage license from Hua Rujin, found it held high above her head, as Hua Rujin coldly remarked, "Aunt, your concern for your niece is truly touching. However, this is an official document, and it would be best if you refrained from looking at it, given your illiteracy." "You." Meng Yutong gritted her teeth, her gaze fixated on the gold and silver on the table. Huatan, noticing her ire, hastily concealed the precious metals in her bosom, exclaiming, "This is my sister's. She has suffered for so many years in the Doe family, and this is their compensation for her." Hua Rujin opened her palm and pouted. "You see, even children understand this principle. What about my mother's silver?" Meng Yutong's face turned ashen as she stared at the child. "That is money I toiled to acquire." Hunanshi's expression tightened as well, realizing that this impudent girl had indeed secured the remarriage license. Fortunately, it was not from her own pocket, so the pain was somewhat mitigated. After all, it was the second daughter-in-law trying to play the big shot. If things went awry, it was not her fault. She quickly stood up, preparing to leave, only to collide with the incoming Shu Jinxian. In that instant, Hunanshi realized that this idle young man must have assisted Rujin. Otherwise, with her granddaughter's limited capabilities and the enmity with the Yi family, merely entering the county office would have been a challenge, let alone having Yi Chengwei alter the verdict in this case. The Hua family would thus lose their reputation, and she harbored a great deal of resentment towards her grandson. Her brother-in-law and sister-in-law would be moving to the city the next day, but her grandson would still visit his grandmother frequently. Seeing her face darken, Shu Jinxian cautiously performed a greeting. "No need for that," she replied, though her unspoken fury was evident enough for him to sense that his grandmother likely did not wish to see him again, prompting him to tactfully step aside. Meng Yutong's heart bled. Her plans were in shambles, and she had lost money. She wanted to reclaim her gold. But the memory of the scene last night, where Rujin had wielded a knife in a frenzy, made her tremble. Glancing once more at the division document in her hand, she could only swallow her indignation. Her only hope now rested on her cousin. Looking around, she spotted her daughter sitting by the fence, rubbing her nose, and she stormed out in a huff. Seeing the silver in Hua Shiyu's hands, she felt a pang of heartache and scolded. "Where did you get this?" "My cousin gave it to me." "If your cousin gave you money, why are you still crying?" "But my cousin told me to leave." In an instant, Hua Shiyu sobbed, as if she were a small child. Smack! Meng Yutong slapped her hard. "You useless little thing." Hearing the commotion outside, Hua Rujin could only chuckle in disbelief. She had not expected her refined cousin to display such brusqueness. She turned to her family, who wore expressions of satisfaction, gently patting Hua Yuan's head and pinching Hua Muyang's cheek, advising, "We shall move to the city tomorrow. Hurry and pack your things." Shu Jinxian placed the items he had purchased on the table, waving a candied hawthorn at the two little ones. "Come eat. After you finish, listen to your sister and pack your belongings." However, Hua Yuan set the gold and silver aside, mustering all her strength to heave the entire straw target and dashed off. Hua Rujin watched in confusion, still processing what had just occurred, when she saw Hua Muyang limping after her as well. Chapter 22. The County Magistrate's Wife. I will go prepare dinner. After eating well, tidy up the eastern room. Kai Baiwei had never felt as joyous and liberated since marrying into the Hua family as she did today. Rising from her seat, she urged Shu Jinxian, "You should stay for dinner. If you don't mind, you may stay the night with your uncle. Just make do here and return to the city tomorrow." "Why would I mind, Aunt? I'm delighted to stay." Shu Jinxian felt a surge of happiness. However, considering his cousin's aloofness towards him, he worried that she might not want him to remain, timidly glancing at Hua Rujin and asking, "Then I will listen to Aunt and let the coachman return to the city. Tomorrow, I will hire a few ox carts to help move things from the village." Hua Juni interjected, "There aren't many items to move. Aside from clothes, bedding, and 2 cabinets, we can purchase any small items we lack once we are in the city." He appeared bewildered, unable to fathom how his daughter had convinced Yi Chengwei to alter the verdict. Furthermore, her sudden declaration of moving to the city left him feeling uncertain. Hua Rujin did not wish to burden Shu Jinxian too much, considering he had a formidable figure at home, and thus mirrored Hua Junyin's sentiments. "Let the coachman return to rest. There are many families in the village with ox carts. We can borrow one tomorrow." She added, "Leave the cabinets here. Just take some lightweight clothing. The rented house in the city is already furnished." She emphasized the importance of not overexerting themselves. If things turn out poorly in the city, they will need to bring back these larger items. She preferred to spend a little extra silver than to endure that hassle. Hua Junia nodded, beginning to tidy the items on the table. "I will go check on Yuan and Muyang." Shu Jinxian hurriedly followed him outside, concerned that the little girl might clash with the second branch. Once the room quieted down, Hua Rujin observed Hua Junyin's actions and, recalling the earlier incident, cautiously broached, "Earlier, my daughter took the initiative to let father farm the land." Coughing, she added, "We are not farmers. It would be a pity to let it lie fallow." Hua Junian understood that his daughter intended to maintain a relationship with the old clan leader and did not oppose it. He then asked, "But what prompted you to suddenly decide to move to the city?" Gazing at the writing materials on the table, he began to worry. Even if the house is rented, it won't be cheap. How will you manage such expenses? While he noticed that Jin Xian still harbored feelings for his daughter, times had changed. She was now a widow, and the Shu family would likely look down upon her. He feared that his daughter might make a foolish decision. "I borrowed it from my cousin. I will repay him once I earn some money." Hua Rujin replied vaguely. "That is good, very good. My daughter has pride." Hua Junyin's face brightened, and his previous concerns lessened significantly. He sighed deeply. "Being a little poor is fine. We must never lose our spirit." "I understand. How much did you spend?" "About 20 taels. I paid the rent for a year." Hua Rujin answered truthfully. Hua Junian glanced at the 2 taels of silver his mother had brought out. then quickly produced 10 taels from his pocket and handed them to her. You should repay your cousin's money first. Then he picked up a bar of gold, pondering, you should keep this 5 taels for yourself. When you reach the city, exchange it for small change. In a few days, it will be the old lady of the Shu family's 60th birthday. Make 2 suitable outfits so you don't appear shabby when you go to the Shu family. Although he did not expect his daughter to marry into the Shu family, it was still a glimmer of hope. His daughter was still a young maiden, yet she had become a widow. It was essential to find a way to seek another marriage in the future. After glancing at the remaining gold ingots, Hua Junian revealed a gentle smile. Those few ingots will be well kept by your mother for you. We shall save up some more for you. And when the time comes, we will find a suitable family for your dowry. Now that you can make your own decisions, I truly believe that with a bit of silver, a good marriage will surely present itself. However, as he thought of this, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Noticing his pensive expression and meticulous arrangements, Hua Rujin began to worry about his plans with Kai Bai Wei. In these times, being a traveling merchant was indeed arduous, and traversing the land brought with it dangers that could threaten one's life. While sorting through the silver, she urged, Uncle's matters have passed for so many years. Father no longer needs to have concerns. You and Mother should stay in Jiangling City and not go anywhere else. Hua Junian interrupted her with a smile. I inquired around the city recently. I plan to find a job at the dock of Chujing. From then on, your mother and I will stay in Jiangling City to accompany you 3 siblings. Traveling around with a family was certainly inconvenient, but after what happened with that girl, he felt uneasy leaving the younger ones at home. Moreover, they had already separated. All right, we shall do as father says. As soon as Hua Rujin finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the cottage. Where did you get that candied hawthorn? And where did you get yours? Mine was bought with grandmother's silver. You two have no share in it. Mine was bought by my cousin. You have no share either. You little bastard from your mother's side. Cousin, you are biased. Hearing this, Hua Rujin sensed something was amiss and rushed outside. Upon stepping out, she saw Shu Jinxian holding the candied hawthorn that Hua Chengyan had brought down, shielding Hua Yuan behind him. Chengyan, they're your younger siblings. How can you speak to them like that? Shu Jinxian was quite frustrated. Although he had promised Hua Yuan to buy candied hawthorn, he feared the siblings would quarrel, so he had intentionally bought a whole batch for everyone. Yet, the brat still chose to insult them upon meeting. I don't know where those little wildlings came from. I certainly don't have such embarrassing siblings. Hua Chengyan pouted defiantly, while Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang began to cry in grievance. Observing Hua Jiangsu's indifference, Hua Rujin approached and slapped Hua Chengyan hard across the face. Always speaking filthy words. Who taught you such manners? She then glared at Hua Jiangsu. You, a county school instructor, is this how you teach your students to respect their elders and love the young? It is merely childish play. Why must you be so ruthless? Hua Jiangsu felt anxious and was about to console his son when Hua Chengyan threw the candied hawthorn at him in anger, clutching his burning cheek as he glared back at Hua Rujin. You shameless harlot! How dare you hit me? In front of Hua Jiangsu, Hua Rujin slapped him again. If you keep spewing nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. Just wait. You all will see what happens when my sister becomes the county magistrate's wife. Hua Chengyan, both furious and frightened, dashed back into the house. Hua Rujin was taken aback. What do you mean, the county magistrate's wife? Shu Jinxian also looked puzzled, trying to comfort the 2 little ones while glancing at Hua Jiangsu in confusion. Feeling guilty, Hua Jiangsu quickly began to pick up the scattered candied hawthorn from the ground, not daring to complain, and instead reprimanded Hua Chengyan, who had rushed inside. You little brat, buying them but not eating them. What a waste of silver. Spouting nonsense all day. What value do a few candied hawthorns hold? Who would provoke my little ancestor to make him feel this way? Hu Nanshi looked on with disdain, following Meng Yutong and Hua Junian outside. Upon seeing the tense atmosphere in the courtyard, Hu Nanshi immediately fell silent, while Hua Rujin, amidst her anger, pondered over Hua Chengyan's words and recalled her encounter with Yi Chengwei at the county office today. She gradually sensed something was off. Clearly, he had not been discussing the same matter with her. Otherwise, why would he have emphasized that's all after their conversation? Showing no awareness of her intentions at the county office? Awkward. The county magistrate's wife? Suddenly, it dawned on her. Had Meng Yutong orchestrated Hu Nanshi's withdrawal from the Yi family engagement to pave the way for Hua Shiyu? If Yi Chengwei was indeed as insufferable as Meng Posey claimed, how could he have topped the imperial examination? As a fellow scholar, She understood the daily life of a top student better than anyone. This woman was truly cunning, ruthless to the core. No wonder she desperately wanted to keep the original character within the Doe family. It was merely to prevent her daughter from being obstructed. How selfish! To an almost insane degree. Casting a sharp glance at Meng Yutong, Hua Rujin asked coldly, "Did my second aunt really just go to the Meng family last night to ask for silver?" "Cough, of course. Otherwise, where could I go in the dark?" Meng Yutong feigned calmness, clearing her throat. "But I heard my cousin is to become the county magistrate's wife?" Hua Rujin scrutinized her meaningfully. "Just childish nonsense. Why bother about such things?" Meng Yutong replied seriously. "Indeed." Seeing her adamant denial, Hua Rujin provocatively remarked, "Second uncle was merely a scholar back then, and you spent hundreds of taels of silver just to obtain grandmother's consent for that marriage. The Yi family's son, a top scholar, would hardly look upon the Meng family even if they exhausted their wealth." Meng Yutong felt a pang in her heart. Reflecting on being turned away at the Yi family today and the difficulties of marrying into the Hua family, she was struck at her most sensitive spot. Back then, enamored by Hua Jiangsu's beauty and knowing Hunnanqi's greed, she had spent nearly 200 taels to secure Hunnanqi's consent. That made Meng Laoyu the subject of ridicule for quite some time. Hunnanqi, catching on to the subtlety of Hua Rujin's words, hurried to diffuse the tension. "What nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong with your cousin wanting to become the county magistrate's wife? If she truly has that capability, it is her fortune." But as soon as she said this, she began to realize that perhaps her daughter's desire to withdraw from the Yi family engagement truly had ulterior motives. Although she disliked Rujin, letting her marry into the Yi family would have been a glorious event, potentially bringing her a significant fortune. Alas, what a pity. Now, she could only look to the second branch's granddaughter for any hope. Not wishing to continue the argument with Hua Rujin, Hunnanqi quickly turned her attention to Shu Jinxian and the two little ones. With a glance at the candied hawthorn on the grass, she scolded in this sweltering heat. "Jinxian, why did you buy so many candied hawthorns? 2 3-year-olds couldn't possibly finish them. It's simply a waste of silver." Shu Jinxian looked forlornly at the candied hawthorns scattered across the ground, feeling as if he had just eaten a bitter gourd. Hua Rujin, too, felt helpless at the old woman's bias. Fortunately, they would be leaving this troublesome courtyard tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Seeing the elegant youth being reprimanded, Hua Rujin coldly shook her head. "Grandmother truly knows how to speak, using money meant for selling children to allow your grandson to waste it. Cousin cherishes the money he earned honestly, and even if it is wasted, he can still sleep soundly at night." Hunan Shiduan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, gasping for breath as he was tightly supported by Meng Yutong. At that moment, he could find no retort and began to weep and lament. "What a fine son and granddaughter I have raised. I have married 3 times in my life, for what purpose?" Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang, overwhelmed by annoyance, immediately ceased their crying, covering their ears with a string of candied hawthorns in hand, and stealthily slipped into the house. Meng Yutong and Hua Jiangsu also helplessly turned away. Hua Rujin, however, walked heavily towards Meng Yutong, her piercing gaze fixated on her, evoking a sense of dread. As she passed by Meng Yutong, her footsteps abruptly halted, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Isn't it just playing tricks? Who can't do that? At that moment, she entertained the notion of becoming a villain who left no escape for other wrongdoers. After pausing to scrutinize her for a few seconds, she strode back to the main hall. There, she saw 2 small figures sitting on a bench, swinging their legs as if unbothered, each clutching a string of candied hawthorns, their little mouths having gnawed the surface down to the skin, but unwilling to eat. Hua Rujin felt a mix of anger and pity as she silently gazed at the two, suspecting that Hua Yuan had deliberately gone out to show off to Hua Cheng'an. It was indeed a pitiable child, having received not a shred of affection from Hunan Shiduan during these past few years, and even Kai Baiwei treated her coldly, unlike the care shown to the original owner and Hua Muyang. "In the future, if you want anything, just tell your sister. She'll buy it for you. But we shall not engage in any irritating antics," Hua Rujin said, her gaze intense as she gently advised. Hua Yuan bit her little lip and slowly nodded in agreement. Hua Muyang extended the candied hawthorn in his hand towards Hua Rujin, cheerfully calling out, "Sister, eat." "Sister has already tasted it," Hua Rujin replied with a smile, ruffling Hua Muyang's little head. At that moment, Kai Baiwei brought the prepared meal to the table, beckoning Hua Junian and Shu Jinxian to sit down. Hearing the weeping and singing from outside, they felt a bit at a loss and wanted to go out, but this time, Rujin firmly stopped them. Ignore it. Let's eat. Initially, he thought his sister-in-law's actions today were benevolent, only to realize that she had been scheming against the family all along. He truly felt blind to have overlooked it, and it was a pity for his daughter's engagement with the Yi family. Furthermore, witnessing his mother openly favoring the second branch in front of him left him feeling cold inside. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of scene Rujin had endured while living with them. As these thoughts consumed him, he felt even more stifled. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as everyone silently ate their meals. As nightfall descended, the courtyard gradually fell silent. The candlelight in the Hua family's backyard flickered uncertainly, and the busy figures reflected in the east window danced for a while before gradually coming to rest, followed by the extinguishing of lamps, leaving the entire courtyard engulfed in darkness. In the pitch-black night, the Dou family in the southern part of the city seemed shrouded in a thick fog, rendering the vast estate particularly eerie and terrifying. The young servant, lantern in hand, walked cautiously through the corners of the house, feeling chills with each step, as if the familiar path stretched on endlessly with no end in sight. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a white figure darting past the eaves. The lantern in his hand swayed precariously. Upon seeing a familiar face, he began to tremble in rhythm with the lantern's sway. 3, 3, 3. With a gasp, the lantern fell to the ground, its flame gradually extinguishing. The white figure swept past the eaves and vanished in an instant, leaving only a pair of bloodless, enormous pupils staring fixedly at the vast sky. Chapter 024. Let the dead speak as dawn broke. The Yi family in Xiaoliang village welcomed the first rays of light into their tranquil courtyard. A jade-white figure sat by the small riverbank, her gentle eyes fixed intently on the long scroll unfurled in her hands. Child, you have been staring at that scroll for quite some time. I fear you may become obsessed, Qin Wanru said, just as she had the day before, as she approached with a plate of freshly prepared food. Her voice laced with concern. If you find it hard to adjust, perhaps you should invite a capable aide to assist you with the affairs of the court. You cannot handle everything by yourself. Noticing her son's gaze remained unwavering, Qin Wanru continued, Our family is not lacking in silver. Your father's annual compensation of over 40 taels is more than I can spend. Since you entered the academy, you have never asked for a single coin from home. And even now at the Guozijian, you occasionally send silver back home. I have been saving it for you. It amounts to several thousand taels. And we have also acquired quite a bit of property. Even if you were to marry, it would be enough to support a family. It is not about the silver. Yi Chunwei finally set aside the scroll and slowly approached her. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanru's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. There is no need to compare ourselves to those people. We are not remotely connected. You worry too much, mother, Yi Chunwei replied with a faint smile, unsure of how to explain to her. After contemplating for a moment, he pretended to be casual and said, It is merely that I feel there will be changes among the officials in the province in the coming years. Before he could finish, the scholar Ting rushed in, accompanied by the county magistrate Lu Xun, looking frantic. Yi Chunwei leisurely filled a bowl of soup and handed it to his mother. Observing Lu Xun's distressed expression, his gaze becoming serious. Let us speak in the study. With a warm smile, he glanced at Qin Wanru. Say, mother, please eat first. After giving her this instruction, he led the two men into the study. Sir, it's terrible. Someone has died in the Dou family, and young Master Gu is clamoring to see you. He threatens to report this matter to the provincial government if you do not fairly adjudicate the engagement with the Dou family. Lu Shiyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Yi Chunwei casually sat down, his starry eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, Who has died? It is not a significant individual, Lu Shiyuan replied. It is a servant of the estate, said to have been there for several years. The household claims he was frightened to death by the ghost of the third young master of the Dou family. Has the coroner examined the body? Yes. Lu Shiyuan reported in detail. However, there are no signs of foul play on the deceased body. No foreign substances were detected, eliminating the possibility of poisoning. Additionally, no signs of struggle were found nearby. From the manner of death, it appears he indeed died from excessive fright. Then it seems the Dou family truly has a ghost. Yi Chunwei said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. How curious that the famed young Master Gu has suddenly become so precious of life. showing concern for a servant's death when he has caused much suffering for many others over the years. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly stood up. To the Dou family. Leading Lu Shiyuan and Ting out, they paused at the lotus pond where he glanced back at Qin Wanru, softly instructing Ting, stay with the old lady for lunch before heading to the county office. Yes, Ting replied promptly, but when he looked up, the young master had already left. Exiting, Yi Chengwei casually selected a horse among those held by the guards and swiftly mounted, galloping towards the county town. Seeing this, Lu Shiyuan hurriedly mounted his own horse, instructing the guards to follow closely. The group of swift horses hastened their way, reaching the Dou family residence in a quarter of an hour. By then, the crowd had gathered outside the Dou family gate, eager to witness the commotion, blocked by the guards while peering into the courtyard. Yi Chengwei leaped off his horse and followed the guards through the path, keenly observing his surroundings. The dark entrance was plastered with yellow talismans, and a group of Taoist priests in blue robes were chanting and performing rituals around the courtyard. Following the lead of the guards, Yi Chengwei made his way to the crime scene, where a narrow passage was packed with the Dou family servants. The guards cleared a path, and as they reached the corpse wrapped in white cloth, Yi Chengwei bent down to unveil the shroud, momentarily stunned by the ghastly state of death before him. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. He turned his gaze towards the elderly coroner waiting nearby and inquired in a grave tone, "Can the examination results align with what Master Lu has stated?" "Reporting to you, my lord, there is not a single discrepancy," the old coroner respectfully replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a frail old servant knelt before them. This man was the aged steward of the household, and upon seeing the newly appointed magistrate, tears streamed down his face as he desperately pleaded, "I implore you, my lord, to take charge. My master is just and upright. In adherence to the laws of the land, he has painfully relinquished his second son, yet the spirit of the third son is restless. If you do not return my young mistress, I fear the Dou family will find no peace." Yi Chengwei scanned the crowd, and suddenly noticed several servants surrounding a middle-aged man clad in gray satin. The man appeared calm and composed, seemingly worn and haggard, yet his skin was smooth and taut, betraying no signs of age. Only his thick, magnificent beard indicated he was not a mere youth. Though his attire seemed simple, the intricate stitching and the crane patterns woven into the satin made Yi Chengwei immediately realize that this individual was of no ordinary standing. "Are you Master Dou?" He approached the middle-aged man with measured steps. "Indeed, I am but an old man," Dou replied, leaning on his cane and bowing slightly. "My son has troubled you, esteemed magistrate," but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chengwei interrupted, "The righteousness of familial duty and the value of human life are two distinct matters." Dou's brow furrowed slightly, his lips parted. "What you say is indeed true, my lord. I am an old fool who failed to discipline my son, causing suffering to the living and unrest to the departed." He cast a heavy glance at the corpse, slowly closing his eyes. "It was my moment of mercy that brought harm to Chun San." After a profound moment of self-reproach, Lu Cheng and Gu Longxi arrived, clearly fatigued. "How did it come to this?" Lu Cheng frowned, circling the corpse before returning to Yi Chengwei's side, sighing repeatedly. "My lord, my dear brother, this is a matter of life and death. I understand you and Master Dou both have your reasons, one out of compassion for the living and the other to soothe the spirits of the departed. However, prolonging this is not a solution. The third son merely wishes for his wife to remain loyal. I suggest both parties take a step back. Master Dou should not force matters, especially since she is the legitimate wife. Would it not bring joy to everyone if that young lady from the Hua family remained peacefully in a household?" He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Yi Chengwei. "My lord, even if we take 1,000 steps back, it is merely the life of a poor woman, and given your past grievances with her, granting her a chance to live would be an immense act of kindness. Is it not your usual practice to advocate for the people?" Yi Chengwei cast a cold glance at him. How many lives have been coerced in this manner? Lu Cheng was rendered speechless. Dou's expression grew even more somber, clearly unwilling to yield. "Now that matters have come to this, I, for the sake of the lives of the 10 or so individuals in this household, cannot act on my own." The old steward echoed sorrowfully from his side. "Indeed, gentlemen, the young mistress's infidelity has already disturbed the spirits. My master, with good intentions, has inadvertently caused harm. He has not preserved the young mistress's honor nor fulfilled the young master's wishes. If this continues, who knows how many lives will be lost. I implore both of you to take charge on behalf of my master. Gu Longxi glanced at the crowd before hesitantly speaking. Since it is a matter of restless spirits demanding justice, it is beyond human intervention. Perhaps we should allow the departed to decide. Decide how? Dou Yu's anger flared, nearly in unison with Yi Chengwei's response. Gu Longxi lowered his gaze upon Chun San's corpse, then turned to the Taoist performing rituals in the distance, coldly stating, "Tonight, let the young mistress return to the residence and allow the dead to speak." Yi Chengwei smirked coldly. "Let it be as you say, young Master Gu." He was eager to see what tricks the Dou family was attempting to play. Chapter 025. Long hair, he commanded the body to be transported to the mortuary for safekeeping. As Yi Chengwei led his subordinates out, he quietly instructed Lu Shuyuan, investigate if Chun San had any conflicts during his lifetime and further understand his character. Lu Shuyuan was equally perplexed. Remembering the suspicions of the Hua family young lady, he awaited their departure from the residence before explaining, "Yesterday, I went to the Hua family to apprehend Dou Erlang. During an argument with Gu Longxi, the young lady mentioned several matters, one concerning the authenticity of Dou Sanlang's will, and the other speculations regarding Dou Sanlang's cause of death. Upon returning to the county office, gather all the documents related to the Dou family's case. I wish to thoroughly comprehend the details of this case." Yi Chengwei had begun to sense that this case was far more complex than a mere marriage. However, the Dou family was exceedingly cautious, and he feared they would not divulge much. It appeared he must personally inquire with the young lady from the Hua family, as her interests were directly at stake. Only through her could he glean some useful information. With this thought, he hurried back to the county office. Upon entering the inner hall, he was greeted by the sight of a tall, slender figure. "Brother, it has been a long time." The young lady smiled warmly, bowing gently towards him. As he looked at her approaching figure, Yi Chengwei paused momentarily, then heard Ting report, "Young master, Miss Shi-Yin has just arrived from the neighboring county to pay a visit. Miss He, you need not trouble yourself after such a long journey." Yi Chengwei strolled leisurely to his desk, taking a seat and gesturing for her to do the same. "I heard from my aunt that you have just taken office and are exceedingly busy, without the intention of inviting an aide to assist you. I was concerned and thought to alleviate your burdens." He caught a glimpse of her affectionate gaze, and seeing that he remained unmoved, she quickly added with a smile, "I know you must look down upon me as a mere woman, thus I would not want to cause any inconvenience. However, I happen to possess a set of rare legal texts that are difficult to procure in Jiangling, with many scholars recently entering the litigation field. The study of criminal law has become increasingly popular. I feared you might struggle to obtain the complete set of texts in a short time, so I brought them for you." Yi Chengwei was about to refuse when the scene from the previous day's struggle over the book flashed through his mind. If the books were snatched away again today, she would surely be left empty-handed. Reflecting on the developments regarding the Dou family, which had already altered her case, he found this unexpected turn of events rather surprising. The promise of indefinite separation had ultimately been broken by his own hand. Since Miss He had an unused set, it would be better to accept it. "Thank you." He retracted his earlier refusal. At that moment, Missy had someone bring in the meticulously organized complete set of legal texts. Yi Chengwei hesitated for a moment before pulling out a pristine book titled Dream Dragon Collection and placing it on the desk, gesturing for her to take it. "This solitary copy, left behind by the late Li, is invaluable. Please accept it. The solitary copy of Li's work is priceless. Even if one attempts to purchase it with gold, it cannot be found. How could I dare to accept such a precious gift?" Missy flushed slightly, visibly taken aback. "It is merely a trade of items. There is no need for you to be so polite." While Yi Chengwei spoke casually, he harbored other thoughts within. His mother had persistently praised her in her letters, her intentions unmistakable. Yet they were not of the same world, and after the affair with the Hua family, he had no desire to hastily arrange a marriage. Aware of her fondness for collecting rare books, he considered this an appropriate means to express his gratitude for her kindness over the years. Glancing at the sky outside, Yi Chengwei soon stood. "I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I cannot keep Miss He any longer." Seeing him rise to leave, Missy hurriedly called out to him, cautiously inquiring, "For the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival next month, I have reserved a private room on the top floor of the Jinhu restaurant by the Chu River, and I would like to invite my aunt and brother to gather and enjoy the moon together. I wonder if my brother would be willing to join? I'm afraid I won't have the time. My apologies." Yi Chengwei offered a serene smile. preparing to take his leave when a thought crossed his mind. He suddenly turned back, his expression shifting to a more serious demeanor. In the years I have spent studying abroad, Miss He has taken great care of my mother, for which I am sincerely grateful. It was but a trivial matter. There is no need for Brother Yi to concern himself, he Shireen replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Miss He harbors noble aspirations, daring to compete with the scholars of Jiangling City, which I greatly admire, Yi Chengwei continued. However, he swiftly changed the subject. Yet, there are some matters I must address. The cases handled by the county office directly affect the lives of the people. A slight misstep could derail a future or even jeopardize lives. I hope, Miss He, that you will exercise caution in your future endeavors. With that, he departed, leaving He Shireen and her attendant, Tingyin, in a state of contemplation. What have you done with the collection of the Yi texts I purchased yesterday? Yi Chengwei inquired as he walked out of the county office. Tingyin scratched the back of his head sheepishly. It is by the book pavilion in the back hall. I was too busy yesterday to organize it. There is no need for organization. Just fetch it and accompany me to Ningyuan bookstore, Yi Chengwei instructed, making his way to the stable to board the carriage. After Ting and retrieve the books, they hurriedly headed southward. Upon arriving at Ningyuan bookstore, they did not encounter Hua Rujin, but fortuitously crossed paths with Shu Jinxian. The two exchanged courteous bows, and Yi Chengwei glanced at the carriage behind him, questioning, did Miss Hua not accompany you, young Master Shu? When mentioning his cousin, Shu Jinxian displayed caution. Our Rujin has moved to a new residence today, assisting my uncle and aunt in settling in. He emphasized this point deliberately, as if to convey its importance. Uncertain of Shu Jinshuan's intentions, he glanced around the bookstore and casually remarked, I merely came to procure a few urgently needed medical texts. Ah, I see. Yi Chengwei nodded thoughtfully. Is there something you need to discuss with my sister? Shu Jinxian sensed something amiss. It was peculiar for someone who had declared a permanent farewell the day before to seek her out so soon. It is a matter of some official business. Noticing Shu Jinshuan's tense demeanor, Yi Chengwei smiled reassuringly and quickly clarified, it is merely to gather some trivial details regarding the Dou family. It is of no significant concern to her. Upon hearing this, Shu Jinshuan's taut nerves finally relaxed. After informing him of the location of the new residence, the two parted ways in haste. Yi Chengwei proceeded to the newly relocated manor of the Liu family, while Shu Jinxian entered the bookstore. Early in the morning, Hua Rujin and Kai Baiwei, along with Hua Junian and his wife, busied themselves for several hours in the courtyard of their newly rented residence in Southern City, managing to tidy up the place. Although this house could not be considered opulent compared to the grand households of Jiangling City, it was still a considerable villa for her time. Just the thought of the 2 taels of silver spent monthly felt worthwhile. The outer courtyard featured a vast open space, with 2 servant quarters on the left side and 2 guest rooms centered on the right. The main house faced south, with a study and a small room connected on the left and a kitchen and latrine in the far right corner. The main hall had rear doors leading to the inner courtyard, which contained a larger bedroom on the east side and 2 smaller rooms to the west, all with inward opening windows. In the center of the narrow inner courtyard stood a small, dry rockery. After arranging the main house and the eastern wing, and considering the 2 young children, Kai Baiwei decided to prepare the 2 smaller rooms on the west side for potential visitors from the 1st and 5th houses. As they entered one of the inner rooms, Hua Rujin, leading Huyan and Hua Muyang, noticed the clean little wooden table and bed, and suddenly exclaimed, Rujin, this room is indeed cleaner than the others. Hua Rujin hesitated at this remark, inspecting around the bed and suddenly discovering a long hair at the headboard. Chapter 26. Brother-in-law Hua Rujin cautiously picked up the hair, stretching it out for comparison, finding it considerably longer than her and Kai Baiwei's. Kai Baiwei looked perplexed. Whose hair could possibly be this long? Hua Yan, with a sugar-coated hawthorn in his mouth, looked at his sister's extended hair and pouted. Could it be that this family previously kept a little concubine? What little concubine? Kai Baiwei asked, bewildered. Hua Rujin stifled a laugh, while Hua Yuan grinned foolishly. Yet, recalling the middle-aged man from the previous day, it seemed plausible that someone with some wealth might have a delicate mistress in the house. Nevertheless, it seemed unreasonable to house such a person in the farthest corner of the West Wing. As she pondered over the hair in her hand, Hua Junian rushed in, panic evident on his face. What has happened to make you so anxious? Kai Baiwei inquired, noticing his distress. Yea, young master, he has found his way here. Hua Junian stammered, glancing anxiously at the two women. He claims to be looking for Rujin. Looking for me? Hua Rujin was equally astonished. He wouldn't be here to cause trouble, would he? Kai Baiwei's heart raced with worry, while Hua Junian felt troubled as well, his brow furrowed. Logically, Chen Wei, having achieved top honors, should be in the Hamlin Academy in the capital. Yet, he chose to return to Jiangling City, perhaps seeking to retaliate against our family for the past dismissal of the engagement with his mother. What shall we do? Kai Baiwei fretted, feeling utterly lost. Having just managed to shake off her mother-in-law and the second household, encountering the Yi family again was a daunting prospect. Do not worry, I shall go out to see, Hua Rujin said, recalling her encounter with Yi Chengwei the previous day. If he truly sought revenge, why would he go through such elaborate means? He could simply uphold the ruling of the Liu case and have the Dou family reclaim her. Or did he intend to torment her slowly? With this thought, a chill ran down Hua Rujin's spine. She feigned calmness and smiled at her parents before lightly stepping out of the house. Hua Yuan, quick-witted, dashed ahead toward the outer courtyard. Upon reaching the yard, he found that the hired help from Shu family had already been dismissed by Hua Junian. The stone table was graced by the slender figure of Yi Chengwei, accompanied by a bookish attendant sweating under the weight of a package. Brother-in-law, are you here looking for my sister? Hua Rujin was about to approach when she saw Hua Yuan rush towards Yi Chengwei, holding a sugary treat. The others were momentarily taken aback. Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei hid half of Hua Muyang's face behind the door, their expressions pale. Ye Chengwei hesitated, casting a glance at the approaching child, his gaze shifting awkwardly to Ting, and had no choice but to set down the package and whisper in his ear. This must be the second young lady of the Liu family. Only then did Yi Chengwei return a warm smile to the exuberant child. I am not your brother-in-law. The second young lady has mistaken me. Hua Rujin quickly intervened, stopping Hua Yuan from speaking further, shooting her a warning glance. Do not speak carelessly. Go find father and mother. Hua Junian added from the doorway, Yuan, come here. Hua Yuan looked around, pouting and murmuring as he walked back. If it weren't for aunt's interference, Big Brother would indeed be my brother-in-law. Children speak nonsense. I hope the county magistrate will forgive them. Hua Rujin stepped in front of Yi Chengwei, blocking his view of Hua Yuan, and smiled warmly at him. Not all. Yi Chengwei casually opened the package on the stone table and remarked, Yesterday, Miss Meng Hua graciously yielded, and I was fortunate to acquire this complete set of day law. Today, a friend has gifted me another, so I shall present this surplus collection to you, Miss, as a token of gratitude for your kindness yesterday. To me? Hua Rujin responded with astonishment. How can I believe this? It's over 100 taels of silver. To gift such an expensive manuscript, a complete set no less, seems too generous. Such unsolicited kindness often harbors ulterior motives. Moreover, she had not truly intended to yield yesterday. Yi Chengwei merely nodded slightly and deftly shifted the topic. I am quite curious, Miss Hua. What prompted your interest in the study of law? Just a way to pass the time, Hua Rujin replied nonchalantly as she settled down. After all, in this era, women were inherently disadvantaged, and as an obscure widow, she could not brazenly declare her ambition to become the foremost legal expert in Jiangling City. Reading legal texts as mere leisure? Yi Chengwei was perplexed, having never encountered anyone with such an unusual disposition. He forced a wry smile and said, Your method of passing time is indeed unique, quite unlike the ordinary. Surely, you do not aspire to delve into the intricacies of law in pursuit of some nefarious scheme? Not at all, sir. You are overthinking it. Hua Rujin's gaze darkened slightly, eager to redirect the conversation. Are you truly gifting me this collection? Yi Chengwei nodded slowly once more. A gift? Hua Rujin regarded him incredulously, sensing a hint of mischief in his eyes. Of course, if you feel undeserving, perhaps you might accompany me to the Dou residence tonight. Noticing her sudden tension, Yi Chengwei dropped the pretense and stated plainly, to be honest. A murder occurred at the Dou residence last night. Hua Rujin suddenly comprehended. No wonder he was so courteous and offered such valuable texts. He must feel guilty for troubling her after passing judgment on the case. May I assist you? You? Ye Chengvis Brais Furovit. Indeed, this matter arose partly due to my involvement. I should indeed exert some effort. Hua Rujin flashed him a sly smile. Perhaps a blind cat might catch a dead mouse. I might inadvertently help you uncover the truth. After all, it was rare for him to adjudicate such a case fairly, and she genuinely wished to assist him in resolving the matter, lest he suffer repercussions that could lead to his dismissal. The future of the next magistrate was uncertain. I have no leads yet, but I sense there is more beneath the surface. Yi Chengwei pondered the other cases he had been investigating and replied thoughtfully. Perhaps tonight at the Dou residence, we might uncover some clues. Recalling what Gu Longxi had mentioned, he felt it necessary to prepare her mentally and asked with significance. Do you believe the dead can speak? Perhaps. They can, Hua Rujin replied calmly. After all, I am speaking with you now. Yi Chengwei nodded in understanding. That is excellent. You may rest assured tonight. I shall ensure your safety. He gazed at her intently, assuring her with each measured word, I am with you. Hearing this, Hua Rujin felt an unprecedented sense of security, as though she was no longer fighting alone. Outside, Shu Jinxian returned with the stableman and, from a distance, spotted the array of books sprawled across the stone table, recognizable by the familiar brown package. His expression darkened as he noticed the similar package in the stableman's arms and swiftly instructed, put those back in the carriage. He then entered the courtyard with quiet composure. Upon seeing the elegant figure enter, Hua Rujin felt a slight tremor in her heart. She had assumed he had returned to the Shu residence, not realizing he had merely taken a stroll. If he spent all day with her, the old matriarch of the Shu family would certainly object. However, given the recent demands on him, she could not burn bridges now. Glancing at his steady and resolute face, Hua Rujin discerned a hint of displeasure in his eyes, which he was attempting to conceal. Lowering her gaze to the books on the table, she stole a glance at the two men, one her former fiancé, the other her childhood friend. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Regaining her composure, she forced a warm smile towards Shu Jinxian and casually inquired, Cousin, where have you been? The servants have already been dismissed. My sister returned to Jiangling City with me a few days ago. My brother mentioned he needed a few medical texts, so I took the opportunity to procure them. Shu Jinxian assessed Yi Chengwei with apparent nonchalance, politely acknowledging him with a nod. I see. Hua Rujin felt perplexed. How could there be medical texts unavailable in the capital, but only found in Jiangling City? As Yi Chengwei concluded his business, he expressed his farewells. Farewell. He exchanged a glance with Hua Rujin before turning away with Tingyan, leaving in haste. Take care, Chengwei, Shu Jinxian called after him, his gaze fixed on Yi Chengwei's retreating figure. Once he disappeared, he sat down and scrutinized the pristine volumes on the table, hesitantly asking, What are these, young Master Yi? He said, They're a gift for me. Hua Rujin was uncertain how to explain the situation to him. Kai Baiwei and Hua Junyan rushed forward, eagerly examining the manuscripts. Hua Junyan, puzzled, remarked, These are handwritten copies. They must be quite valuable. Why would young Master Yi gift you such precious items? The distance from the main hall was considerable, so their conversation was not easily overheard, and the couple merely exchanged bewildered glances. Faced with their inquisitive stares, Hua Rujin had no choice but to explain, a murder occurred at the Dou residence last night. Young Master Yi, being new to his position, is unfamiliar with the Dou family's background and wishes for me to accompany him there tonight. That is out of the question, Shu Jinxian quickly objected. Since he has already made a judgment, this matter no longer concerns the Hua family. The murder is the magistrate's responsibility, and it has nothing to do with you. Does he intend to drag you into this? Yet if the conspiracy behind the Dou family remains unresolved, young Master Yi may be implicated, and I will ultimately face the same fate as before. Hua Rujin voiced her concerns. He can overturn the decisions made by Magistrate Liu, and the new magistrate may just as easily reverse young Master Ye's verdict. Upon hearing this, the group furrowed their brows, falling into silence. After a long pause, Kai Baiwei spoke up, Go ahead. We owe a debt to the Yi family. Young Master Yi repays kindness with kindness, and we cannot be ungrateful. With that, she quickly added, But do exercise caution. Indeed, Hua Rujin replied softly, her mind drifting to past events between the two families. After the third and fourth sons of the Hua family passed away, Hua Junyan, in a fit of anger, went to the capital, marrying Kai Baiwei and returning with the 3-year-old original owner to Jiangling City. When they visited her father, Hua Zihong, at the county office, they happened to meet the 5-year-old Yi Chengwei. Ye's father sympathized with the Hua family's plight and remembered how the late patriarch had offered him a chance for advancement. When everyone mocked the Hua family, he took the initiative to befriend them and arranged this betrothal. Little did they know, shortly thereafter, both men perished in an accident. Yi Chengwei was taken away to study elsewhere, leading to the incident of Hu Nanshi breaking off the engagement with Ye's mother. In retrospect, The Hua family indeed owed a debt to the Yi family. Hearing Kai Baiwei's words, Shu Jinxian reluctantly conceded, "Then I shall accompany my cousin to the Dou residence tonight." Very well. Despite not rejecting the proposal, Hua Rujin took the 20 taels of silver that Huijunian had advanced for their family and placed them in front of Shu Jinxian, saying, "This is the silver my cousin paid for us yesterday. Please accept it." Shu Jinxuan's expression showed hesitation. She was becoming increasingly aware of their financial dealings. This amount covered a year's rent, and with the additional funds from her second aunt, the family could manage for the time being. Huijunian noticed the discontent in his cousin's heart and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Uncle, I've also found work at the dock, so it won't be difficult to support them." Shu Jinxian reluctantly accepted the silver, but cautioned, "If you encounter any difficulties, please inform me. My elder brother specifically instructed me to visit you and grandmother whenever I have a chance. Yuchen, that child, truly has a kind heart." Still thinking of his unfortunate uncle even after entering the palace, Hua Junian felt deeply moved. Although harboring resentment toward her mother for marrying her fifth sister off to a deaf husband for fortune, she found some solace in the talents of her two sons. Kai Baiwei felt a surge of warmth as she glanced at the rising sun and quickly said, "I had a bowl of noodles at home this morning, and after all the commotion with Jin Xian, I should prepare some food and firewood for you all, so you can have a meal sooner. Shall we go to Jinhu Tower?" Shu Jinxian suggested with a smile. "Today, you've just moved to the city. Let me treat you to a feast. Let us dine at home," Huijunian interjected. Aware of his cousin's extravagant nature, Jinhu Tower was one of the finest restaurants in Jiangling, and a simple meal could easily cost several taels of silver. He was reluctant to spend such money and hoped his cousin Wu Ti burden himself financially. "You always say you enjoy your aunt's cooking. Now that we VE split households, she could prepare a proper meal for you." Huijunian chuckled innocently. "Then I will take my cousin and sister to gather ingredients. There are plenty of grocery stores on a nearby street, making it convenient." Shu Jinxian secretly observed Hua Rujin and smiled back. "Today is indeed a joyous occasion for Uncle's family moving to the city. Let us celebrate. Uncle and Aunt should not be modest. I will procure some items to congratulate you on your relocation." Huijunian and Kai Baiwei exchanged glances towards Hua Rujin, pondering their daughter's response in such circumstances. However, before Hua Rujin could speak, Hua Yuan chimed in, "Cousin bought delicious pear blossom cakes yesterday. I want some more." "That's easy. Cousin will take you out to buy them right now." Shu Jinxian stood up, effortlessly lifting both little ones, and cheerfully declared, "Today, anything you like in Jiangling City, Cousin shall buy for you." "Really?" they asked in unison, delight lighting up their faces. "Of course, Cousin never lies." With that, the two little ones beamed with joy. Observing Shu Jinxian carrying them out, Hua Rujin reluctantly rose, casting a hesitant glance at the books on the table. "Father and Mother, please put these books away in the room. We will return shortly." "Go on," Kai Baiwei urged, recalling certain customs. She quickly added, "I heard there's an old Taoist selling talismans in Huangliuxiang who is quite skilled. Rujin, remember to buy some back, though it's a rented house. It's still a joyous occasion for moving in." Thinking of the long hair her daughter had found in the West Wing, she wanted to dispel the ill fortune. Hua Rujin felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Would these talismans drive her away instead? Yet, as these customs go, she could only respond with a forced smile. All right. Chapter 028. The Strange Taoist and the Beggar Exiting the New Residence. They continued southward for less than 100 meters to a deep and wide alley known as Huangliuxiang, famous in Jiangling City for its variety of goods. Shu Jinxian purchased 2 bags of pear blossom cakes, and Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang savored them, while trailing closely behind their sister and cousin. Hua Rujin walked while surveying the surroundings, her mind preoccupied with the evening's visit to the Dou family, and before long, she became lost in thought. Suddenly, a robust voice called out from nearby, "You young couple out with the children. What are you looking to buy? My shop has everything you can need." Snapping back to reality, Hua Rujin saw Shu Jinxian stepping forward, irritatedly retorting, "Shopkeeper, do not speak nonsense. These are my cousins." My apologies, my apologies." The shopkeeper quickly corrected himself, scrutinizing the group. "What would you like to purchase, young masters and miss?" Shu Jinxian surveyed the shop, confirming it indeed had a full stock of food and firewood, and turned to Hua Rujin, asking, "Shall we buy here? We can also pick up some fabric, jewelry, and cosmetics for women nearby." "All right," Hua Rujin replied absently, her gaze drifting to a nearby stall where an old Taoist in a robe was intently painting talismans. With curiosity, She approached him slowly. Has the young lady encountered difficulties? The old Taoist asked, not lifting his head as he continued his work. No, Hua Rujin replied coolly. Ah, relocation, I see. The old Taoist's voice was dull as he handed her a piece of talisman paper. 101. Posted at your door for good fortune. Hua Rujin glanced at the yellow talisman paper he offered, feeling a sudden unease. Just as she hesitated to take it, a familiar voice interrupted. You shouldn't trust this old charlatan's words, girl. Turning around, Hua Rujin spotted the scruffy old beggar she had encountered the day before at her doorstep. The old man calculates that you will soon face a calamity. He squinted at the talisman paper in her hand. How accurate you are, Hua Rujin retorted with disdain. Does that count as a calculation? Seeing she had no intention of paying him, the old beggar strode further inside, where he noticed a wealthy young man in a silk shirt staring at him. He snapped, Do you look down on me, young sir? When the man remained silent, the old beggar continued, Do not be deceived by my appearance. I do not accept alms. The man, with a look of disgust, tossed a piece of silver onto the ground. The old beggar quickly picked it up and dashed away, exclaiming, Thank you, young sir, thank you. Cough. There are indeed fools who believe his nonsense. Hua Rujin shook her head in resignation. Just then, she noticed her refined cousin approaching with the two little ones, both carrying heavy bags. Shu Jinxian took the old Taoist talisman paper and handed it to Hua Rujin with a sigh. Truly, the morals of society are declining. Hua Rujin's hand trembled as she held the talisman paper, but soon she realized she felt no different. The weight of anxiety lifted from her heart. It seemed the Taoist words could indeed be disregarded. Thus, feeling reassured, she tucked the talisman paper into her bosom and looked at the bundles her cousin and his servant were carrying with astonishment, asking, Cousin, how did you manage to buy so many things in such a short time? All useful items. Shu Jinxian replied sheepishly, urging, Let us head back. All right, Hua Rujin nodded. The two of them, along with the little ones, made their way back, stopping to purchase some daily necessities from a shop selling horsehair toothbrushes, toothpaste, and handkerchiefs. Upon returning home, Kai Bai Wei and Hua Junian were taken aback by the numerous items their cousin had bought. Without waiting for the couple to speak, Shu Jinxian hastily explained, I noticed some fine fabrics being sold in the alley, so I casually selected a few pieces. My aunt will make outfits for my uncle and cousins. Stealing a discreet glance at Hua Rujin, he continued, I also bought a few pieces of jewelry and some rouge for my aunt and cousin. The fabrics and jewelry from that alley were always favored by your cousin, so my selections will surely please. Kai Bai Wei, unable to refuse further, exchanged a secretive glance with Hua Rujin and, with a beaming smile, pulled Hua Junyan inside. Your uncle and I will go to the kitchen to start the fire for dinner. You two can take a rest in the courtyard and put up the talismans. Observing this situation, Hua Rujin sensed that the couple intended to matchmake her with her cultured cousin. However, as a modern individual and a practicing lawyer, she found it difficult to accept such a cousinly marriage. How could she possibly explain the reasons behind her reluctance? With a silent sigh of distress, she could not continue to defy their good intentions, lest they grow suspicious. She complied and took the bundles inside the main hall, followed by pasting talismans around the inner and outer doors. Watching her elder sister and cousin's actions, as well as the incongruous yellow talismans in their hands, Hua Muyang timidly asked, Sister, will sticking up these talismans prevent that ghost from scaring you again? Of course, Hua Rujin replied, fully aware that the ghost referenced by Mu Yang was Do Sanlang. Yet her mind instantly recalled Do Yuansheng, who was imprisoned. Who could be causing mischief in the Do residence now? From the tone of the old steward's words yesterday, it was clear that the individual dared to play tricks under everyone's noses and had stealthily taken a life at the Do residence last night, undoubtedly possessing formidable skills. It seemed she must exercise caution this evening. Once Kai Bai Wei finished preparing dinner, Hua Rujin, gazing at the tantalizing spread on the table, anticipated a sleepless night and could not resist indulging in an extra 2 bowls of rice. Afterward, she boiled some hot water in the kitchen and led the 2 little ones to wash up before changing into a clean yellow butterfly pattern long gown. When she emerged, she found Hua Junyan and Kai Bai Wei engaged in conversation with Shu Jinxian in the main hall. The topic revolved around comforting the couple regarding their visit to the Do family that night. Hua Rujin chimed in, Father and Mother need not worry. There will be plenty of county officials present tonight, and the Do family will not dare to act against us. Reflecting on Yi Chengwei's words before his departure, she felt an invisible force guiding her, compelling her to seize this opportunity without hesitation. After all, there is no such thing as a divinely bestowed equality in this world. Only the fairness one fights for exists. Only by toppling the Dou family could she truly turn her fate around. Both Hua Junyan and Kai Baiwei understood that this was their daughter's destiny and nodded with tears in their eyes. Back in the East Chamber, Hua Rujin tidied up the original owner's clothing, sat at the vanity, applied some medicine to her forehead, and dabbed on the rouge chosen by her cultured cousin. As twilight descended, she slowly stepped out of her room. Upon reaching the door, she glanced back at the law books lying quietly on the coffee table and then resolutely strode out of the inner courtyard. Hua Junyan and Kai Baiwei accompanied the two cousins to the gate, watching until the carriage continued southward, gradually disappearing into the darkness, before they reluctantly closed the gate and returned inside. The night was eerily silent. Outside the carriage, two lanterns swayed gently with the rhythm of the horses' hooves. Even the sound of the horses' breathing seemed exceptionally clear. Throughout the journey, Hua Rujin's mind echoed with the figures of the old Taoist and the beggar from Huang Lu Alley, who, though seemingly ordinary, always made her feel uneasy. Yet, at this moment, she had no desire to dwell on such thoughts. The carriage traveled southeast for quite some time until she spotted flickering lights and heard the rising clamor in the distance. Drawing back the curtain, she poked her head out to look. "We have arrived," Shu Jinxian called softly, and the two of them promptly disembarked. The first thing that caught their eyes was a tall, upright figure. The jade-white long robe added an ethereal beauty to the night. Dozens of officers stood in orderly fashion, their dark uniforms blending seamlessly into the night. Upon seeing Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian approach, Yi Chengwei's cold gaze gradually softened, and he gestured for them to enter. Speaking in a calm tone, "Please." He then signaled the officers to take their positions, leading the three of them briskly into the Dou family's courtyard alongside several county officials. Although it was already quite late, the Dou family courtyard was unusually lively, brightly lit. As Hua Rujin followed Yi Chengwei in, she surveyed her surroundings. The familiar sights and scents enveloped her, creating a suffocating sense of weight as she stepped into this dimly lit abode. In the courtyard, 2 rows of Taoist priests, about 10 in total, sat cross-legged, chanting incantations while gently shaking bells or ritual implements. Surrounding them were numerous small yellow flags. Several oddly dressed Taoists, wielding peachwood swords or holding talismans, roamed the courtyard, occasionally tossing burning talismans into the air, where yellow-white flames lingered momentarily before dissipating into thick smoke. The swirling mist enveloped the entire courtyard, rendering it almost impossible to discern the layout. As the county officials entered, the Taoists remained deeply engrossed in their tasks, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Hua Rujin, Yi Chengwei, and Shu Jinxian passed by the Taoists and entered the guest hall, where a simple spirit altar emerged from a mist. The mingling scents of burning talismans and incense from several small burners arranged on the altar filled the air, creating an overwhelmingly pungent aroma that made Hua Rujin shiver involuntarily. As they entered, Gulangshi, Lu Cheng, and the Dou family members seated at either end of the altar rose and exchanged greetings, while Hua Rujin was surveying the altar's arrangement. The old steward approached with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "Third young madam, you have finally returned. The master has been deeply troubled these past few days, unable to sleep at night. Please, third young madam, have compassion for the master and fulfill the late third young master's wishes." Upon hearing this, Yi Chengwei shot a sharp glance at the old steward, causing him to immediately fall silent. "Changshun, one must not be disrespectful in front of the county magistrate." A deep voice interjected. Hua Rujin turned to see her father-in-law, Dou Yu, approaching with slow steps. His benevolent demeanor suited his Taoist robes. In her recollection, this old man was always slow and reticent, maintaining an icy composure even in the face of calamity. "Rujin, you have suffered," Dou Yu said, standing before her, lightly coughing from the smoke. "Your words are heavy, Father Dou," Hua Rujin replied coolly, her eyes narrowed. The facade of propriety only reminded her of the numerous times the original owner had been harassed by Dou Yuansheng, with this old man merely offering a soft reprimand without any punishment or warning, allowing his depraved son to continue his reckless behavior. It seemed she had sensed a deliberate indulgence on his part. Suddenly addressed in such a manner, Dou Yu's expression darkened slightly, and then he forced a cold smile, saying, Your reckless behavior has burdened 2 county magistrates. Given the circumstances, I can no longer protect you. Whether you stay or leave tonight shall be decided by your late husband." As his words fell, the old Taoist beside him raised his bell and shook it lightly. The candles in the hall flickered violently, and the individuals shrouded in mist widened their eyes, fixated on the performing Taoist. Shu Jinxian instinctively shielded Hua Rujin, while Yi Chengwei stood with his arms crossed, his gaze steady as he scrutinized the subtle movements within the haze. Hua Rujin slowly pushed aside Shu Jinxian. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she gazed at the Taoist performing the ritual. His figure seemed oddly familiar. Just as he raised the peachwood sword to flick the incense and paper offerings, Hua Rujin suddenly recognized his face. Wasn't this the old Taoist with a cow's nose selling talismans in Huanglu Alley earlier? As she hesitated, she saw the old Taoist vigorously shaking a bell in one hand while wielding the peachwood sword, deftly stirring the flickering candlelight amidst the misty surroundings of the spirit hall. The dazzling display left Hua Rujin momentarily dizzy. Amidst the prominent talismans around her, she recalled the words of the old beggar earlier that day. Reflecting on her lack of reaction to those talismans, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Little did he know, aside from being slightly better at drawing talismans than I, his swordsmanship is hardly superior. No sooner had she finished her thought than darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Focusing on the incense burners, she noticed something amiss and quietly leaned towards the dazed Shu Jinxian, whispering, "I fear something is wrong with this sandalwood incense." Upon hearing this, Shu Jinxian quickly covered his nose. They both turned their gazes towards Yi Chengwei, who had already discreetly blocked his nose with his sleeve. As the three exchanged glances, the chanting from outside grew increasingly louder, and the Taoists circling the courtyard moved with heightened urgency. The tense and suffocating atmosphere heightened their vigilance. At this reminder from his cousin, Shu Jinxian cautiously inhaled through a small opening in the air, his expression turning serious as he whispered back, "It seems to bear the scent of Tang Xianzi." They exchanged a silent glance. "Do you recall how our elder brother acquired a rare batch of medicinal herbs from an overseas merchant years ago? This herb is extremely precious. While it is an excellent pain reliever, when made into incense, it can induce excitement and temporary hallucinations." Understanding dawned upon Hua Rujin. No wonder the scent felt so familiar. This old Taoist was indeed clever, mixing the incense made from Tang Xianzi with the burning sandalwood. Unless one had expertise, who could possibly detect it? They continued to observe the enigmatic actions within the mist when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, causing the figures outside to waver like ghosts, sending chills down their spines. While Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian whispered amongst themselves, Yi Chengwei's icy almond eyes remained fixed on the movements outside. Suddenly, a white figure darted past outside like a bolt of lightning, much faster than the roaming Taoists. Sensing something was off, he decisively snatched an iron sword from Tingen and swiftly pursued. Before Hua Rujin could react, she saw that ethereal white figure vanish into the mist. She was astonished by his remarkable agility, starkly different from the scholarly officials she had imagined. Observing this, Hua Rujin quickly drew a dagger from the waist of a panicking constable and followed suit. Upon reaching the courtyard, she peered through the layers of mist and witnessed 2 white figures chasing each other across the rooftops, the swirling smoke obscuring any clear distinction between friend and foe. Gripping her dagger tightly, she glanced at the eaves behind her, eager to leap up, but then hesitated, muttering to herself, "Damn it, I seem to lack the skill for this." Her era was predominantly characterized by close combat techniques, and she had never encountered such agile rooftop maneuvers. As she pondered, a white figure suddenly charged directly at her with astonishing speed. By the time she discerned the person's face, the ghastly pallor of their skin sent shivers down her spine, while their hollow black eyes, devoid of any color, instilled a sense of dread. As the white figure approached, Hua Rujin instinctively hurled her long knife at it. Yet, the figure deftly evaded the icy blade in the blink of an eye. Her heart raced as she prepared to strike. But just as the figure was a mere breath away, it inexplicably halted in midair. Seeing this, Hua Rujin hesitated, her fist still poised to strike, when a bright sword blade sliced through the air, prompting the white figure to swiftly pivot and glide past her, heading straight for the spirit hall. "Are you all right?" Yi Chengwei asked, his grip on the sword firm and his gaze cautious. "I'm fine," Hua Rujin replied, glancing at the drop of viscous, dark blood dripping from the blade. Chapter 030. A meeting of minds. That blood, dark as pitch, filled Rujin with confusion. Reflecting on the earlier scene, why had that spectral figure not attacked her? It was certainly not human. Yi Chengwei's gaze remained fixed on the dark blood smeared on his sword. After their encounter, he recognized that the speed of that ghostly figure far exceeded the capabilities of any martial artist in this world. They both turned their attention back, and suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the spirit hall. Samlang, young master. The two rushed inside to find Shu Jinxian scrambling to his feet, panic etched across his face. Upon seeing Rujin's calm demeanor, his countenance turned ashen as he anxiously inspected her, asking, "Cousin, are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Rujin assessed his disheveled appearance, clearly rattled. That's good. Shu Jinxian replied, still trembling as he clutched his chest and nodded fervently. What on earth was that? Was it human or ghost? He had thought that the creature, neither human nor ghost, would harm his cousin, prompting his frantic rush outside. Little did he know, it had not harmed her, but had instead terrified him. Exchanging knowing glances with Yi Chengwei, Rujin shared a subtle smile, and together they stepped into the spirit hall. The mist had already concealed the white figure, leaving behind a bewildered group staring in fear at the old Taoist still performing the ritual. As their gazes converged, the old Taoist was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead as he recited strange incantations, wielding his peachwood sword with increasing fervor. Suddenly, the bell fell silent, and with a vigorous swing of the sword, the candles in the room trembled violently. After a few moments of suspended air, the smoke enveloping the hall gradually dissipated, and the old Taoist collapsed. The crowd, dazed and disoriented, swayed unsteadily, supporting one another as they stared in shock at the events unfolding in the hall. "Look, there are handprints." The constables noticed something amiss and held their torches closer, examining the doorways, where every entrance bore clear, blood-red handprints. Rujin focused her gaze, only to find that on the white parchment used by the old Taoist, a striking line of blood-red characters stood out. Born as a Dou family member, dead as a Dou family ghost. Everyone gasped in horror. "Oh dear, Sengongzi." It was just the master's moment of compassion. It does not mean he does not care for you. The master is known for his benevolence, unwilling to harm a soul, but this time I shall earnestly plead with him on your behalf. The old steward wept uncontrollably, collapsing in grief before the spirit. Dou Yu's face reflected sorrow as he gazed at the blood-red inscription, pain evident in his closed eyes. Indeed, this is the handwriting of Sengongzi. Gu Longxi merely cast a brief glance at the inscription before turning to glare fiercely at Rujin. "San Shaoforan, what do you have to say for yourself?" "It appears Sengongzi indeed harbors grievances," Lu Cheng mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully before turning to Rujin with a sigh of pity. "Rujin, do not fault me for not favoring you. The actions of spirits are beyond the reach of human intervention. This time, I truly cannot assist you." After secretly exhaling a sigh and casting a furtive glance at Yi Chengwei, a glimmer of self-satisfaction flickered in his cunning eyes. The registrar, Lu Xuan, returned from outside, shaking his dizzy head violently, yet feeling increasingly uneasy, although he had not caught up with the white figure. He had distinctly sensed a vivid aura during the confrontation between the county magistrate and that individual, which hardly resembled the capriciousness of malevolent spirits. Moreover, influenced by Rujin's words from a couple of days ago, his doubts regarding Dou Yuanxian's death deepened. He leaned closer to Yi Chengwei and murmured, "Sir, if that person was indeed Dou Yuanxian, it is feared that the third son of the Dou family is not truly deceased. Perhaps we should open the coffin and examine the body." Rujin, overhearing Lu Shuyuan's words, quickly gestured to him, shaking her head before Yi Chengwei could make a decision. Dou Yuanxian had been buried for 3 years. His body was likely long decayed, and even if they opened the coffin, there would be no means of verification. Furthermore, the Dou family had evidently prepared thoroughly for this. Gu Longxi had emerged from the multitude of litigators in Jiangling, becoming a notoriously cunning lawyer, which suggested that he was not to be underestimated. Such an act would only serve to alert adversaries and ensnare them in their traps. Additionally, she harbored numerous doubts in her heart. The sudden appearance of blood-red characters on the blank paper before her and the blood handprints that had materialized on the door left her perplexed. Even in magic, there should be a trick to it. This old Taoist, with such meager abilities, was unable to handle himself, let alone subdue any malevolent spirits. Furthermore, If that person was indeed Do Sanlang, why did he choose to harm Yi Chengwei instead of attacking her? It was hard to believe that he was merely showing compassion. Was he perhaps intimidated by her? Contemplating this, Hua Rujin suddenly had an epiphany. She turned to the cold-eyed Gu Longxi and pretended to sigh deeply. My late husband indeed held profound affections for me. When he spared me earlier, it was a clear display of his true feelings. How could I betray him? I cannot bear to see him become a wandering soul. As she finished speaking, she surveyed the crowd and smiled softly. I wish to descend early to accompany him. Miss Huayu. Lu Shiyuan frowned, about to dissuade her, but Lu Cheng swiftly interrupted him. Rujin, your loyalty and devotion are exemplary. A model of virtue in our county. I believe that soon, the story of your love with your late husband will become a beautiful tale. Rest assured, I will personally fund the construction of a grand memorial arch for the Hua family to immortalize your fidelity. Thank you, Lord Lu. Hua Rujin replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes, wondering how many innocent women this corrupt official had victimized during his tenure. Shu Jinxian, hearing this, felt a surge of anger and shot a glare at the self-satisfied Lu Cheng. Cousin, do not heed their nonsense. He wishes to harm you to further his own career. Do not let me disappoint Lord Lu's good intentions. Hua Rujin interjected, stopping Shu Jinxian, who was ready to confront Lu Cheng. She turned to Dou Yu and Gu Longxi. Pursing her lips, allow me to return home to bid farewell to my parents and sisters. I shall return by dusk tomorrow. After dusk tomorrow, I will personally welcome the young mistress to the county office on behalf of the official. Gu Longxi said with a smug look, deliberately emphasizing the words county office. He was keen to see how this newly minted top scholar would extricate himself from this predicament. Yi Chengwei recognized that Gu Longxi was attempting to intimidate him. However, since Hua Rujin had discerned that the Dou household was not haunted by spirits, and had presumptuously agreed to the Dou family's request for a live burial, it seemed she had devised a plan. Unless, of course, she wished to forfeit her life. With a disdainful smile, Yi Chengwei silently waved to the crowd and was the first to exit the Dou residence. Chapter 031. A grand clarification scene. Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian followed closely behind the officials as they left the Dou residence. Shu Jinshuan's heart felt as if it were filled with a tumultuous sea, incessantly whispering in her ear, Cousin, why did you suddenly agree to the Dou family and Lu Cheng? You had clearly escaped the fire pit. Why leap back into it? She had come with solemn promises that her uncles and aunts would protect her, and now her situation seemed so perilous that even divine intervention would not suffice. Hua Rujin's mind was a flurry of thoughts, replaying the earlier events, until she finally stepped out of the Dou estate. Her eyes suddenly brightened. The Taoist was still the same Taoist. If he truly possessed skills and abilities, how could a genuine spirit, such as herself, have so easily arrived at the Dou residence? Glancing at the anxious Shu Jinxian and the icy Yi Chengwei, Hua Rujin remarked thoughtfully, Tonight has not been in vain. Shu Jinxian, bewildered, could not voice her confusion, but inwardly she resented. Indeed, you have thrown yourself into danger. She then cast a resentful glance at the composed Yi Chengwei. Yi Chengwei, however, was focused on the carriage arriving from Tingyan and slowly said, Then please, let us board the carriage for a discussion. The three of them boarded the county office's carriage. After traveling a short distance, Yi Chengwei hesitantly broke the silence in the carriage. Miss Hua, do you have any grievances with the county magistrate? Does injuring the second son of the Dou family count? Hua Rujin retorted eagerly. Not at all. Yi Chengwei's lips curved into a graceful arc, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. This matter indeed falls within the realm of civil disputes, not official ones. Pausing, he continued, Moreover, I have heard that it was the Dou family who reported the case to the county office. Not my uncle, Hua Rujin asked, a look of suspicion crossing her face. But upon reflection, she realized that someone as shrewd as Hua Jiangsu would undoubtedly inform the Dou family before making any decisions. Yi Chengwei slowly shook his head and added, Thus, the county magistrate initially intended for you to serve as a sacrificial bride for the third son. This was indeed puzzling. Her refined cousin exclaimed in frustration. What is that old scoundrel scheming, insisting that my cousin be a sacrificial bride for Do Sanlang? Suddenly, he recalled the matter of Hua Shiyu becoming the county magistrate's wife. Could it be that his second aunt had colluded with the Dou family to conspire against Rujin? Yet, this was not a topic to broach in front of Yi Chengwei, lest he learned that the two families' engagement had been sabotaged by the second branch of the Hua family, which which might lead him to harbor ill intentions toward his cousin. Listening to Xu Jinshuan's inquiries, Yi Chengwei's thoughts began to swirl, and he suddenly recalled something. I have heard that Miss Hua recently celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony last month. Is young Master Yi implying that he has a friend like me? Hua Rujin questioned, bewildered by his seemingly trivial inquiry. Not exactly a friend, Yi Chengwei sighed. His expression dimmed. If they were still alive, they would be of an age similar to yours. This statement left both Hua Rujin and Xu Jinxian perplexed. I have recently been investigating several old cases in the county. Yi Chengwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. There have been 19 cases of young girls disappearing without a trace. And upon reviewing the historical records, I have discovered several intriguing aspects. These 19 individuals all mysteriously vanished in recent years, yet their footsteps never left the county. And not a single trace can be found, alive or dead. That is indeed strange, Hua Rujin mused, her thoughts racing. Xu Jinxian, with a face full of questions, interjected. What does this have to do with my cousin becoming a sacrificial bride for Do Sanlang? 16 years ago, Hua Rujin's mind gradually conjured fragmented memories. If I recall correctly, that was the year our great ancestor passed away, the 36th year of Tianhua. City, Ye Chengwei nodded. I have heard from the elders in the village that during that year, strange phenomena occurred. Many perished in Jiangling. In March, a celestial dog devoured the red moon, causing widespread drought throughout central China. In July, the comet passed through the heart, and rain fell incessantly for 3 months, inundating fields and drowning countless people. Recalling these events, Hua Rujin spoke with interest. The elders claimed that the people had committed wrongs, and heaven unleashed disasters to punish humanity. In that moment, a myriad of new doubts began to form within her heart. May I request the esteemed magistrate to allow me a glimpse at the case files of the missing maidens? Inquiring politely, Hua Rujin observed Yi Chengwei, who appeared deep in thought. Of course, you may, Yi Chengwei replied with a faint smile. Upon entering the magistrate's inner hall, Ting presented all 19 case files related to the missing girls that Yi Chengwei had meticulously organized over recent days. Each document detailed the girls' dates of birth and disappearance with exceptional clarity. After thoroughly reviewing the files, Hua Rujin finally unearthed some intriguing clues that aligned perfectly with her suspicions. However, mindful of Yi Chengwei's current attitude towards her, she inquired nonchalantly, what is the magistrate assessment of the events that transpired at the Dou residence this night? Merely a trick of specters and illusions, Yi Chengwei asserted, though he could not entirely dismiss the notion of supernatural entities. Yet, he was certain that the individual he had encountered was no malevolent spirit. Pondering this, his fair brow furrowed slightly, as he struggled to comprehend how that person had honed such extraordinary agility. Half human and half ghost, there was no trace of life to be found. Nevertheless, he was perplexed by the sorcerer's theatrics in the morning hall, unable to discern how such feats were accomplished. Xu Jinxian, tightly gripping his chin, expressed his confusion. I was fixated on the white paper before him. Yet how did an additional line of text suddenly appear? And what a bloody handprint on the door? This is easily explained. It is merely a ruse of the underworld, Hua Rujin replied with a smile directed at Xu Jinxian. Cousin, as a scholar of medicine, you are undoubtedly familiar with the rare herb Tianshanzi, and likewise, you must know of the common herb Lixiang. Indeed, this herb is quite prevalent, Xu Jinxian acknowledged. Glancing at Yi Chengwei, while Lixiang may not possess the same rarity as Tianshanzi, it is nonetheless an excellent remedy for calming the mind, dispelling wind, and treating injuries. It is likely a staple in the magistrate's office. For the Xu family, both Tianshanzi and Lixiang are regarded solely for their medicinal properties. Thus, cousin would only delve into their therapeutic uses, failing to uncover their more obscure applications. Hua Rujin countered, however, for the Dou family, which thrives on the production of fragrances and cosmetics. The implications are significant. Having previously researched the ingredients in a cosmetics-related legal case, coupled with her background in forensic science as a lawyer, she was well-versed in various medicinal herbs and their extensive applications. It seemed that Miss Hua had not idled away her years in the Dou residence. Yi Chengwei gazed at her with profound interest, finding no reason to doubt her knowledge given her connection to the Xu family and her experiences over the past 3 years with the Dou family. Flattery, merely flattery. It is simply a result of my environment, Hua Rujin humbly replied, before requesting, might I perform a small trick for the magistrate and my cousin? I kindly asked the magistrate to procure a sheet of white paper, some essential oil extracted from Elixiang, and a bowl of soapberry water. Is that all? Yi Chengwei's composed demeanor revealed a hint of surprise. Indeed, that is all, Hua Rujin replied with a light cough. It is merely a chemical reaction involving acid and alkali. However, if you wish to experience the eerie ambience of the Dou residence, you may also prepare some sandalwood and talisman paper for the fog effect, along with the hallucinogenic Tianshanzi herb. The sandalwood and the alkaline smoke from the burning talisman paper would not only obscure vision, but also play a crucial role in the sorcerer's rituals when reacting with the acidic oil of Elixiang. Unnecessary, quite unnecessary, Ting interjected hastily, casting a disapproving glance at his master. No wonder his master had covered his nose upon entering. He had sensed something amiss with the incense burner, but had failed to warn Ting, leading him to be overwhelmed by the smoke and the enchanting fragrance. Unaware, one might think he was merely moved by the heartfelt devotion of Miss Hua. Alas, my master has grown increasingly mischievous. Soon, Ting returned with the white paper, Welixiang oil, and soapberry water. Hua Rujin first applied the Welixiang oil to her index finger, deftly inscribing 2 lines of text on the white paper, precisely mirroring the number of characters on the bloodied paper from the Dou family. However, as she concluded her writing, she sensed something was amiss. Just as she was about to request another sheet from Ting Shu Jinxian, having observed her for a while, yet seeing no visible markings in the dim candlelight, skeptically approached and seized the paper. "Cousin, what are you attempting? There is nothing here." Yi Chengwei, seemingly enlightened, took the paper and laid it flat on the table, dipping his slender fingers into the bowl of soapberry water, gradually moistening his palm. Just as Hua Rujin was about to intervene, she watched as Yi Chengwei spread his soapy palm over the paper, revealing a line of striking crimson text. "Spring arrives for Hua Rujin. Summer approaches for Yi Chengwei." Shu Jinxian murmured the lines, his gaze lingering on the final 3 characters for an extended moment, gradually revealing a look of melancholy. Yi Chengwei's expression tightened as well. Miss Hua, your poetry is truly exquisite." Ting, beaming with delight, praised, "Not only does the poem encompass spring and summer, but the names of Miss Hua and my master align perfectly. A remarkable coincidence indeed." "Merely a coincidence," Hua Rujin retorted, nearly kicking Ting out the door. She had only scribbled a line of poetry without intending for the last 3 characters to align with Yi Chengwei's name. The attendant, fearing misunderstanding, felt compelled to elaborate. Stealing a glance at the somber Shu Jinxian, Hua Rujin swiftly concealed the paper, feigning calmness as she inquired, "Could it be that the magistrate's name is indeed these 3 characters?" "Indeed, it is," Ting joyfully replied. "This was bestowed upon my master by our lord many years ago." Yi Chengwei cleared his throat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he discreetly shifted the conversation. The Dou family, with such deliberate machinations, seeks to deceive even the authorities, merely to compel Miss Hua to become a sacrificial bride. What would be their motive? Now, that is the pertinent question. Hua Rujin promptly took up the case files, pointing to a small line of text, and explaining. The clerks at the magistrate's office, in organizing the records, wrote the birth dates of the missing girls in a manner that would not attract attention, deeming them inconsequential. However, should you scrutinize closely, you will uncover a commonality. Aside from the ages aligning with Miss Hua's, I cannot discern any clues, Yi Chengwei replied hesitantly. Indeed, as she had mentioned, after an incident, most officials would not overly concern themselves with the birth dates of the victims unless driven by ulterior motives. Shu Jinxian leaned in, exasperated. Aside from small writing, there is nothing unusual. Cousin and the magistrate may have noticed that all the missing girls were born on even-numbered dates. Hua Rujin pointed out, if I am not mistaken, the magistrate could send someone to investigate the birth dates of these girls. It is likely that their precise times of birth are also even. What could that signify? Shu Jinxian remained perplexed. Yi Chengwei shared his bewilderment. Alas, these two seemed to lack the curiosity typical of young maidens. Hua Rujin sighed inwardly. In my era, there is a saying in my village regarding individuals born on such dates. They are referred to as pure een girls or, colloquially as coffin girls. It is believed that such girls are born under accursed fate, harboring heavy een energy. As the words fell, the thoughts of the original owner's birth date surged forth. My birth was not only entirely een in its 4 pillars, but the year, month, day, and hour coincidentally converged into a single number, an exceedingly rare phenomenon among women of Purine. If I am not mistaken, the reason why Master Do has gone to such lengths, even disregarding the life of Do Erlang, must be for some ritual. After all, he has devoted himself to seeking wisdom over the years, presumably in pursuit of the secret to longevity. Understanding dawned upon Yi Chengwei, who nodded in realization. It is no wonder that this individual appears to have skin that is both delicate and firm, entirely unlike someone of advanced years. Even his garments are embroidered with patterns of cranes. I have heard that those who seek immortality advocate for a practice of inabsorption to bolster yang. Yet this is far from the intended method. It is akin to that of a flower thief. Shu Jinxian's expression darkened as he gazed at Yi Chengwei. Brother Chengwei, this matter cannot go unchecked. That involves 19 lives, and we cannot fathom the current state of affairs. He turned towards his cousin, expressing even greater concern. Since you were aware of his sinister intentions, why did you agree to that old fellow's request for Do Samlang's burial? Without entering the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture a tiger cub? Hua Rujin calmly elucidated. Given all the information we currently possess, Master Do must have been scheming this for some time. The will and Do Samlang's death align perfectly with the charade they are enacting today. Even if young Master Yi had sent the magistrate to the grave to unearth the corpse, it may yield no results. Presently, Gu Longxi seeks profit, while Lu Cheng aims for political gain, both of whom will shield the Do family. Any misstep may play directly into their hands, resulting in a devastating defeat. The will is a trivial matter. Gu Longxi's ability to mimic handwriting is exceptional. He indeed possesses the skill to imitate other scripts flawlessly, as evidenced by his demeanor at the Do residence. Shu Jinxian responded, a mix of anger and confusion evident in his tone. Yet Do Yu is also of mature age. Is it truly worth it to sacrifice his own sons for the sake of so-called longevity, leaving the Do family without heirs? The world is vast and full of wonders. Yi Chengwei remarked, his gaze steady as he looked at Hua Rujin. It seems Miss Hua already has a plan in mind. Hua Rujin returned his gaze with a gentle smile. Young Master Yi, having emerged from the Do residence with such composure, must have discovered a method to break this impasse. I presume. I wonder if it aligns with Miss Hua's thoughts? Yi Chengwei inquired. Then why don't we each pen our methods and compare them to see whose is superior? They promptly reached an understanding, using valerian oil to inscribe a character in their palms. Just as Hua Rujin finished writing, she looked up to find Yi Chengwei already focused intently upon her. Ladies first. Miss Hua, the magistrate, as the local authority, should go first, Hua Rujin suggested, indicating the soapberry water on the table. Shu Jinxian and Ting and observed with anxious expressions. And Shu Jinxian impatiently urged, I see no need for you two to keep us in suspense. Speak of the outcomes swiftly. Thus, they both sprinkled the soapberry water onto their palms at a leisurely pace. Yi Chengwei glanced at the character in her palm, which unmistakably reflected a falsehood, his expression remaining calm. Hua Rujin stared at the character imprinted in Yi Chengwei's palm, her face suddenly astonished, and she glared at him. Are you seeking personal vengeance, young Master Yi? Shu Jinxian's expression tightened upon seeing the word death in Yi Chengwei's palm. If I were to seek revenge, Miss Hua would not be seated in my inner chamber now. Yi Chengwei raised an eyebrow. And my visit to the Do residence today was not for the purpose of investigating a case. I merely attended a banquet. Indeed, Hua Rujin pondered. Since their meeting, he had countless ways to endanger her, yet he chose to stand in her defense, demonstrating that he was not a man of dark intentions. It seems he truly wishes to keep her around for his own amusement. They then placed their palms together, and Shu Jinxian was the first to declare, feigning death. That is absolutely unacceptable, Shu Jinxian quickly countered, his expression fraught with urgency as he turned to Yi Chengwei. Master Do employs such deceitful tricks to deceive the authorities. Brother Chengwei, you could certainly imprison him for this. You are more familiar with the interrogation methods of the county jail than I am. After some severe punishment, he would surely divulge everything. To achieve his goals, this man would disregard his own flesh and blood. Without evidence, it is likely we would struggle to extract any confessions. Hua Rujin asserted firmly. Moreover, tonight's events were not orchestrated by him personally. He could easily shift the blame for deceiving the authorities onto that old Taoist. If we alert him now, collecting evidence will become exceedingly difficult, she continued. Currently, he behaves with such audacity, relying on the years he has spent dominating Jiangling City to intimidate young Master Yi, whom he perceives as a novice easily manipulated. My master has already offended Lord Liu over matters concerning Miss Hua since his appointment, and has incurred the ire of several colleagues. Master Dou, with his reputation in the county, could easily turn the tide against young Master Yi if he were to force a confession. Notorious litigators like Gu Longxi would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble, and the consequences of their united front against young Master Yi would be dire. Tingen looked at everyone with concern, furrowing his brow. To be candid, just before heading to the Dou residence today, the master received a letter from the governor, stating, "Enough of that." Yi Chengwei interrupted, displeased. "Master," Tingen appeared even more anxious. Yi Chengwei, seemingly unfazed, turned to Shu Jinxian and Hua Rujin. "The more we delve into this, the more peculiar it becomes. Even the provincial government is involved. If we do not uncover the truth and provide justice for all the missing women, how can I face the court here?" Listening to the exchange between the master and his servant, Hua Rujin gradually realized that Jiangling City is not merely home to the county office, but also the location of the Jingzhou prefecture. It appears that Liu Cheng, in his quest to preserve his political achievements, has not only pressured me and Yi Chengwei, but has also begun to engage with the provincial government. "I shall arrive at the county office promptly at dusk tomorrow," Hua Rujin declared resolutely. "You are not afraid I will seek revenge?" Yi Chengwei questioned, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Your aspirations are lofty, young Master Yi. How could you let a mere weak woman lead to your downfall? If I were incapable of recognizing this, I would not have accompanied you to the Dou residence tonight, nor would I be present in this county office." Hua Rujin replied with a serene smile. "Moreover, since young Master Yi does not intend to partake in the Dou family's banquet, you would not wish to see anyone reveling while you are cast aside." Though her words bore an element of provocation, they immediately reminded Yi Chengwei of Gu Longxi's smug expression as he exited the Dou residence. This man, a failed scholar, had only spent a few years as a litigator, earning a meager reputation through ostentatious tactics, and now believed himself invincible after a few visits to the provincial office. Truly, he knows nothing of the world. With a warm smile directed at Hua Rujin, Yi Chengwei solemnly stated, "Go, for where I am, you shall remain." These words resonated with familiarity, akin to discovering a steadfast ally, and Hua Rujin felt a profound sense of relief. Farewell. After few exchanged goodbyes, they departed the county office. Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian boarded a carriage heading south of the city. The carriage remained silent for a considerable time, until Shu Jinxian finally spoke. Cousin need not persuade me further. This matter originated from me, and for both public and private reasons, I cannot allow young Master Yi to bear this burden alone." Hua Rujin replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. "I understand you are concerned for my safety, but if we do not thoroughly uncover the true intentions of the Dou family this time, our family's future will be far from peaceful. We cannot truly rely on my eldest cousin, who has just entered the Imperial Medical Academy, to appeal to the Emperor on our behalf. Setting aside the obstacles and expenses involved, if anything were to go awry, it would lead us into an inescapable abyss. This matter concerns not only the Hua family, but would also ensnare the Shu family. How could the matriarch of the Shu family risk everything for such a distant relative?" Shu Jinxian, recognizing her unwavering determination, felt his expression grow somber, and he ceased to argue further. After a moment of contemplation, he rearranged his troubled expression and gently replied, "Since your mind is made up, you may proceed without worry. Your uncle and aunt, as well as your younger cousins, will not be a concern. I shall take good care of them." After a brief silence, he cast a tender glance her way and added, "This time, I assure you, I will not allow any missteps." "Thank you," she said, her eyes sparkling like crystal. "I recall that in 3 days, it will be Dou Sanlang's coming-of-age birthday. If Dou Yuanwei indeed intends to conduct some kind of ceremony, he will surely choose this date. In the coming days, I would appreciate it if you could keep my parents uninformed, simply stating that I am accompanying the magistrate to investigate the cause of Dou Sanlang's death. So they need not worry." After a moment's thought, she added, "Please try to ensure they do not venture outside." "Rest assured, I am fully aware," Shu Jinxian replied solemnly. Upon returning to their new residence in the southern part of the city, they had barely knocked on the door when Hua Junian welcomed them inside. As they entered, they noticed the guest hall was still lit, with Kai Baiwei sitting there, cradling the sleeping Hua Muyang, while Hua Yuan sat in a daze, sucking on a candied hawthorn. "Father, mother, why are you still awake? Hua Rujin hesitated, glancing at her still-dazed younger sibling. Your mother cannot sleep until you return, Hua Junian said, carefully carrying Hua Muyang into the inner chamber. Why are you not asleep? Hua Rujin bent down to pinch Hua Yuan's chubby cheek. This little girl insists she saw a girl in red clothing in the courtyard, Kai Baiwei remarked, casting a disapproving glare at her daughter. Your father and I searched the courtyard for quite a while and found nothing. With such high walls and talismans posted everywhere, no thief could enter, nor could anything unclean linger. A girl in red clothing? Hua Rujin pondered, recalling the long hair she had found in the west chamber, which could not possibly belong to a young girl. Perhaps my uncle and I can rest in the guest room tonight, while my cousin stays with my aunt and Yuan. Muyang can sleep in the main room. Suddenly, Shu Jinxian recalled the discussions he had overheard when renting the house. Though he trusted the neighbors, a tinge of concern crept in as he cast a meaningful glance at Hua Rujin. Aren't you supposed to assist the magistrate in thoroughly investigating Do Sanlang's death tomorrow? It will be good for you to spend more time with your aunt tonight. Upon hearing this, Kai Baiwei's face lit up with surprise. Is it true that there are other reasons behind the young master's death? Perhaps, Shu Jinxian replied with a calm demeanor. That would be splendid. Kai Baiwei finally glimpsed hope. If the cause of Do Yuanxian's death were to be revealed as something else, proving that the letter of intent was a forgery, it would restore her daughter's honor and dispel the notion that she was cursed in marriage, thus allowing someone to dare marry her in the future. Sister, when will you return? Hua Yuan pouted, looking quite disheartened. I speak the truth, yet father and mother do not believe me. Perhaps in 3 or 4 days. Hua Rujin replied with a smile. I need to visit the Do family's estate. Will you really be gone that long? Kai Baiwei began to worry again. Will you go alone? As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously scrutinized Shu Jinxian. There are plenty of officials at the county office, so do not fret, he reassured her. Thinking of the inscrutable magistrate, Hua Rujin smiled faintly, adding, moreover, with the magistrate present, a distinguished scholar, nothing should go awry. That is true, Kai Baiwei said, dispelling her concerns. After all, he had received the emperor's favor and had already adjudicated the case. There was no need to further complicate matters for her daughter. I will prepare hot water for you. Just listen to Jinxian. Tonight, you shall stay in the room and have a good chat with your mother, she said before rising to leave. However, Hua Rujin remained preoccupied with the texts in the room. Once the matters regarding the Do family were settled, she would have to swiftly devise a plan to take on the case, thus needing to memorize the entire set of legal statutes thoroughly. After bathing, she quietly slipped back to her eastern chamber. In the following chapter, Kai Baiwei coaxed Hua Yuan to sleep and, noticing that the lights were still on in the eastern chamber, walked in with concern. Seeing her daughter engrossed in a hefty volume, she couldn't help but express her worry. You have worked all day. Why are you still reading? Get some rest. There will be plenty of time later. I will read for a bit longer before sleeping, Hua Rujin replied, glancing up at her. Kai Baiwei, though not particularly literate, had gained some knowledge from accompanying Hua Junian over the years. Upon seeing the title of the book, she couldn't help but frown. Why on earth are you studying legal statutes? I believe young Master Yi thought my understanding of legal matters was lacking and sent me these books. I cannot let his kindness go to waste. It is a good opportunity to study, Hua Rujin replied nonchalantly. Though she called her mother, the intimacy between them had yet to reach the depths of true familial bonds. Much of their relationship was merely performative, lacking genuine trust. Moreover, she had never truly experienced familial love, having only envied it from afar, unable to comprehend its essence. Young Master Yi is quite thoughtful, Kai Baiwei acknowledged, noticing her daughter's singular focus on her reading. Understanding that she likely did not wish to return to her own room, she refrained from disturbing her further and turned to leave. As she closed the door, she earnestly cautioned, do not stay up too late. All right, Hua Rujin replied, watching her mother depart before resuming her perusal of the text. With the impending visit to the Do family, it was the perfect time to delve into the household marriage statutes. She lost track of time, and eventually, weariness overcame her, prompting her to lie down. The next morning, she awoke to bright daylight, and upon glancing at the crumpled papers beside her pillow, she hurriedly smoothed them out, feeling a pang of regret as she closed the volume. After all, acquiring a book in this era was not as simple as in her previous life, so she needed to handle them with care. After inspecting her room and checking the 2 western chambers for any anomalies, she felt reassured and proceeded to the front courtyard to fetch water and wash her face. Enjoying the breakfast prepared by Kai Baiwei. Throughout the day, she endeavored to calm her anxious thoughts, secluding herself in the eastern chamber with her books until the sun began to set. Finally, she packed her belongings and bid farewell to the family, heading directly to the county office. On her way, she discreetly purchased 2 roasted ducks and several packages of pear blossom cakes, ensuring they were securely wrapped before adding them to her bundle. Meanwhile, Shu Jinxian devised a suitable excuse, claiming he needed Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei to help sort medicinal herbs for the medicinal room, thus preparing to stay by his uncle and aunt's side in the coming days. After the Shu family's coachman delivered Hua Rujin to the county office, he promptly returned. As Hua Rujin disembarked from the carriage, she was greeted by the old steward of the Dou family, whose eyes squinted into joyful crescents. "Madam, you truly keep your promise. Please, come in, come in." Hua Rujin glanced at the sedan chair stationed at the county office entrance and the poised silhouette cast by the setting sun, then gradually approached. After a brief exchange of glances with Yi Chengwei, she resolutely stepped into the Dou family sedan. Soon after, she heard Gu Longxi's sarcastic voice resound from outside the sedan. "The magistrate is indeed wise and decisive. I would like to thank the magistrate on behalf of Dou Yuanwei." "Lift the sedan," the old steward commanded, and the sedan swayed as it headed toward the southeast of the city. The clerk, Lu Xuan, stood dazed beside Yi Chengwei, watching the Dou family depart with smug confidence, gritting his teeth in frustration. "This Gu Longxi is too much. Why not just pick them up directly from the Hua family?" Instead, he had to stage such a scene at the county office, showing blatant disrespect for the magistrate. Yi Chengwei's lips curled into a cold smile, revealing a hint of ominous intent in his eyes. Hua Rujin was taken back to the Dou family and led into the western courtyard where the original owner resided, yet she did not see Dou Yu's figure. Later that evening, a maid from the residence brought her some food and fresh water. What they referred to as food was merely a plate of verdant mulberry leaves. Nothing more. Was I to subsist on these alone? Hua Rujin gazed reproachfully at the maid before her. The young girl, trembling with trepidation, replied, "Third young madam, this is what the master instructed. You may leave." Hua Rujin dismissed the maid, swiftly closing the door behind her. "Fortunately, I had prepared for this." The mulberry leaves paired with roast duck would alleviate the monotony of the meal. As she savored the roast duck wrapped in the leaves, her mind began to churn with thoughts. It seemed that Dou Yu intended to complete the ritual himself. However, enduring 3 days of mulberry leaves in this household would surely leave one emaciated. Glancing at the remaining roast duck in the package, she couldn't help but sigh. How I wish there were a refrigerator in this sweltering heat. Alas, while others traversed through time with vast resources and advantages, I, the lady, found myself in a state of utter vulnerability, truly befitting of my orphaned origins. If not for my wits accompanying me into this world, I shudder to think how many times I might have perished. Where are you, dear system father? Have pity on this unfortunate child. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any response, she resorted to consuming another roast duck alongside the mulberry leaves and fresh water, finishing every last morsel. Following that, she stifled a few burps and hastily concealed several packets of pear flour cakes. These would be her provisions for the next 3 days. She wrapped the leftover bones meticulously and tucked them beneath the bed, then retrieved a book titled Marriage Regulations and resumed her reading by the candlelight at the tea table. Time passed unmeasured, until an elderly matron entered to tidy the room, catching a whiff of an inexplicable aroma. She glanced at the young madam, who was still burping at the tea table, a look of confusion crossing her face. It's my first time eating mulberry leaves. Quite a choking experience." Noticing the maid's unwavering gaze, Hua Rujin covered her mouth to suppress her belches and slowly explained, "The servant has prepared warm water. You should bathe and rest early, madam." The young maid, half convinced, cleared the dishes from the table, although she understood that the young madam was to accompany the third young master in death. She couldn't fathom why the master had decreed that she should only eat mulberry leaves and drink dew. If one were to take a life, surely they should not let the person starve to death. Coming from humble beginnings herself, the maid, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, completed her chores and retreated. After waiting for the maids to prepare warm water, Hua Rujin bathed, changed into her nightgown, and resumed her reading in bed. The following days passed in tranquility. There was not a whisper of unrest in the household until the afternoon of the 3rd day, when an elderly matron arrived bearing a red bridal gown. Hua Rujin understood that this night marked the finality of her fate. She maintained her composure as the matron and maids helped her dress, quietly sitting before the vanity, gazing at the reflection of her face. Truly, she resembled a delicate lotus with brows like willow leaves. Such a beautiful wedding gown, but alas. Rujin sighed inwardly as the matron presented her with a bowl of water, saying, "This is for the young madam's farewell. Please drink this bowl of morning dew." Had she not just consumed mulberry leaves and water? But as the thought crossed her mind, she realized they must be planning something discreet to ensure her unawareness as she was escorted to her destination. Thus, this bowl of water was likely unlike any she had encountered before. She feigned compliance, accepting the water and pretended to swallow it. The matron scrutinized her intently for some time before hesitantly taking the empty bowl from her hands, nervously stating, "Please do not blame this old servant for being heartless. I'm merely a servant." Rujin regarded her with a smile, yet her gaze darkened, imbued with malice. The matron, shaken, led the maidservants out of the room, securing the door behind them. Once the footsteps faded, Rujin retrieved a handkerchief to expel the water she had pretended to swallow, discarding it beneath the bed. Outside, the sky had darkened, and Rujin returned to her vanity, lost in thought as she gazed into the mirror, when suddenly, the willow-patterned window behind her stirred. Who could it be? Cautiously, she picked up the empty teapot from the table and stealthily approached the window. "Miss Hua, it is I," Ting, and recognizing the familiar voice. Rujin glanced toward the door, ensuring silence before gently pushing the window open a crack. "This is a gift from my master for you, Miss Hua. Conceal it well, for it may be of use in your moment of peril." Ting, hidden in the corner, scanned the surroundings. Rujin unwrapped the silken cloth to reveal a remarkably sharp dagger, hesitantly inquiring, "Does your master know that tonight?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ting nodded fervently. "My master is fully aware. He said he would appear when the time is right." "Very well, you must return swiftly," Rujin urged. Hearing commotion outside, she quickly closed the window, tucked the dagger into the thick layers of her bridal gown, and then lay down on the bed, feigning deep slumber. Chapter 35. Urgent dispatch. Rujin lay half-closed eyes upon her bed, distinctly hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Did the young madam drink the morning dew? Yes, indeed. I witnessed her drink it with my own eyes. Rujin recognized the voices of the earlier matron and the old steward at the door, tightening her eyes even further. It seemed someone did not wish for the young madam to be interred peacefully. "Listen, all of you, follow me to Huangli Ridge." The old steward approached the bed to inspect the sleeping Rujin, confirming her lack of any unusual signs before leading everyone away from the room. The night was deepening, and an urgent dispatch arrived at the Jingzhou prefectural office, having been hastily delivered by a swift horse. Prefect Wen Yuming, in a deep slumber, was roused by a commotion, and upon learning of the urgent document's arrival, he nervously opened it. The letter, stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Personnel, prominently displayed the word judgment, causing him to break into a cold sweat, instantly wide awake. In a flurry, he hastily dressed and instructed his officials, "Prepare a sedan." "No, prepare horses. We must head immediately to the Jiangling County office." At that moment, the Jiangling County office was ablaze with light, though the hour for dismissing duties had long passed. Officials at all levels, from high-ranking officers to the lowly gatekeepers, remained detained within, unaware of the cause of their overtime. The county magistrate, the chief scribe, the recorder, and several minor clerks languished in the main hall, grumbling for what felt like an eternity until the newly appointed county magistrate finally arrived. Ye Qingwei, clad in a deep black robe, calmly walked to the hall and sat down. Observing the myriad expressions of confusion, he solemnly declared, "This county has recently uncovered some leads regarding the missing young girls of these years, attributed to a notorious flower thief. This individual is swift and formidable. Reliable information indicates he will certainly appear at Huangli Ridge tonight, given that there is no curfew in the city this Qixi festival. To prevent this thief from wreaking havoc within the city, Lu Jianji, you must immediately take all the officials from the county office and capture this criminal." Without waiting for Lu Shiyuan's response, the county magistrate Tang Howard interjected with skepticism. "Huangli Ridge is the ancestral burial ground of the Dou family. It is said that today marks the auspicious day for the young madam of the Dou family to accompany her husband in death. If the county officials were to intrude, would it not disturb the souls of the deceased? Furthermore, should we be falsely accused of disrupting the peace of the people, it could tarnish our reputation in matters of marriage and mourning. Learning that Yi Chengwei was present at the office, Lu Cheng hurriedly arrived, wiping the sweat from his brow while echoing, "Indeed, Magistrate Yi, since the Dou family's matter has been resolved and the Hua family's daughter willingly accompanies her husband, you should let go of your obsession and refrain from further troubling the Dou family." "Your words are misguided," Yi Chengwei replied coldly. "It is precisely because today is the auspicious day for the Dou family's young madam to accompany her husband in death that the government should provide protection. If the bride is abducted, would not Mr. Dou be left with nothing but disappointment? U suspect magistrate je harbors ulterior motives, Liu Cheng retorted, glittering. This Jiangling city is not solely governed by the county office. There is also the prefectural office not far away. I am well acquainted with the geography and culture of Jiangling City and possess a comprehensive understanding of the various offices. There is no need for you to remind me." "Lord Liu," Yi Chengwei cast a sharp glance at him. "I wish to inquire, Lord Liu, why you linger here when the promotion documents from the Ministry of Personnel have reached my county for several days? What are your intentions?" Lu Cheng momentarily lost his words. However, Tang Haoren, composed and unfazed, quickly interjected, "My lord, the matter concerning the Dou family has become quite tumultuous. If we do not resolve it soon, it may lead to further complications, which would not bode well for the governor's reputation." No sooner had he spoken than a deep, resonant voice echoed from outside the hall. "What is it that requires my administration's explanation?" "The rampant disappearance of the populace in Jiangling City over the years demands our attention and resolution, which would serve as the best justification to the people." All present turned to see Governor Wen Yumin, portly and hurried, entering with 2 attendants. "I have come to pay my respects to the governor." The assembly, panicked, bowed deeply. Yet when Yumin strode directly towards Yi Chengwei, greeting him with fervent enthusiasm, "Ah, County Magistrate Yi, my dear brother, I have just returned from inspecting the nearby counties and various districts. I hear you have commenced a thorough investigation into the long-standing mysteries of Jiangling City upon your arrival. This news brings me great satisfaction, prompting my visit to commend you. My duties call for it. I appreciate the governor's concern." Yi Chengwei, unsure of the governor's true intentions, returned the gesture respectfully, then turned back to Lu Xun, urging coldly, "Lu, do not delay any longer." As Lu Xiyuan prepared to move, glances from Lu Cheng and Tang Haoren caught his attention. "Governor, tonight," Lu Cheng began, but when Yumin shot him a fierce look, "Lord Lu, you should not remain in Jiangling City any longer. I shall return home at once and proceed to the capital tomorrow." Lu Cheng, filled with trepidation, reluctantly turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiyuan called upon the attendants to hastily head towards the southern part of the city. "You all go as county officials. It is your duty to alleviate the concerns of your superiors." Wen Yumin sternly reprimanded Tang Haoren and the clerk Dou Ian, and everyone left the county office with grim expressions. "Brother Yi, you have worked tirelessly these past days. This evening, return home and rest early. Matters of the county will be managed by them. You need not involve yourself in every detail. As the head of a county, you must also take care of your health to better serve the people." Wen Yumin feigned concern. "Moreover, your mother is alone at home. After years of studying away, now that you have achieved success, you must also attend to filial duties. Thank you for your kindness, Governor. I will take my leave." Yi Chengwei was perplexed by the sudden shift in the governor's demeanor, yet lacked the inclination to delve deeper into the matter. He vaguely sensed something amiss, bid farewell to Wen Yumin, and headed towards the stables to mount his horse, galloping westward into the dusk. As night fell, there was no signal from Tingyan, indicating that Miss Hua had not yet left her residence. However, the funeral procession of the Dou family had already departed the city. Where was Dou Yu intending to send the deceased? With this thought, he rode swiftly, veering into a secluded alley after a considerable distance from the county office. Seeking a quiet spot, he tethered his horse behind a household wall, drew his sword, and stealthily approached the familiar courtyard. Finally, he landed lightly atop a roof. The night was tranquil. Hua Rujin lay in bed, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. Yet the room was eerily silent. Recalling the shadow that had attacked her the previous night sent shivers down her spine, just as she contemplated opening her eyes to assess her surroundings. A violent tremor jolted through her, shaking the very ground. After a brief period of upheaval, before she could react, she felt herself and the bed plummeting rapidly downward. Was there an earthquake? In a state of shock, she opened her eyes to survey her surroundings and realized that she, along with the entire bed, was descending into an abyss. The sudden force of the fall caused her to lose her balance. Could this be the fabled scenario where one is asleep in bed and falls through the ground? Truly unexpected. As the cracked floor threatened to seal shut once more, Rujin clenched her teeth, straightened her legs, and pushed upwards with all her might. In that instant, a pair of long, powerful hands swiftly grasped hers. Chapter 036. Eliza, upon recognizing the figure, astonishment flooded Rujin's blushing face. You? Why are you here? Indeed, when a moment called for action, he appeared. Yi Chunwei firmly held her hand and pulled her upward, adjusting their positions amidst the rapid descent. In a mere instant, they regained their footing. Once stable, Yi Chunwei replied at a measured pace. I heard movement within the room and rushed in. After glancing at a protruding rock nearby, he used the bed to propel himself forward. The bed plummeted first, producing a hollow thud. Rujin gripped his sturdy shoulder and looked up. The cracked floor had now completely sealed. Unbeknownst to her, this room concealed secrets. Rujin mused. No wonder that figure vanished upon entering the morning hall. Perhaps they were hidden beneath. We should descend. With Yi Chunwei supporting her, they carefully navigated down the smooth stone walls. As they landed, a familiar voice called from behind. You both. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw Do Yu, wide-eyed and astonished, staring at them. Surprised? Rujin smiled at him. We came specifically to accompany you in this performance. Otherwise, it would be quite lonely for you to enact this play alone. Do Yu clenched his teeth, his gaze fixated on Yi Chunwei, growing colder. County Magistrate Yi has not gone to Huanglegang? Neither has Lord Do. Yi Chunwei replied calmly. Since Lord Do wishes to draw the tiger away from its den, I can only play along. So you were aware of everything from the start. A rare flicker of anger crossed Do Yu's typically cold and aloof visage. How did you discern this? Was my plan not meticulous enough? Was last night's scene not terrifying enough? His triple inquiries struck deep, and he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He had come to welcome his daughter-in-law, only to encounter Yi Chunwei. Seeing him vexed, Rujin could not help but display a hint of a helpless smile. Indeed, it was rather terrifying, and your arrangements were quite thorough. However, no matter how meticulous, perfection remains elusive. After all, your daughter-in-law has stayed in the Do household for 3 years and knows a thing or two about the family. Not everyone can be deceived by mere tricks. I see, Do Yu acknowledged, realizing he had underestimated her. Now, tell me, where have you concealed my son, Do Yuanxian? Yi Chunwei tightened his grip on his iron sword, cautiously surveying the surroundings. He noticed that behind him, the passage was lined with dark coffins, sensing an ill omen. Humph, County Magistrate Yi, though clever, you shall not leave this old man's domain alive today. Do Yu slowly grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Today, you shall be buried alongside my disobedient daughter-in-law. With that, he retreated confidently, calling out, Master Huang, what are you waiting for? Come forth and resolve this trouble for me. At this, both Rujin and Yi Chunwei heightened their vigilance, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Yet, within the dim passage, apart from the flickering campfires, there was only silence. Master Huang? Do Yu's expression tightened. Master Huang. After several calls, a response finally echoed back. The moment had arrived, yet the urgency was palpable. A few individuals turned towards the sound, only to witness a disheveled figure emerge from behind the coffin, shouldering a bound yellow-robed Taoist priest. The elder priest, his mouth gagged, could only manage incoherent sounds. Upon entering, the figure calmly discarded the yellow-robed Taoist onto the ground, then lifted the lid of the coffin, retrieving a corpse clad in red garments. Without hesitation, he placed the yellow-robed priest inside, deftly closing the coffin lid in one fluid motion, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers. He then busied himself searching for a hammer and some nails, impatiently glancing at Rujin as he hammered the coffin lid, exclaiming, I say, girl, do lend a hand. Or do you wish to tire me to death? Old beggar? Rujin focused her gaze and recognized him as the old beggar she had encountered in Huangliuxiang days prior. The old beggar hammered away at the coffin lid, muttering curses. I warned you not to trust that old Taoist. He's cunning. If we release him today, none of us shall escape. Who is this old fool? And how did you slip in here? Do Yu, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the old man, rushed forward to stop him. Noticing this, Rujin hastily followed suit. Yi Chun-wei stepped in front of Do Yu, casting a glance at the red-clad corpse on the ground, piecing together his suspicions. His expression shifted to one of complexity as he looked at Hua Rujin, realizing that her earlier deductions had indeed unraveled a significant mystery. He turned to Do Yu, his handsome face darkening. It seems that the disappearances of young women in the county over the years were orchestrated by you. Do Yuan why? Do Yu neither confirmed nor denied this, slowly retreating a few steps with a wicked smile curving his lips. Even if you seal the old Taoist in this coffin, do not expect to escape this underground passage alive. With that, he whistled sharply, and soon a white figure swept through the air, gliding like a specter towards them. Observing this, Yi Chun-wei drew his sword and prepared to confront it. Old man, keep an eye on Do Yuan Wai. I shall lend assistance. Hua Rujin drew a dagger from her wedding gown, ready to advance, but the old beggar halted her. No, you must guard against the wicked Taoist inside. This old fellow is no respectable priest. His tricks may be crude, but his ability to raise venomous creatures is formidable. He glanced anxiously at the corpse before him. Within these 30 coffins, there dwell 30 venomous creatures. If awakened, it would be a troublesome affair. Venomous creatures? Hua Rujin's heart sank. She had only heard tales of such things, never believing them to be real. She bent down to unveil the corpse's head, revealing a strikingly lifelike face. The pallid complexion stretched tightly over the cheekbones resembled that of a mummified specimen. Angered by the old beggar's interference, Do Yu was now enraged, veins bulging as he rushed towards the coffin, shouting furiously, "You old beggar, dare you ruin my plans?" With a piercing gaze, Hua Rujin brandished her dagger, blocking his path. Do Yuan Wai, this is not the upper world. Your position is weak. It would be wise to recognize your limitations. With my assistance here, do not expect to carry out any nefarious deeds. Do Yu's eyes widened. How naive, Hua Rujin. Our families are well aware of this engagement. Why feign ignorance? She regarded him coldly. I merely act in accordance with justice. Indeed, the old beggar chimed in. You, Do, must not tarnish your reputation as a benefactor. I am here to teach you the virtue of abandoning malevolence for goodness. As the old beggar spoke, Hua Rujin assessed the chaotic scene where the clash of blades illuminated the shadows, while she slowly pushed Do Yu back with her dagger. Faced with the cold edge of her weapon, Do Yu had no choice but to retreat, as he stumbled backward onto an altar adorned with an yin-yang diagram. His footing slipped, sending him tumbling down. Hua Rujin pursued, but saw the old man pressing his palm against a stone wall behind the altar, twisting it with force, resulting in a sharp crack echoing throughout the passage. Ha ha! My dear daughter-in-law, let me show you the wonders I have prepared in this underground lair. Do Yu's laughter was sinister, his expression contorting with malevolence. Hua Rujin cautiously surveyed her surroundings as a thick mist began to rise, permeated by an intoxicating fragrance that filled her lungs. She inhaled deeply, recognizing the familiar scent, the enchanting incense crafted by the celestial maiden. It seemed mixed with other aromas. Quickly, she covered her nose, aware that the incense could induce hallucinations. The herbs nourishing these creatures are a fragrant spice called basil, which your husband has relied on for life over the years. The combination of these two aromas will only amplify his power, the old beggar warned. With a sense of foreboding, Hua Rujin tightened her grip on her nose while searching for Do Yu's silhouette amidst the haze. The underground air was stifling, even with her nose pinched tightly. The scent seeped in, and after unknowingly inhaling some of the celestial maiden's fragrance, she felt her vision dimming, her body swaying. Soon, shadowy figures began to swirl around her, a host of red-clad women drifting like phantoms. As the situation in the passage turned dire, Yi Chun-wei, who had been relentlessly pursuing the creature, was also forced to retreat under the enhanced strength of the monster, having inhaled too much of the incense. Hua Rujin fought to quell her rising fear, holding her breath as she attempted to tear her wedding gown to create makeshift masks. However, the fabric was too thick, and her strength waned as she struggled to cut through it. In a fleeting moment, she spotted the old beggar still hammering at the coffin, and an idea sparked within her. She dashed over, using her dagger to slice a piece from his back, swiftly binding it around her mouth and nose. Hey, you little brat, why are you tearing at my clothes?" the old beggar exclaimed, taken aback by her sudden action. Hua Rujin quickly cut another sizable piece from his back, wrapping it around her dagger while replying, "Stingy old man, my cousin gave you a silver coin. I can always repay you with a new outfit." She then hurled the dagger, now wrapped in cloth, at Yi Chengwei, shouting, "Young Master Yi, cover your mouth and nose. It will reduce the incense's effects." As the white figure ensnared him, Hua Rujin caught sight of Dou Yu stealthily approaching through the mist. She charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the dark figure. Dou Yu let out a choked cry. Hua Rujin unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the fallen shadow. Hearing the commotion, the white figure redirected its assault towards her. Just as the white figure lunged, she executed a graceful turn, narrowly evading its attack. When she turned back, however, the white figure was already rushing towards the old beggar. The old beggar, frightened, raised his hammer and hurriedly fled, stepping on the coffin as he dashed around, shouting loudly, Hey, you ghostly thing, you're being biased. It was your lady who harmed your father. Why do you keep chasing after me? A mere beggar? I have not offended you." As the white shadow pursued the old beggar, Hua Rujin glanced towards Yi Chengwei, noticing he was already approaching with his face covered, his figure gracefully landing before her. Yi Chengwei returned the dagger to her, his gaze lingering on the black bloodstains on the blade, his expression darkening as he moved towards the coffin sealing the yellow-robed Taoist priest. However, before he could get close, the white shadow chasing the old beggar turned back, lunging directly at him. "Be careful." Hua Rujin sensed the impending danger and rushed to block the oncoming white shadow, stabbing forward fiercely with the dagger, piercing directly into the monster's chest. The air seemed to freeze as the hollow, bloodless black eyes became vacant, fixating on her until, after a long pause, it fell backward. Blood gushed from the dagger, pooling in Hua Rujin's palm. Dou Yu, pale with fear, crawled over, frantic as he inspected Dou Yuanshin's wounds, trembling as he murmured, "The elixir, where's the elixir?" He searched frantically for the elixir he had mentioned. Soon, the fog began to dissipate, and under the dim glow of the campfire, a cold corpse lay on the ground, its face as pale as paper. He was dead. Hua Rujin's gaze fell heavily upon the corpse before her, recalling how he had rushed over without any intent to harm her, leaving her perplexed. "You wicked woman, Duaner never intended to harm you. How could you be so cruel?" Dou Yu, heartbroken, looked at her, his eyes blazing with fury. "Today, I shall use your blood to bring my son back to life." With that, he rose, furiously charging forward, only to be blocked by a glint of cold light. Yi Chengwei pointed his sword at him, coldly inquiring, "Speak. Your son has been dead for many years. Why is he here? What is the meaning of this underground passage?" Dou Yu stared at him, his large pupils wide and silent. "It's simple enough. We can just pull the old Taoist out of the coffin and ask him." The old beggar slipped back to Yi Chengwei and Hua Rujin's side, first bending down to check Dou Yuanshin's breath, then standing up to pull the nails from the coffin while nodding vigorously. Indeed, he is truly dead, utterly dead. Hua Rujin watched the old man's strange behavior, puzzled. If you want to question the old Taoist, why seal him in the coffin? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Cough. I was worried you two wouldn't be able to subdue this monster, so I hid him away first. The old beggar chuckled awkwardly. Just as he was about to use his hammer to pry out the nails, he saw Yi Chengwei skillfully wield his long sword to slash the coffin several times, reducing it to splinters. Both were taken aback. The old beggar seized the yellow-robed Taoist, tearing the cloth from his mouth, urgently demanding, "Speak. Tell us about the deeds you and the Dou family have been up to all these years." The Taoist, looking terrified, glanced at Dou Yu, then at the corpse of Dou Yuanshin and the coffin stacked around. Seeing his silence, the old beggar had to explain. "The truth is quite simple. This young scion of the Dou family suffers from a grave illness. As a father, it is unbearable to watch my son live a short life. So I colluded with this wicked Taoist to engage in unspeakable acts, capturing some young maidens to extract their blood for his elixirs." The old beggar surveyed the surroundings with a satisfied expression, continuing, "The corpses of these drained women remain uncorrupted due to the presence of goo worms within them, combined with the medicinal herbs used for preservation in the passage, making them appear lifelike. As for the Dou family's young scion," at this point, a hint of anger flickered in the old beggar's eyes as he glared at the Taoist. "It is you who, each month, uses the blood of a maiden combined with the herbs like the nine-tiered pagoda and thyme to concoct the so-called nine-tiered blood spirit pill, fostering such a monster." Upon hearing this, Yi Chengwei understood, realizing it aligned with the previous speculations of Miss Hua. Chapter 038. Seeking a disciple if the old man knows of their misdeeds. Why not report them to the authorities and stop them? Yi Chengwei questioned the old beggar, a hint of displeasure surfacing in his dark almond eyes. The crows in Jiangling are as black as night. Why should an old beggar like me seek trouble? The old beggar snorted, tightly crossing his arms. Though he spoke lightly, Hua Rujin sensed the situation was not so simple. This old beggar was well acquainted with the circumstances inside, even having extensively studied the goo worms within the female corpses and the herbs in the passage, suggesting he had suffered here before. Reflecting on their earlier conjectures at the county office, Hua Rujin's gaze darkened as she looked at the Taoist. So today, should your scheme succeed, I would become the final ingredient to resurrect Do Sanling. You were born in the Dingyu year, your 4 pillars purely Yin, and you perfectly align with the past life of the king of ghostly immortals of the 36 evil spirits of the underworld. When you reach the age of marriage, your flesh can be used to balance Yin and Yang, resolving the hereditary illness passed down from Do Yuanwei as ancestors. And your blood can be refined into elixirs to completely bring Do Sanlang back to life. The Taoist recounted in detail the celestial phenomena at the time of Hua Rujin's birth, the disasters that occurred during the day reign. Absurd. You intend to balance Yin and Yang, truly a lecherous old man, even coveting your own daughter-in-law. Hua Rujin glared at Douyu with displeasure, exclaiming, so Do Yuanwei had long plotted this, deliberately allowing Do Erlang to flirt with me, forcing me to propose remarriage, after which you would naturally present the will to have the authorities declare me Do Sanlang's burial companion, thus allowing you to execute your meticulously arranged scheme in this passage. Indeed, there is a conspiracy, for you are betrothed to County Magistrate Yi, backed by the Shu family. I must proceed with caution. However, since you were able to see through the Taoist deceit, you must have realized that the will was deliberately forged, but certainly not by my son's intention. Douyu cast a forlorn glance at the lifeless Do Yuan Qian, appearing suddenly aged. He truly cared for you. As for Yuan Cheng, that wretch will inevitably cause great trouble. If he can alleviate our family's affliction, it is his duty as a descendant. Gazing somberly around, Douyu sighed deeply. My ancestors prospered through the production of spices. To maintain an unassailable position in business, my great-grandfather began developing an aphrodisiac and hallucinogenic drug, utilizing the celestial maiden as the primary ingredient. However, during the refinement process, prolonged exposure to these medicinal fumes accumulated deep toxins in our blood, leading to a rare case of bad blood disease. This illness takes root within our lineage, unpredictable in its onset, and once it manifests, it causes bleeding from all orifices leading to death. Yuan Qian is an extraordinary talent, well-educated and cultured, yet this illness has befallen him. At this point, Douyu's voice began to choke. This has caused me great anxiety. In my youth, I learned from a foreign merchant of a blood-for-blood remedy, but before I could consult him, he left. I had to seek other means and met the Huang Taoist about 4 years ago who shared the method of balancing Yin and Yang, which is why I orchestrated this marriage with your family. So it is. Hua Rujin nodded, contemplating. This is the so-called karmic retribution. The previous generations earned ill-gotten gains, causing suffering for their descendants. Yi Chengwei scrutinized the surroundings, still puzzled. 19 women have gone missing in the county. Who are the others in the coffins? That is naturally the doing of this old Taoist. The old beggar cast a resentful glance at the Taoist in yellow robes, saying, if too many women go missing, the authorities will inevitably take notice. Therefore, the remaining 17 were mostly sacrifices arranged by the old Taoist for others, exhumed from their graves for funerary rites. As the crowd shot him glances filled with grief and anger, the Taoist lowered his head in guilt. Hua Rujin hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting back to Douyu. You mentioned that the third young master treats me sincerely. What do you mean by that? I have never met him, nor have we even performed the wedding ceremony. How could he have treated me sincerely? Though he does not consent to this marriage, it does not mean he harbors no feelings for you. The day you were sent to your bridal chamber, he actually visited your room at night. When he returned, he joyfully told me, Father, the woman you arranged for me is truly delightful, more beautiful than a celestial being. What a pity. His voice choked with emotion again. With a despondent expression, he retrieved a piece of parchment wrapped meticulously in leather from his sleeve and handed it to Hua Rujin. This is the letter he wrote before his passing. He knew his time was short and hoped I would annul the marriage, granting you your freedom. Upon hearing this, Rujin finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. She accepted the letter, her eyes cast down upon the lifeless body she had slain, unable to find solace for a long while. No wonder he had never contemplated harming himself. Observing Rujin's despondency, the old beggar chuckled coldly and shook his head. Your son is indeed a gentleman. If he were to learn that you had sacrificed so many innocent women to prolong his life, even the girl from the Hua family he was to marry being a means to atone for your Dou family's sins, he would surely find no peace in the afterlife. At this point, Dou turned to Rujin. Miss Hua, if you wish to harbor resentment, direct it towards me. However, Yuan Kai is an innocent child. He has done no wrong. Yet it was indeed he who frightened Chun San to death. Yi Chunwei interjected. You released your son deliberately to convince the authorities that the Dou family is plagued by supernatural forces, resulting in Chun San's demise. I may have deceived Lu Chung and Tang Haoren, but I could not fool young Master Yi. Dou smiled bitterly. As expected of one who has received the emperor's favor, it seems the winds of change are blowing through Jiangling City. Although the Dou family is of noble standing, we are not wealthy enough to rival a nation. Yi Chunwei surveyed the surroundings. Such a vast tunnel. I fear the Dou family could not have constructed it in haste. The scholar's ignorance was somewhat astonishing. The old beggar interjected eagerly. When our founding ancestor marched to Jiangling City, after months of unsuccessful siege, his advisors devised a plan for the soldiers to dig a tunnel from the banks of the Chu River directly into the city, with the Dou family being one of the exit points. Upon hearing this, Rujin suddenly looked up, her curiosity piqued by the beggar. He did not appear to be an ordinary beggar, and she wondered about the purpose of his peculiar attire. With a serious countenance, she remarked, You seem to know quite a bit. Feigning nonchalance, the old beggar smiled lightly. A beggar wandering the streets naturally learns more than you might think. Dou was equally perplexed. I had no knowledge of the tunnel's origins. I merely stumbled upon the entrance and had the old Taoist employ some trickery to design a few concealed mechanisms. Upon hearing this, Yi Chunwei felt a sense of foreboding. The county he governed harbored such extensive tunnels, which could become a source of future calamity. He quickly turned to the old beggar and asked, Elder, are there any other locations? No, they have all been filled in. The old beggar vehemently shook his head. There is absolutely no other place. Is that truly the case? Rujin was skeptical of his words. What benefit would an old beggar gain from deceiving you two youngsters? The old beggar swiftly changed the subject. I see that, scholar. Your skills are quite impressive. Surely, your fighting style must have been taught by the venerable Wei Shuhan from the capital? Indeed, Yi Chunwei replied, a look of discontent crossing his face at the old beggar's words about his mentor. You know my master? The renowned first advocate of the previous dynasty, who assisted our founding ancestor in establishing this vast realm, and now serves as the current chancellor. Who hasn't heard of such a remarkable talent? The old beggar rolled his eyes, then turned to Rujin with a warm smile. My dear, I perceive a unique potential in you, along with commendable courage. Your agility is decent. Why not take me as your teacher? I can impart some valuable skills to you. Rujin scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. Are you teaching me to flee or to beg for alms on the streets? Though she sensed that the old beggar was not as simple as he appeared, she knew nothing of his true nature. To suddenly propose that she become his disciple seemed either wildly impractical or suspiciously ulterior. Considering the unknown situation above, she turned to Yi Chunwei and suggested, since the matter has been clarified, let us find a way to escape. Agreed. Yi Chunwei nodded, wiping the blood from his sword with a cloth that concealed the fragrant powder. However, during the confrontation with Dou Yuan Kai, the mechanisms had been shattered, leaving them no choice but to escort Dou and the Taoist in yellow robes to follow the old beggar through another exit. Chapter 039. The brawl in the graveyard. Shu Jinxian stayed in the new residence south of the city, accompanying Hua Junian and the couple Kai Bai Wei, rarely leaving their side for fear they might learn of the Dou family's intention to bury their cousin alongside the deceased. That night, after soothing his uncle and aunt to rest, upon hearing that the Dou family's funeral procession had left the city, he hurriedly took 2 of his young servants and made his way to Huangliang in the south. The night was eerily silent, and several horses galloped swiftly. Upon arriving at Huangliang, the Dou family's ancestral grave was in uproar, the sounds of heated arguments filling the air. The official Lu Shiyuan had long suspected something was amiss with the Dou family. If the one he encountered that night truly was the third young master Dou Yuankai, then who lay buried beneath, he intended to uncover the truth while the Dou family buried the Hua family's young lady. However, Gu Lanshi was unwilling to allow him to proceed. Seeing him arrive with numerous officials, he sternly reprimanded, "Sir, today is the auspicious day for the marriage of the Dou family's young mistress and the third young master. It is inappropriate for you to come here and disturb them. Not only would you disrupt their peace, but you might anger the spirits, which you would not be able to bear." As the well-known lawyer of Jiangling City, Gu Gongzi was accustomed to arguing cases in court, but it was unheard of for him to meddle in the burial affairs of another's grave. Lu Shiyuan scoffed at Gu Langshi. "Do you believe that the young lady from the Hua family has been wronged, and that you should advocate for her in the underworld? Enough of your nonsense, sir. You must cease your meddling." Gu Langshi's face flushed with anger. "I share a good rapport with Dou Yuanwai. During my studies, I received his assistance. Now that he is ill and unable to personally oversee the funeral of his young mistress, I have come on his behalf to help. What is inappropriate about that? Why must you make things difficult for me?" As his words trailed off, several horses arrived one after another, illuminated by the flickering torches. The onlookers soon recognized that it was County Magistrate Tang Haoran leading a group of officials. Following closely behind them was the second son of the Shu family, Shu Jinxian. As the two sides remained at an impasse, Tang Haoran stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Shiyuan. "Sir Lu, Governor Wen and County Chief Yi instructed you to apprehend the flower thief at Huangligang. Why have you come to disturb the gravesite? Do not forget, County Chief Yi also instructed that Dou Yuanwai has rendered services to this county. Apart from capturing thieves, I am also tasked with escorting the Dou family's funeral procession." As Lu Shiyuan cast a deep gaze towards Gu Langshi and the old steward of the Dou family, he expressed concern, lest the third young mistress be taken advantage of and spirited away. The Dou family will find no peace. Upon hearing this, Shu Jinxian immediately sensed something amiss. If the government had sanctioned the burial, it was not an act of shame. Why then did these individuals hesitate to excavate the grave in front of the officials? Glancing at the nearby black coffin, Shu Jinxuan's expression turned grave as he searched for Yi Chunwei amidst the crowd. This fellow had yet to appear at such a critical moment. Could it be that he had no genuine intention of assisting his cousin? Perhaps he was intentionally deceiving her, luring her to the burial in revenge for the past humiliation of being rejected. Anger surged within him as he strode towards the encircled coffin, declaring loudly, "Step aside. Whoever dares to touch my cousin today shall contend with the Shu family." With that, he seized a shovel, ready to pry open the coffin. "What are you doing, young Master Shu?" Old Steward Chang Shun hurriedly approached, flustered, and urged him. "The officials have already determined this case, and our young mistress willingly chose to follow the way of sacrifice. Is young Master Shu not intentionally causing trouble?" "Cough, young Master Shu, women are like dogs. They are loyal to those who raise them. Surely you understand this simple truth of obedience to father in the home and to husband in marriage?" Gu Langshi had not anticipated Shu Jinxian to come and stir the pot at such an hour. After their previous encounter at the Hua family, he had resolved to not let this opportunity slip by. Locking eyes with Shu Jinxian, Gu Langshi waved his folding fan dismissively, mocking, "Since the Miss Hua has married into the Dou family, she belongs to them. If her husband wishes her dead, then she must comply. What business does a mere cousin have meddling in such affairs? Do not fear becoming a laughingstock. I advise you to return home soon. The night is dark and treacherous. Do take care not to injure your precious waist. Yuval Kerr, what pearls of wisdom can you utter? You, a notorious litigator, dare to meddle in my family's matters and brazenly presume to judge my cousin's fate?" Enraged, Shu Jinxian swung the shovel at Gu Langshi's arm, disregarding any semblance of decorum. "He's hitting people. He's hitting people." The scene erupted into chaos. The Dou family members rushed to intervene while Lu Shiyuan and the officials hurried to excavate the grave. Tang Haoran was busy mediating the conflict while keeping an eye on Lu Shiyuan's excavation, overwhelmed by the tumult. In the midst of the fray, a nearby tombstone suddenly toppled, followed by a cacophony of curses. "You old fool! How dare you disturb my family's ancestral grave? Isn't your act the very definition of iniquity? What is wrong with me digging up your grave?" At the sound, the fighting ceased abruptly as all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Emerging from below the gravesite were several shadowy figures. Hua Rujin and Yi Chengwei, upon seeing the flickering torches around them, were momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought the exit of this tunnel would be in the Dou family's burial ground? Seeing Hua Rujin appear unscathed, Shu Jinxuan's heart soared with joy as he dropped the shovel and rushed towards her. "Cousin, you're alive," he cried out in exhilaration. As she approached, Hua Rujin, feeling slightly embarrassed, coughed discreetly. "I am indeed alive." Recalling her abrupt descent from bed to this hellish scene, she still felt a tremor of fear. "Sir County Magistrate, you must stand up for the common folk. Young Master Shu has struck someone." Gu Longxi hurriedly made his way over, kneeling before Yi Chengwei, filled with grievances. However, upon glancing at the disheveled Douyu behind him, he quickly donned a mask of shock. Yi Chengwei merely cast a sidelong glance at the bruised Gu Longxi, silently kicking him aside before striding towards the tombstone of Dou Yuanqian, coldly inquiring, "So, who lies beneath?" Douyu remained silent. After a long pause, he suddenly lowered his gaze to the terrified Gu Longxi. "Then who is in that coffin?" Hua Rujin raised an eyebrow at the black coffin that had been intended for her own burial. Douyu, ever the schemer, would not be so foolish as to present an empty coffin as a ruse. Should the truth come to light one day, and the officials open the coffin to find it empty, how would he explain himself? Faced with a barrage of questions, Douyu fell silent again, directing his gaze at the grim-faced Gu Longxi. Chapter 040. The headless corpse. From Douyu's expression, Yi Chengwei and Hua Rujin understood it all too well. It appeared this notorious litigator was advising Douyu. However, Yi Chengwei chose not to interrogate Gu Longxi immediately. Instead, he instructed the grinning Lu Xing, who was approaching, "Take your men through the tunnel and retrieve everything inside, ensuring it remains intact." "The tunnel? Everything? Intact?" Lu Shiyuan was puzzled, glancing at Yi Chengwei, considering the official had emerged with Douyu and the Hua family woman. He suspected the depths concealed many unsavory secrets of the Dou family. The county magistrate's cautious demeanor suggested that there might even be rare treasures hidden away. His heart filled with excitement, he gestured for the officials to join him, leading a throng toward the tunnel's entrance. However, the manpower from the county office was insufficient. The old beggar quickly turned to the Dou family servants and the indifferent Taoists, impatiently urging, "Hurry, go help out. It's a good chance to see what your great benefactor has been up to." As everyone entered the tunnel, Hua Rujin leaned closer to Shu Jinxian and whispered, "Cousin, the body of the third young master is also down there. Please have your servant fetch him for a proper burial." Shu Jinxian, uncertain of what transpired below, recalled how Dou Yuanqian had shown mercy to his cousin that night. Sensing there was more to the story, he nodded resolutely. "I had a brief acquaintance with him in life. I shall personally go." With that, he led two servants into the tunnel. Once the commotion subsided, Yi Chengwei leisurely picked up a shovel from the ground, his expression icy as he approached the bewildered county deputy, Tang Haoran, gesturing meaningfully towards the nearby mound. "Then, I implore the county deputy to excavate this grave that hides its secrets." "I." Tang Haoran felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain how Yi Chengwei had emerged with Dou Yuanqian and the Hua family woman, or what had transpired. Yet, witnessing the county magistrate's fluctuating expression and recalling his leniency towards the Dou family, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Reluctantly, he took the shovel and began to dig with trepidation. Dou Hung, the clerk, also took up a shovel to assist. Observing this scene, the old steward Chong Shun trembled as he approached Douyu, nervously calling out, "Sir." Douyu, unable to bear it, closed his eyes. "Go help." With their combined efforts, the grave was soon unearthed, revealing a well-preserved black coffin. Just as Yi Chengwei prepared to have him open it, Gu Longxi, trembling in fear, knelt before him, almost pleading, "County magistrate, I did not kill anyone. I was merely assisting Dou Yuanqian with his ideas." "Killing?" Hua Rujin was the first to show shock. "Young Master Gu, no one has accused you of murder. You confess without being charged. Do you have something else to reveal apart from the third young master's letter?" "Yes. Yes, the letter of the third young master was indeed forged by me." Gazing into the piercing and intimidating black eyes of Yi Chengwei, Gu Longxi trembled with fear. "When Master Dou first took a liking to Miss Hua, I believed he genuinely desired this marriage. Upon learning that your matriarch had an affinity for silver, I mentioned the match to your aunt, Meng. To my surprise, upon hearing there was a dowry of 200 taels, she promptly persuaded your grandmother to break off the engagement with the Yi family and marry you to the Dou family instead. Subsequently, the third son fell ill and passed away, and Master Dou expressed a wish for you to accompany him in death, providing me with 3,000 taels as a reward for my services. I thus forged a letter of farewell in the third son's handwriting. Ye chengui listenit silently. Realizing that Miss Hua had been manipulated into breaking off their engagement by her grandmother and the second branch of the family. Reflecting on this, he cast a subtle glance at Hua Rujin and nonchalantly instructed Tang Haoran to open the coffin. Slowly, Gu Longxi interjected hastily. The remains within are likely not those of the Dou family's third son. Both Yi Chunwei and Hua Rujin shot him impatient glares, fully aware that the remains were not those of Dou Yuanqian. Losing her patience, Hua Rujin snatched the shovel from the old steward Chang's hands and forcefully pried open the coffin, revealing a sight that stunned everyone present. How could it contain a headless corpse? County Magistrate Tang Haoran stared in disbelief at the decaying remains and anxiously turned to Dou Yu, asking, Master Dou, what is the meaning of this? Where is the third son's head? Dou Yu squinted slightly and sighed. This body is not my son's. It belongs to Zhang Yuan, a villager from Maoyuan village. I had entrusted Gu Longxi to find a corpse to accompany my son in burial. I did not kill him, he added. Gu Longxi quickly refuted. It was Han Chun from Maoyuan village who killed Zhang Yuan. Hua Rujin grew increasingly bewildered. Such a simple marriage entangled with so many complications. First, seeking the divine to concoct elixirs with a woman's bone and blood, and now a new murder case. It was enough to boggle the mind. She delicately pinched her chin, adopting the demeanor of a leisurely onlooker, curiously inquiring, then pray tell, Gu Longxi, why did Han Chun kill Zhang Yuan, and why did you conceal his body in the Dou family's third son's grave, knowing there was no room for evasion? Gu Longxi hastily replied, when the third son was buried, Master Dou suddenly changed his mind, claiming that Miss Hua's background was also tragic and could not bear to see her perish. He then provided me with silver to find a corpse to replace her for burial with the third son. Coincidentally, someone died in Maoyuan village. Han Chun approached me, offering wine and silver, urging me to help him. Thus, I facilitated the transportation of Zhang Yuan's remains to the Dou family. In this way, Gu Longxi effortlessly profited from both families while simultaneously rendering them a favor, truly deserving of the title of the most astute lawyer in Jiangling City. For a moment, Hua Rujin found herself somewhat admiring his cleverness, though lamenting its misapplication. Perhaps this was the norm for lawyers of this age. Otherwise, they would not be scorned as mere litigators. With this thought, she sighed languidly. Yet for all of Gu Longxi's brilliance, he failed to see the malice hidden behind Master Dou's facade of benevolence. If he were truly compassionate, how could he force a delicate girl, barely 13, to endure such tribulations in his household? He merely awaited the time when the original girl reached maturity to fulfill his sinister plot. Upon hearing the phrase as beautiful as a flower, Yi Chunwei could not help but stifle a cough, silently regarding her. How amusingly self-aggrandizing. Noticing Yi Chunwei's peculiar expression, Hua Rujin suddenly realized the implication. Am I not that pitiable girl, as beautiful as a flower? How embarrassing. She quickly shifted the topic, since Han Chun killed Zhang Yuan. Why did he conceal his head? What is the significance of that? I do not know, Gu Longxi replied promptly. I once asked him, but he merely claimed he did not kill Zhang Yuan. At the time, I was eager to find a body from Master Dou and did not probe further. What murderer would willingly confess to their crime? Tang Haoran mumbled under his breath, glancing at the headless corpse in the coffin, urgently questioning. Then where is the third son's body? No sooner had he spoken than sounds emanated from the nearby tomb chamber. Soon, a coffin, long buried in the earth, was slowly brought to the surface, revealing its long-hidden contents. This scene shocked everyone present. The old beggar sighed heavily, and Hua Rujin's expression turned somber. In a fit of rage, Yi Chunwei glared fiercely at Gu Longxi and Dou Yu before sternly commanding the officials and constables who had just emerged. Arrest Dou Yu and his servants, as well as Gu Longxi and these rogue practitioners, and apprehend Han Chun from Maoyuan village. Your Excellency, I am innocent. I am innocent, Gu Longxi exclaimed. Sensing the impending disaster, he quickly turned to Tang Haoran, County Magistrate. I wish to see Lord Liu. However, Tang Haoran did not heed his plea, burying his head in silence. As the sun rose higher on the banks of the Chu River, Lu Cheng frowned while gazing at the vast expanse of water. Daylight has come. Indeed. Is there any news from Jiangling City? Yes. Just then, a pair of rough hands suddenly shoved him from behind. With a splash, Lu Cheng fell into the water, thrashing desperately before disappearing beneath the turbulent surface. Farewell, Lord Lu. May your journey be smooth. Chapter 041. To reconsider? The early morning in Jiangling City was particularly quiet, seemingly devoid of the usual vibrancy. Lines of soldiers marched southward, their expressions solemn. The townsfolk, sensing something amiss, dared not inquire further and silently followed to witness the unfolding spectacle. A warm yellow carriage rolled in from the west. Its occupant, Meng Yutong, perplexed as she observed the departing soldiers and the throng of people. What has transpired in the city, and why have the officials from Jingzhou mobilized? Meng Yutong rubbed her chin, casting an annoyed glance at Hua Shiyu, who was peering out to catch a glimpse of the commotion. We are visiting the Shu family today. You must comport yourself well and not incur the old matriarch's displeasure. Mother, isn't the old matriarch's birthday still days away? Why must we go so early? Hua Shiyu pouted in dissatisfaction. You know nothing, Meng Yutong retorted. Your cousin is now spending all his time with that little vixen Rujin. If the old matriarch approves, you may lose your chance. If you prove useless like your elder sister, I shall have no choice but to deal with you. Upon hearing her mention her elder sister, Hua Shiyu could not help but raise an eyebrow. But I heard from villagers yesterday that my cousin, that little vixen, has returned to the Dou family. Would he consider marrying her again? Would he? Who would believe their words? Meng Yutong replied cautiously. That girl has been acting like a possessed spirit since a recent ruckus. Not only fierce and disrespectful, but also increasingly cunning. The county magistrate has even approved her remarriage papers. Now that she has returned to the Dou family, it must be because she believes old Master Dou is nearing his end and wishes to seize the family fortune before seducing your cousin. I have heard old Master Dou's health has been failing due to the incidents surrounding the third son and with the second son's affairs. His days may be numbered. That shameless little vixen, Hua Shiyu exclaimed in alarm. What should we do? My cousin is completely enchanted by her. Leave it to me, Meng Yutong replied with a sinister smile. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at the Shu family, and the servants soon announced their presence to the matriarch, Madame Tao, in the inner courtyard. After sipping from a half-cup of tea and exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Yutong gazed at the serene Shujia courtyard and intentionally inquired in a soft voice, Grandmother, why are Jin Xian and the others absent so early in the morning? I heard that Yu Qin's wife has returned from the capital to celebrate your birthday. I recall having seen that young lady during the wedding. Upon mentioning the eldest grandson's wife, Tao's expression darkened momentarily, but a gentle smile quickly graced her lips. My grandson Ziwan came to the residence to inform me that there is quite a commotion in the southern part of the city. Even the governor has been stirred into action, as the newly appointed county magistrate has uncovered the missing women from the county over the years. The fiends responsible for harming these women are none other than the old gentleman of the Dou family and the old Taoist from Huangliuxian. It appears that these women have been afflicted with poisonous insects, making it impossible to return them directly to their families. The remains had to be claimed and cremated by their relatives by the Chu River in the southern city. Doshir, Meng Yutong nearly spat out the tea she was about to sip, forcing herself to stabilize the teacup. Surely not. Doshir is renowned in our county as a great philanthropist. One may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. We must await the return of Yu Chun and his companions for clarity. Tao cast a cold glance at Meng Yutong's trembling arm. It is said that Rujin, when she married into the Dou family, had you rallying quite a bit for her. Now it seems the child has finally found her way out and can completely sever ties with the Dou family. Ahem. I had good intentions. Yet who knew that good intentions would lead to misfortune? Meng Yutong's expression darkened. It appears that Jin Xian has indeed found fortune this time. Though he has married a widow, with Dou Shur imprisoned, it is likely that the Dou family's fortune will be inherited by Rujin, thus securing both a partner and the Dou family's wealth. What did her second aunt mean by that? Tao sensed a hint of foreboding. Oh, grandmother, you may not yet be aware. Jin Xian has been staying at our home since his return from the capital. His abilities are remarkable. He not only assisted his uncle in dividing the family estate, but also secured the necessary documents for Rujin's remarriage. His role in toppling the Dou family will surely be indispensable. Otherwise, given the grievances between our Hua and Yi families, how could the young master of the Yi family have altered the verdict in this case? The Hua family will remember this favor. Hua Xiu interjected quickly. Not only that, but my cousin also helped our cousin. That little vixen tricked my mother out of over 200 taels of silver. However, as soon as the words were out, Meng Yutong shot her a fierce glare, prompting her to quickly silence herself. Tao squinted, gradually sinking into contemplation. Though she understood that this mother-daughter duo was not to be trifled with, and that they likely conspired to stir up trouble after losing silver. Her grandson had indeed not returned home for several days. Moreover, the young master of the Yi family had so readily altered the verdict regarding Rujin's marriage. Could it be that he was wary of her eldest grandson entering the palace? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt, offering Meng Yutong a wry smile. Today, I have matters to attend to at home, so I shan't keep your second aunt any longer. I shall certainly invite her over for a lively gathering in a few days. Oh dear, I too have been exceedingly busy at home these past few days, which is why I thought to come and see you in advance. I wouldn't want any unforeseen changes to arise later, so I won't delay you any further. Meng Yutong discreetly glanced at the congratulatory gifts arranged on the table, then rose and, after bidding farewell to Hua Xiu, hurriedly left the Shufu. Tao, with a somber expression, summoned a servant to gather information before packing some silver and promptly heading towards the southern city. At Huangliang in the southern city, Yi Chunwei had already dispatched the county guards to escort Dou Yu and his companions, the old Taoist, Gu Longxi, and others, back to the city with all the coffins. The desolate and chaotic mound was left with only Hua Rujin, Shu Jin Xian, the old beggar, and 4 guards left to manage the aftermath. In the open grave, the headless male corpse had been removed, and Shu Jin Xian ordered the already decaying coffin to be taken out of the burial site. After tidying up Dou Yuanqian's remains, he placed them in the empty coffin brought by the Dou family for burial. While the Shu family's servant and the guards filled the grave with soil, Hua Rujin ventured into the nearby thicket to gather some wild lilies. Observing the newly risen mound, she personally carried several handfuls of soil to the grave, placing the gathered wild lilies before the gravestone, lost in contemplation. Although she had never known this person, he had repeatedly shown mercy to her subordinates, making him a figure deserving of respect. The old beggar, seeing the girl's forlorn expression, approached with a solemn look, staring at the gravestone in a daze. Rather than let him suffer a half-life as a ghost, it would be better to allow him to reincarnate sooner. There is no elixir in this world, merely the old man of the Dou family's delusions, which have harmed not only his son, but also caused so many innocent young girls to suffer. Shu Jin Xian also gathered some wild lilies and placed them before Dou Yuanqian's grave, though he harbored resentment towards the Dou family. The third son had never harmed or troubled this girl, having safeguarded his cousin's reputation, truly a gentleman of honor. He deeply appreciated Dou Yuanqian, silently wishing that in the next life he would find a good family, free from illness and disaster, and live smoothly. Shu Jin Xian silently recited this wish. Turning to look at Hua Rujin, adorned in a red dress, charming and beautiful, as if transformed into another person. He had fantasized countless times about witnessing this scene, only to regret that she did not wear it for him. Unable to suppress his melancholy, he remarked, "It turns out my cousin looks quite lovely in bridal attire. I had never noticed before." Observing his infatuated gaze and casually glancing at the 2 neat holes behind the old beggar, Hua Rujin chuckled, covering her mouth. "Let's return. Young lady, what I said earlier in the tunnel still stands. Do consider it again." The old beggar called out, chasing after the siblings. "Not considering it," Hua Rujin responded firmly. Just then, Shu Jin Xian's coachman arrived at Huangliang, spotting the cousins, and hurriedly urged, "Second young master, the old lady is looking for you to return. You and Miss must not delay any longer. Please hurry back to the city." Hua Rujin surmised that the matriarch of the Shu family had undoubtedly learned of her relationship with Shu Jin Xian and intended to confront her. It was indeed time to come to a conclusion. After all, she was no longer the childhood companion of his. Even disregarding her current status as a widow, had she been married into the Shu family, her standing would not fare well under the matriarch's scrutiny. She did not wish to endure such suffering. Thus, even if she entertained the thought of marrying this younger cousin in the future, it was no longer a possibility. Leaving the old beggar behind, she climbed into the carriage with Shu Jin Xian, heading back towards the city. The old beggar did not pursue them further, merely watching the departing Shu family carriage with a knowing smile before departing Huangliang on his own. At the banks of the Chu River in the southern city, smoke filled the air, and the raging flames intensified the already sweltering summer heat. With some distance to the city, Rujin began to hear the harrowing cries echoing around her. She lifted half of the curtain, gazing at the burning female corpse by the riverbank. The acrid scent of charred flesh assaulting her senses, making her feel nauseous. Sensing her distress, Shu Jinxian quickly lowered the curtain, recalling the old beggar's words and deliberately shifting her attention. What was that old beggar saying for you to consider? Nothing of consequence. Rujin replied with a bitter smile. He must be out of his mind, insisting that I apprentice under him. That is indeed madness. He seems like a lunatic. Recalling the old beggar's recent antics in the southern city, Shu Jinxian could not help but scowl. If he dares to seek trouble again, tell me, and I shall ensure that I break his legs. Just another swindler like that old Taoist. He poses no threat to me. Rujin replied in a calm tone. And once they were further from the riverbank, she lifted the curtain again, only to see the city gates crowded with people. In the crowd, she immediately spotted that familiar, upright figure. Beside him stood a portly middle-aged man, dressed in opulent attire, surrounded by officials from the state and county, all smiling as they graciously accepted the praises and gratitude of the common folk. Only he remained unperturbed, neither humbled nor arrogant, unaffected by the flattery or the disgrace surrounding him. His expression bore no trace of pride typically seen in one who has achieved great deeds, nor did it reveal the sorrow he had felt after witnessing numerous victimized female corpses in the dungeons. His cold and aloof presence seemed somewhat out of place among the others. Upon catching a glimpse of the half-visible face of Rujin peeking from the carriage, he leisurely approached, leading the young scholar Ting, and noticing this, Rujin signaled for Shu Jinxian to halt the carriage and patiently awaited his approach. Both were about to express their gratitude almost in unison. Yi Chengwei offered a faint smile, taking 2 rolled-up letters from Ting Un and handing them to her. These are the marriage annulment and letter of repentance personally written by Douyu before his imprisonment, both of which have been publicly read by the governor. Miss Hua, please keep them safe. Thank you. Rujin replied sincerely, her gratitude and respect stemming from the heart. The image of the languid figure slumped in the Grand Master's chair had gradually faded from her memory. Oh, Douyu asked me to convey his thanks for your assistance in burying Do Sanling. Yi Chengwei observed her receiving the letters, his tone steady. From now on, the engagement with the Do family is null and void. Should anyone speak ill of this matter, you may lodge a complaint at the county office. Indeed, Wen Yuming quickly interjected, stroking his long beard with a solemn expression. Miss Hua, you are the sole survivor of this calamity. It is indeed a relief for our office. Casting a distant gaze at the charred corpses by the riverbank, he sighed mournfully. It is indeed regrettable that our office failed to ensure that Lu Cheng properly investigated these cases in the county. Fortunately, we detected the signs early and acted decisively, preventing the old scoundrel of the Do family from executing his nefarious scheme. His heinous actions not only tarnished Miss Hua's reputation, but also subjected her to years of suffering. Therefore, should anyone dare to exploit this incident, both the county and I shall stand by you. Thank you, esteemed officials. Rujin discerned that the governor was embellishing his own reputation. However, out of respect, she refrained from undermining his authority. Smiling at the composed Yi Chengwei, she said, I shall take my leave now. Go on, Wen Yuming waved kindly. Watching as Rujin and Shu Jinxian returned to their carriage and entered the city, before casually engaging in conversation with Yi Chengwei. County Chief, Yi has excelled remarkably, having clarified numerous long-standing cases since his arrival. Truly, you are a promising youth, and our office shall personally commend you. It is merely my duty, Governor. Your praise is unwarranted, Yi Chengwei replied, his eyes sparkling with tranquility. Just then, he noticed the clerk Lu Shuyuan hastening towards them. You humble yourself, County Chief, Wen Yuming remarked, his demeanor calm as he focused on Yi Chengwei, pondering his doubts before gradually broaching the topic. Brother Yi, being the Emperor's chosen top scholar, is naturally favored. This appointment to our state must carry a mission from the court. I wonder how your interactions with the Minister of Personnel. I'm not acquainted, Yi Chengwei replied lightly. Oh, Wen Yuming nodded thoughtfully. I have heard of your interactions with the Prime Minister. The governor seemed particularly intrigued by the personal matters of Wei. Yi Chengwei turned slightly, scrutinizing him meaningfully. I would not presume. Wen Yuming's smile stiffened as Lu Shuyuan approached them, speaking in a low, cautious tone. Esteemed officials, The former county chief Lu Cheng committed suicide by jumping into the Chu River out of guilt. Suicide? Yi Chengwei's expression tightened, slowly shifting his gaze to Wen Yuming. Was the body recovered? Lu Xian shook his head despondently. The river's currents are too fierce. It is indeed difficult to retrieve. How peculiar! Yi Chengwei mused with a cold laugh. Lu Cheng's offenses were at most sheltering and embezzlement. Even at their worst, they amounted to dereliction of duty. He likely had no knowledge of Doyu's plot. Even if he were to be punished, it would be merely dismissal and exile, hardly warranting such a drastic end. Furthermore, the practice of women being buried alive was sanctioned by court law. Lu Cheng simply employed somewhat coercive methods. He was a timid man, one who always bullied the weak and feared the strong. His achievements in this county consisted mostly of advocating for such practices and erecting a few virtue memorials. As for his rise to the capital, we all understand the unspoken truths of the officialdom. Given the Dou family's actions, his guilt leading to suicide is not entirely unexpected. Wen Yuming's indifferent gaze drifted past Yi Chengwei, displaying little concern for Lu Cheng's fate. Yi Chengwei, however, was preoccupied with the underground passage beneath the Dou residence. Feeling a deep sense of worry, I initially thought Jiangling City was impregnable, but after the Dou affair, I am deeply concerned. To prevent any eventualities, I would request that the governor allocate funds to fill these passages as soon as possible. Indeed, this is of great importance. Banditry has surged in recent years, and we must be vigilant, Wen Yuming replied with a smile. Rest assured, County Chief Yi, I will find a way regarding the financial matters. Thank you. Afterward, the two clasped hands in farewell and departed with their respective officials. In the new residence of the Hua family in the southern part of Jiangling City, Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei had just finished breakfast with their two little ones. Hearing the commotion outside, Hua Junian felt an itch of curiosity and prepared to rush out to see the excitement. Kai Baiwei promptly stopped him. Husband, do not join the crowd. Jin Xian has helped our family immensely this time. We should focus on completing the tasks he assigned us. That boy has been missing since early morning. I wonder where he has gone. Hua Junian reluctantly returned to his seat. Moreover, Rujin has been out for several days without a word. I wonder if young Master Yi will treat her poorly. I trust young Master Yi. His willingness to stand up against the former county chief Lu on Rujin's behalf shows that he is a man of integrity, and she will not suffer with him. Kai Baiwei's gaze was resolute. Besides, aiding Rujin in her predicament has only ensnared him further. It is only right that we repay this kindness. I do not doubt young Master Yi's character, Hua Junian frowned. It has been several days since we last saw her. We are not physicians. How can we understand medicinal herbs? Jin Xian is clearly making things difficult. He is simply acting out of goodwill, knowing our current situation. He wishes to offer us assistance by leaving the herbs at our home. You think the Shu family truly lacks help sorting herbs? Kai Baiwei continued to peruse her medical texts. I have memorized many names of herbs from the illustrations. There are just some obscure characters that you must teach me today. Once Jin Xian delivers the herbs to our residence, I can compare them. It should not be too difficult, as I am not prescribing medicine. You have always had a knack for understanding things quickly, but unfortunately, you have been delayed by me over the years. Hua Junian approached her, eager to teach her the characters. Before he could speak, however, he was tugged at repeatedly by Hua Muyang. Looking up, he saw an elderly lady with graying hair, leaning on a cane, quietly entering the courtyard with a little girl. Oh, grandmother, what brings you here today? Hua Junian exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising to greet her alongside Kai Baiwei. Seeing the door ajar, the old woman had entered on her own. Dao Shi ambled inside while surveying her surroundings. Please, do take a seat in the main hall, the couple urged, their demeanor filled with trepidation. No need for that, Dao Shi replied, her gaze initially amiable. I have heard that your family has moved to the city. I should have visited sooner, but I was entangled in mundane affairs these past few days. I finally found the time to come today. The grandmother is preoccupied with her own matters. We're doing quite well, so there is no need for concern. Hua Yunian replied tensely. As she refused to enter the house, the couple had no choice but to remain with her in the courtyard. After all, we are relatives. I heard that Rujin has suffered greatly this time. I have watched her grow up. How could I not be concerned? Dao Shi sighed and shook her head repeatedly. It is difficult to speak of, but I wish to confide in someone close about my troubles. I have a distant cousin whose niece has set her sights on my grandson, Jian, and insists that I take charge of this matter. You see, she is merely a country girl, while my grandson is quite proud, being a wealthy young gentleman. The disparity in our backgrounds makes it hard for me to act as a mediator. Her gaze turned serious as she looked at the couple. I must, however, confront this girl, for a wealthy family's daughter is born to a life of privilege, addressed as Miss wherever she goes. Though you may also be called Miss outside, it is merely due to my influence. In essence, you are just a country girl with no claim to that title. Wealthy daughters are the true misses, while those who come from impoverished backgrounds are merely referred to as girls, needing to watch their step. How could one dare to dream such ungrounded dreams? With a chuckle, she continued, to my surprise, the girl understood and obediently returned home. Out of delight, I gifted her several dozen taels as a dowry. Isn't she quite perceptive? Indeed, grandmother. Rujin Yin and Kai by way exchanged glances, initially bewildered but gradually comprehending the underlying message. It was clear that Dao was alluding to the matter concerning Rujin and her cousin, expressing disdain for her daughter's humble origins. However, without naming names, it was difficult to refute her words. I am sharing this because I am troubled. Since I am here, I might as well speak candidly with you. Yun Nian, do not overthink it. Dao leisurely retrieved a flower-patterned bundle from maid's hands and placed it on the stone table before them. This 50 taels is for Rujin and the two younger ones to make clothing. No matter how poor we are, we cannot let the children suffer. If someone is willing to consider Rujin for marriage in the future, they must inform me, as I have watched her grow up and must prepare a dowry for her. Your mother's mischief in the past makes it difficult for me to speak further. This cannot be accepted, Rujin Yin said, feeling a wave of sadness as he returned the bundle to her. Though their family faced hardship, his daughter had not pursued her cousin. Rather, he had made frequent overtures. After much contemplation, it was clear that the fault did not lie with them. Take it, Dao insisted, somewhat impatiently placing the bundle back on the table. You and your fifth sister came to the Hua family only because of this. Your third and fourth siblings left too early. Among us, your fifth sister had the greatest affection for you and could not rest easy knowing your mother's bias. Hence, she entrusted me to care for your family before she passed. As a mother-in-law, I must show you some favoritism. With that, she turned, leaning on her cane and leading the young maid away, leaving the Hua family standing under the scorching sun, their faces filled with dejection. Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian returned from the south of the city, only to encounter the matriarch of the Shu family at the gate. Greetings, grandmother, she said respectfully, mirroring the original tone of the character. Ah, Rujin, you must live well in the days to come, Dao said with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes. She then turned to Shu Jinxian, her face clouded with anger. You rascal, disappearing all day. Hurry back home. Grandmother, Shu Jinxian had intended to mention the marriage between their families while Dao was present, but her stern tone dashed his hopes. Meanwhile, Hua Rujin noticed her family standing dejectedly in the courtyard, heads hung low as if they had suffered a great humiliation. A glance at the bundle on the stone table made her realize something. Seeing her daughter return, Rujin Yin, still accompanying his cousin, felt a surge of frustration. He picked up the bundle and handed it to Hua Rujin, reminding her in a neutral tone, Rujin, this is 50 taels from your grandmother of the Shu family. Now that you are grown, you may decide for yourself. Though apprehensive, she recalled how she had recently returned the rent money to her cousin. She had a bit of resolve in her. Looking at the flower-patterned bundle, then at the carriage outside, she gestured to her father, saying, I understand. Father, you may return home first. Once Hua Junyan led Kai by way and the two little ones back into the main hall, she turned to the frowning Shu Jinxian. Cousin, you should also return to the carriage. I have a few words to share with grandmother. Reluctantly, Shu Jinxian made his way back to the carriage. Hua Rujin returned the flower-patterned bundle to Dao and recalling her days at the Shu family academy, she took out a 5-tael gold ingot from her pocket and placed it on top of the bundle. I apologize for the inconvenience I caused at your home, grandmother. My second aunt took advantage of the money my father sent back, and I have managed to gather this amount. Please accept it. I am grateful for all the trouble my cousin has taken on my behalf, and I will surely repay it when the opportunity arises. As for the money you gave me, I appreciate the sentiment, but my family has compensated me during our separation, so we can manage for now. Dao was not concerned about the small sum of money, nor did she expect the girl to repay the tuition fees from her time at the Shu family. She understood the underlying reasons well enough. She simply did not wish for the girl to continue entangling herself with her grandson, hence she pushed the bundle back toward her. Take it. There must be clear accounts, even among brothers. Rujin firmly placed the bundle into the arms of the maid beside her and glanced at the carriage outside. Grandmother, rest assured, my relationship with my cousin is purely that of siblings. I will not entangle him in the past, and I certainly will not do so in the future. Daosher's expression softened, and she sighed lightly. If you say so, I shall be at ease. If you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. You know your uncle and your two cousins truly care for you. Thank you, Rujin replied. I shall not keep you any longer, grandmother. This old woman was ultimately not as accommodating as Shu Jinxian, refusing even to step into the courtyard. There was no need for Rujin to feign warmth and make things awkward. As Daosher observed her resolute departure, she hesitated momentarily, contemplating inviting her to her birthday banquet. However, given that she was now a young widow, concerned about any lingering ties to her grandson, she swiftly dismissed the thought and hurried back to the carriage. After waiting for a long time, Shu Jinxian finally saw his grandmother return and anxiously inquired, Grandmother, what did you and my cousin discuss? What else could it be? Just the troublesome matters between you two, Daosher replied tersely, glaring at her grandson. From now on, you are not to visit your uncle's house, nor are you to see Rujin. Why? Shu Jinxian furrowed his brows in distress. My uncle and cousin's family are in dire need of assistance right now. How could I possibly abandon them? How can I justify this to my elder brother or to my deceased mother? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Tao spoke with a firm tone. Let me be clear. As long as I breathe, you shall not marry your cousin. The grandson had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to aid his uncle's family. Shu Jinxian lowered his head in frustration. Tao glared at him. If you have no other intentions, why do you spend your days with your cousin? Are you not aware of the troubles that surround widows? She is not a widow. Today, the governor publicly denounced the Dou family's misdeeds. Their marriage proposal was a deception, and that engagement is nullified. Shu Jinxian raised his head in confusion. If it weren't for my second aunt's interference and my grandmother's relentless pressure, my cousin wouldn't be in this predicament. Had my grandmother accepted her back then and allowed me to take the imperial examination in the capital, she wouldn't have suffered at the Dou family's hands. He was well aware of the nature of his second aunt and grandmother. Upon seeing her grandson's frustration, Tao softened her tone and instructed the coachman to prepare the carriage, imparting earnestly, It is precisely because their family is embroiled in such chaos that we must delineate our boundaries with the Hua family. Consider this. It is not that your grandmother wishes to meddle in your affairs, but rather, you lack direction. If you were as capable as your elder brother, I would not be so concerned. Your mother passed away early, and your father cannot even manage his own affairs. If I did not safeguard you, what if a temptress ensnares you, leading you to ruin like your grandfather, causing the entire Shu family to suffer? Hearing this, Shu Jinxian clenched his jaw, choosing not to respond. Ultimately, he felt inferior to his elder brother, realizing that his grandmother's interference stemmed from her concern for him. Years ago, when his cousin Huasher Yin was pursuing his elder brother, their grandmother merely turned a blind eye, and it was ultimately his elder brother's decision that prevented the match. Now, as he shared a mutual affection with his cousin Rujin, she stood in opposition, which left him feeling stifled. Resolving to achieve success like Yi Chengwei, he yearned to gain recognition soon. Back in the main hall, Hua Rujin was so weary that her eyelids felt heavy, although Kai Baiwei and Hua Junian wore solemn expressions. Upon seeing their daughter's exhaustion, they quickly masked their concerns with smiles. Have we clarified everything regarding the third son of the Dou family? Yes, Hua Rujin replied, presenting the letter of withdrawal from Dou Yu along with an apology. From now on, we have severed all ties with the Dou family. That is truly wonderful, Kai Baiwei exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she took the documents to examine them closely. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal. I will. Rest for a while. Hua Rujin's voice was faint. Kai Baiwei nodded vigorously. All right, after all these tumultuous days, we finally have closure. We shall eat once you awaken. Hua Junian, noticing his sister's fatigue, hurried to support her. Are you all right? Hua Rujin shook her head. I'm fine. I just need a rest. He lovingly assisted her to the inner courtyard, while Hua Yuan and Hua Miang, observing their sister's weary demeanor, dared not speak, following closely behind. Once she was settled, Hua Junian quietly inquired, the money has been returned, correct? Yes, Hua Rujin softly affirmed, all has been returned, including the tuition fees owed from previous years. Good, that is a relief. Hua Junian felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow as he exited the room with heavy steps. The two little ones remained vigilantly by their sister's side, watching her drift into sleep. Returning to the main hall, Hua Junian reflected on the old matriarch of the Shu family's words, and he could not help but slap himself across the face, muttering, "It's all my fault. I am useless." Tears streamed down his cheeks. Kai Baiwei, filled with concern, rushed to comfort him. "Do not speak like that. You have done remarkably well. This situation is not your fault. I have never blamed you." Though she had faced her share of grievances since marrying into the Hua family, she held no regrets. After all, it was not an arranged marriage, and his courage to separate from his previous life for the sake of the mother and daughter had deeply touched her. Hua Junian shook his head vehemently. "But I failed to uphold my promise to protect you both," and nearly let Rujin. Kai Baiwei gently wiped his tears with a handkerchief. "It is all in the past. If not for you, Rujin and I would not have survived those years. We are grateful for our lives. We are all misfortunate souls, and I desire nothing more than for our family to remain united. Indeed, tomorrow I shall work at the docks. With careful savings, it should suffice for our family's needs. Once we stabilize, we can resume our previous enterprises, free from the burdens of that family, and we will surely lead good lives. I will follow your lead." 3 days later, the weather was clear and sunny, albeit a bit warm. Kai Baiwei constructed a small shade near the stone well by the courtyard gate and moved a small table from inside to the shelter, creating a more pleasant dining and resting area for the family during the summer. Hua Rujin sat in the shade, reflecting on the recent events with a lingering sense of unease. Her younger siblings, Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang, squatted beside her, watching their mother diligently work nearby. "Rujin, do you think Mother will be scolded for clearing the weeds in the guest room's corner to plant some vegetables?" Kai Baiwei suddenly turned to ask. "No, Mother. You may plant whatever you like," Hua Rujin replied with a gentle smile. It was clear that the area had once been cultivated, but had since become overgrown due to neglect. "Then I shall proceed," Kai Baiwei said, setting down her hoe, but her bright eyes clouded with concern. "Today marks your grandmother's 60th birthday. Your father reminded me to prepare gifts for the occasion, so we could visit. You and the little ones should go. I will stay home to guard the house," Hua Rujin replied with a soft smile. Though she had heard her younger brother mention Tao's unpleasant remarks during their last visit, she understood the bonds of family. They could not afford to become estranged. As long as she did not set foot in the Shu household, she could maintain the necessary decorum without giving them cause for complaint. Kai Baiwei comprehended her daughter's intentions and nodded gravely. "Very well, we shall return early. I will stay home with my sister," Hua Yuan quickly interjected. Hua Miyang nodded eagerly. "How can we let Mother go alone?" Hua Rujin reassured her younger brother. "You should accompany Mother." Though Hua Miyang was reluctant, he recognized that their second aunt's family would likely also attend, so he reluctantly agreed. "If we encounter them, Mother need not endure their disdain. Our family owes them nothing." Hua Rujin firmly advised her gentle and dignified mother. "I understand. With your uncle, aunt, and uncle by our side, they will not dare to cause trouble." Kai Baiwei replied with a simple smile. Indeed, the flowers, as exquisite as brocade, radiated the same cheerful demeanor. The original owner's uncle, Shu Jian, had always favored the sixth branch, while the elder uncle, Hua Junyao, harbored jealousy towards Hunnanshi for having cruelly forced him into a marriage and compelled the second son to work at the county office. The entire family was dismissive of the second branch, and upon arriving at the Shu residence, they indeed showed favoritism towards the weaker sixth branch. Glancing up at the son, Kai Baiwei, unwilling to delay further, led Hua Muyang inside to change clothes, and with a bamboo basket slung over her back, hurriedly stepped out. Hua Rujin took a copy of the Salt and Iron Law, along with writing materials, returning to the cool pavilion to teach Hua Yuan literacy while continuing her reading. Over the past few days, she had memorized the contents of household marriage thoroughly, intertwining it with the laws from her own era, so that when the time came, she would be adept in its application. Following the incident with the Doe family, she gradually found a clearer direction. There were numerous women in this time whose fates were as tragic as hers. If she devoted more effort in this regard, she could not only assist others, but also earn some silver. The male litigators, who prided themselves on their vast knowledge, seldom considered advocating for women. In their eyes, once a calamity struck, it was the women who bore the blame, labeled as either sirens or misfortune bringers. With this notion in mind, her reading became increasingly fervent. Before long, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound, Hua Yuan swiftly dashed ahead. Just as Hua Rujin stood up, she heard Hua Yuan joyfully exclaim, elder sister, it's uncle from brother-in-law's side. Tingyan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Am I that old? They call our young master big brother, yet I am referred to as uncle. Discovering it was Ting and Hua Rujin hurried to greet him. Miss Hua, I have come today to deliver some items on behalf of my young master. Tingyan, with a pained expression, handed her a bulging document pouch. Inside are 50 taels of silver, confiscated from the Dou family. Though the Dou family appears affluent, much of their wealth has been spent on treating a peculiar ailment. My young master mentioned that only 3,000 to 5,000 taels were confiscated, and the county must also compensate for the tunnels the Dou family had. So some funds were allocated to the families of the suffering women. Please thank your young master on my behalf. Hua Rujin accepted the pouch and took a glance inside. After all, it was the original owner who had suffered. Receiving this felt undeserved. Moreover, 50 taels was no trifling amount for an ordinary family. It was likely that if other officials were in charge, they would have kept a significant portion of the confiscated wealth for themselves, without a thought to compensate the common folk. Reflecting on this, she looked at Ting An and gently inquired, how has your young master been of late? Quite well. Ting An replied with a smile, though he is overwhelmed with work, as many old cases remain unresolved. Hua Rujin raised an eyebrow. So many old cases piled up during County Magistrate Lu's tenure? Don't mention it. County Magistrate Lu committed suicide by jumping into the Chu River out of fear of punishment, and his body has yet to be recovered. Ting An's face grew more solemn. His death may have eased some burdens, but many unresolved cases have fallen to my young master. Just the other day, a headless corpse was unearthed from the Dou family graveyard. Han Chun has confessed, yet he refuses to disclose where the head is hidden, and my young master suspects that the officials at the archives coerced him into confessing. Upon hearing about Lu Cheng's suicide, Hua Rujin felt a jolt in her heart. This corrupt official, who neglected his duties and exploited women's lives for political gain, was not innocent in his demise. However, according to her understanding of the laws, his offenses did not warrant a death sentence. Why then had he jumped into the river? Was it cowardice? And regarding the headless corpse, if Han Chun had confessed, why conceal the head? This was indeed perplexing. Perhaps it was a case of forced confession. Hua Rujin replied nonchalantly, acknowledging that such a serious case was beyond the purview of an inconspicuous commoner like herself. And even if she were eager to take on the case, she must exercise patience to avoid raising suspicions from Yi Chengwei about her intentions. It seems Miss Hua and my young master share a tacit understanding. Everyone in the county office believes that Han Chun is the murderer, and his reluctance to reveal the location of the head must be due to some expert's guidance, deliberately stalling for a chance at survival. Ting scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, right. My young master also instructed that the entire Jiangling city is currently searching for the tunnels. If Miss Hua notices anything unusual at home, please report it to the county office promptly so they can send someone to fill them. Very well. I shall keep a vigilant eye. Hua Rujin's mind suddenly recalled the old beggar. This man, enigmatic as he was, seemed to possess an intricate knowledge of Jiangling city's history. He had mentioned filling all the tunnels he had excavated back in the day. She wondered if that could be trusted. After bidding farewell to Ting An, Hua Rujin led Hua Yuan back to the pavilion to count the compensation silver from the county office. Each ingot weighed 5 taels, perfectly totaling 10 ingots. As she gazed at the gleaming silver on the table, Hua Yuan suddenly leaned in and whispered, Elder sister, I have a secret to tell you. Will you take me to Huang Lu Alley to buy pear blossom cakes? Are you craving pear blossom cakes again? Hua Rujin smiled at the little one. Then I must see if this secret is worth a packet of pear blossom cakes. It's definitely worth it. Hua Yuan pointed confidently to the left corner. Just in a few days you were gone, I saw a massive white snake crawl into that dry well. A white snake? Hua Rujin exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the nearby dry well. Are you referring to Lady Bai? Who is Lady Bai? The little one inquired, puzzled with her lips pursed. Lady Bai is a woman as beautiful as your elder sister. Hua Rujin suddenly fell into contemplation. Why did this little one alternate between mentioning a girl in red and a gigantic white snake? Neither Hua Junyan, Kai Baiwei, nor Hua Muyang had encountered such things. For a moment, she couldn't help but believe the old beggar-esque words that this little one was a harbinger of misfortune in their home. Elder sister, do you not believe me? Hua Yuan looked at her with a hint of disappointment. I do believe you, of course. Hua Rujin stood and took the little one toward the dry well. Let's go see where that big white snake is hiding. And then we'll go to Huang Lu Alley to buy some pastries. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuan managed a small smile. The two approached the edge of the dry well and peered inside. It was dark and bottomless, revealing nothing. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly noticed the surrounding vegetation had been severely trampled, and she began to realize that the little one had not been lying. She circled around the trampled area, examining it closely, and continued searching deeper into the corners of the dry well, gradually uncovering some shed snake skin. Remembering the fleeting eyes she had seen when she first entered this estate and the red-clad girl mentioned by the little one, she began to believe the old beggar's words that there was indeed something amiss in this house. How could such a small courtyard have two wells? What secrets lay hidden in this dry well? For now, she could not ascertain. The well was far too deep for her to explore. She picked up a stone and hurled it into the dry well, and after a long while, the echoing sound reverberated back. Elder sister, Hua Yuan looked bewildered. Nothing to worry about. Hua Rujin led the little one to gather the silver from the table, contemplating the long hair she had found a few days prior, and headed directly to the west wing. She took out the exquisite dagger that Yi Chengwei had gifted her and meticulously tapped around the room. But after a thorough search, she found no anomalies. Could it be that there was no tunnel beneath? Or perhaps the structure of the tunnels here differed from that of the Dou family. With her mind swirling with questions, Hua Rujin guided the little one out of the west wing. Since these mysterious occurrences had manifested in the courtyard, it was best to lie in wait. Locking the courtyard gate, the two sisters first went to Huang Lu Alley, where Hua Rujin spent 20 coins to buy 2 packets of pear blossom cakes, savoring them while pondering the mysteries at hand. If there truly exists a girl in red, why does she mysteriously appear in this residence, without any apparent intentions towards the family over these many days? It simply cannot be that the Hua family continues to live in fear. With this thought in mind, she glanced towards the direction of the county office to the north, then squatted down and instructed the little one, "Hun, do you like the new county magistrate?" "Yeah. Are you referring to my brother-in-law?" Hua Yuan blinked her big, watery eyes. "You cannot call him brother-in-law." Hua Rujin frowned. "If you promise me, I will take you to see him, but you must be obedient." The little one pondered for a moment. Thus, the two sisters proceeded towards the county office. After turning a few corners, they arrived at the side of the office just as a sedan chair passed by, heading west. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Hua Yuan, with her keen eyes, spotted Tingyan, the young servant of Yi Chengwei, bouncing over. Hua Rujin's phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a face of distress. What happened to the trust we spoke of? Just as she hesitated, Tingyan approached them. "My young master does not ride in a sedan chair," he whispered, glancing furtively at the halted chair. "Inside is the county magistrate." "Oh, what brings you here?" Hua Rujin inquired, noticing the red box Ting and was carrying, and the box tied with red silk being lifted by the porters behind the sedan. She quickly grasped the situation. Today was the birthday of the matriarch of the Shu family, and her young master had business to attend to, thus delegating the task of delivering a gift to the county magistrate. Tingyan lowered his gaze at the box he held, awkwardly smiling. "I also have a gift to deliver on behalf of my young master." "I see." Hua Rujin nodded thoughtfully. "Then I shan't delay you. Please go ahead." The Shu family was renowned for their medical expertise, enjoying considerable prestige throughout Jingzhou. Now that Shu Yuqing had entered the palace, the various government offices would undoubtedly show them even greater respect. Yi Chengwei was also quite astute in matters of human relations. Tingyan, not daring to linger, turned to the guards at the office entrance and called out, "This young lady is a friend of my master. Please inform him at once." After giving his instructions, he hurriedly followed the sedan. Upon learning that the visitor was a friend of the county magistrate, the guards naturally did not dare to neglect the matter, promptly entering to inform him, and soon someone came out to guide the sisters inside. Before entering, Hua Rujin shot a stern glance at the little one, reminding her once more, "You must not call the county magistrate brother-in-law again, or I will not bring you next time." I know, yeah." Hua Yuan cheerfully stepped into the inner hall and rushed towards Yi Chengwei. "Brother-in-law, my sister has come to see you." Both of them were taken aback. Yi Chengwei pinched Hua Yuan's playful cheek and, feigning composure, turned to Hua Rujin, asking with a smile, "Has Miss Hua discovered anything of significance in the residence?" "Not particularly," Hua Rujin thought, knowing he was alluding to the matter Ting and had mentioned. However, since there was no clarity on the subject, she felt it unwise to elaborate, lest the county office make a fuss and create a misunderstanding. After some contemplation, she responded to Yi Chengwei. I have an urgent matter to attend to and wish to leave my sister in the care of the county office for a day. I will come to fetch her tomorrow. This way, even if there were no fruitful results tonight, she could easily fabricate an excuse. Yi Chengwei, although filled with doubts, respected her wish for discretion and simply smiled. Very well. Thank you, she replied. It is but a small favor. No need for thanks. Chapter 047. Uncle-in-law. As Hua Rujin exited the county office and walked back, she continued to ponder the affairs at home. Recalling the large white snake mentioned by Hua Yuan, she instinctively touched the dagger hidden in her bosom. According to the little one's description, it was likely quite substantial, perhaps even a large python. With this thought in mind, she returned to Huanglu Alley to purchase a hefty bag of realgar powder. Upon reaching the entrance of her residence, a familiar voice called out, "Cousin." Hua Rujin turned to find her scholarly cousin, Shu Jinxian, poking his head out of the carriage to greet her. "Cousin, what brings you here? Today is grandmother's 60th birthday. Should you not remain at home to host the guests?" Hua Rujin looked at him, slightly astonished. "I wanted to ask why you did not accompany Annie today." Shu Jinxian stepped down from the carriage, displaying a concerned expression. "How could I rest easy leaving you and Yuan at home?" As he spoke, he looked around curiously, inquiring, "Oh, where is Yuan?" "She went to play at the county office," Hua Rujin replied nonchalantly. "She went to the county office to play?" Shu Jinxian expressed disbelief. Fearing further inquiries, Hua Rujin quickly diverted the topic. "Did you come here for something specific?" Shu Jinxian promptly retrieved someone from the carriage, smiling broadly. "Cousin, look who I've brought for you." Hua Rujin focused her gaze and recognized a short, somewhat slow-moving middle-aged man, squinting at her. She recalled that this was her uncle, Shu Jiayan. In her memories, he had always doted on her. When Shu Jinxian entered the capital, she had been forced into a marriage with the Dou family, and Shu Jiayan had cried outside their door for an entire night, nearly blinding himself in the process, such that now he could barely see without squinting. "Is uncle still in good health?" Hua Rujin asked kindly, holding a measure of respect. I have eaten," Shu Jiayan responded, his speech muffled, with a strong Jiangling accent. Hua Rujin found his words unclear and leaned in closer, replying, "Our family is doing quite well." Listening to the conversation between the old and the young, Shu Jinxian couldn't help but smile broadly. Shu Jiayan slowly pulled out a package of pastries from his pocket and handed it to Hua Rujin, stammering, "Birthday cake for you, Rujin. Why haven't you come to see me at home?" Hua Rujin fell into a brief silence upon hearing this. She discreetly glanced at Shu Jinxian, opened the courtyard door, and led the father and son inside. Shu Jinxian caught a whiff of a pungent odor, glanced at the items in her hands, and quickly asked, "Cousin, why did you buy so much realgar powder?" "To prevent insect from infesting the yard in this hot weather," Hua Rujin replied dismissively, then went to the main hall to fetch a pot of cool water, pouring 2 cups and presenting them to the father and son. Shu Jinxian did not pursue the matter of the realgar powder further, took a sip of the water, and directly stated his purpose. "My sister-in-law is pregnant and will return to the capital for her confinement once she stabilizes. Before she leaves, she wishes to see you, since families are gathering together. She personally requested grandmother's permission. My father and I have come to invite you and your sister to the evening banquet." "Indeed, your father. Mother has not visited the house since returning from business. Tonight, I want your father to accompany me for a good drink, until we are utterly intoxicated," Shu Jiayan said earnestly. "Rujin, you should also spend a few days at home, keeping company with your sister-in-law." Seeing the sincere expressions on the faces of the father and son, Hua Rujin found it difficult to refuse. However, she recalled that she was not particularly familiar with her sister-in-law, having returned to the capital with Shu Yuqing shortly after marrying into the Shu family. It seemed this was indeed her scholarly cousin's idea, using his sister-in-law's request as a pretext to invite her to the household. A few days ago, the matriarch of the Shu family had come to her residence with veiled insinuations, and if she were to truly visit the Shu family today, she could only imagine the awkwardness that Aunt Tao might prepare for her. As the father and son prepared to head to the dock to welcome Hua Junian, Hua Rujin felt a surge of joy. She quickly approached Shu Jiayan and exclaimed, "Uncle, your niece has a significant matter to attend to today, so I shall not accompany you. Please let my father go with you to share a drink and converse by candlelight. They can return tomorrow without delay." Shu Jinxian understood that his cousin was still troubled by recent events, so he did not press the issue further and rose with Shu Jiayan. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and said earnestly, "Cousin, I recently purchased many books from the bookstore, preparing to take the exams again in 3 years. Rujin nodded in agreement. Cousin, it is indeed wise to apply yourself. If you could enter the Imperial Medical Academy, like your elder cousin, your future prospects would be boundless. Indeed, I shall strive even harder this time, Shu Jinxian replied. After a moment of silence, he gently added, Grandmother mentioned that once I achieve success in my studies, she will no longer interfere in my marriage. Rujin's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. It dawned on her that his pursuit of scholarly achievement was influenced by matters of marriage. It was certainly commendable for him to be able to take charge of his own matrimonial affairs, but she hoped he would not misinterpret his intentions. Cousin, you should hurry back with uncle. Do not delay, as there are likely many esteemed guests at our residence today, she urged. Shu Jinxian nodded and gazed at her with heartfelt affection. I have never misinterpreted my intentions. 3 years prior, he had believed that his grandmother's decision to call off the engagement with the Yi family was based on prejudice, coupled with their youthful ages. Thus, he had entered the capital with great ambition, only to learn shortly thereafter that his cousin had married into the Dou family, which hit him hard. Now, with his uncle's family having separated from the Hua family, it seemed unlikely that anyone would pressure his cousin into an arranged marriage again. With this thought, a warm smile spread across his face. This time, he need not rush to the capital, but could remain at home to prepare for his examinations. Grandmother has consented, stating that your elder brother's duties in the palace are too demanding to care for your second brother. So he will stay at home until the major exams before heading to the capital. Shu Jiayin, in agreement, slowly unfastened a pouch from his waist and handed it to Rujin. This is the silver I have saved up. Take it and use it for clothing and jewelry. Uncle, I have silver. Rujin pushed the pouch back towards Shu Jiayin and glanced at Shu Jinxian. Today, the county sent an additional 50 taels as compensation. Our household has enough silver for now. Very well. In a few days I will send someone to deliver the medicinal herbs, Shu Jinxian remarked, just as Rujin added. If cousin truly lacks a place to store the herbs, these 2 servant quarters can be allocated for your use. As for sorting the herbs, my father has gone to the dock, and my mother is not knowledgeable about medicine, so she may not be of much help. Moreover, she had already formulated a plan regarding Hua Junian and the livelihoods of Kai Baiwei and her husband. All right, I shall heed your arrangements, Shu Jinxian replied. His smile tinged with a hint of bitterness as he and Shu Jian departed with a contemplative demeanor. Watching the father and son fade from view, Rujin returned to the cool pavilion, her thoughts drifting to the pouch of realgar powder on the table, lost in contemplation. Chapter 048. The contest under the moon within the county office. Yi Chunwei was engrossed in meticulously examining a case file that had yet to be fully understood. Although the case of the missing girl had reached a temporary conclusion, he was still troubled by the case of a wealthy merchant from the neighboring county who had vanished, coupled with the decapitated body of Zhang Yuan from Maoyuan village. Although Han Shan had confessed, the absence of the victim's head prevented the case from being resolved. Time passed, and he suddenly lifted his gaze to the small figure seated quietly beside him and inquired with suspicion, What is your name? Sister-in-law, I am called Yuan, for I uphold the values of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young, as well as gratitude, and she quietly drew out a dagger, her hand filled with a generous amount of orpiment powder, patiently awaiting the re-emergence of the shadow. After a while, beneath the speckled night sky, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard, as if someone were rummaging through boxes. This time, the sounds were particularly distinct. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Light footsteps began to echo softly, as subtle as a whispering night breeze, barely perceptible without keen attention. As the footsteps drew nearer, heading towards the eastern chamber, Rujin held her breath, her dark eyes fixed intently on the door. Creak. At the moment the door was pushed open, a handful of powder was flung forward. A scream pierced the air. The figure turned and fled. Rujin tightened her grip on the dagger, seizing the orpiment powder as she pursued. Under the dim moonlight, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a slender figure clad in red, seemingly petite yet as nimble as a specter, vanishing into the depths of the western chamber in an instant. Rujin followed closely, entering the western chamber, where the moonlight revealed a large black hole beside the bed. Seeing her pursuit, the figure leaped down, and with a creak, the split floor began to close. Just as the figure was about to escape, Rujin gritted her teeth and jumped in after it. The tunnel was narrow, precisely as she had anticipated, starkly different in structure from the Dong family's. The two crouched low, chasing each other through the passage, unaware of how long they had been running until light gradually seeped through ahead. As they approached, the passage widened, and Hua Rujin drew nearer to the figure. Taking a leap against the wall, she propelled herself forward. The red figure sprinted ahead, suddenly leaping forward, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Hua Rujin hurried to follow, but the sight before her caused her to halt in shock. Below the opening lay an expansive area, scattered with oil lamps resting on low rocks, illuminating the cave's features dimly. Lowering her gaze, she casually surveyed the scene, only to find the red-clad girl staring back at her with dark, sorrowful eyes. They were unmistakably familiar, reminiscent of the very eyes she had encountered upon entering this abode. Just as she was about to glance upward alongside the girl, she noticed two columns, one black and one white, suddenly stir beside her. Chapter 049. Grandpa Dogskin. Hua Rujin raised her eyes, witnessing in the dim light the flickering tongues of two enormous pythons, their large, glistening eyes fixated upon her. Startled, she instinctively stepped back. As the black and white pythons advanced towards the opening, she quickly grabbed the orpiment powder from her pocket and hurled it at the serpents. The cave was immediately enveloped in a cloud of red powder, the acrid scent causing tears to stream down her face. Coughing echoed throughout the cavern. Once the powder was exhausted and the red mist began to dissipate, Hua Rujin held her dagger firmly, her eyes fixed on the scene before her, where the two pythons lay weakened beside the girl in red, their eyelids fluttering feebly as they struggled to raise their bodies. Seeing this, Hua Rujin swiftly drew her dagger, launching herself toward the temporarily incapacitated serpents. Just as the cold blade approached the black python, a shrill cry rang out. "Do not harm them. They do not wish to attack you." Followed by a heart-wrenching sob. Hua Rujin paused, her reflexes quick, retracting the dagger aimed at the serpent's head. Stepping back cautiously, she regarded the pythons and the girl in red with suspicion. "If that is the case, why do you stealthily intrude upon my home to frighten me?" I did not mean to," the red-clad girl replied, wiping her tears. I only wish to find some cooked food. My mother is gravely ill and cannot eat raw food. I wanted to find something for her." Hua Rujin followed her gaze to a corner where a bare stone slab was covered in a thick layer of bedding. As she moved closer, she suddenly turned to glance back at the two pythons. "They will not harm you," the red-clad girl reiterated through her sobs. Only then did Hua Rujin cautiously approach the stone slab, though she still glanced back at the pythons and the girl from time to time. As she neared, faint sounds of gasping reached her ears. "Cold, cold, so cold. Mother." Upon hearing the voice, the red-clad girl crawled to the stone slab, pressing her hands onto the thick bedding, and began to wail inconsolably. "And I is useless. I cannot find you any food. And you must live." A bony arm emerged from beneath the bedding, trembling in the air, but before it could reach the girl, it fell limply to the side. "Mother! Mother!" The little girl's hysterical cries reverberated throughout the cave. Hua Rujin bent down, feeling for the woman's breath beneath the bedding, only to find that she had entirely lost her life. "I am sorry. Your mother has passed away." At that moment, Hua Rujin's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. She had expected to uncover some malevolent creature lurking underground, yet she discovered merely a pair of unfortunate mother and daughter. Just then, a sound of sliding rocks echoed from a nearby corner. Hua Rujin turned to look, and to her astonishment, a figure emerged from behind the rocks, disheveled and dirty. In the dim light, she recognized the old beggar from Huanglegang. He approached, carrying several bundles, casting a glance at the scene before him, then sighed heavily. Your mother could not hold on any longer. He placed the items on the stone slab and solemnly advised, "I have brought you the cooked beggar's chicken you like. You should eat. You cannot survive on raw food alone." Hearing of the cooked food, the little girl hurriedly opened the package wrapped in lotus leaves, tearing off a chicken leg to feed her mother. But no matter how she tried, there was no response. "Child," the old beggar shook his head helplessly. "It is a miracle your mother lasted this long. Let her rest in peace. She is always worried about you. You must live well. What happened?" Hua Rujin asked the old beggar, bewildered. The old beggar sighed heavily again. "This tale is long. Yet, you have found your way here, my dear. Despite my best efforts, I cannot fulfill their wishes." Hua Rujin listened in silence as the old beggar continued. "For 2 years, they have hidden in this tunnel. I do not know when it will end. They have relied on those two beasts to forage for food in the wilderness, not daring to light a fire. I can only hope to allow Anai to take her mother above for a breath of fresh air before she passed, to see the sun over Jiangling City. Hua Rujin suddenly understood. So you intentionally sought to thwart the owner of this house, to prevent anyone from renting it. Yet, you still did not heed the warnings and stubbornly moved in. The old beggar retorted with exasperation. Though my trickery caused the owner some losses over the past 2 years, it allowed the mother and daughter to occasionally escape for fresh air. Even if they could not go out, my begging would at least provide them with enough to eat. Upon hearing this, Hua Rujin finally grasped the entire situation. The old beggar's deceit in the bustling market was all for the sake of this mother and daughter. Why do they have to hide underground? She questioned, perplexed. Isn't it due to the corrupt officials of Jiangling City? The old beggar was about to speak when the little girl and I interjected. Grandpa Dogskin, please do not say any more. Grandpa Dogskin? Hua Rujin couldn't help but chuckle. It would be better to call him Grandpa Nonsense. In the city of Jiangling, everyone recognizes the old beggar, who is affectionately called Grandfather Dogskin. The old beggar, with a hint of self-deprecation, glanced seriously at the young girl and said, Little girl, do not be anxious. The person before you is akin to you, a soul burdened by misfortune, yet she has escaped from her prison. You may trust her. She has a close relationship with the newly appointed county magistrate, who might assist you. How could I possibly have such a close connection with the magistrate? The old beggar interjected. Please, do not speak carelessly. Hua Rujin had intended to address him as senior dog, but found the title rather peculiar. Did we not nearly perish in the depths of Doe's residence a few days ago? That surely constitutes a bond of life and death. The old beggar chuckled softly. I do not require anyone's help. I merely wish to wait for my father to return in peace, the little girl said, her voice trembling with caution. The old beggar coughed lightly. The new county magistrate is a recent graduate, and he does not appear to be greedy. The person you see before you is not one who covets wealth either. Perhaps they will not extort money from you and will be willing to lend their assistance. How do you know I do not covet wealth? Hua Rujin shot him a glare. She was not averse to money. She simply had no means to acquire it. The Shu family is far wealthier than the Doe family. The young master of the Shu family attends to you day and night. If you were truly motivated by money, you would have long since married into the Shu family. As the saying goes, why let the fertile waters flow to outsiders? The old beggar chuckled ominously. You seem to have taken a keen interest in my affairs. Hua Rujin had little desire to banter with him further and turned her attention to the sobbing girl. Since she has passed, we must find a way to bury her. We cannot leave her hidden in this tunnel. For now, it seems she must remain here, the old beggar replied, his expression suddenly darkening. With so many people outside, a newly emerged grave would undoubtedly attract attention. Seeing the elderly beggar and the young girl so cautious, Hua Rujin chose to remain silent. Chapter 050. Afraid you cannot endure the beating. After a moment of contemplation and a careful glance around, Hua Rujin unexpectedly noticed the ground littered with fluffy remnants, chicken feathers, and what resembled rabbit fur. Remembering the old beggar's earlier words, she could not resist turning to look at the two pythons. Indeed, as the little girl had claimed, they were curled up together, lazily dozing without a hint of vigilance. The large white python had nearly been captured 2 years ago, but it was the girl who had torn open its cage and liberated it. Perhaps this bond was fated, as the white python seemed to possess some spirit, bringing the mother and daughter to this tunnel during their time of peril, hunting daily to provide sustenance for them. The old beggar squatted down before the two pythons and gently patted the head of the large white python. Do not venture above anymore. The family here is kind-hearted. They do not wish to harm you, and you must not frighten them. The two enormous pythons seemed to understand the old man's words, flicking their long tongues in response. Hua Rujin was taken aback, having never encountered such sentient snakes before. She imagined it would not be far-fetched to witness the white python transform into a beautiful spirit. After observing for a moment, Hua Rujin cautiously approached the stone platform. Lifting the heavy bedding, she beheld the rigid body beneath, the long hair scattered chaotically around, reaching down to the ankles. The length was consistent with the hair she had previously discovered. Since her mother wished for you to live well, hiding in this tunnel is not a solution. It is cold and damp here. You should come with me. Hua Rujin intended to lift the 2 layers of bedding, but the little girl immediately blocked her path. I cannot go up. Do not worry. The entire inner courtyard will be empty. And your room in the west wing is unoccupied. As long as you stay in the courtyard, no one will discover you. Rujin reassured her with patience. Moreover, the new magistrate is unlike others. If you are wronged, he will surely find a way to help you. Seeing the little girl's anxiety, the old beggar added, Ning, listen to this, sister. Up there, she is kind and will provide you with warm meals. Your mother has passed, and although these creatures will not harm you, you cannot remain with them forever. He paused and continued. Furthermore, the county is filling in the tunnels, and the entrance at Huanglagang has been sealed. It will be difficult for me to return to see you, and if the guards discover this place, you will find it hard to escape. After pondering the old beggar's words for some time, the little girl finally turned to Rujin, bowing her head earnestly several times, her tone heavy with gratitude. Thank you, sister. Considering I am taking advantage of your situation, there is no need for thanks, Rujin replied, gently helping her to her feet and patting her shoulder. With reluctance, she covered the cold body once more with the bedding. As they prepared to leave, the little girl turned back, crying softly as she spoke to the woman, expressing her sorrow before reluctantly following Rujin and the old beggar towards the tunnel entrance. Looking back, she saw the two giant pythons stretching their heads, watching them intently, seemingly filled with reluctance. The little girl wept anew, waving tearfully at the pythons. Take care. Do not let the bad people capture you again. Witnessing this, Rujin felt a pang of sorrow and turned away. The harmony between humans and the two pythons made her ponder the reasons behind the mother and daughter being driven to such dire circumstances. Yet, the girl's silence left her with no opportunity to inquire further. The old beggar handed Rujin an oil lamp, instructing her solemnly, Child, please take extra care of this little one. Will you not accompany us? Rujin asked, casting him a cold glance. The old beggar lightly leaped back into the tunnel. As an old man, appearing in your backyard at night would be quite improper. He smiled, waving goodbye to the two. I will visit in a few days. If you need oil for the lamp or anything else, you can come down to fetch it. There is plenty of oil here. As he turned to leave, Rujin, curious about where he had procured so much oil, quickly reminded him, do not venture out to deceive others for food on her behalf. The old beggar, touched, turned back, only to be met with Rujin's quick addition. I fear your frail body cannot endure the beating. The old beggar departed in indignation. Rujin secured her dagger, holding the oil lamp high as she bid farewell to the giant pythons and made her way back through the tunnel with the girl. Along the way, she learned that the girl's full name was Chung Nini. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chung Nini hurried behind the artificial hill and twisted a stone, which emitted a creaking sound, revealing the secret entrance to the west wing. Rujin was taken aback. The switch to the tunnel above was hidden within this hill. Not in the west wing? Chung Nini nodded. It was Grandfather Dogskin who taught me. That old rascal, Rujin thought to herself, contemplating how many secrets the old beggar might be concealing. As night enveloped the sky like water, a figure clad in white appeared atop a tea house across from the Hua family's new residence, with bright, almond-shaped eyes fixed on the opposite house. She held a pristine book, but had not turned a page in quite some time. She had claimed to have urgent matters to attend to. Yet the house outside remained unlocked while the courtyard gate was firmly shut, indicating she had not ventured out. Ye Chengyi pondered silently, recalling the day he purchased books at the Ning Yuan bookstore, suddenly realizing something significant. Why would the young lady from the Hua family, a respectable daughter, delve into the study of the day law? He couldn't believe that this girl was merely indulging in frivolity as if reading a novel. As he thought of Shirin, clarity gradually dawned upon him. It was likely that this young lady from the Hua family was seeking to carve out her own niche in the realm of litigation. With this thought, he anxiously closed the tome in his hands. Under the glow of the light, the bold characters Do Song Lu were prominently displayed on the cover. In the current Jiangling city, both the officialdom and the common folk were embroiled in chaos, largely due to unscrupulous litigators sowing discord. They colluded with the authorities while simultaneously inciting the populace to engage in disputes, resulting in a backlog of cases for the officials and grievances for the citizens. A true example of duplicity. His thoughts then wandered to the Dou family's predicament, and Yi Chengwei's brow furrowed. If this young lady from the Hua family had indeed discovered a hidden tunnel in her home, it would explain why she sent her younger sister to the county office to investigate the matter. This venture was fraught with peril. Glancing at the night sky, He rose and carefully stowed the texts away, leisurely descending from the tea house, returning to the county office to fetch the little one, and headed straight to the new residence rented by the Hua family. The three figures, 2 adults and 1 child, stood at the entrance, exchanging glances for a while before gently knocking on the courtyard door. Chapter 051. A knock on the door while Rujin rummaged through the house for a spare quilt and had just finished arranging the west wing for Chung Nini when she heard a commotion outside. She motioned to Chung Nini to hide back in the west room. Upon hearing the sounds from outside, Chung Nini nimbly fled. Once the little girl had vanished completely, Hua Rujin calmly walked towards the courtyard. "Big sister, have you returned?" Hua Yuan called out anxiously from outside the door. Hearing the small voice, Hua Rujin felt relieved as she opened the door. At that moment, 3 pairs of keen eyes were fixed intently upon her. Hua Rujin's expression tightened. Had they sensed something amiss? After a moment of silent exchange, Tingen spoke first. "Miss Hua, your second sister expressed a desire to return home. My lord and I happened to be coming from the county office and brought her along. Thank you both for your trouble today," Hua Rujin said, pulling the little one closer while glancing at Yi Chengwei. "Not at all," Yi Chengwei replied nonchalantly, though his almond eyes discreetly scanned the courtyard thoroughly. "Is there something you seek, young Master Yi?" Hua Rujin inquired, seemingly unfazed. "Oh, nothing." Yi Chengwei's lips curved into a subtle smile reminiscent of cherry blossoms. "Has everything been taken care of, Miss Hua?" "Indeed, it has," Hua Rujin nodded repeatedly. "I just returned not long ago and didn't want to disturb young Master Yi, so I thought I would wait until tomorrow to fetch my sister." "I see." Yi Chengwei chuckled lightly. "Was everything smooth?" "Quite so," Hua Rujin replied with a wry smile. "I almost got swallowed by a python." "That is fortunate." Yi Chengwei's thoughts shifted. "A few days ago, the county presented you with a set of legal texts. Have you had a chance to study them?" "I have managed to grasp some of it. I just finished reading Hu Han," Hua Rujin responded leisurely. "Understanding Hu Han is indeed beneficial for young ladies, to prevent them from taking many wrong turns in the future." Yi Chengwei's brow furrowed slightly. "Recently, the county has been examining the Dosong Luwithin the Day law, which mentions a case where a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarreled at home, only to be incited by an unscrupulous litigator to escalate the matter to court. As a result, both parties were punished without a fair hearing, while the litigator profited handsomely from writing the complaint." At this point, he cast a meaningful glance at Hua Rujin. Inciting litigation has always been a taboo for the authorities. If Miss Hua were to familiarize herself with legal knowledge, she would understand which matters are worthy of being brought before the court and which are not, thus avoiding many pitfalls. Hua Rujin felt puzzled by his words. What was his intent in saying such things? Did he suspect her true motives for studying the Day law? Though the Day dynasty encouraged litigation, the officials were most averse to those who deliberately distorted the truth and incited the common folk to dispute. Realizing this, Hua Rujin calmly replied, "As the county magistrate has pointed out, after the Doe family incident, I am indeed worried about suffering unjust losses in the future, which is why I seek to understand the criminal laws better to avoid being led astray by others." Speaking of the Doe family, the magistrate has come today to discuss the outcome with you. Dou Yu and the old Daoist Huang have been sentenced to execution, and as autumn approaches, I anticipate the review results from various departments will soon reach the county, at which point Miss Hua may observe the execution. Yi Chengwei's gaze lingered for a moment before he deliberately emphasized that young gentleman Gulangxi is also a well-known figure in Jiangling. Over the years, he has incited litigation, twisted the truth, and altered fates, meticulously scheming. This time, the provincial and county courts have sentenced him to 10 years in prison, and before serving his sentence, he will be paraded in Jiangling for 3 days. I believe Miss Hua may find this spectacle interesting. You should consider attending. Since it is an invitation from the county magistrate, I shall certainly go, Hua Rujin replied with a composed demeanor, realizing he was merely demonstrating a lesson. Then I shall not intrude further. Yi Chengwei took his leave, casting a deep glance at the courtyard before departing leisurely with Tingen. As she watched the carriage of the master and servant vanish into the night, Hua Rujin slowly closed the courtyard door and led Hua Yuan to sit at the stone table in the courtyard. At this moment, she herself was uncertain of the relationship between Chung Nini's mother and the authorities, so she could not divulge the matter of the hidden tunnel to Yi Chengwei. Moreover, fearing that little Hua Yuan might encounter that little girl, Hua Rujin pulled her on her lap and gently inquired, "Yuan, you didn't tell the county magistrate anything, did you?" "That is a secret between my sister and me. I didn't say anything," Hua Yuan yawned, gazing sleepily at the sky, and then posed a whimsical question. Sister, how many suns are there in the sky? One, Hua Rujin answered absently. And how many moons? Only one as well, Hua Rujin affirmed. Then how many stars are there? Hua Rujin pondered. Perhaps 1 billion. If you don't believe me, count them. 1, 2, 3. Soon, light snoring emanated from Hua Yuan's embrace. She quietly carried the little girl back to the east wing, settled her down, and closed the door, taking a lock before heading straight to the west wing. Holding a lantern, she searched the room and discovered that Cheng Nini was curled up in a corner behind the door. Come out. My sister is asleep, Hua Rujin gently called. Seeing the girl was dirty, she led her to the kitchen to bathe, and then found her a clean outfit. Returning to the inner west wing, the two sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Hua Rujin scrutinized Cheng Nini for a long while before hesitatingly speaking. I cannot guarantee that I can help you, but if you're willing to trust me, I can think of a way. Cheng Nini gazed blankly, remaining silent. Hua Rujin understood her lingering doubts, especially after her recent loss, and chose not to press further, instead saying, Rest well, do not be afraid. As long as you stay quietly in this room, no one will discover you. Cheng Nini softly replied. With that, Hua Rujin rose and exited, locking the door behind her before lying down in the east wing. The entrance to the underground tunnel remained intact, and in the event of an emergency, it would still be possible to hide the girl away. Moreover, Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei had always been warm-hearted individuals. Even if they were to discover Cheng Nini's presence, they would not seek to expose her. With this thought, she closed her eyes in peace, cradling the sleeping little darling. End of chapter. Chapter 052. Delivering grain in the parlor of the Shu family in the west of the city, guests gradually departed, leaving only a few close friends and family to continue their revelries. Shu Jinxian mysteriously appeared in the parlor and quietly pulled Hua Junyao, the eldest of the Hua family, who was engrossed in conversation, into a side room. Once seated, Shu Jinxian looked at the inebriated Hua Junyao and poured him a cup of tea before getting straight to the point. Uncle, I've heard that due to the recent flooding in Yuezhou, you have acquired quite a share of the government salt transport permits? Indeed, Hua Junyao replied with a furrowed brow. However, your Shu family is well established and likely looks down upon such trifling gains. My nephew, you are indeed unfamiliar with the intricacies of grain, tea, and salt. Shu Jinxian smiled wryly and produced 2 silver notes. But uncle, you are also engaged in this business. Since they have just separated from a Hua family, you could take my little uncle along for this venture. Transporting over 1,000 stones of grain to Yuezhou. Having a trusted person by your side would ensure safety. He insisted on placing the silver notes into Hua Junyao's hands. I wish to request your assistance, uncle. Please accept these 200 taels and invite my little uncle to join you on this trip. It would allow them to earn some money for their livelihood. Your little uncle is indeed the most distressed among our siblings. Hua Junyao sighed heavily, thinking of that ungrateful mother. He hesitated before accepting the silver notes. Now that they've separated, the 6th brother has nowhere to settle. As the eldest brother, I should help him. You know he lacks support. Previously, they managed with their own small means, but now your little aunt must care for several children and cannot spare the time. Even if I give him a few hundred stones of grain, he wouldn't be able to transport it to Yuezhou. That is why we must rely on you, uncle. Shu Jinxian smiled and took out a small pouch of silver. Consider these 30 taels as a token of gratitude for your efforts. Please assist him, but do not let it slip that it was you who provided the funds. Say it was from your own resources. You are indeed more considerate towards your little uncle than we are. Hua Junyao shook his head in resignation. Then pushed the silver back. I will accept the 200 taels, but as the elder brother, I cannot fall short. I will add some myself, and as long as he is willing to go, we shall split the salt transport permits equally between us. Thus I thank you, uncle, Shu Jinxian said, beaming with delight, as he and Hua Junyao returned to the parlor to continue their drinking with the others. Early the next morning, Hua Rujin awoke to the sound of laughter outside in the courtyard. Upon listening closely, she realized it was Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei who had returned early. She quickly dressed and stepped outside, where the couple greeted her with bright smiles, and Xiao Muyong beamed with delight. Rujin, your father has secured a lucrative deal, Hua Junian exclaimed, taking her hand with excitement. Last night at your cousin's house, your uncle mentioned that due to the flooding in Yuezhou, the city is in urgent need of grain. Your uncle has obtained a batch of salt transport permits. If we can deliver the grain, we can exchange it for salt permits. Kai Baiwei chimed in happily, Yes, your uncle thought of your father and has allocated some of this advantageous business to us. On our way back, we calculated that the money earned from transporting the grain, along with selling the salt permits, could yield at least 200 taels of silver. We might even be able to purchase a modest house with it. Delivering grain to Yuezhou? Hua Rujin felt a sudden unease. Her impression of Uncle Hua Junyao was not that of a particularly warm-hearted person. With ongoing wars in the northern regions, the court was continually sending grain to the front lines. To economize on transport costs and curb corruption, the court had combined grain transport and salt permits. Merchants who could deliver grain to the north would receive salt permits in exchange. Previously, Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei had relied on sending grain north to earn a little extra silver by exchanging for salt permits. However, the lengthy transport period often resulted in losses due to fluctuating salt prices. The journey from Jiangling City to Yuezhou was merely a river apart, taking only a few days. This arrangement seemed too advantageous, leading her to question her uncle's intentions. She looked at Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei, asking father-mother, "Why does uncle suddenly want you to assist with the grain transport? The L family is not short of manpower, are they?" It's simply that your uncle has been with the L family for so many years, and this is a rare opportunity for him to take the lead. He wishes to make a name for himself, and since your father is his brother, he feels more secure having family transport the grain. Kai Baiwei smiled broadly. So your uncle said that this time, your father doesn't need to invest any capital, and I don't have to accompany him. All he needs to do is ensure the smooth delivery of the grain. Such a good deal? Hua Rujin felt something was amiss. Lost in thought, she suddenly recalled her refined cousin. Could it be that he was subtly orchestrating this? After pondering, she spoke earnestly to her parents. I appreciate uncle's goodwill, but we must first cover our own expenses. Father should take the 200 taels from the Doe family to give to uncle. Regardless of whether we gain or lose, we must take responsibility for this money. As for the household expenses, do not worry. The county sent 50 taels in compensation yesterday, which should suffice for a while. Rujin is right, Hua Junian said, feeling proud of his daughter's spirit. He nodded in agreement. We should not delay. I will take the silver and hurry to discuss matters with your uncle. With that, he smiled at the siblings. You two just wait for your father to return. Once this trip is complete, our family will fare much better, and I will buy you a grand house. As Hua Junian hurried off, Hua Rujin meticulously calculated her thoughts. Such opportunities were rare. While she did not intend to profit from his fortune, she could not afford to miss this advantageous chance. Just as Hua Junian finished packing his clothes and silver and left, Hua Rujin and Hua Yuan were in the courtyard brushing their teeth and washing their faces when they suddenly heard Kai Baiwei's exclamation. Rujin, how come there are 2 rabbits by the dry well? They look as if they have just died. Hua Rujin dashed over to see, finding Kai Baiwei holding a plump rabbit while Xiao Muyang limped beside her, stroking its fur. Remembering the 2 large pythons hidden beneath the dry well, she smiled faintly. Perhaps they wandered in and couldn't find their way out, resulting in their unfortunate demise. How could that be so coincidental? Kai Baiwei was unconvinced. Scanning the area, Hua Rujin casually replied, regardless, they have ended up in our courtyard. Mother, you can cook them later for Yuan and Muyang to try. As for the girl's meal, she would have to find another way. Indeed, they have never had rabbit meat before. Kai Baiwei's face lit up with joy, and she ceased her suspicions, taking the 2 rabbits along with Xiao Muyang to the kitchen. Hua Yuan glanced at her sister's peculiar expression, vaguely sensing something unusual, but chose not to confront her. Chapter 053. Imprisonment in the ancestral home of the Hua family in Shangliang village. Meng Yutong was tidying up clothes for Hua Jiangsu in the bedroom while whispering to him, "Last night, I heard the eldest say he plans to go to Yuezhou with the 6th to deliver grain. You should be concerned about such matters." Hua Jiangsu glanced at her with irritation. Regardless, the esteemed father-in-law does not wish to involve himself in matters of salt and tea. He only desires to safeguard the rice business, which yield a profit of several hundred taels of silver. Meng Yutong shot him a discontented glare. If the eldest succeeds, he will hold his head high in the L family. The 6th has changed. He is now free from his mother's constraints. If he earns his first bucket of gold, who knows how proud he might become in the future. After all, they came from the same womb. Their mother cruelly separated them, yet he ought to possess the ability to support himself. Hua Jiangsu's gaze faltered slightly, feeling a tinge of discontent. Surely, the mistress does not intend to count even the 6th's meager earnings? Much of the rice we purchased this time was from your father's rice shop. And I heard it was bought at a price 10% higher, which at least considers the Meng family's business. Meng Yutong retorted angrily. Does my Meng family really lack his trifling contributions? It is of no concern if the eldest feels proud. He is merely a son-in-law. However, if the sixth rises, how will we face the Shu family? What will happen, assure you? Her elder sister had no choice but to marry a blacksmith. Do you wish for this girl to also wed a blacksmith and allow the sixth branch to lord over us? Hua Jiangsu was momentarily taken aback by her sharp words. Meng Yutong continued her discontented outburst. That foolish Jin Xian has been infatuated with that wretched girl, Rujin, for years. If we do not ensure the sixth branch remains humble, how will he ever give up? Thinking of his niece, who seemed like a different person, Hua Jiangsu narrowed his eyes. Rice, grain, tea, and salt are matters for the government. Even if you harbor grievances, what can a mere county school instructor like me do? I have already devised a plan. Suddenly, Meng Yutong smiled ominously. Recently, many merchants are purchasing rice to send Iweizhou. Even if my father raises the price by 10%, many still indulge in this venture. Your admission to the county school has been arranged by my father for some time. Today would be the perfect opportunity for you to visit the governor and casually mention the merchants sending grain to Iweizhou. Hua Jiangsu looked puzzled. How can the governor intervene in this matter? Meng Yutong leisurely retrieved a box from the cabinet, explaining, inside are 1,000 taels of silver. I have already discussed this with my father. You merely need to mention the grievances between Governor Tang of Iweizhou and Lord Wan, and he will understand. Our province has only one quota for promoting the salt transport official. After the examination, these two have become the most sought-after candidates. Would Lord Wan allow the people under his jurisdiction to assist his political rivals? Handing him the wrapped box, Meng Yutong smirked. You can further discuss with the governor. As long as he orders the interception of this batch of grain, those merchants hoarding rice will be at a loss. My father will then unite all the rice shops to lower the price, and they will have no choice but to sell at a discount to my father, rather than risk a treacherous journey to the north. Understanding her plan, Hua Jiangsu nodded, tucking away the silver. The mistress possesses remarkable foresight. I shall visit the governor's office at once. Hua Rujin had bought a cat from Huang Lu Alley to keep in the backyard, using this as a pretext to keep the area tightly secured. Kai Baiwei was anxious about the cat escaping and feared that her two small children would get cat hair on them. So she never allowed Hua Yuan and Hua Muyang into the inner courtyard. In the innermost west chamber, Hua Rujin had stored some unused items and locked them away, thus naturally hiding Chengmini within. Each time she went out, she would discreetly purchase food from Huang Lu Alley and bring it back to the girl when no one was watching. Days passed, and neither Kai Baiwei nor the two small children noticed that Hua Rujin was harboring someone in the inner courtyard, even when they discovered wild chickens and rabbits in the yard each morning. Kai Baiwei gradually grew suspicious, but ultimately could not pinpoint the reason and did not pursue the matter further. Moreover, she was preoccupied with greater concerns. The children's father had been away for over 10 days without a word. As August approached, her worries intensified. One morning, after the family had breakfast in the shade, Kai Baiwei hastily instructed Hua Rujin, Rujin, your father has not returned. I fear something has happened. You stay at home and watch over your siblings while I go out to inquire about the situation. That shouldn't be the case, Hua Rujin replied thoughtfully. She had been engrossed in studying the great industry law these days, almost completely oblivious to external affairs. However, the grain delivery by Hua Junian seemed assured. After all, it was a relief effort endorsed by the government, and even bandits would not dare to rob a disaster relief convoy of over 1,000 people. Furthermore, the distance from Jiangling City to Iweizhou was not great, and the waterways between the two places were generally peaceful. She had not heard of any water bandits or marauders in her memory. Could it be that someone in the government was deliberately obstructing this convoy? But who would be so foolish as to oppose the court? Nearly 1 million people across the 8 counties of Iweizhou awaited the arrival of grain to alleviate their urgent needs. She found it hard to comprehend. Just then, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted her thoughts. Kai Baiwei hurried to open the door, only to see Shu Jinxian rushing in with a young man. Not good, sixth aunt. My father and sixth uncle have been detained at the inspection office in the neighboring Jiangnan County, and many others clashed with the authorities and were imprisoned. Over 100,000 stones of grain have been detained on the Chu River. Detained at the inspection office? Hearing this, Kai Baiwei nearly fainted. That place was akin to a living hell. How could anyone expect to fare well once in their grasp? Hua Rujin quickly supported her, glancing at the speaker, who was none other than Hua Min's, the posthumous son of her late uncle Hua Junxiao, raised by the L family, 2 years her senior, and the only one among L's offspring with the surname Hua. She was obliged to address him as cousin. After helping Kai Baiwei to the shade, she instructed her cousins to sit down. Once they were settled, Hua Rujin calmly inquired, "What happened? There should be no lack of official documents or permits. This is a legal transaction. Why did the inspection office intervene? I heard it was an order from Wen Yuming, stating that grain from Jingzhou cannot be transported out." Shu Jinxian replied, still perplexed. Seeing the worried expressions on the mother and daughter, he quickly reassured them, "Aunt, cousin, do not be anxious. My aunt is already contacting the families of all the involved grain merchants to prepare a lawsuit for the court." Pausing for a moment, he suddenly looked dejected. "However, my cousin's Yuan has gone to the provincial capital, and the other 2 reputable lawyers are unwilling to offend the governor. So we may have to rely on Miss He to intervene. But she demands a bribe of 5,000 taels of silver just to draft the lawsuit." Hua Min's handsome face was filled with distress. "Even if my mother is willing to gather this sum, the other merchants may not be able to afford it, as this trip to Yuezhou would yield at most a few hundred taels of profit." Upon hearing this, Kai Baiwei's expression grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Hua Rujin slowly fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 054. Borrowing forces. Regarding the name of He Shirin, Hua Rujin had some recollection. She was said to be a rather legendary figure who, through her own efforts, had established a prominent family and was listed among the 4 great talents of the Great Industry Dynasty. In Jiangling City, there exists a singular female lawyer renowned for her ability to draft legal documents without a single case of rejection. However, at this critical moment, her sudden hike in fees seems somewhat unreasonable. Miss He's exploitation of the situation tarnishes her otherwise pristine reputation, and I have already dispatched someone to the provincial capital to notify my cousin. Shu Jinxian patiently reassured Kai Baiwei, stating, "If necessary, I shall advance the funds to secure everyone's release. We must rescue them without delay." Hua Rujin, with a steady gaze, turned to Hua Min's and inquired, "Where are Auntie and the rice merchants now?" Hua Min's promptly replied, "Mother has heard that the rice merchants have gone to the county office, and she has followed them there. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the state government, not the county office." Hua Rujin pondered for a moment and then looked back at Shu Jinxian. Given the urgency, submitting a petition is not a feasible approach. Even if young Master Yi wishes to assist by forwarding the petition to the state government, by the time we receive a response, not only can the people of Yuezhou not afford to wait, but the grains on the Chu River cannot remain adrift indefinitely. Shu Jinxian quickly asked, "Cousin, do you have any plans?" "Let's head to the county office to find Auntie and the rice merchants," replied Hua Rujin, rising swiftly. She admonished the 2 young ones, "You must take good care of Mother at home. I shall return shortly. Do not wander off." Kai Baiwei, however, expressed her concern. "Rujin, do not worry. I will certainly find a way to rescue Father." Hua Rujin responded resolutely. With that, she hurried out of the courtyard with her cousins, making their way to the county office. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, a cool autumn breeze swept through Jiangling City. By then, the county office was already teeming with people. All the families of the rice merchants gathered in distress. Lawyers, drawn by the prospect of work related to the grain transport issue, fled upon hearing the news without waiting for further details. With no options left, the rice merchants continued to besiege the county office. The clerk, Lu Shiyuan, and his aides desperately pleaded with the crowd to disperse, but no one was willing to leave. Instead, the numbers only swelled. Hua Rujin had just alighted from her carriage when she spotted her Aunt Lu He amidst the bustling crowd. She quickly pushed her way through. Upon seeing her niece approach, Lu He forced a weary smile. "Rujin, you're here." "Aunt, how is the situation?" Hua Rujin inquired. "Everyone has been here for quite some time, yet we have not seen the county magistrate." Lu He's brow furrowed deeply. "I intended to discuss pooling our resources, but I heard that Miss He has changed her terms. She now demands 8,000 taels. Has it increased again?" Hua Rujin sighed. "I can barely gather 5,000 taels, let alone 8. It seems she wishes to avoid this mess altogether." Listening to Lu He's grievances, Hua Rujin could only smile bitterly to herself. Who among us would willingly offend the authorities unless the compensation justified the risk? Let us not plead with her anymore. We should go directly to the provincial magistrate's office. After persuading Liu He, Hua Rujin raised her voice to address the crowd. Everyone, listen to me. The person is detained by the inspection office of Jiangnan County. And magistrate, ye cannot intervene in this matter. We must go to the provincial magistrate's office to avoid inciting magistrate Ye's wrath, lest he accuse us of rioting and imprison us all. Some in the crowd expressed their indignation. What nonsense is this? We come to the county office seeking justice, and now we are to be accused of rioting? If we go directly to the provincial office, does that not carry even greater consequences? What difference does it make? It makes all the difference, Hua Rujin replied with conviction. Magistrate Yi oversees Jiangling City, and he is powerless in matters concerning Yuezhou or Jiangnan County. We must petition the provincial office. We go there to advocate for the people of Yuezhou. Upon hearing this, voices of relief began to murmur from a nearby tea house. Finally, someone who understands. Tingyan, noticing the tears welling in the young master's eyes, hurriedly asked, "What shall we do now?" "Ah, the wind is strong. Sand has blown into my eyes." Yi Chengfei rubbed his dark eyes and decisively stood up, returned to the county office. He then calmly led Tingyan out of the tea house. As soon as they emerged, the throngs of people surged forward, imploring, "Magistrate, you must advocate for us." Protected by the aides, Yi Chengfei moved through the crowd without uttering a word until he reached Hua Rujin, locking eyes with her and smiling faintly. "How confident are you in persuading Governor when to grant our request?" Hua Rujin furrowed her brow in contemplation. "If Governor Wen is a wise man, I would assert a 70% chance. Very well, I shall add another 20% to your odds, and we shall gamble on this 90% chance of his momentary lapse in judgment." Yi Chengfei then instructed his aides to fetch horses and mounted swiftly, leading the townsfolk in a grand procession toward the provincial magistrate's office. Inside the Jingzhou provincial magistrate's office, Wen Yuming leisurely sipped this year's new tea in the tea room. His clerk, Mu Xian, stood respectfully beside him. It must be said that the second master of the Hua family was quite astute. Had he not intervened in time, the office might have allowed the commoners to transport grain to Yuezhou, benefiting that old scoundrel, Tang Ji. Contemplating the current state of affairs in Yuezhou, Wen Yuming wore a smug expression. "My lord, I fear trouble may arise," Mu Xian cautioned. "I have heard that the Meng family's rice business has begun lowering prices to buy up the grains previously hoarded by the merchants. This way, we can profit without exerting effort, as Jiangling City has no shortage of grain," Wen Yuming replied, stroking his bulging belly with satisfaction. "Once this matter concludes, I shall summon Hua Jiangsu to the academy. I believe this individual will prove invaluable in time." Mu Xian, still feeling uneasy, could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Just as he hesitated, a clerk rushed in to report, "Your Excellency, Magistrate Yi has arrived with a large number of townsfolk at the office." Ye Chengfei. Wen Yuming's expression tightened, and he quickly rose. "Let us see what is amiss." As they stepped outside the office, they beheld a sea of townsfolk surrounding the area, with the newly appointed magistrate Yi Chengfei at the forefront. "Magistrate Yi, what is the meaning of this? Have you come regarding the merchant's grain transport to Yuezhou?" Wen Yuming asked with discontent. "You need not worry, Your Excellency," Yi Chengfei replied calmly, dismounting his horse and approaching Wen Yuming with a respectful bow. "I have come to beseech you for troops." "Troops?" Wen Yuming was startled, his brow furrowing with alarm as he scanned the surroundings. "Is there an impending threat?" "It may come soon," Yi Chengfei stated, his bright eyes indicating the gathered townsfolk. "The Jiangling County office has been besieged for days, and over 100,000 stones of grain and thousands of laborers await departure on the Chu River. To prevent disaster, I humbly request that you dispatch troops to suppress any potential unrest among the populace." End of chapter. Chapter 55. 3 urgent queries from the provincial office upon hearing Yi Chengfei's words. Wen Yuming glanced at the restless crowd and felt an overwhelming sense of dread, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. However, before he could utter a word, the assembled townsfolk knelt simultaneously, pleading, "We beseech you, Your Excellency, to advocate for us and for the suffering people of Yuezhou, that the relief grain may be delivered to Bailing County expeditiously. Our Jingzhou prefecture is limited in land and sparse in population. The grain produced each year can barely sustain us. How can we send it to Yuezhou?" Wen Yuming, unperturbed, replied dismissively, "You must understand the difficulties this office faces. As the overseer of 6 counties and 2 districts, I am responsible for the livelihoods of over 1 million soldiers and civilians. Should you send grain to Yuezhou and a famine arise in Jingzhou, how shall I justify this to the people and to the court? After a moment of silence, he continued to advise, everyone should disperse. At this time, we can only tend to our own small plots of land. As for the famine in Jiangnan, when it becomes absolutely necessary, the provincial government and the court will find a way. How can we, the people of Jiangbei, be led astray in transporting grain? Hua Rujin, still pondering Yi Chengwei's earlier remarks, seized the opportunity to step forward. In times of national strife, there are still migrations and grain exchanges. In a unified empire, what distinction is there between Jiangnan and Jiangbei? Addressing Wen Yuming directly, Hua Rujin, with poise and composure, questioned, I dare to ask, for the sake of stabilizing prices and calming the populace. The governor of Yuezhou is trading salt and tea for grain from various regions to alleviate the court's burden in disaster relief, and also to resolve the urgent needs of Yuezhou. Yet, the governor has ordered the counties of Jingzhou to prohibit grain merchants from transporting rice into Yuezhou. If a greater famine erupts and a large number of refugees flood into Jingzhou, will the governor take responsibility for their resettlement? Wen Yuming's expression changed, and he fell into deep contemplation. Hua Rujin, calm and collected, continued, I have another question. Currently, there is no rice available in Yuezhou. As neighboring cities, Jingzhou and Yuezhou are separated only by a river. If Yuezhou has unscrupulous rice merchants hoarding supplies and artificially inflating prices, inciting widespread unrest, and the governor of Yuezhou reports that you, Lord One, deliberately withheld assistance, placing 1 million soldiers and civilians in peril, do you think His Majesty will not hold you accountable? Panic gradually surfaced on Wen Yuming's otherwise calm visage. He had overlooked this point. That old fool, Tang Ji, was worried about not finding a handle on him. If Yuezhou truly faced famine and people starved to death, the responsibility would undoubtedly fall on him. On the way here, Hua Rujin had heard Hua Min's mention that when Hua Junyao was purchasing rice from the Meng family, the Meng family's grain shop had deliberately raised the price by 10%, and now they were starting to lower it by 20% to acquire grain. She had a good idea of who was obstructing the process. Her gaze fell sharply on the Meng family elder and Hua Jiangsu, who were hiding among the crowd to observe. With renewed determination, she turned back to the pensive Wen Yuming. Lord One, you have always been far-sighted. I believe with your wisdom, you cannot fail to see the intricacies of this situation. My third question is, who harbors such deep animosity towards you, wishing to place you in an irretrievable position? At this, Wen Yuming finally lifted his head, his anger palpable as he searched the crowd for the figures of the Meng elder and Hua Jiangsu. With the autumn harvest approaching, the rice prices in Jiangling City were experiencing severe fluctuations, indicating an oversupply of grain in Jingzhou. This would only lead all rice merchants to lower their prices. And if they incurred losses, who would transport rice for the people and alleviate the burdens of the officials in Jiangling City in the future? Hua Rujin shifted her gaze meaningfully towards Hua Jiangsu and the Meng elder. Or perhaps it allows one entity to monopolize and control the rice prices in Jiangling City, regardless of the government's efforts to stabilize public sentiment. Her words struck a chord within Wen Yuming, and he quickly declared to the crowd, let it be known that I hereby order the immediate release of grain southward. All inspection offices along the river must do their utmost to escort the Jingzhou grain convoy to Yuezhou. Should any mishap occur, I will impose severe penalties. Having spoken, he turned his furious gaze towards the Meng elder and Hua Jiangsu, bellowing Meng Yanli as the head of the Rice Merchant Guild in Jiangling City. If the rice prices in Jingzhou fluctuate even slightly again, I will hold your entire family accountable. Lord Governor, this matter does not concern me, Meng Yanli stammered, panic-stricken as he crawled forward, pleading earnestly, if you open this door, the rice supply in Jiangling City will certainly be insufficient. Even if I bankrupt myself, I cannot bear the burden of the entire Jiangling populace. That is your guild's affair, and it has nothing to do with me, Wen Yuming retorted, his gaze fierce as he glared at Meng Yanli. From today onwards, the price of rice from your guild will be the price established by Jingzhou. Should you dare to raise it, you will regret it. After reprimanding Meng Yanli, he turned his attention to the trembling Hua Jiangsu. Hua Xuanda, it seems you harbor considerable dissatisfaction with this office. You may as well return to your county school and forget about the threshold of this office. Before Hua Jiangsu could voice his plea, Wen Yuming, accompanied by his assistant Mu Xian, stormed back into the government office. The duo could only retreat silently into the crowd, their faces filled with disappointment. Cheers erupted from the crowd, surrounding Rujin as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Hua, for preserving our livelihoods." He, astonished that her normally unassuming niece had persuaded the esteemed governor to permit the grain transport with just a few words, quickly retrieved a handful of silver notes from her pocket and handed them to Rujin. "Rujin, this is 3,000 taels raised by your aunt and everyone else. It seems Miss He from the He family will not earn her share. 8,000 taels is truly beyond my means. Please accept this. Dear aunt, you are too kind. You only wish to help our family, and now that trouble has arisen, I should step forward to contribute my modest efforts." As Rujin replied, she discreetly glanced at the silent Shu Jinxian beside her. Shu Jinxian silently lamented, "I intended to assist my uncle, but nearly landed him in prison. Had it not been for my cousin's persuasion of Wenyuming, I would certainly have regretted it for life." With this thought, he cast a respectful glance at Rujin. "Miss Hua, please accept these silver notes. It is indeed your merit. Without you, we would be at a loss." At this moment, the merchants around He echoed in agreement. "Miss Hua, you rightfully earned this money. Please accept it and do not refuse." Seeing the sincere expressions on their faces, Rujin slowly accepted 3 silver notes from He, holding them in her hands as she smiled gently. "Then I shall take these 300 taels. The rest, aunt, you may return to everyone. This endeavor was not easy, and you need not linger here. Hurry home and share the good news with your families to spare them worry." "Thank you, Miss Hua." The crowd collectively expressed their gratitude before dispersing. He had many matters to attend to, so she quickly gathered the remaining silver notes and bid farewell to Hua Min's. Reflecting on how the support for the Liu family had been hastily arranged by her cousin from the Shu family, leading to an argument with Hua Junyao, she felt a pang of guilt. As the carriage departed, she leaned out to remind Rujin, "Rujin, you should visit your uncle and aunt when you have the time." Rujin felt a jolt of realization. In these times, no one wished to associate with widows, and for her aunt to invite her over meant she had genuinely accepted her. Overjoyed, she smiled brightly in response. "Your niece will remember. I will surely visit uncle and aunt when I have the opportunity." As she watched He's carriage hurriedly depart, Rujin returned to her senses. Noticing that the grand government office was now left with only her cultured cousin and the distant figure of Yu by holding the black horse. The two were gazing intently in her direction, and upon meeting her gaze, they exchanged knowing smiles. End of chapter. Chapter 056. What have I done wrong again? Rujin tucked away the 300 taels of silver and approached Yi Chengwei leisurely, looking up at the tall figure before her, feigning solemnity as she asked, "Did you truly intend to borrow troops to suppress us, Lord Yi?" "Ahem, Miss Hua, how confident do you think this county is today in securing troops?" Yi Chengwei regarded her with a warm yet profound gaze, offering no further explanation. Rujin chuckled softly. "I believe a 20% chance is too low. It should be at least 30%, although it is well understood that Wenyuming would never deploy troops to suppress the populace." The intimidation inherent in his recent remarks was undeniably significant. Yi Chengwei remained silent, exchanging a quiet smile with her, intrigued by a woman so eloquent and compelling that one could not help but be impressed. Reflecting on their previous encounters and today as observations, her composure in crisis and her refusal to seize opportunities through unscrupulous means, he mused that if Jiangling City had more lawyers like her, even if they were women, it would not be a detriment. Shu Jinxian observed the silent exchange between the two, one feigning ignorance and the other tacitly understanding. Yet neither seemed displeased, which rendered him somewhat superfluous. He cleared his throat lightly and turned to Rujin, subtly urging her, "Cousin, since the matter is resolved, let us return quickly to avoid further worrying, aunt." "Very well," Rujin replied, bowing slightly to Yi Chengwei before boarding the Shu family carriage. Just as the carriage was about to depart, Yi Chengwei's deep, resonant voice echoed from behind. "Miss Hua, do not forget to thoroughly study the set of books I sent you." "I will remember," Rujin replied, glancing back at him through the carriage curtain. Suddenly recalling something, she quietly advised, "Oh, by the way, with the governor having opened the trade routes, many rice merchants will likely rush to transport grain to Wezhou. To prevent panic in Jiangling City, Lord, you should inform governor when to strictly regulate the travel permits and set daily quotas." when Yiming sought a way to extricate himself from his predicament by targeting the Meng family. However, if all the grain from Jingzhou were indeed transported to Yuzhou, the Meng family would face ruin, unable to stabilize the rice prices in Jiangling City. Yi Chengwei, acutely aware of the implications, smiled faintly and replied, "Understood. I will take note." He then watched as the Shu family carriage gradually vanished from view. Ting, and noticing his master's distant gaze, interjected, "Master, you may not wish for Miss Shi-Yin to strategize on your behalf, thinking her ambitions too pronounced and her focus on profit too intense. Yet, I find Miss Hua quite commendable, intelligent and articulate." Yi Chengwei scoffed lightly, just as several bearers hurriedly approached, swaying as they carried a sedan chair. Once it came to a halt, the figure emerging caused Yi Chengwei to furrow his brow. County official Tang Haoren rushed forward, visibly flustered, and reported anxiously, "County magistrate, the family of the decapitated man, Zhang Yuan, is outside beating drums in protest. The constables cannot persuade them to leave, and I dare not act without your command. Please, I implore you to return to the county office and take charge." After the recent incident involving the Dou family, he had developed a sense of trepidation towards the newly appointed magistrate, and his tone had grown markedly more respectful. Yi Chengwei narrowed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before gesturing for everyone to proceed back to the county office. Meanwhile, at a nearby tea house, Yi Shirin sipped her tea with casual indifference, her attention fixed on the proceedings at the state office. Only when the captivating figure she longed to see completely disappeared from sight did she rise leisurely, directing a cold smile towards the southern part of the city, remarking, "What a silver-tongued individual." At the Meng family rice shop in the north, Meng Yutong, hearing the commotion outside, eagerly went to greet his daughter, Hua Xiu. Upon seeing Meng Yanli and Hua Jiangsu return, he smiled broadly and inquired, "Father, husband, how did it go? Did the governor manage to disperse those unruly merchants?" Slap! Meng Yanli, filled with fury, struck her hard across the face before she could utter a word. "It's all your foolish idea? Why must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Now you've brought misfortune upon us, and it may cost us everything." With that, he stormed into the inner hall. Rice prices had already dropped by 20%. The plan was to hoard and sell at a higher price once the chaos subsided. However, a single word from the governor could compel all rice merchants to sell at the current price indefinitely. Under these circumstances, how could other merchants possibly agree? It was clear they were being forced to sacrifice their own profits to placate the public outrage. Hua Jiangsu, exasperated by his wife's repeated failures, felt a surge of anger. Not only had her actions cost the family money, but they also jeopardized his career. Lifting his hand to strike, he hesitated upon seeing his father-in-law enter. Lowering his hand instead while glaring at her, "You only come up with foolish ideas." Meng Yutong, clutching her stinging face, looked bewilderedly at her daughter, Hua Xiu. After a moment of thought, she surmised that the governor must have changed his mind again. In a fit of rage, she slapped Hua Xiu's face, gritting her teeth as she scolded, "It's all your fault. If you had shown some ambition, I wouldn't be suffering this humiliation." Hua Xiu, her face flushed from the slap, remained utterly confused. Touching her burning cheek, she mumbled, "What have I done wrong?" Yet, seeing her mother storm into the house, she could only follow silently behind. On the way back, Rujin purchased a cockerel and 2 packets of pear blossom cake from a roadside shop. Arriving home, she found Kai Baiwei sitting anxiously with her 2 little ones in the cool pavilion by the stone well. Breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing them, she was greeted joyfully by the children as they rushed towards her. Noticing their cheerful expressions, Hua Yuan exclaimed, "Sister, did you say father?" "Of course." Shu Jinxian joyfully lifted the little one, answering first, "Your sister not only saved uncle, but also protected all the grain merchants in Jingzhou." Upon hearing this, Kai Baiwei rose excitedly, grasping Hua Rujin's hands in disbelief. "Rujin, is what your cousin said true?" Hua Rujin smiled gently and nodded. Yet at this moment, Kai Baiwei still seemed to be in a dream, unable to believe it. "How did you manage this, my girl?" Shu Jinxian recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After hearing his vivid account, Kai Baiwei couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "They say that literature holds treasures. Young Master Yi was right to encourage you to read more. Once our family earns more silver, we must buy more books for you and your brother." She believed her daughter's eloquence in front of the governor was inspired by the books gifted by Yi Chengwei. This thought brought a pang of sorrow to Xu Jinxian. Reflecting on the set of classics hidden in his own bookshelf and recalling the events at Ningyuan bookstore, he found it hard to blame Yi Chengwei. After all, he had merely mentioned purchasing medical texts, unaware that Yi would preemptively send an entire set of legal tomes to his cousin. Yet, where had he procured such funds? The Yi family was not particularly affluent, and his lavish spending upon assuming office was surprising, as even purchasing 2 sets of manuscript classics seemed extravagant. That alone could be close to 2 years' salary. Moreover, the gift he had presented at his grandmother's birthday, an original piece of calligraphy from a renowned scribe, was an invaluable treasure. In that moment, his curiosity about this newly appointed scholar deepened. Chapter 057. Compensation with the grain issue resolved. Hua Rujin's thoughts turned to the little maid in the West Wing. She had been there for several days, yet had not uttered a word, leaving Hua Rujin uncertain of the reason. However, she could not allow her to remain cooped up indefinitely. Concerned that her absence might allow Kai Baiwei and her children to enter the inner courtyard, she feigned composure as she picked up Hua Muyang, smiling as she asked, "Muyang, has our little Tuan Tuan come out to the courtyard?" Tuan Tuan was the name she had given to her little cat. "Mother is unhappy, so my sister and I have been here with her and haven't seen little Tuan Tuan," Hua Muyang replied, blinking his innocent eyes with a soft voice. She should still be inside. Hua Rujin smiled, feeling a sense of relief. "What little Duan Duan?" Xu Jinxian looked at her in confusion. Kai Baiwei casually replied, "It was your cousin who bought a little kitten in Huang Lu Lane a few days ago. Her younger siblings are still small, and I worried that the 2 little ones might be allergic to the cat hair, so only let your cousin keep the cat in the backyard." "Now I understand," Xu Jinxian thought, feeling a twinge of doubt. "I recall that my cousin has never been fond of cats. Had I known she liked them, I would have bought her a better breed. The cats in this alley are merely those raised by ordinary families and tend to shed fur." "I think it's quite fine," Hua Rujin interrupted. "We are also just an ordinary family. We do not have such lofty standards." Xu Jinxian sensed an underlying meaning in her words, yet he only wished to gift her a better cat without any ulterior motives. Hua Rujin noticed the awkwardness on his face and realized her unintentional remark seemed somewhat pointed at him. She quickly changed her tone, smiling as she said, "Today I earned some silver, so my mother won't need to cook. Let us go for a stroll later and have dinner at the Jin Hu restaurant in the evening." With that, she cast a light glance at Xu Jinxian. "Thank you, cousin, for taking care of our family. This is our way of expressing gratitude to you. I haven't been much help." Xu Jinxian replied with a shy smile. The thought of his uncle returning the 200 taels of silver deepened his feelings of guilt. "Do not say that. Jinxian, you've been busy helping us lately. Without you, how could Rujin have things go so smoothly?" Kai Baiwei was unaware that the grain transportation issue in Yuezhou had been facilitated by her nephew, yet she was already touched by what he had done for his daughter and their family. Regrettably, she sighed silently, then raised her head with a beaming smile, saying, "I'll go tidy up, and once I'm done, we can set off." "I'll go," Hua Rujin said, picking up a flour chicken and a pack of pear flour cakes that she had bought, indicating, "I'll feed the little Tuan Tuan first." Concerned that the 2 little ones might create chaos, she added, "You 2 eat some pear flour cakes, but don't overindulge, lest you fill up before we reach the restaurant." With that, she headed straight for the inner courtyard. She closed the courtyard door tightly, pretending to call for Tuan Tuan while unlocking the door to the west chamber inside. Seeing Cheng and I sitting by the bed and softly crying, Hua Rujin felt a jolt in her heart. Hesitating, she gently closed the door and walked over to sit beside the little girl, placing the food down and softly asking, "What's wrong?" Cheng and I suddenly threw her arms around her, sobbing silently for a moment before speaking, "Sister, I miss my father and mother." Watching the little girl, who was not much older than the 2 little ones outside, weep like a delicate flower, and thinking of the body that remained unburied below, Hua Rujin felt a pang of sorrow. The old beggar had disappeared for many days, and she wondered where he had gone. Hua Rujin's mind was filled with confusion. She remembered that day in the tunnel when the little girl said she would wait for her father to return, yet she refused to say anything further. Hua Rujin couldn't conjure a father out of thin air. Thinking of her family waiting for her outside, she gently patted Cheng and I's shoulder and softly comforted, "Eat something first. This afternoon, our family will go out for a bit, and you can get some fresh air in the courtyard. Don't keep it all bottled up." Cheng and I nodded, her head bowed. Rujin stood up, seeing that she still looked downcast, and softly reminded her, "Remember what your grandfather and mother said before they passed. You must live well. Only by living can you find your father and avenge your mother." Chung and I replied softly, burying her head. Rujin finally felt reassured and stepped outside. Noticing the fluffy little Tuan rushing up to her, she suddenly realized she had forgotten to prepare food for this little one. Picking up Tuan, she stroked its smooth, soft fur and apologetically promised, "I'll bring you back a big, long fish later." Tuan meowed a few times in her arms, seemingly catching the scent of the fragrant flower chicken, and hurriedly leaped down, dashing toward the west chamber. Rujin shook her head helplessly, glanced around the courtyard, then casually exited to securely close the inner courtyard door. Arriving at the cool pavilion, she found several people waiting for her and smiled as if nothing were amiss. "Let us go." Kai Baiwei had learned from her nephew that her daughter's earnings were meant for He-Sher-In and, while walking out, worriedly asked, "Rujin, do you think Missy will be upset if she finds out you earned her silver?" "Don't worry, Aunt," Shu Jinxian replied, his expression filled with indignation as he spoke of He-Sher-In. "It's a matter of merit. Miss He is taking advantage of others' misfortunes, raising prices to make things difficult for everyone. Had it not been for my cousin stepping up today, we wouldn't know how the merchants would fare." He then covertly glanced at Rujin, his eyes full of admiration. "Cousin is truly righteous. She helped everyone without being greedy and only accepted 300 taels of silver because we insisted. I only wanted my father to come out sooner." Rujin smiled. Realizing that they would inevitably have to compete for business in the future, she added to Kai Baiwei, "Mother need not worry. Suing for others is akin to doing business. The Jingzhou prefecture is vast, and there is not only one Miss He capable of representing others. She understands this truth, being part of it herself. Moreover, the fact that she only took 300 taels was not out of malicious competition. Her reputation was established, and it was impossible for her to demand as much as she did." Hearing her daughter's words, Kai Baiwei, who was usually cautious, finally felt at ease, and the family boarded Shu's carriage towards Jinhu Pavilion by the river. In the Jiangling County office, it was noon, and Yi Cheng-wei sat with a cold expression in the court, while below, the crowd wailed in despair. "My lord, you must give justice to the commoners. My uncle died unjustly. Han Shun killed my uncle and deceived me into thinking he went on a long journey. It has been 3 years, and I never imagined he met such a tragic end, leaving behind young and helpless children. I beseech you, my lord, to adjudicate fairly and make the Han family compensate the Zhang family, so that I, as his cousin, may have some means to live." "Old Zhang Xiao, you do not submit your petition according to the law, but disturb the market with your drumming. Do you not fear the law?" County Magistrate Tang Hao Ran was furious and immediately waved to the constables in the court, shouting, "Seize him and give this contemptible rascal 50 lashes. Then interrogate him. Spare him," Yi Cheng-wei said, his gaze fixed on the accuser. "Our dynasty has laws. In cases of great greed and evil or extraordinary injustices, one may beat the drum on the road to plead for justice, and even appeal beyond the level of the court is excusable." "My lord," Tang Hao Ran said anxiously, muttering under his breath, "if everyone does this, how will this county office have any peace in the future?" Yi Cheng-wei silenced him with a wave of his hand. "He has lost a close relative. It is understandable." However, he was puzzled as to why Zhang Xiao had come all this way to beat the drum for justice without first confirming his uncle Zhang Yuan's body or demanding its burial, only seeking compensation. This was not typical behavior for a close relative. End of this chapter. Chapter 058. The easily deceived magistrate Yi Cheng-wei scrutinized the frightened Zhang Xiao and the little child beneath him, signaling to the clerk Lu Xiaoyuan. Once Lu Xiaoyuan approached, he quietly inquired, "Is this Zhang Xiao truly a relative of Zhang Yuan?" "Indeed," Lu Xiaoyuan replied quietly. "I have verified in Maoyuan village that Zhang Yuan indeed had such a nephew who lived in the old residence, though he would occasionally visit Zhang Yuan. All the villagers in Maoyuan recognize him." As he spoke, he cast a scrutinizing glance at the quietly weeping child below, furrowing his brow. "As for this young master, I am unaware," he remarked. According to the villagers of Maoyuan village, Zhang Yuan never mentioned any offspring before his demise. "So, Zhang Yuan is not a native of Maoyuan village?" Ye Chengui intuited. He moved to Maoyuan village a few years back. As its proximity to the county town made it convenient for business, Lu Shuyuan replied. Moreover, Zhang Yuan had a decent relationship with the perpetrator, Han Chun's family. If their relationship was amicable, why would Han Chun want to kill Zhang Yuan? Yi Chunwei pressed further. Lu Shuyuan responded, according to Han Chun, it was due to some past quarrels, resulting in an accidental killing. I see. Yi Chunwei nodded, still skeptical. Although the officials in the Yamen believed that Han Chun had consulted a skilled individual to conceal Zhang Yuan's head and only referred to it as an accident in his testimony. He felt there were too many peculiarities surrounding the case. If Han Chun admitted to it being an accidental killing, why then conceal the head? The actions of the two brothers only added to his suspicion. After pondering, he collected his thoughts and fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiu, deliberately probing. Zhang Xiu, your uncle has passed away, and since Han Chun did not intend to kill him, but rather cause an accidental death, how about this? Our county will release Han Chun, and the Han family can find a way to compensate the Zhang family with a sum of silver. What do you think of such a judgment? Zhang Xiu fell into hesitation. The others looked on in astonishment, barely restraining their disdain for the corrupt officials. Please respond directly to our county's inquiry, Yi Chunwei urged, his expression stern, unperturbed by the gazes of those around him. Zhang Xiu, startled, hesitated but eventually nodded, very well. He raised his head, his expression grave as he surveyed the courtroom, then began to elaborate. I have heard that the Han family is not wealthy. If Han Chun is killed, they may not be able to offer any silver. My uncle, upon moving to Maoyuan village, received assistance from the Han brothers. It seems Han Chun truly did not intend to kill my uncle. I am not unreasonable. My uncle has been dead for many years and cannot let a moment of hatred rob me of all hope. I understand, Yi Chunwei replied, frowning. Indeed, one could forget all else for the sake of wealth. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze thoughtfully to the weeping child beside Zhang Xiu. Do you, young master, agree with your brother's statement? The little one, his face smudged and wiping away a few dried tears, glanced around at the crowd. After a few moments of exchanging looks with Zhang Xiu, he turned to the courtroom and replied earnestly, Sir, I'll listen to my brother. Excellent, Yi Chunwei said with a wry smile. How much compensation do you two intend to seek from the Han family? 300 to 400 taels, Zhang Xiu cautiously estimated. Looking at Yi Chunwei, my little brother just turned 5 and will need to study, marry, and have a family. The cost of living, along with the bride price and new house construction, will amount to no less than that. Yi Chunwei and the others frowned at this, thinking it absurd to provide for the child's entire future. Zhang Xiu felt his explanation lacked detail and continued, esteemed officials, the Han family has 3 brothers. Asking for 100 taels from each for a life is not excessive, is it? Hey, Zhang Xiu, are you seeking justice for your uncle or extorting silver? Tang Howren exclaimed, his face pale with anger. Yet Yi Chunwei, maintaining a calm demeanor, raised his hand. It is indeed not excessive. Our county will personally negotiate with the Han family. You two may return and await news. With that, he rose and walked into the inner hall. Lu Shuyuan followed closely, feeling that the magistrate's ruling was rather absurd. How could a murder merely result in a monetary compensation? If this continued, there would be no moral reasoning left about killing and paying with silver, reducing it to a means for the wealthy to vent their frustrations through murder. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chunwei coldly uttered a few words. Prepare the horses. We are heading to Maoyuan village. Rujin led her family on a stroll in the southern part of the city for 2 hours. The entire Jiangling city was bustling that afternoon, with everyone rushing to the Meng family's rice store to purchase rice. Xu Jinxian noticed something amiss and grabbed a passerby, asking, Brother, are you all rushing to buy rice for disaster relief in Yuezhou? Disaster relief? Today, the Meng family's rice prices are 20% lower than usual. We need to stock up, the man replied, breaking free from his grasp and sprinting away, fearing he would miss the opportunity. At this rate, the Meng family's rice store might truly face ruin. Xu Jinxian glanced at Rujin, appearing somewhat sympathetic towards the Meng family's plight, yet secretly delighted. After such a significant fall, the second house's aunt would likely have no time to trouble her cousin anymore. Amidst the sounds of chaos, Rujin maintained a stoic expression as she strolled with Kai Bai Wei and the little one, stopping occasionally to browse. Upon seeing beautiful fabrics and jewelry, they would step inside and take a look. After all, this was merely the Meng family digging their own grave, not worthy of sympathy. They bought several pieces of fabric for each family member and added several pieces of jewelry, replenishing some rouge. As the sun began to set, They headed to the Jinhu building by the river. This establishment, along with the other 4 renowned taverns in Jiangling City, was government-built and privately operated. However, unlike elsewhere, while Jinhu building also employed some singing girls and musicians, there were performers who did not sell their bodies. Thus, this place was not merely a venue for men to indulge in merriment. It was also a rare haven for affluent women seeking leisure and entertainment. As they reached the entrance, they noticed a young gentleman joyfully leading a slightly older child inside. The young gentleman praised the child as they walked. "You performed well today. I must reward you handsomely. However, next time at the courthouse, you must cry more convincingly. That magistrate is new and seems easy to deceive. But I suspect the county vice is a cunning old fox, so we must be cautious." The child nodded obediently in response. Upon noticing Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian following behind, the 2 abruptly fell silent, bowing their heads and striding hastily into the tavern. Hua Rujin was puzzled, thinking, "I never found the new magistrate to be easily deceived. Could it be that Mr. Yi is merely meticulous regarding my affairs, keeping a wary eye on everything?" She glanced in the direction where the duo had disappeared, suddenly furrowing her brow. Kai Baiwei also detected some clues. Those 2 seemed to be discussing young Master Yi. Didn't they? It appears they gained some advantage at the courthouse and are now acting coy. Shu Jinxian sighed. Young Master Yi, having just assumed office, may not be able to discern all details. Moreover, I do not believe those 2 would engage in any underhanded dealings, especially since the younger one is merely a child. Perhaps, Hua Rujin conceded, not dwelling further on the matter as she picked up little Mu Yang and headed inside. "Let us also go in." Upon entering, they found an array of freshly prepared dishes on the table, the enticing aroma making the 2 little ones drool. Little Hua Yuan pointed at a steaming pig trotter on the table, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, I want to eat that." Kai Baiwei hurriedly restrained the little one's restless hands. "That is for display. You cannot eat it." "Yes, we will ask the shopkeeper to prepare a portion for you later," Hua Rujin added in agreement. It was customary at that time for everyone, from high-ranking officials to commoners, to keep a tradition of displaying dishes at banquets. Although most eateries hung wooden signs listing their menus at the entrance, they also prepared some dishes for viewing, allowing diners to gain a clear understanding of the various offerings. End of chapter. Chapter 059. A clear path having soothed the little one, Hua Rujin casually surveyed the displayed dishes when a middle-aged woman in a red dress approached. Her expression a blend of worry and joy as she called out to Shu Jinxian, "Oh, it is the 2nd son of the Shu family. I shall have the performers on stage step aside immediately." "There is no need for that." Shu Jinxian cast a fleeting glance at Hua Rujin. Aware of her fondness for music, he produced 2 ingots of silver, each weighing 5 taels, and tossed them into the hands of the middle-aged woman, saying, "Today is a day of joy for our family. Let them sing, but only cheerful tunes." Hua Rujin looked over and saw a woman, who had been about to rise with a pipa under the crimson silk curtain, settle back down. Kai Baiwei, observing her cousin generously giving 10 taels to the innkeeper, spoke with a pained expression, "Jinxian, we could simply have a meal without the music. Do not squander your silver." "Oh dear sister, I fear you seldom venture out. It is a rare occasion, and we must enjoy ourselves," replied the innkeeper, well acquainted with the temperament of the 2nd son of the Shu family, who preferred the dishes of his own establishment and abhorred music. Whenever he visited, he would pay an extra 5 taels to send the girls away from their tasks. While the girls were pleased to earn silver and enjoy a respite, it often left the other patrons in dismay. Today, however, with the added silver not affecting the other diners, the innkeeper, assisting Kai Baiwei, cheerfully declared, "As a token of appreciation for your esteemed presence, I shall treat you to a dish of 4 seasons delicacies." As he spoke, he guided Kai Baiwei further inside, while calling out joyfully to the waiter, "1 serving of the exquisite base soup, steamed goose and duck, clear stewed turtle, and roasted lamb." Hearing the names of the sumptuous dishes, Hua Rujin sighed in exasperation at the spread before her. This refined cousin of mine is surely finding ways to save on expenses again. Shu Jinxian, however, beamed at the 2 sisters, saying, "There's nothing to be done. My charm is such that it follows me wherever I go." Upon hearing this, Hua Rujin discreetly surveyed their surroundings and noticed peculiar looks directed at her refined cousin, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. She quickly averted her gaze, forcing a smile. "Indeed, cousin, not only is your charm remarkable, but your fortune is equally impressive. It seems you possess the legendary ability to summon wealth. For in the time it takes to enjoy a meal, one might earn a county magistrate's monthly salary, all while preventing others from enjoying music or beautiful maidens. Reluctantly, Rujin opted for a couple of seasonal dishes and a pork knuckle that the little ones desired, along with 2 grilled fish to be packed for later. Then, she leisurely followed her refined cousin deeper into the inn. Considering his idiosyncratic nature, she felt compelled to advise, I believe, cousin, that it would be best for you to refrain from returning to this inn in the future. Oh, and why is that? Shu Jinxian inquired, clearly perplexed. The innkeeper is quite fond of my patronage and always reminds me to return. She says that to everyone, Rujin replied with a wry smile. Just then, 2 figures hurriedly slipped past them. Hey, aren't those the 2 who just entered? Why are they leaving so soon? Shu Jinxian wondered, turning to look at the disappearing forms. Rujin followed suit and saw the young gentleman hastily carrying a child, fleeing furtively as if engaged in some nefarious act. What could be the reason? Shu Jinxian mused, stroking his chin in confusion. Perhaps it truly is due to your charm, cousin, Rujin speculated. Recent events had grown increasingly strange, with a mysterious girl hidden at home and now encountering these oddly behaving individuals. Surely, they were deceiving Yi Chengwei in some way. 5 miles outside the city, in Maiyuan village, Yi Chengwei led Ting and Lu Xun and several constables as they knocked on the door of the Han family. The one who answered was Han Chun's younger brother, Han Xiao. Upon seeing the county officials, the brothers were filled with trepidation. Greetings, sirs, they began, but Lu Xun raised a hand to silence them. Today, the magistrate has come to inquire. You 2 must speak the truth without any concealment. Yes, they replied, their heads drooping. Yi Chengwei's icy gaze scrutinized the brothers before he leisurely sat on a dilapidated wooden chair in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. Your brother has confessed in prison, admitting he killed Zhang Yuan. However, this county believes he is not the murderer. At this statement, Han Xiao and Han Dong exchanged cautious glances. Why would he confess? Yi Chengwei's discerning eyes fell on Lu Xun, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. Lu Xun felt a chill run through him and lowered his head. My lord, Han Xiao began hesitantly. We 3 brothers visited Zhang Yuan on that fateful day, and upon entering, we found him dead, his head severed. The house was in disarray, clearly ransacked. If we reported this, we would be accused of robbery and murder. So we sought counsel from Gulangshi, who advised us to transport the body to the Dou family and falsely claim Zhang Yuan had gone on a long journey. Thus, Han Chun took the blame to protect you 2 from bearing the consequences. Yi Chengwei's cold gaze bore down on Han Xiao and Han Dong, who both lowered their heads in shame. Foolishness, Yi Chengwei scolded. He does not even know where the head has gone, and it is evident he was coerced into confessing. There are countless smooth-tongued individuals in Jiangling. As brothers, did you not seek someone to defend him and seek justice, allowing your kin to be wrongfully condemned? My lord, the brothers exclaimed, tears brimming in their eyes. If there were a way, we would never allow our brother to die unjustly. Since he was imprisoned, our mother has been nearly blinded from weeping. Han Xiao's voice trembled as he recounted. I dare to speak frankly. Historically, the court is unforgiving. Without money, one cannot enter, and those lawyers in Jiangling are like demons feasting on the blood of the innocent. Han Dong chimed in, his voice choked with emotion. It is said that the poor do not steal, nor do the oppressed seek justice. Even if we could scrape together our last coins, it would not suffice for the lawyer's fees. This is why our brother chose to face death rather than allow us to be involved, not wanting to doom our entire family. Hearing this, Yi Chengwei's expression grew serious as he surveyed the elderly and young hidden within the house. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, let me offer you a clear path. His gaze flickered with anger as he shot a glare at Lu Xun before returning his focus to the brothers. Your brother's confession means this county can only opt for public judgment. If you believe there is more to this, you may seek assistance from the Hua family in the south of the city to lodge an appeal. Lu Xun, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly added, today, the young lady of the Hua family persuaded the governor to release grain into Yuezhou. She is fair and upright and will surely be willing to help you. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. Han Xiao and Han Dong expressed their profound gratitude, watching with tearful eyes as the county officials departed from their humble abode. End of chapter. Chapter 060. Infamous reputation after dining at Jinhu Tower. Rujin thought of Chung Nini back at home and had the waiter pack up the half-eaten pork knuckle along with the grilled fish to take back for her. The innkeeper, dressed in red, personally escorted the family to the door, reminding them with fervor, Second Master Shu, do remember to bring your cousin next time. Your family is always welcome here. Of course, certainly, Shu Jinxian replied with a gentle and courteous tone. From the expression on the shopkeeper's face, it was evident that Huajijin was indeed looking forward to her refined cousin visiting with his family more frequently. After all, it would not only have no adverse effect on the business, but could also earn an additional 5 taels of silver. Having indulged in a hearty meal, before getting onto the carriage, Kai Baiwei suggested, Huajijin, why don't we take a stroll? It's not far from home. Indeed, Shu Jingshuan eagerly responded, adding, it just so happens that I have some matters to discuss with my aunt. After finishing his sentence, he cast a furtive glance at Huajijin and continued directly, this time, my uncle must have returned from Yuezhou with substantial earnings. I was thinking, why not purchase that residence in the southern part of the city? That way, your family could fully relocate to the city, and I could assist my uncle and aunt in establishing a smaller clinic or perhaps a rice business. You need not worry about finances. If it falls short, I can supplement it. Upon hearing this, Kai Baiwei looked at Huajijin with a troubled expression. There is no rush to buy a house, Huajijin replied, feeling increasingly burdened by her cousin's goodwill. Setting aside the matriarch of the Shu family, the prospect of marrying off cousins was something difficult for her, a modern individual accustomed to navigating legalities. She could neither reveal her true reasons nor persist in causing him distress. So she turned to the anxious Kai Baiwei and said, as it stands, renting this house is quite economical. Let us save more silver and consider a purchase in the northern part of the city. Although Jiangling City is not as prosperous as the capital, it does possess its own charm, divided into inner and outer cities. The northern part is where the Jingzhou government is situated and most officials reside there, ensuring better security than the southern outskirts. Given that she would need to represent others in legal matters, the safety of her family was paramount. After all, not every household could afford the luxury of hiring dozens of servants for protection like the Shu or Dou families. Seeing her once more reject his goodwill, Shu Jingshuan felt a pang of disappointment, yet acquiesced. As you wish, cousin. Kai Baiwei, not wanting her nephew to feel disheartened, quickly added, Jin Xian, we are quite comfortable here for now. With no ties holding us back, it's perfect for your uncle to venture out and gather more resources. Buying a house can wait. Furthermore, the silver for buying rice, which belonged to Huajunian, was meant as a dowry for their daughter and could not be touched. Both she and Huajunian were unfortunate souls, but they could not let their daughter repeat the same fate. She had already resolved to save more for her daughter's dowry, believing that a generous dowry would ensure her future husband's kindness. Huajijin turned to glance at the brilliantly lit Jinhu Tower behind her and, with a smile, suggested to Kai Baiwei, since there is no urgency to buy a house, why not use some of the silver to open a small food stall? That way, my father won't have to run around as a traveling merchant and risk danger. Kai Baiwei naturally hoped the family could remain together, even if it meant becoming merchants. She longed for a stable business rather than a wandering life. A food stall sounds appealing, but I fear my skills won't suffice, she expressed with concern. Your mother is quite resourceful. There will be no issue, Huajijin reassured her. I cannot guarantee that our food stall will be immensely profitable, yet it will undoubtedly be unique in all of Jiangling City, even in the Dai dynasty. Having tasted Kai Baiwei's cooking recently, she believed the woman had talent. Most importantly, this mother possessed the patience and dedication to master her craft. If she could thoroughly study tedious medical texts, she would certainly excel in the culinary arts. Huajijin firmly believed that if one could focus on perfecting a craft, even if success eluded them, they would achieve a form of greatness. Kai Baiwei embodied this trait. Intrigued by her emphatic declaration, Shu Jingshuan, Kai Baiwei, and the little one all expressed their curiosity in unison. What will we make? A mischievous smile crept across Huajijin's lips as she replied, river snail noodles. River snail noodles? What is that? They all asked, perplexed. You'll find out in due time, Huajijin said, withholding further explanation. It was the only viable idea she could conceive for the couple's livelihood. Lacking culinary talent herself, she had spent her school days in welfare or school cafeterias, focused solely on achieving success and securing her own home. After entering society and purchasing a house, She became so engrossed in legal work that she had little time to explore cooking, except for her beloved river snail noodles. In her view, if she could elevate this dish to prominence, even if it gained notoriety, it would not be a bad thing. Although Shi Jingxuan and Kai Baiwei were curious about her proposal, they chose not to press further and continued their leisurely walk northward. As they entered a secluded alley, the family's carriage ambled along ahead, while Huajijin led them in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, four shadowy figures darted from the darkened eaves, stealthily approaching. Sensing something amiss, Huajijin discreetly passed her bundle to Kai Baiwei while quietly retrieving a concealed dagger, remaining vigilant of the intruders. As she discerned their faces, glimmers of cold steel flashed toward the carriage. "Be careful," Huajijin shouted, gripping her dagger tightly as she leaped onto the carriage, using its momentum to propel herself toward a nearby wall, narrowly dodging an incoming blade. The assailant, evidently unaware of her agility, was caught off guard. Huajijin rebounded off the wall, plunging her dagger deep into the back of the rushing brute, who collapsed heavily to the ground. "What remarkable skill!" Shi Jingxuan exclaimed, astonished. He was oblivious to when this girl had acquired such martial prowess. Had she secretly sought the tutelage of that old beggar, who just happened to be a master of extraordinary skills? Otherwise, how could she shamelessly request to be his disciple? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shi Jingxuan instinctively shielded the mother and child while casting a wary glance at Kai Baiwei. Just then, a swordsman approached, brandishing a long blade. "Aunt, be careful!" Shi Jingxuan bravely charged toward the assailant, colliding with him. The swordsman had anticipated facing a formidable opponent, but instead encountered someone who had recklessly charged in. With a grunt, he grew furious and began a fierce exchange of blows. Having swiftly dealt with two other assailants, Huajijin turned just in time to see a chilling long blade descending toward Shi Jingxuan's face. "Cousin, Jinxian!" Both mother and daughter cried out in unison. In her moment of desperation, as she prepared to throw her dagger, a blade surged through the darkness with fierce intensity, piercing the swordsman's chest. He crumpled to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence. End of chapter. Chapter 061. Assistance in securing work following the trajectory of the sword light. Huajijin noticed a tall figure approaching leisurely on horseback from the alley's entrance. "Miss Hua, have you offended someone again?" Yi Chengwei dismounted and met her gaze, sauntering toward the carriage. Upon reaching, Lu Shiyuan and Ting simultaneously crouched to inspect the swordsman's corpse. Seeing the bodies sprawled on the ground, Huajijin felt puzzled. Why would someone wish to kill her? Had she inadvertently disrupted a magistrate's affairs, prompting malicious retaliation? Or was it the Meng family? Upon confirming her cousin was unharmed, the refined Shi Jingxuan, still shaken, approached Kai Baiwei, who was leaning against the wall, her legs weak, and the two frightened little ones. He first offered words of comfort, "It's all right now," before hastily turning to the carriage, bowing to Yi Chengwei. "Thank you, Brother Chengwei, for your timely rescue." A trivial matter indeed. Yi Chengwei lightly responded, his cool gaze lingering on Hua Rujin, filled with skepticism. Could it possibly be the doing of Wen Yuming? Observing his cousin's furtive glances towards Hua Rujin, Shu Jinxian promptly interjected. Yi Chengwei calmly shook his head, asserting that Wen Yuming was not so foolish. Then, could it be the Meng family? Shu Jinxian inquired further. Hua Rujin also shook her head, stating that these individuals appeared quite capable, and given the Meng family's current predicament, they would not recklessly exacerbate their situation. Moreover, based on her understanding of Meng Yutong, that sinister old woman never resorted to blades, but employed underhanded tactics. She would not stoop to such extremes. When matters escalated to murder and silencing, it implied either profound enmity or leverage held over someone to invoke fear. Yi Chengwei regarded Hua Rujin thoughtfully, in agreement with her insights. After all, the Meng family had merely suffered financial loss. A murder charge would be tantamount to self-destruction. Casting a glance at Lu Shiyuan, he commanded, "Take the body back to the county office, have someone sketch it, and investigate the assassin's origins." Understood. Lu Shiyuan and the constables promptly set to work. As they hurried away into the night, Yi Chengwei discreetly glanced at the frightened Kai Baiwei and the two small children, then quietly instructed Tingen, "See Madame Hua back to the carriage first." "Very well," Tingen replied softly, guiding the mother and her children to board the Shu family's carriage. Once the alley was cleared, with only Hua Rujin and Shu Jinxian remaining, They trailed behind the carriage at a measured pace. Yi Chengwei, still in doubt, continued, Miss Hua, do you happen to know the origins of the residence you currently occupy? The cultured cousin eagerly responded, the owner of that house is merely a law-abiding merchant. I have already sent someone to inquire, and there's indeed nothing suspicious about it. Yi Chengwei did not directly respond to Shu Jinchuan's words, but smiled gently as he turned his attention back to Hua Rujin. The house itself poses no issues, nor does its owner. The problem lies with the previous tenants. At this moment, Hua Rujin vaguely sensed something but was uncertain, hesitating to ask, what do you mean by that, young Master Yi? This house was once leased to a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan County, who mysteriously vanished from this county. And Jiangnan County could find no trace of him. Yi Chengwei casually produced a document from his pocket and handed it to Hua Rujin. This is a recent case I have been investigating, concerning the disappearance of the wealthy merchant from Jiangnan County. Seeing the document, Hua Rujin quickly accepted it. As she reviewed the file, Yi Chengwei continued, it is said that the merchant was hurrying back to Jiangnan County to celebrate his young daughter's birthday. However, his daughter waited for many days without any news of his return, so she came to this county to search for him, even lodging a complaint with the county office. This matter remained unresolved for nearly a year, after which the mother and daughter who had filed the complaint also vanished without a trace. I see. Hua Rujin sighed, realizing that Cheng Nini and her deceased mother were indeed the individuals who had sought justice at the county office. I sent someone to Jiangnan County to inquire, and that mother and daughter did not return home. They may still be in this county. Yi Chengwei's almond-shaped eyes narrowed as he regarded her coldly. Reflecting on the events from that night, when he visited her home, he felt a lingering suspicion, yet he did not press for answers. Your suspicions are not without merit. Hua Rujin smiled calmly. Yet this time, she could not disclose the discovery of Cheng Nini in the underground tunnel. Firstly, she was still unclear about why Cheng Nini and her mother were being pursued by the authorities and why the girl's father had mysteriously disappeared. Furthermore, this matter involved the internal affairs of the government, differing from the situation with the Dou family, and she did not yet possess sufficient trust in Yi Chengwei. Shu Jinxian observed the subtle exchange between the two, sensing that his cousin seemed to be concealing the whereabouts of the mother and daughter. It appeared that they were not at fault. They simply sought to reclaim their family, and even if his cousin was hiding them, it should not provoke lethal consequences. Yi Chengwei seemed to have intentionally targeted his cousin of late. Shu Jinxian silently grumbled, recalling the two individuals encountered at Jinhu Tower, and deliberately shifted the topic. Chengwei, have you recently been misled in any case? Today, we encountered a young gentleman at Jinhu Tower, accompanied by a rather immature child, and their discussion of you seemed rather disdainful. Oh, is that so? Yi Chengwei felt a sharp pang, quickly attributing it to the Zhang brothers. Indeed, I encountered a peculiar situation today. Yi Chengwei's gaze lazily fell upon the two. Recently, the victim of the decapitated corpse was beating a drum in front of the office, seeking justice. I initially thought these brothers were resolute in seeking retribution for the deceased, only to find they did not mention punishing the murderer at all. Instead, they directly requested compensation from the county, demanding 300 taels of silver from the Han family as a form of support for the deceased orphan. How callous. Shu Jinxian shook his head repeatedly. Indeed a rare occurrence. Yi Chengwei scoffed. It is one thing for a nephew to be heartless, but a biological son should at least consider familial ties. Perhaps he is not even a biological son. Hua Rujin reflected on the earlier conversation, finding it deeply unsettling. What if their intentions were solely for the sake of money? The manner in which they approached the matter was indeed rather unseemly. Even if they were merely nephews, they should have sought justice for their uncle first, which would at least garner some sympathy and aid in their pursuit of compensation. However, Yi Chengwei had already made a decision regarding the matter and chose not to comment further. As they neared the Hua family residence, he suddenly smiled enigmatically at Hua Rujin, stating, "This county has taken on a case for Miss Hua, and I believe someone will come to your door tomorrow." "You took on a case for me?" Hua Rujin looked at him incredulously. Could he genuinely be so benevolent? Is this not the man who despises meddling in lawsuits? Of course. Yi Chengwei smiled wryly. The suspect voluntarily confessed to the crime, and although I suspect there may have been coercion, a county magistrate cannot simply plead with a murderer to retract their confession. "Thank you," Hua Rujin replied, her smile stiff. She was still uncertain whether he was genuinely kind-hearted or had ulterior motives. "Merely a trivial matter, Miss Hua. There is no need for thanks." Yi Chengwei bowed in farewell. "Farewell." He then mounted his steed and swiftly vanished into the night with Tingen. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Re-entering the tunnel upon returning home, observing the composed Shu Jinxian and reflecting on the events in the alley, Rujin could not restrain her concern. "Cousin, are you unscathed?" "I am fine." The cultured cousin waved his hand dismissively. "Your cousin is quite resilient, able to endure a beating." However, he discreetly shifted his sore arm. "I owe it to Jinxian." Kai Baiwei sighed, still shaken, glancing at the sky, which had grown dark. She intended to invite her cousin inside to rest, but Rujin spoke first. "Since cousin is unharmed, I am relieved. You should return early to spare our grandmother's worry." After all, those individuals were after her, and they were now close to the inner city. No one would trouble him. Shu Jinxian hesitated, feeling uneasy about leaving with the situation at home so precarious, especially with his uncle absent. However, seeing the resolute expression on his cousin's face, he forced a smile and nodded. "Very well, cousin, please assist Aunt back inside to rest." "All right." Rujin smiled gently at the anxious Kai Baiwei and the two little ones, Yuan and Muyang. "You all go back inside with mother. I will see cousin off." "Sister, come back early," replied Baiwei. Little Yuan pouted her chubby lips, feeling somewhat displeased with her sister's current indifference, though she secretly favored the brother-in-law at the county office. Cousin had always treated them the best in the Hua family, and she did not want to see him sad. If given a choice, she wished to have both brothers-in-law. "Let's go." Kai Baiwei, cradling Muyang, gently pushed Yuan ahead into the parlor. The oil lamp in the main hall gradually brightened, casting a soft glow through the courtyard. Shu Jinxian quietly observed Rujin's serene and composed face and, feeling a twinge of guilt, murmured, "Had I known this, I should not have rented this house." "It's all right," Rujin replied, surveying her surroundings. "I believe this place is quite good. Some things are predestined. What is meant to happen will happen, and one cannot escape their fate. Furthermore, having chosen the path of a litigator, I have long been mentally prepared for such occurrences." The two walked in silence until they reached the carriage. Shu Jinxian glanced back towards the courtyard gate and softly urged, "All right, you should return quickly." "Yes, cousin. Do take care," Rujin replied as she watched him board the carriage, which gradually vanished into the night before she turned and closed the courtyard door. Shu Jinxian sat anxiously in the carriage for a distance before instructing the driver to turn back. Surveying the quiet surroundings, he suddenly pointed towards a nearby inn illuminated by lanterns and commanded, "To the inn." In the back hall of the county office, Yi Chengwei had just settled down, reflecting on the events in the alley of the southern city and silently organizing the books and documents before him. However, he soon looked up at the attendant with a hint of unease. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly instructed, "Tingen, a murder occurred in the southern city tonight. In the coming days, have Lu Jian send more night patrols." Tingen hesitated before looking at him. "Is the young master concerned about Miss Hua?" "Mind your own business," Yi Chengwei retorted sharply, glaring at the attendant. "Hurry and go. After all, I have personally appointed that girl to sue the Han family, and she must not face any mishaps at this critical juncture." Tingen dared not ask further and swiftly exited. Rujin returned to the hall and saw Kai Baiwei seated by the tea table, leading the two little ones, who appeared dazed and lost in thought. She approached and picked up little Muyang, gently pinching his tender cheeks while softly reassuring him, "There is no need to be afraid. Sister is here." "Sister, I am not afraid," Muyang replied, pressing his small head against her embrace. Having endured the family's most challenging times, nothing seemed more frightening than forcing sister to face a burial. "Rujin, were those people truly not instigated by your second aunt and the Meng family?" Kai Baiwei, recalling the conversation in the alley, felt a surge of resentment. She had never intended to trouble the second household, yet that mother-daughter duo constantly stirred up conflict, which was truly infuriating. They lacked the courage to act. Rujin supported her as they made their way to the bedroom. Noticing the displeasure on Kai Baiwei's face, she chuckled softly, offering comfort. "Mother, do not worry. One day, I will ensure they experience the suffering we have endured these past years. Since the Meng matron is so keen on arranging marriages, she ought to bestow her precious daughter a good match. Otherwise, who will carry on the Hua family's virtue?" Kai Baiwei felt that her daughter had been acting strangely of late. Not only had her verbal skills improved, but she also displayed newfound abilities. Was this truly her once timid daughter who always complied with others? "Rujin, I heard from your cousin that an old beggar has asked to take you on as a disciple. Is this true? Kai Baiwei inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Oh, indeed. My master is quite extraordinary. I have only received a few pointers from him, and look, I feel like a completely different person now. Rujin explained without a hint of embarrassment. You must bring the old man home someday for your father and me to meet, Kai Baiwei said earnestly. We must not neglect him. I know. Rujin urged her gently. Mother, please take Yuan and Mu Yang to rest. There are guests visiting tomorrow. Guests? Kai Baiwei was bewildered. You will know tomorrow. Rujin's eyes narrowed playfully, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. All right, you two should return and rest. Don't stay up too late reading. Kai Baiwei did not press further. Taking little Mu Yang, she settled on the bed, coaxing the little ones to sleep. However, Yuan clung to Rujin, refusing to let go. Sister, may I sleep with you? Not tonight. Rujin paused before suggesting, tomorrow night. Sister will tidy the room first and settle little Tuan. Very well, Yuan pouted, understanding that mother did not approve of her playing with Tuan, and promptly dismissed the idea. After soothing the three, Rujin stepped outside, closed the door, and entered the inner courtyard with the elbow and roasted fish. Lighting a lamp, she noticed Tuan lazily draped over the vanity. Rujin opened a package of roasted fish and placed it on the tea table. Without needing to call, Tuan immediately climbed up, excitedly devouring the fish. While gently stroking the cat's soft fur, Rujin cast her gaze towards the quiet inner west wing behind the rockery. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up another package of roasted fish and the elbow, holding the oil lamp as she slowly made her way over. Upon reaching the west wing, she meticulously examined the room, only to find it empty, leaving her puzzled about the whereabouts of the young maid. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Lowering her gaze to the floor, she hesitated before placing her belongings down and swiftly sought out the hidden switch behind the rockery. After twisting the mechanism, she returned to the west wing, where a deep black hole came into view on the floor. Holding the oil lamp in one hand and gripping a dagger in the other, she cautiously stepped forward, one heavy footfall at a time, into the dark abyss. End of chapter. Chapter 063. The ant strikes the tree, the cave's mouth widened, familiar scents and sights emerging. The thought of the two giant pythons lurking below sent shivers down Rujin's spine. As she approached the cave's entrance, she saw the black and white pythons tearing a shadowy figure in half and swallowing it whole, a sight both shocking and horrifying. Glancing around, she caught sight of several gleaming iron swords scattered across the ground, along with a few boots lying askew beside them. Upon noticing the figures at the cave's entrance, the two pythons first raised their heads warily, but soon lazily sprawled out on the ground. Rujin let out a silent breath of relief, her eyes scanning the surroundings until she heard a soft sobbing sound emanating from below. Setting the oil lamp at the entrance, she leapt down and turned around a rock wall, finding Chungnini crouched on a stone platform, quietly weeping. The old beggar, whom she had not seen for days, appeared beside her, happily gnawing on a chicken leg, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Nini's father is the wealthy merchant who went missing in Jiangling a few years ago, right? Rujin sheathed her dagger and approached, her demeanor commanding as she gazed at the old beggar. You guessed it? The old beggar set down the chicken leg, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Naturally, Rujin replied, casting him an irritated glance. I nearly lost half my life. How could I not know? It seemed these people truly did not intend to let her and her mother off the hook. The old beggar sighed dramatically before glancing at her playfully. Girl, if you call me master, I will tell you everything about the situation. In that moment, Rujin recalled the words she had used to deceive Kai Baiwei. At present, the refined cousin and Kai Baiwei have begun to doubt themselves, and it seems I may indeed have to address this old beggar as master. Why must I call you master? Rujin inquired, puzzled. Because you are worthy of it, the old beggar replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. A mere beggar being so picky, Rujin thought, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction at the thought of his deceptions on the streets. I have no money. I do not seek silver, the old beggar retorted, leaping effortlessly to the top of a rock several meters high. Rujin was taken aback, realizing that his skills might rival those of Yi Chengwei. If he possesses such ability, why then does he masquerade as a mad old beggar, insisting that I become his disciple? Could it be that akin to a trope from a martial arts tale. He has a pressing reason to have me inherit his legacy to cleanse his past. With a furrowed brow, Rujin fixed her gaze on the old beggar and coldly stated, I shall not kill for you. What need does an old beggar have for you to take a life? The old beggar smiled gently. Now that they have pursued her into this tunnel, Nini has nowhere left to hide. My dear disciple, I wish for you to take her to the county office to seek the newly appointed scholar. Upon hearing the term dear disciple, Rujin's brow furrowed. I have yet to agree to become your disciple. It is merely a matter of time, the old beggar chuckled, lifting his head and sighing skyward. By calling an old beggar your master, you shall not be deceived or suffer losses. Pray tell me, what truly transpired with Nini and her mother? Rujin regarded the young girl with grave concern. Why does the government seek to eradicate them? This tale begins 3 years ago, the old beggar began, settling onto the rock as he recounted. 3 years passed. Nini's father vanished inexplicably in Jiangling City. The mother and daughter arrived to search for him, but after fruitless inquiries, they reported the matter to the county office. At that time, the triennial imperial inspection was underway, and both local offices wished to settle matters quickly and casually. But the matriarch of the Chung family, worried for her eldest son, sought the local magistrate's intervention. However, the magistrate was preoccupied with the reception of the imperial officials and had no time for her plight, dismissing her and her young son. Unfortunately, during this encounter, some unpleasantness occurred. The magistrate, fearing that the old matriarch would cause a scene, ordered her to be beaten by the constables, and she perished before leaving the county office. At this point, Chung Nini was already in tears. When my mother and I returned from Jiangling City, my uncle was barely alive. My mother, furious, sought a lawyer to bring the magistrate to justice, but that lawyer swindled us of all our money and colluded with the county office, claiming my grandmother died of natural causes and that my uncle was beaten for disturbing the court. My mother and I never even met the imperial officials, and my uncle was killed by the county constables for protecting us on our way back to Jiangling City. Rujin gritted her teeth in anger at the corrupt officials, stepping forward to comfort Nini. You should have told me these things sooner. I do not wish to implicate you. Nini clung to her, sobbing. I just want to wait here for my father to return. Your father? Rujin's gaze turned vacant as she raised an eyebrow. Nini's father had been missing for 3 years. If he were truly alive, how could he stand by and watch his family suffer? Surely, not everyone is as cold-hearted as the Zhang brothers. It is likely he has met with misfortune. Suddenly, the image of the headless corpse on Huangli Ridge flashed through her mind. A daughter-in-law could fight fiercely for justice for her mother-in-law and younger brother. How could a biological son only seek compensation and neglect the perpetrators and the remains of the deceased? It was utterly incomprehensible. But if that headless corpse belonged to Nini's father, then where did Zhang Yuan's body go? Could these two cases be interconnected? Though she hesitated to link the two, the peculiarities surrounding these events filled her with unease. Reflecting on the headless corpse again, she remembered that not long ago, Ting En had mentioned while delivering silver that Yi Chengwei did not agree with the county office's officials and believed they had coerced a confession from the accused, rather than it being a case of the high-ranking official enlisting skilled help. Therefore, it seemed that the lawsuit he had taken on for her might very well be a defense for Han Chun's innocence. Rujin sighed inwardly, realizing that this clever fellow was reluctant to let the case conclude but feared the stigma of protecting a criminal, thus leaving the matter to her. Wait, if Zhang Yuan was not killed by Han Chun, could it be that his nephew committed the act and subsequently framed Han Chun, now turning around to extort money? This truly is a tangled case. After pondering this, Rujin slowly lifted her gaze to the old beggar atop the rock, then glanced at the young girl in her arms and solemnly declared, Nini, tomorrow you shall accompany me to the county office. At this juncture, you must not hesitate any longer. Though our strength may be small, even an ant can shake a great tree. If we are willing to fight with all our might, even if we cannot turn the tide, we must make the stagnant Jingzhou prefecture tremble. Chapter 064. The worst-case scenario. Chung Nini's expression shifted, and she finally ceased her tears, nodding earnestly. All right, I will listen to you, sister. Rujin then turned her gaze back to the old beggar on the rock, suddenly asking, Can you come down? Oh, indeed, the old beggar responded lightly, leaping down with agility to stand on the ground, scrutinizing the two. I will go to the county office tomorrow. You must protect Nini closely behind me. Let Nini learn from the Zhang brothers how to strike the drums and the magistrate will surely reconsider this case. Hua Rujin calmly instructed. Yet the old beggar expressed some concern. Do you have such faith in the scholar? Did not the elder just mention that I should take Nini to the county office? Hua Rujin raised an eyebrow, forcing a smile. Is it that you lack confidence in him? I perceive that your former fiancé is not one to lower himself to collude with others. The old beggar chuckled darkly, his brow easing as he replied, It is precisely his attitude in handling the Doe family's matter that assures me he is capable of great things. You flatter him well, Hua Rujin replied, furrowing her brow. However, I fear I will not convey that to him. The old beggar, however, was quite aware of everything happening in Jiangling City, and she realized she could no longer underestimate him. It was prudent to remain wary of his intentions. After exchanging a few words, Hua Rujin's expression turned serious. The magistrate has also been researching the case concerning Nini's family recently. I believe that as long as Nini is willing to show her face, he will take up this case. Moreover, I intend to use the headless corpse case at Huangli Ridge as leverage in negotiations with him. Tomorrow, I plan to use Nini to probe the Zhang brothers about their true intentions. The old beggar, witnessing her confidence, felt reassured and nodded decisively. Child, go forth without fear. If you truly find yourself in a dire situation, I shall lend you a hand. Hua Rujin hesitated, then nodded thoughtfully. I trust you, elder. She did not harbor expectations that the old beggar would genuinely assist her. Her willingness to aid Nini stemmed from the undeniable plight of the mother and daughter. Furthermore, she sought to enter the legal profession, and this presented a rare opportunity. She pulled Chung Nini back to the cave entrance, retrieved the oil lamp, and glanced back at the giant python coiled on the ground. Elder, please ensure these two treasures do not deliver any more prey tomorrow. I would not want Kai Bai Wei and the two little ones to encounter them and be frightened half to death. Very well, the old beggar acquiesced softly, adding in a serious tone, You both should sleep soundly tonight. I will keep watch over you from below. Hua Rujin cast a fleeting glance at Chung Nini, gently using a handkerchief to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, then led her to turn and ascend. Upon returning to the west wing, she closed the hidden door and observed the still melancholic young girl. Hua Rujin could only softly reassure her, Do not be afraid. As long as I am here, you are safe. Yet, as the words fell from her lips, they felt oddly familiar. Chung Nini's tender heart was a tumult of emotions. With her only mother gone and her father untraceable, she hardly knew this elder sister, but since their acquaintance, she had not only kindly taken her in, but also sought to restore justice for her, just like Grandpa Dogskin. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. She reached out her small hand to gently embrace Hua Rujin's slender waist and sincerely expressed her thanks. Sister, thank you. Please rest now. Hua Rujin affectionately stroked her dry, tangled hair. Although she hoped for the best, she felt it necessary to prepare the young girl for the worst. Nini, if your father, sister, my father will surely return to find me, and mother. Chung Nini interrupted her firmly. Grandpa Dogskin had once mentioned in the tunnel that her father might have met with misfortune, but she could not believe that he would heartlessly abandon her. Faced with the girl's stubbornness, Hua Rujin chose to remain silent. After soothing her to sleep, she returned to the west wing. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, she leaned against the headboard, distractedly clutching a thick volume of litigation law, her mind replaying details from the two cases. According to the records provided by Yi Chengwei, Chung Nini's father had vanished after rushing back to celebrate her birthday. The character references for him were of a kind-hearted man with no known enemies. Moreover, the family's attitude towards his disappearance suggested he was a good father, husband, and son. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to search for him after their family fell apart. Given these circumstances, the absence of news for 3 years hinted at two possibilities. Either he had a compelling reason to hide, or he had met with foul play. Reflecting on this, she recalled the Zhang brothers. Why did they make such a fuss at the county office without first confirming Zhang Yuan's body, immediately demanding compensation? Did Zhang Xiu genuinely believe that the headless corpse was his uncle, or did he know it was not? After deep contemplation, Hua Rujin gradually formed conclusions and a direction to crack the case. If she tested her hypothesis tomorrow, all mysteries could be unraveled. At the Meng family rice shop in the north of the city, recalling the chaos of the entire city rushing to seize rice and learning that her cousin's malicious intent had led the governor to pursue her grandfather's family to the brink of ruin, Hua Xiu felt a surge of anger. Observing her family's fluctuating expressions in the main hall, After a long silence, she suddenly erupted. That cousin of mine is truly heartless. Mother, I will go find someone to kill her. Upon hearing this, Meng Yutong was furious, slapping her across the face. You foolish girl. Are you eager for death? Have you even considered the consequences? If we simply kill her, the authorities will come after you. We cannot afford such foolishness. Haven't you done enough foolish things already? Meng Yanli glared at her in frustration, scoffing, sending money to others, ruining the future of our son-in-law. Today, in just half a day, the rice that we painstakingly accumulated has been snatched away. If we cannot persuade the governor to retract his orders, we will truly be ruined. Meng Yanli sighed despondently, casting a grave look at Hua Jiangsu and the couple. Meng Yutong, that little girl from your sixth branch is quite strange. She has never been so eloquent before. Why has she suddenly become capable of swaying the governor? Her tongue is as sharp as those renowned orators in Jiangling. It was indeed peculiar. Meng Yutong pondered for a moment and suddenly had a thought. It must be that short-lived son-in-law of the Dou family causing trouble. Some days ago, I heard that Israel did not ask for Rujin to be buried with him, but to break off the engagement. This suggests he harbored some compassion for that girl. Perhaps his spirit is aiding her. Hua Jiangsu's brow furrowed at this notion. If that is the case, it would be unwise to provoke her. What is there to fear? Meng Yutong coldly laughed. If the little ghosts of this world are troublesome, surely the malevolent spirits of the other world can be dealt with? With a deep gaze scanning the crowd, she confidently declared, Father, rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Yuchen Temple on Baotou Mountain to invite a Taoist priest to exorcise that girl. At this juncture, there seemed to be no other option but to take this risky gamble. Meng Yanli contemplated for a moment, and rather than opposing his daughter's suggestion, he nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Hua Rujin was roused from her slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. She hastily donned clean garments and tidied herself before stepping outside to find a group gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, with Kai Baiwei serving tea. Among the crowd, Hua Rujin was the first to spot her cultured cousin and the county office clerk, Lu Shuyuan. Cousin, did you sleep well last night? Shu Jinxian, seeing her emerge from the inner courtyard, approached with delight. Quite well, Hua Rujin replied casually, but then noticed the dark circles under her cousin's eyes and frowned. Cousin, what happened? Did someone beat you? It's nothing, he chuckled sheepishly, recalling that he had kept a vigil at the inn across the street all night without blinking an eye. He added nonchalantly, I suppose I drank too much yellow wine at Jinhu Tower yesterday and had a restless sleep. Ah, I see. Hua Rujin suspected he was lying, but chose not to confront him. One would think that a person who had consumed alcohol would sleep more soundly, not less. As they conversed, Lu Shiyuan approached with Han Xiu and Han Dong. They greeted Hua Rujin with a bow. Avoiding mention of the governor's request for the Han brothers to seek assistance, and deceitfully stated, I was searching for the assassin's trail in the southern part of the city and happened upon Han Chun's brothers. They wished to seek Miss Hua's help in clearing their brother's name, so I accompanied them to the county office. Hua Rujin narrowed her eyes slightly, aware that they were there regarding the lawsuit mentioned by Yi Chengwei the previous day, but feigned ignorance and asked, Then please tell me how I can assist you. Han Xiu and Han Dong exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, filled with apprehension. Although they had heard the county magistrate mention this woman's confrontation with the governor, there had never been a precedent in Jiangling for a woman to defend someone in court. Even the renowned He Shirin merely wrote a few legal documents for others and charged exorbitant fees. They felt utterly uncertain. Seeing their reticence, Lu Shiyuan hastily urged, quickly, explain your situation to Miss Hua. If she cannot assist your brother, do you expect the prominent figures of Jiangling to intervene on your behalf? They all understood this well. Whether the four renowned orators or He Shirin, they only represented the wealthy, with fees often exceeding 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, this case could not be swayed merely by a document and a few eloquent words to convince the county magistrate and the prefect to overturn the verdict. It is imperative to elucidate the intricacies of the matter. Otherwise, the entire case may devolve into an unsolvable conundrum. Although Lu Shiyuan did not explicitly articulate his thoughts, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind County Magistrate Ye's choice of Miss Hua. First, he valued her demonstrated capabilities throughout the recent events. Second, there was likely a degree of personal interest involved. After all, the young Miss Hua had emerged from the Dou family as a widow at such a tender age. Her life undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Allowing a newcomer to shine is far preferable to the morally bankrupt veterans who manipulate the system for silver. deftly navigating between the authorities and the culprits. Under Lu Shiyuan's urging, Han Xiu and Han Dong finally recounted the entire sequence of events once more. Miss Hua had already formed a conclusion regarding this case. The brothers' narrative merely served as a formality. However, their account provided her with additional details, further solidifying her conviction that the Zhang brothers were implicated. She turned to Lu Xuyuan and the Han brothers, her tone resolute as she declared, "I believe Han Chun did not commit murder, nor has he received guidance from any distinguished individual." Although Lu Xuyuan had already realized that he had coerced a confession from the suspect, he remained perplexed. How could Miss Hua ascertain that Han Chun was not the murderer? First, if he had indeed committed murder, why would he choose to transport the body to the Dou residence while concealing Zhang Yuan's head? Miss Hua elaborated. Second, if he has already confessed, why would he refuse to disclose the location of the concealed head? If he had truly received advice from an expert, he ought to have remained silent, knowing that the authorities could do nothing without a complete corpse. Why provide them with grounds for conviction? This reflects a significant flaw in the investigation of homicide cases during this era. Without DNA or fingerprint evidence, the identity of the deceased can only be confirmed through the discovery of a complete body and substantial evidence linking the perpetrator to the crime. The more Lu Shiyuan listened, the more he felt a sense of unease. After subjecting Han Chun to severe interrogation, he had finally confessed to the murder, yet when he was beaten into near unconsciousness, he could not reveal the whereabouts of the head. It was evident that he genuinely did not know its location. What should we do next, according to Miss Hua? Lu Shiyuan inquired cautiously. Miss Hua furrowed her brow in contemplation, then replied, "We shall submit a petition to the county office and summon the Zhang brothers." "Very well," Lu Xian said with a smile as he promptly presented the ink, paper, and writing brush prepared by the scribes. "I shall personally assist Miss Hua in preparing the petition." As she gazed at the neatly spread out petition paper, Miss Hua paused momentarily, noticing the meticulous preparation by the official. This was not the hastily written document she had crafted in the tea house. The paper was filled with orderly grids and adhered to a fixed format. Common phrases, such as the names and ages of the parties involved, were already printed, requiring her only to fill in the blanks. When she looked at the section outlining the reasons for the petition, she hesitated, but Han Xiu interjected anxiously, "I have heard of Miss Hua's renowned reputation. However, I am curious about how you charge for your services in litigation." Though the brothers hoped fervently to rescue their elder brother from prison, they feared that if she were as unscrupulous as other famous lawyers in Jiangling City, their meager resources would hardly suffice, even if they were to sell their children. Observing the brothers' discomfort, Miss Hua smiled gently. "I charge 5 taels of silver per character." "That is indeed a reasonable price," the brothers replied, albeit with skepticism. In the realm of legal representation, such a fee was exceedingly low, especially given that a mere few characters could revive a case. Not to mention, they were still unaware of Miss Hua's true capabilities. If she were to compose a lengthy argument, it might lead them to financial ruin. Just as Han Xiu hesitated, Han Dong suddenly declared, "Miss Hua, please proceed with the petition. As long as it helps rescue my elder brother, I will spare no expense, even if it means selling everything we have." Han Xiu intended to intervene, but was swiftly silenced by Han Dong. Watching the brothers' awkward demeanor, Miss Hua contemplated for a moment before deftly beginning to write on the petition paper. With each stroke of her brush, the hearts of the Han brothers raced in tandem, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, besieged by heavy impacts. In the blink of an eye, Miss Hua set down her brush and pushed the petition towards Lu Shiyuan. Both Han brothers stared in astonishment at the succinct document. "Just 8 characters?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, just 8 characters," Miss Hua replied, her demeanor calm and composed. Chapter 66. A commoner's protest. Xu Jinxian gazed intently at the 8-character petition, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he remarked, "With these 8 characters, not only will the county magistrate have to reconsider, but even the provincial officials will be compelled to review this case." His insight into the matter was astute. The first 4 characters extolled the presiding official, while the latter 4 served as a grave admonition, causing his cheeks to flush. Having served as the magistrate of Jiangling for 3 years, Lu Xian was not so audacious as to claim infallibility in his judicial decisions, yet he had diligently fulfilled his duties. Now, faced with the reality that he had coerced a confession without even locating the victim's head, he felt a pang of shame. Acknowledging his oversight, He promptly instructed the scribe to affix the official seal to the petition and secure it, calling out to the attendants, "Please assist Miss Hua into the carriage." Into the carriage? At the mention of these words, Miss Hua felt a shiver run down her spine, her mind racing to the Doe family. She was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. The official had even arranged for a government carriage. Overwhelmed, she stood momentarily at a loss. Meanwhile, the Han brothers, witnessing the magistrate's excitement, gradually realized that there might indeed be hope for their case. Han Dong unhesitatingly handed 50 taels of silver to the bewildered Kai Bai Wei, saying, "Aunt, this is the agreed payment for Miss Hua, totaling 50 taels. Please accept it for now. Should my elder brother be rescued, we will surely express our gratitude." Kai Bai Wei's mind was still in disarray. She had initially thought her daughter's guest was merely visiting, only to find out she was here to plead for justice. She looked at her daughter, unsure how to respond. Miss Hua stepped forward, placing the silver back into Han Dong's hands, smiling as she said, "There is no need to rush regarding the silver. Our priority must be rescuing your brother." She then glanced at the two small children, bending down to gently caress their faces, softly instructing, "Stay at home with your mother and await my return." Han Muyang, worried for his sister's safety, clung to her, unwilling to let go. The scholarly cousin quickly approached, soothingly assuring, "Muyang, your sister is merely advocating for another. She shall be safe." Turning to the anxious Kai Bai Wei, he added with a smile, "Aunt, I shall accompany you and the little ones to the county office. Today marks my cousin's first appearance in court, which is not only significant for her, but for all of Jiangling City. It is a groundbreaking event for a woman to defend others in court, and it is bound to attract considerable attention." Upon hearing Xu Jinxuan's words, Kai Bai Wei and the two children finally exhaled in relief as they watched Miss Hua step into the government carriage. They then closed the gate and joined Xu Jinxian as they set off towards the county office. Meanwhile, in the alley, the old beggar led Cheng Nini, who had disguised herself, to quietly blend into the crowd gathered outside the county office. As the sun rose higher, the county office of Jiangling was already swarming with spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama. News that a female lawyer was coming to advocate for a defendant piqued everyone's curiosity, leading them to huddle together in hushed discussions. "I heard that the one representing Han's eldest son is none other than Miss Hua, who clashed with the provincial governor at the state office yesterday. This seemingly frail woman possesses remarkable talent. With just a few words, she managed to sway the governor's directives. She is merely a widow, likely driven by desperation to save her father, inadvertently striking a chord with the governor. But this hardly qualifies as genuine skill. The case at hand is notably intricate, far beyond the capabilities of a mere woman, and she is simply setting herself up for humiliation. It seems that the Han brothers have lost their wits. There are numerous renowned litigators in Jiangling, and the likes of Master Shi and Master Yin have even appeared in the provincial court. Such a significant case could only be turned around by them." As a cool figure stepped into the courtroom, the murmurs surrounding it abruptly ceased, and everyone focused their gaze on the proceedings. Yi Chengwei, clad in a resplendent crimson official robe, sat composedly at the center of the court, his calm and elegant demeanor instantly attracting the attention of many women. Master Yi is truly a paragon among men, not only distinguished in appearance, but also exceptionally talented. In just over a month since arriving in the county, he has already resolved numerous unsolved cases, which is quite remarkable. I hear he is still unmarried. Elder sister, you must act quickly. Nonsense. Don't even think about it. It is rumored that the Yi family has a close connection to the famous Miss Shireen of our county. Recently, there has been talk that the matriarch of the Yi family intends for Miss Shireen to become a daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, the women's faces fell. County Magistrate Tang Howard glanced at the dense crowd outside the court, then discreetly turned to observe the stern-faced Yi Chengwei before calling out, "Bring forth the accused Han Chun and his defending lawyer." Zhang Xiao, who had been waiting in the hall for quite some time, initially thought he was there to collect money from the county office. However, as he listened to the discussions around him, he began to sense something was amiss. His gaze darted anxiously around the room before he nervously turned to the serious Yi Chengwei and asked urgently, "Sir, has the compensation from the Han family been arranged?" "Not in a hurry," Yi Chengwei replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a nonchalant smirk. His starry eyes gleamed as he focused intently on the entrance of Hua Rujin and the Han brothers. "My brother is innocent. I implore you to seek justice for him." Han Dong exclaimed, glancing at the battered Han Shun, who lay on the ground, his face a mask of despair. Tears streamed down his face as he held up the complaint, unable to contain his grief. Nonsense. Your brother has confessed to the murder. How can you claim he is innocent? Tang Howren shot a fierce glare at Han Dong, then turned his attention to the imposing figure of Hua Rujin, his mind racing with doubts. He had only just learned that the Han family had hired a lawyer, but to his surprise, it was the widow from the Hua family. He wondered what scheme the county magistrate was concocting. What should have been a straightforward murder case was being unnecessarily complicated, now involving a woman, also a widow, standing in court, which was a disgrace to the sanctity of the courtroom. Rather than openly questioning the magistrate, he leaned in with a serious tone and whispered to Yi Chengwei, "Sir, could it be that the lawyer hired by the Han family is this Miss Hua?" Yi Chengwei ignored the county magistrate's insinuation, merely gesturing to the court clerk Do Yiheng to bring over the legal documents for inspection. As he read the 8 prominent characters on the paper, a satisfied smile spread across his face. He leisurely turned his gaze back to Hua Rujin and the Han brothers. Speaking in a calm tone, what Tang County Magistrate has said is indeed correct. Han Shun has admitted to the murder of Zhang Yuan. Miss Hua's willingness to step forward in court today suggests she possesses insights worth sharing. Would you care to elaborate? Before Hua Rujin could respond, Zhang Xiu looked at the familiar face beside him, suddenly struck with astonishment. Isn't this the woman we encountered at Jinhu Tower yesterday? Terrified, he hastily interjected, "Sir, I protest." He pointed a finger at Hua Rujin, indignantly declaring, "What business does a woman have arguing a case in court?" Yi Chengwei picked up the gavel from the table and scrutinized it closely, his voice measured as he inquired, "Is there any law in our dynasty that forbids women from appearing in court?" The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, rendered speechless. Lucian pondered for a moment before articulating, "There is no such law, and there are precedents in the capital." The renowned Ji Yinshu, one of the 4 great talents of the Great Yi dynasty, has frequently appeared in court, advocating for the wronged and successfully clearing the names of the innocent. Her courage and intellect have even garnered praise from His Majesty. If the capital can accommodate all matters, why can our Jiangling city, under the sun of heaven's rule, not embrace diversity? Yi Chengwei addressed the crowd, his voice resonating. Justice lies not in the person, but in the argument. If Miss Hua can vindicate the innocent and seek justice for the victim, clarifying doubts for the public, why should we cling to trivialities and lose sight of the greater good? With that, he turned his gaze firmly toward Hua Rujin, stating with conviction, "Miss Hua, today you need not hold back. Speak freely." "Thank you, County Magistrate." His resolute support bolstered Hua Rujin's confidence, and she fixed her piercing gaze on the Zhang brothers, coldly retorting, "Do you truly believe that I, as a mere woman, am unworthy of debating with you? Or are you merely afraid that I will expose your deceit?" Zhang Xiu scoffed dismissively, arrogantly curling his lip. "What deceit could there possibly be, Miss Hua? Do not speak lightly of such matters." He then turned to Yi Chengwei, visibly frustrated. "I beseech you to return my uncle's body for burial. The Han family shows no remorse and cannot provide compensation. I would rather not pursue this matter. But I implore you to ensure that the murderer faces justice on behalf of my uncle." He cast a furtive glance at a nearby child, who immediately burst into tears. "Father, your death is so tragic." Zhang Xiu's skill in manipulating emotions was evident. It seemed that he could make the child weep on command, and one could imagine he would have the child call anyone father, if commanded. Hua Rujin observed the 2 brothers with cold disdain, easily seeing through their theatrics. Zhang Xiu exploded in anger. "What do you mean by that, Miss Hua? My younger brother is grieving the loss of a loved one. Of course, he would be distraught. What fault is that of his? It is only natural for kin to grieve and shed tears, yet I fear that your displays of sincerity come a bit too late." Hua Rujin sighed. "I heard that you both arrived at the county office yesterday to beat the drums for justice. Why did you not think to claim the body then? Instead, it is only today, after the Han family has come, that you suddenly wish to reclaim your uncle's remains?" Zhang Xiu argued back. "I intended to gather some funds for the journey home to better arrange my uncle's affairs. Your uncle has been missing for 3 years, and even the authorities dare not declare what happened. You, coming from afar, can only rely on hearsay. How can you so readily identify that corpse as your uncle's?" Hua Rujin's gaze was sharp as she met his eyes. "Unless you already know that your uncle died 3 years ago." "Nonsense." Zhang Xiu feigned innocence. Turning to Yi Chengwei, "Sir, I genuinely believed my uncle had gone on a journey, and upon hearing the terrible news, I could not have known so much. That is even more absurd. Rujin shook her head with a cold smile. If you and your brother truly believe your uncle was merely traveling, upon hearing such grim news, you should have first sought to confirm the body, which is only logical. Yet you claim you did not consider so much. How is it that your first thought was to extort money? Indeed, that does seem illogical. The cultured cousin chimed in from outside. Some years ago, a servant of mine was killed in a brawl. I was heartbroken for a time, first burying him and only then seeking justice and compensation for his family. How could the Zhang brothers act so unfilially towards their elder? Upon hearing this, a murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Indeed, it is said that the deceased deserve respect. How can one demand money before allowing the body to rest in peace? Even if they are not blood relatives. No one could be so heartless. Zhang Xiao was immediately engulfed in panic, pleading earnestly, Master County Magistrate, I merely wish to reclaim my uncle's remains. I implore you to advocate for me and my younger brother. Pray, young Master Zhang, face the assembly with candor. How can you ascertain that this corpse is indeed your uncle's? Rujin inquired languidly, her gaze sweeping over the court as the distant sound of drums gradually intensified. How can a headless corpse be definitively identified as that of Zhang Yuan? I believe this is a significant reason why the county magistrate hesitates to conclude the case. She continued. Yi Chunwei nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, it is quite challenging to ascertain the identity of a headless corpse. Yet, if this corpse is not Zhang Yuan's, then whose could it be? The county clerk, Tang Haoren, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, the clamorous drumming from outside interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to raise his head and inquire, who is drumming outside to voice their grievances? A court officer replied loudly, reporting to you, my lord. A beggar has come with a young girl seeking her father. The courtroom erupted in chatter once more. How peculiar today at the county office. One person failing to recognize their deceased father, while another comes specifically to seek theirs. Yi Chunwei's expression fluctuated before he regained his composure. Fixing his gaze on Hua Rujin with a cold, eerie smile, Miss Hua, you truly possess a remarkable talent for calculation. Likewise, Hua Rujin returned with a serene smile. Raising her voice above the surrounding clamor, may I ask, gentlemen, under what circumstances would a perpetrator think to sever the head from the deceased? From a criminal psychology standpoint, the perpetrator must possess an unusual motive for such an act. Lu Xuan pondered briefly, perhaps to obscure the truth and confuse the narrative. Indeed, Hua Rujin replied cheerfully, gratified by the sudden clarity of the county magistrate. To desecrate a corpse and sever a head must either serve to conceal the truth or erase evidence, or stem from deep-seated hatred. Clearly, the latter two do not apply. The Han family and Zhang Yuan had a decent relationship. If the intent were to obliterate evidence, one would not merely sever the head while leaving the rest of the body intact. Thus, the only remaining possibility is to obscure the truth. Since Han Chun has admitted to the murder, he would naturally lack such an ulterior motive. He wouldn't foolishly inform the authorities of his crime, while simultaneously leading them to speculate whether the victim was Zhang Yuan. She paused, surveying the captivated audience before continuing. The one with such a motive would desire everyone to believe that the deceased is indeed Zhang Yuan. So, who would employ such a cunning ruse and gain the most benefit from it? Yi Chunwei closed his eyes, concluding, it appears that only Zhang Yuan himself fits this description. Correct. Hua Rujin's gaze slowly shifted to the visibly anxious Zhang Xiao. Earlier, when I asserted that you were already aware of your uncle's demise 3 years ago, I fear I have wronged you. If you had murdered your uncle, you could have easily framed Han Chun. Why go to the trouble of severing the head? Hence, there remains only one possibility. You have long known that the body in the county office is not your uncle's. Miss Hua, do not wield your silver tongue to gain the upper hand, Zhang Xiao retorted angrily. My uncle disappeared without a trace in Maoyuan village. You refuse to seek justice for him, and instead slander him for your own gain. If that corpse is not my uncle's, then whose could it possibly be? Indeed, Han Dong interjected with a puzzled expression. Miss Hua, when we visited Zhang Yuan's home, it was indeed he who lay upon the bed, and the clothing was what he wore just days prior, albeit the head had been severed. This serves as his clever means of deception. Hua Rujin glared at Zhang Xiao, her thoughts consumed by the harrowing sight of Qingmini and her mother in the tunnels, her fury erupting like a volcano, uncontrollable and fierce. Chapter 68. I fear pain. 3 years prior, a bizarre disappearance case had also transpired in Jiangling City. Hua Rujin moved her delicate steps, casually surveying the crowd. Shaking her head with a cold smile, 3 years ago, Jiangling City was indeed tumultuous, with the imperial inspections taking place. The third young master of the Dou family succumbed to illness, and numerous young women vanished. The public's attention was scarcely directed toward Zhang Yuan and the wealthy businessman Cheng. However, in my research on these two cases, I discovered that Zhang Yuan and the esteemed Cheng Yuanwei had practically vanished at the same time, and Cheng Yuanwei's return to Jiangnan County coincidentally required passage through Maoyuan village. Miss Hua's words evoke some recollection. Han Dong hastily responded. Indeed, many years ago, a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan County frequently stopped at Maoyuan village while traveling between the two counties, but later, for reasons unknown, he disappeared. And what of it? How does this disappearance relate to my uncle? Zhang Xiu grumbled, displeased. Could it be that the corpse does not belong to my uncle, but rather to the Cheng family merchant? It is not beyond the realm of possibility, Hua Rujin chuckled. A wealthy merchant, who wouldn't be envious? Committing murder for wealth and then employing a clever ruse to evade capture is hardly a daunting task. With that, she turned to Yi Chengwei. I implore you, Master County Magistrate, to summon the young lady from Cheng Yuanwei's family to the court. Yi Chengwei bickoneth, and soon the old beggar entered, leading Cheng Nini, who walked heavily and with great trepidation. Zhang Xiu was taken aback, his anger flaring. Miss Hua, what do you mean by this? You obstruct my quest for justice for my uncle and now seek to seize his remains? Hua Rujin shook her head with a sigh. I still pose the same question. How do you ascertain that this corpse is your uncle's? Zhang Xiu arrogantly pouted once more. And how do you ascertain that this corpse belongs to the Cheng family merchant? I have my methods, Hua Rujin replied, secretly amused at the opportunity she had just created for herself. Surely, everyone is familiar with the concept of blood recognition. The identity of this corpse could easily be determined. With a cool gaze fixed on Zhang Xiu, she had already deduced that he harbored guilt, aligning closely with her suspicions. Although the validity of blood recognition had long been disproven in her era, it held a similar principle to DNA testing in the present day. The current wager relied solely on the psychological defenses in play. She confidently grasped Cheng Nini's bewildered form, addressing the crowd. It is said that blood is thicker than water. Although the corpse may have decayed, if there is indeed a blood relationship, even the bones remaining in the grave can merge with their kin. Today, it will be simple to discern the identity of this corpse. We need only take the deceased's bones and let the blood of a relative drip upon them. If it is the blood of a close relative, it will surely integrate with the bones. Otherwise, it will merely congeal upon the surface. Hearing her articulate reasoning, Yi Chengwei promptly commanded the attendants, fetch the remains. Although familiar with the notion of blood recognition, the concept of bone recognition was entirely new to him. He wondered where this young lady had acquired such obscure knowledge. Meanwhile, Cheng Nini felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, gazing up at Hua Rujin, her heart laden with fear. Do not be afraid, Hua Rujin gently reassured her, patting her back. After all, some matters must eventually be faced. Rather than allowing the girl to cling to false hope, it was better to lead her to accept the reality sooner. When the attendants returned with a piece of bone and a knife, Hua Rujin scrutinized it closely, noting the numerous decaying pores on the bone. Since young Master Zhang is convinced that this remains belong to your uncle, may I ask you and your brother to come forward? Without hesitation, Hua Rujin brandished the small knife, her demeanor calm and composed, which unnerved Zhang Xiu, leaving him to feign composure by shaking his head. The young boy beside him displayed unmistakable fear, clutching tightly to his shoulder. The old beggar, sensing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly closed his eyes and murmured to the young girl beside him, and I, prepare yourself. Although Grandpa Dogskin does not wish to see such an outcome, tears welled in Cheng Ni's eyes as she fought back her sorrow, pricking her finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the bones. In a short while, the blood was completely absorbed, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Zhang Xiu, it is your turn now, Yi Chengwei urged, his brows furrowed, eager to see if the blood of the Zhang brothers would also merge into the remains. However, Zhang Xiu was already trembling with fear, prostrating himself on the ground, and stammered, My lord, I confess. My uncle is indeed still alive, and this headless corpse is, as Miss Hua stated, that of Cheng Yuanwei. Upon hearing this, Cheng Ni clutched the remains tightly, bursting into tears. Observing the girl weep pitifully, Yi Chingwei's almond-shaped eyes glimmered with anger, and he slammed the table with a heavy thud, demanding, "Who is this child?" "She is merely a roadside beggar I hired for 501. Zhang Xiu replied hesitantly. Years ago, when Cheng Yuanwei passed through Maoyuan village, a torrential rain fell, and he had to take refuge at my uncle's house. My uncle, seeing that he carried a considerable amount of gold and silver, was filled with ill intent and killed him. Later, to cover his tracks, he severed Cheng Yuanwei's head and fled back to the old residence. Fearing that something might go awry, he sent me back to Maoyuan village days later to investigate, only to discover that the headless corpse had been concealed by the Han brothers, who falsely claimed my uncle was wandering the world. Thus, we managed to bury the matter. But recently we learned that the headless corpse had resurfaced. My uncle, having squandered the stolen gold and silver over the years, devised a plan to extort money from the Han family. Your uncle and the others are indeed insatiably greedy, utterly devoid of conscience." County Magistrate Tang Howren glared at Zhang Xiu, realizing that his previous assumptions had been overly simplistic. No wonder the county magistrate had been reluctant to close the case. Amidst his admiration, a profound concern flickered in his eyes as he stealthily glanced at the grieving Cheng family girl. Meanwhile, Yi Chengwei felt no inclination to relent. Casting a stern look at Lu Xun and ordering, "Immediately escort Zhang Xiu to the Zhang family residence to apprehend Zhang Yuan and retrieve the remains for a proper burial." Once Lu Xun and his men departed, he slowly approached Hua Rujin and Cheng Ni, sighing softly, "I have heard of the Cheng family's plight. I will report truthfully to the provincial government and request Governor Wen seek justice for them. Thank you." For reasons unknown, Hua Rujin felt an inexplicable surge of trust towards him. This scholar had only recently arrived in Jiangling, yet had diligently addressed numerous issues on behalf of the people. She had no doubt he would not shirk from advocating for the Cheng family. Although Yi Chengwei was unwilling to stand idly by, he harbored many concerns. The Cheng family matriarch and her young son had been deceased for many years. Could Miss Hua present concrete evidence to seek justice for her family? Hua Rujin hesitated, but nodded, as long as what Ni says is true. Even if the Cheng matriarch is but bones in a grave, traces can still be uncovered. Very well, I believe you. Yi Chengwei smiled warmly. He gazed intently at the knife in her hand and the remains that Cheng Ni clutched, suddenly asking, was that method truly effective? It was merely a deception. Seeing his curiosity, Hua Rujin felt compelled to clarify. If the county office were to replicate this method and it resulted in a farce or chaos, she would surely bear the blame. Holding the small knife, she observed the old beggar protectively covering the remains with one hand, and with a swift motion, she made a cut, causing blood to drip onto the bones, which swiftly absorbed it. "You see, it can merge," she indicated nonchalantly. Yi Chengwei suddenly realized the truth. The old beggar, however, wore a pained expression, gazing at Hua Rujin with deep resentment. "Disciple, why did you cut my hand?" "Oh, I fear the pain," Hua Rujin replied with a calm smile. Her gaze then turned serious as she earnestly requested Yi Chengwei, "I implore you, dear magistrate, to allow Ni to gather her father's remains." Yi Chengwei glanced at the bloodstains on the old beggar and Cheng Ni's hands, promptly instructing Do Yiheng, "Take them to bandage their wounds and prepare for the burial of Cheng Yuanwei." Just as he finished speaking, a commotion arose outside. The governor has arrived. Upon learning of Wen Yuming's visit, the expressions of those present tightened. Yi Chengwei, maintaining his composure, glanced at the flustered clerk Do Yiheng and coldly urged, "Hurry." He then straightened his official robe, adopting a serious demeanor as he led everyone to the front of the court, awaiting Wen Yuming's approach. As Wen entered, he instructed the officials to disperse the crowd. Shu Jinxian, sensing something amiss, worried that the governor might seek retribution against his cousin, and ordered the coachman to take Kai Baiwei and the two young ones back to the carriage before cautiously following inside. Yi Chengwei, uncertain of Wen Yuming's sudden appearance at the county office, respectfully greeted him with a bow. "I pay my respects to the governor. Do not be formal." "My brother Yi," Wen Yuming replied with a warm smile, exuding enthusiasm. However, his gaze turned deep as he looked at Hua Rujin. "I have heard that someone has unraveled a 3-year-old unsolved case in Jiangling today. I am quite curious and have come see. To be precise, it should be 2 cases," Yi Chengwei interjected deliberately. "Oh, indeed, you are correct, County Magistrate Yi," Wen Yuming nodded with a forced smile. I had forgotten that Zhang Yuan was recently determined to have been murdered. Your Excellency, you are mistaken. I do not refer to the Zhang Yuan case. Yi Chengwei remarked with meaningful intent. Zhang Yuan's greed led him to murder the wealthy Cheng merchant. Regardless of the convolutions, it ultimately remains a single case orchestrated by him. What I refer to is the negligence of Jiangnan County's magistrate, Tu Hong, who misled the higher authorities and colluded with the former magistrate, Lu Cheng, to persecute the Cheng family, resulting in the deaths of the elderly matriarch and her young son. He then retrieved a scroll filled with overnight collated clues and handed it to Wen Yuming. Last night, an assassin infiltrated the southern city, seeking to cause mischief. This information was gathered by Lu Jian from several assassins. One of them was a former constable of our county, and another was an officer from Jiangnan County. Even if officers from the county were involved, how could it implicate the two magistrates? Wen Yuming replied with a forced smile. I had heard of the disappearance of the Cheng merchant back then, and both Lu Cheng and Tu Hong sent men to search for him. Who could have anticipated that he was murdered? As for the Cheng family, the aged matriarch died of illness, and the young one, having been punished in court, was overwhelmed by grief and passed away. While it is indeed tragic, one cannot hold Magistrate Tu accountable. Upon finishing, he cast a meaningful glance at Hua Rujin and continued. County Magistrate Yi, I understand your desire to achieve results after recently arriving in Jiangling, but you must not lose sight of the bigger picture. After all, we are colleagues. Do not let a one-sided narrative damage our camaraderie. Surveying the assembly, Wen Yuming continued with a languid smile. Since the Zhang Yuan case has been resolved, the culprit identified, and Miss Hua has cleared the Han brothers of their grievances while recovering the remains of Cheng Yuan Wai for the Cheng mother and daughter, we may consider this case closed. Casting a sidelong glance at the incapacitated Han Chun lying on the ground, he erupted in anger, berating Tang Howren and the officers present. You bunch of incompetent fools. All you do is coerce confessions from innocent people. If it weren't for Miss Hua stepping in, you would have wronged good people once again. Indeed, the governor's admonition is well noted. Tang Howren, with a face full of trepidation, hastily bowed and offered his apologies. However, anyone with discernment could see that he was purposefully diverting the topic. The matters of punishment and imprisonment in the county were not under the purview of the county vice, and any reprimand should rightfully be directed towards the officials of the archives. Hurry and send Han Chun back home, and instruct the medical office to provide ample supplies of high-quality wound medicine. Wen Yuming urged impatiently, before turning to Yi Chengwei with a beaming smile, his tone immediately softening. Brother Yi, should you achieve further merit, this office will surely report to the court and advocate for your commendation. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly turned to Hua Rujin, adding, And Miss Hua, your efforts in rescuing others from peril are indeed commendable. This office is deeply appreciative and will personally reward you. After finishing, he clasped his hands in farewell to the crowd, preparing to depart. Governor, please hold, Yi Chengwei's voice, cold as ice, halted him. What you just said resonates well, for to listen to one side alone is to remain in ignorance, while to heed all is to gain clarity. As one entrenched in the officialdom, one must grasp this principle, lest one loses sight of the greater picture due to trivial matters. The deaths of the Cheng family have sparked numerous rumors. As the chief officer overseeing 6 counties and 2 dispersed prefectures in Jingzhou, how can you rely solely on the words of the county magistrate of Jiangnan? Surely, county magistrate, you exaggerate. Wen Yuming scoffed lightly. Having presided over Jingzhou for over a decade, I have a fair understanding of Tu Hong. He is not the deceitful and cruel villain you portray. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Tang Howren quickly dispatched people to escort the Han brothers away, then turned to Yi Chengwei with a smile, earnestly advising, Indeed, county magistrate as colleagues, why stir the pot further over mere street gossip that could harm our camaraderie? So-called colleagues are those of shared aspirations, while those with differing ambitions become adversaries. If one is to enjoy the emperor's bounty, one must alleviate the emperor's concerns and seek the welfare of the people. If one can so easily cast aside the fundamental principles of governance, what virtue or capability do they possess to hold the esteemed position of a county official? Yi Chengwei, with a grave countenance, faced Wen Yuming and coldly remarked, I am inclined to inquire why the governor seems intent on shielding those responsible for the Cheng family's demise. A visit to Jiangnan could easily unveil the truth. Why this reluctance to investigate? Wen Yuming was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Rujin fully comprehended the intricate web of protection within the Jingzhou officialdom, where officials shielded one another from above to below. Yet, why did Wen Yuming exhibit such trepidation towards the top scholar? His tone was always excessively courteous, making him resemble a subordinate to the top scholar. Could it be that Yi Chengwei had influential backing? Or perhaps he bore a special mission in Jiangling? Otherwise, why would he forsake the prestigious Hanlin Academy for such a murky locale? As her thoughts wandered, she suddenly recalled the recent suicide of Lu Cheng. It was indeed illogical for such a corrupt official to take his life merely for pressuring someone into a marriage of chastity. It seemed he played a far more complex role within the Jingzhou bureaucracy. Perhaps he had been silenced. With this realization, she echoed Yi Chengwei's sentiments, Governor. The whispers of the populace are indeed fearsome. In just 2 years, we shall see a new round of court examinations, and the list of promotions for the provincial salt transport officials is soon to be submitted to the court. Governor Tang's commendable handling of the disaster will undoubtedly earn him significant merit, making his promotion to the provincial government inevitable. This remark struck a chord with Wen Yuming. It was prudent to seek to avoid mistakes at this juncture. Coupled with the urgent missive received from the Ministry of Personnel, he realized he still lacked a thorough understanding of Yi Chengwei's background and could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence in his hands. The Cheng family's demise had occurred many years prior. Their remains had long since decayed, leaving no traces to investigate. With this in mind, Wen Yuming let out a chilling laugh in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 070. In the Jianghu, one must endure the blade casting a discreet glance at Yi Chengwei. Wen Yuming resolutely declared, "This office is neither a person enamored with accolades, nor a fool who colludes for personal gain. I merely sympathize with County Magistrate Yi, who toils day and night, having just resolved the county's long-standing issues, only to be tasked with accompanying this office on a distant tour. My heart aches for you. Your concern is much appreciated, Governor," Yi Chengwei replied, internally disdainful of the governor's grandiloquent rhetoric. "As a servant of the emperor, it is my duty to relieve the emperor's burdens and alleviate my superior's worries. I dare not claim hardship." "Very well," Wen Yuming said with a bitter smile, then turned to his secretary, Mu Xian, with a knowing look, instructing Mu, quickly arrange for personnel at the state office and prepare to depart for Jiangnan immediately. Mu Xian's expression briefly flickered, but he soon returned to normal, promptly acknowledging the order. Rujin and Yi Chengwei exchanged glances, both suspecting that Wen Yuming would send someone ahead to communicate with Jiangnan. However, while some matters could be concealed, excessive obfuscation often led to suspicion. She was confident she could uncover any flaws. With a calm demeanor, she addressed Wen Yuming and Yi Chengwei, "Gentlemen, please wait. In the haste of my departure, I must first inform my mother." "Thank you, Miss Hua, for accompanying this office on this journey," Wen Yuming smiled, gesturing for her to proceed. His cunning gaze flickered across Yi Chengwei's serene face, igniting a sense of unease within him. There were numerous renowned litigators in Jiangling. Why would the Han family hire this young widow to represent them? Moreover, why were the long-missing Cheng mother and daughter associated with this widow? These thoughts perplexed him. Reflecting on Yi Chengwei's recent visit to Maoyuan village, clarity began to dawn. It seemed everything was orchestrated by the top scholar. Rujin and Shu Jinxian stepped out of the county office, gazing at the carriage parked in the distance. The scholarly cousin, filled with concern, asked, "Cousin, are you truly going to accompany young Master Yi and Governor Wen to Jiangnan?" "I must go," Rujin replied resolutely. Having decided to advocate for NI, she felt compelled to see it through. Moreover, she could not indefinitely rely on the top scholar for her cases. If she could not depend on her childhood friend, she certainly could not lean on an ex-fiancé. What she witnessed in the courtroom today made her acutely aware of the societal hostility towards women. As a widow, her path to success would be fraught with challenges. She would need to devise bold strategies to navigate this unjust world. If the world was unfair, she would dismantle it. Observing her cousin lost in thought, Shu Jinxian remained perplexed about how she had come to know the Cheng family's young maid. As they continued walking, he pressed, "Cousin, the Cheng family situation is complicated, and Governor Wen may be implicated as well. I worry about you wading into such murky waters." Rujin responded with a light-hearted smile. "In the Jianghu, one must endure the blade. It merely depends on whose blade is sharper. In this profession, the rewards are far greater than average. But one must also shoulder greater risks. There is no need for you to fret over my affairs." Turning to her concerned cousin, Rujin was at a loss for how to reassure him further. He always empathized with her, making it difficult for her to be unkind. Yet, she was no longer the beloved cousin he cherished. She could not reveal the truth. After some thought, she gently advised, "Cousin, you shouldn't fixate on me. I'm a widow now. You ought to focus on your medical studies and await a promising future in the palace. How can you call yourself a widow? Do not belittle yourself," Shu Jinxian replied, his face etched with concern. The governor personally read the annulment letter and the letter of remorse penned by Douyu. "You have been wronged, and I doubt anyone would dare speak ill of you behind your back." Rujin smiled helplessly as she departed. Watching his cousin stride confidently toward the carriage, Shu Jinxian couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Even as a widow, she is a beautiful and kind-hearted one. Kai Baiwei sat anxiously in the carriage, flanked by two small children. Her gaze distractedly fixed on the siblings as they played with the silver coins handed to them by the Han family, while her peripheral vision remained alert to the direction of the county office. Upon seeing her daughter emerge, she leapt from the carriage, grasping her daughter's delicate hand, and hurriedly inquired, "How did it go? Have the matters been resolved?" Rujin glanced around, then pulled Kai Baiwei back into the carriage, softly advising, "Mother, I must accompany the county magistrate to Jiangnan County. You all should wait at home for my return, and please take care of Xiao Tuanshuan in my absence." "Is it absolutely necessary?" Kai Baiwei felt a tumult of confusion, sharing the same perplexity as her cousin. How could this girl have any connection with the Chung family girl? "It is indeed imperative," Rujin affirmed with a nod. "Once we save enough silver, we can purchase a house in the inner city, and our family will no longer have to endure this wandering existence. If we can help NI's family seek justice this time, we will undoubtedly gain a reputation throughout Jingzhou, making it much easier to take on future cases." Yet Huamuyang was vehemently opposed. Discarding the 2 ingots of silver in his hands and clinging to Rujin, pleading loudly, "Sister, I do not want a house. I only want you to stay with us." Huayuan, however, remained calm, reassured by the presence of her brother-in-law accompanying them, and cheerfully said, "Sister, you may go with brother-in-law without worry. We will behave at home and take good care of mother." Kai Baiwei rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Yuan, do not speak foolishly. That is the county magistrate. You cannot refer to him as brother-in-law." Yet, deep down, she began to lament the circumstances. Had it not been for her mother-in-law's earlier misdeeds, her daughter would now be the legitimate wife of the county magistrate, rather than facing constant scrutiny. But knowing her daughter was going to Jiangnan County with young master, Yi provided her with some comfort. Gently taking the silver coins from the 2 children, she placed them into her daughter's hands, softly instructing, "These coins were sent by the Han brothers. Make sure to keep them safe, and do not neglect your own needs while you are there. If your stay extends, purchase a couple of changes of clothing. You must not suffer any hardship." Observing the silver in her hand, Rujin smiled and replied, "I still have silver here. Mother, do not forget that Aunt gave me 300 taels yesterday, along with the county's compensation. Please keep the 40 taels safe and return the remaining 10 taels to the Han family when you have the chance. We must not take more than we need from others." Kai Baiwei hesitated before nodding. "Very well. I shall keep it all for you." Just then, they heard a cacophony of strange sounds from outside. The 2 small children hurriedly pulled back the carriage curtains to see a group of Taoist priests in yellow robes circling the carriage, wielding peachwood swords and chanting incantations in a bizarre manner. The mother and daughters were taken aback, about to scold them when Shu Jinxian rushed over, angrily pointing at the odd priests and cursing, "You filthy Taoists! What mischief are you up to here?" As soon as Rujin peered out, she was confronted by an old priest with a handlebar mustache, who waved his peachwood sword in front of her, then spat out a foul-smelling yellow wine onto the sword, dancing lightly in front of the carriage while loudly proclaiming, "Hiya, the king of heaven covers the earth tiger, the pagoda subdues the river monster. What demon is here causing trouble? Reveal your true form at once." As the priest finished, the governor, Wen Yuming, stormed out in a fit of rage. Though he had agreed to accompany Yi Chengwei to Jiangnan County, he was seething inside, feeling disgruntled about being ordered around by a 7th-rank county magistrate. Seeing the group of priests acting theatrically outside the county office only intensified his anger, as their mocking tones seemed to insinuate something deeper, prompting him to bellow, "You insolent Taoists, how dare you spread your absurdities at the county office?" With that, he turned to the officers emerging behind him and shouted, "Seize them and give them a good beating." The Taoists barely had time to protest before they were dragged away and beaten mercilessly in the corner, their cries echoing throughout the county office. Watching from a hidden spot was Meng Yutong, who, along with Hua Shiyu, sensed the situation was amiss and rushed forward to explain, "Governor, please do not misunderstand. These priests mean you no harm. They have come to dispel misfortune and drive away evil spirits on your behalf." Dispelling what misfortune? Driving away what evil? Wen Yuming was even more incensed, directing his ire at the pair of women. Before he had even set off for Jiangnan County, they had caused such a scene, which clearly suggested a collusion with the county magistrate, Zhang Hong. Then he recalled the previous day's incident regarding Meng Yanli's stabilization of rice prices in Jiangling City and angrily pointed at the two women, saying, "Your father has entangled himself in trouble, and now you dare to bring misfortune to my office? Do you want me to wipe out the entire Meng family before you realize your folly? Governor, I harbor no ill intentions." Meng Yutong, flustered, looked towards the approaching Yi Chengwei and his servant Ting In, rushing to greet them. "Young Master Yi, I have come to assist you in seeking revenge." Recognizing the two women, Ting In leaned close to Yi Chengwei and whispered, "Young Master, these two are from the Hua family who delivered silver to us the other day." Yi Chengwei suddenly understood. Nodding, "I see now it was not that girl. Although I have yet to form a deep affection for the young lady from the Hua family. Her demeanor does not suggest the shamelessness of others. I must have mistaken her for someone else, considering the recent events closely tied to the Meng family." He cast a stern glance at the smiling Meng Yutong and remarked, "I do not judge others by their appearance, but your presence here is rather unbecoming. Please conduct yourself appropriately." He then led Ting and to assist the old beggar and Cheng Nini into the carriage. After helping the elderly and young onto the county office carriage, Ting politely invited, "The county office has prepared a carriage for Miss Hua. Please, Miss Hua, step aboard." Hua Rujin observed the commotion for a while before realizing that Meng Yutong, the scheming woman, had come to seek her misfortune yet again, inadvertently inciting Wen Yuming's ire. This was indeed quite awkward, an unnecessary provocation that would only bring suffering upon herself. After reassuring Kai Bai Wei and the two children, she stepped out, casting a wary glance at Meng Yutong and Hua Shiyu, her mind racing with thoughts. Could they have sensed something? Did they already know that she was no longer the original owner of this body? Meanwhile, Shu Jinxian, feeling exasperated with her maternal aunt and cousin, chose to ignore them and instead searched the crowd for Hua Jiangsu's figure. As a county school instructor, he could not simply stand by and watch this pair of women wreak havoc. Spotting Hua Jiangsu as furtive eyes in the crowd, she called out, "Second uncle, why don't you intervene? Are you not tired of the embarrassment brought upon our family by your wife and the Meng family?" Hua Jiangsu, watching the governor's fluctuating expressions from a distance, approached with trepidation, awkwardly explaining, "Jin Xian, your aunt only wishes to help Rujin. She is concerned that Rujin has attracted misfortune while at the Dou family's residence and intends to drive away any evil." Indeed. Meng Yutong chimed in, her voice strained. "Rujin has been persistently troubled by the vengeful spirit of her late husband at the Dou family, and with Dou Yuanwei now imprisoned and facing execution, he will surely not let her go." Kai Bai Wei, watching the unfolding scene from within the carriage, seethed with anger. Now that her family had moved out, they continued to target her daughter without respite. Reflecting back, it was indeed the second sister-in-law who had sabotaged the engagement with the Yi family, leading to her daughter's current unfortunate state. No longer able to tolerate the situation, Kai Bai Wei clenched her teeth and placed the silver in the hands of the little one, then furiously leaped down from the carriage. She cast aside her usual gentle and composed demeanor and, in front of Hua Jiangsu and the gathered crowd, she seized Meng Yutong and unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks. "Had you not conspired to persuade my mother to break off the engagement with the Yi family, how could my precious Rujin have been forced into marrying into the Dou family? If you were not so selfish and unscrupulous, aiming to elevate your own daughter at the expense of mine, how could Rujin now be ridiculed as a widow? Is your daughter destined to become the wife of a county magistrate, while mine is merely worthy of being buried alive with a sickly wretch?" Her relentless accusations and overwhelming fury left Meng Yutong defenseless. Hua Jiangsu and Hua Shiyu attempted to intervene, but were halted by a fierce glare from Yi Chengwei. Only at that moment did Yi Chengwei realize that the engagement with the Sixth House's young lady had been ruined by this mother-daughter duo. Although he had never harbored feelings for the Hua family daughter, he had long accepted the betrothal as his fate. In his vexation, He cast a detached glance at Rujin, who stood by the carriage, merely observing the spectacle. After all, he did not wish to personally vent his anger. At that moment, when Yuming began to comprehend that the top scholar had recently been rather close to the Hua family young lady, revealing the existence of their engagement. As a colleague, he felt compelled to defend him, deliberately blocking the eager officials who wished to intervene. After Kai Baiwei had sufficiently vented her wrath, she finally let out a sigh of relief as she beheld the disheveled Meng Yutong. However, upon noticing the cold and peculiar gazes of the surrounding crowd, she realized she had lost her composure. She hurriedly approached Wen Yuming and Yi Chengwei, awkwardly apologizing. This humble woman has acted violently in public, which is against the virtues of womanhood. I implore you, esteemed sirs, to punish me. Cough. There are reasons for my actions, and they are understandable. Your daughter has just achieved great merit for our county, so we shall not penalize you this time. With a disapproving glance at the battered and bloodied Meng Yutong, Wen Yuming managed a stiff smile. A wise judge cannot resolve familial disputes, but the Hua lady must exercise restraint in her future actions to avoid causing any fatalities. Your words are duly noted, esteemed sir, Kai Baiwei replied gently. Hua Rujin had already discerned that the officials were deliberately supporting Kai Baiwei, and she quietly stepped forward to assist her mother, softly advising, "Mother, let us return to the carriage." Meanwhile, the elegant cousin, watching the commotion, felt a sense of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle and virtuous aunt would engage in such a public brawl today, fulfilling her long-held desire to act without fear. He approached Hua Rujin and kindly reassured her, "Cousin, do not worry about Jiangnan County. I will send someone to take good care of your mother in Muyang." "Thank you," Hua Rujin replied with a radiant smile. Chapter 072. Teacher's kindness and students' filial piety. When Yuming now felt a sense of displeasure upon seeing the Hua Jiangsu family. His gaze drifted to the panicked group of Taoists in the corner before he erupted in anger, chastising. As a county school instructor, if you cannot even manage household matters, how can you educate the students of this county? You are simply leading them astray. You have listened to slander and brought a group of Taoists to the county office to mislead the public. That Lu Cheng must be blind to allow you into the county school. From now on, return home and properly educate your wife and children. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned with a smile toward Hua Rujin, continuing, "Miss Hua, your grandfather once suffered for the people of Jiangling City. This kindness will be remembered not only by this office, but by all citizens of Jiangling City. Today, you have once again rendered service to the county. As I mentioned earlier, we shall reward you. When your father returns, I will have him take over your uncle's duties at the county office." "Thank you, esteemed governor." Hua Rujin and Kai Baiwei exchanged glances filled with joy. They were uncertain whether the Meng family's scheming matriarch was a blessing or a curse. Having previously given silver, she now threatened Hua Jiangsu's livelihood. If this continued, only the Meng family's remaining assets would be left. "Esteemed governor." Hua Jiangsu felt a surge of urgency and was about to plead for mercy when Yuming silenced him with a piercing glare. "Leave. You, a person of no character or virtue, should not appear before this office again." Tang Howren understood the implication and promptly led the officials to expel the second branch of the Hua family along with the battered Taoists. The members of the second branch could only leave in disgrace. Once the county office was quiet again, when Yuming resumed his smile, respectfully gesturing to Yi Chengwei. "Shall we depart, brother Yi?" "After you, esteemed governor." Yi Chengwei noted that it was the first time he had witnessed Wen Yuming taking decisive action. After bidding farewell to Shu Jinxian and Kai Baiwei, he mounted his steed and led a large entourage toward Jiangnan County. Kai Baiwei watched her daughter's carriage disappear at the end of the street before reboarding the Shu family's carriage to return home. Meanwhile, the elegant cousin felt a mix of joy and concern. He was delighted that his uncle's family would prosper, yet he found his cousin's attitude increasingly difficult to understand. For now, he could only strive for success and achieve a degree in the civil service. On the road to Jiangnan County, Cheng Nini continued to weep uncontrollably. Hua Rujin, having never received affection from her parents, held no expectations in that regard. Instead, she watched the young girl, who had faced repeated losses of loved ones at such a tender age, and wondered how anyone could endure such suffering. Embracing the little girl, she felt uncertain how to comfort her, allowing her to cry freely. The old beggar sat quietly across from them, observing the two in silence. After what felt like an eternity, When the little girl became exhausted and fell asleep on Hua Rujin's lap, she finally dared to ask the old beggar softly, "Does Nini have any relatives?" The old beggar shook his head sadly. "I am uncertain. I once heard Nini's mother mention that her hometown had an uncle who was the biological brother of the old matriarch of the Chung family, but that family has never shown their face, likely not wishing to interfere with Nini's affairs." Hua Rujin blinked slightly. This poses a complicated problem. Who will Nini rely on for support in the future? Why do you wish to help this girl? The old beggar looked at her in confusion. Hua Rujin replied with a cold smile, "You, who wander aimlessly and struggle to find food. Why do you bow your head and beg to protect them?" The old beggar's expression darkened. "Mind your own business." "Then do not pry into mine," Hua Rujin retorted, turning her head away. The two of them faced away from each other, unperturbed. After a while, the old beggar could no longer endure the silence and initiated the conversation. "My dear disciple, Wen Yuming is not to be trifled with. That Tu Hong is also a confidant he had during his previous post. He will undoubtedly show favoritism toward him. The fact that he can send you and the top scholar to Jiangnan County indicates that he is confident you will uncover nothing. Do you have a plan to find evidence against Tu Hong?" Hua Rujin grew increasingly curious about the old beggar. In the Dou family's underground, he had shown remarkable abilities while being pursued by that malevolent entity. And yet, just days prior, he had leapt with exceptional skill within her own secret passage, repeatedly playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. She wondered what his true intentions were. Noticing his keen interest in her, she playfully pressed her lips together. "What do you suggest, esteemed elder?" Seeing that she was unwilling to divulge her thoughts, the old beggar finally revealed, "To be frank, I visited Jiangnan County some time ago and found several witnesses who had seen the old matriarch of the Chung family being assaulted. I even located the burial site of Nini's little uncle. However, nearly 3 years have passed, and their bodies have long since decayed, without solid evidence. Even if someone dares to testify, the county office will likely dismiss their claims." After a brief pause, he smiled bitterly, saying, "Setting aside the fact that Wen Yuming may offer protection, Jiangnan County is hardly the territory of a top scholar. The saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I fear that in the end, no one will dare to speak up for Ni's family." It turned out that the old senior had vanished a few days ago to seek evidence. Hua Rujin smiled knowingly. No wonder he had been absent lately. Testimonies from the living are often precarious. Only the words of the deceased can command respect. Hua Rujin sighed meaningfully. "What I fear most is that even getting the dead to speak may prove a challenge." The old beggar looked bewildered. Getting the dead to speak is inherently difficult. Hua Rujin had no intention of clarifying matters for him. Instead, she shifted the conversation. "The journey to Jiangnan County spans nearly 100 miles. It seems we cannot reach there today. In a single night, they can accomplish much. When we arrive at the post inn, the senior will inform the county magistrate of the whereabouts of the witnesses you have found. We must ensure that we are not played for fools." The old beggar frowned. "How can you be so reckless, girl? Engaging in such antics right under Wen Yuming's nose is precisely what he desires." Cough. "Governor Wen is a good man and has treated me well. His personal visit to Jiangnan County speaks volumes of his integrity. How can the senior be so petty?" Hua Rujin feigned reproach. Since he was unwilling to open his heart to her, she saw no reason to do the same. The old beggar pouted, inwardly cursing his rebellious disciple. He wondered what schemes this girl was up to. By the time they arrived at the post in near Jiangnan County, twilight had settled. Hua Rujin assisted Chung Ni from the carriage and spotted Yi Chunwei directing the attendants to tidy up the inn. Upon seeing each other, Hua Rujin quickly signaled to the old beggar, indicating for him to speak. The old beggar understood her intent and reluctantly approached Yi Chunwei, whispering a few words. Yi Chunwei's expression turned stern, and he immediately waved to several attendants. After giving them instructions, the attendants hurriedly disappeared into the night. Wen Yuming stepped down from his sedan chair, sensing something amiss, and quickly signaled to his assistant, Mu Xian. He then cast a furtive glance at Hua Rujin and the young girl she was supporting, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed up at the inn, letting out a heavy sigh. "Brother Yi, although this office has come to Jiangnan County alongside you, we are all colleagues under the same roof. To honor our camaraderie, if it turns out that there has been a grave misunderstanding regarding Magistrate 2, this office is willing to mediate, absolving you and Miss Hua of any guilt. Just sincerely apologize to him, so that this office may find a way out." "Well said." Yi Chunwei replied with a forced smile, casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly carefree Hua Rujin. Although he had dispatched people to Jiangnan County overnight, such petty schemes could hardly escape the notice of Wen Yuming and his associates. Surely, this girl was not so shallow as to believe otherwise. Chapter 073. A secret meeting under the moon. The post inn on the outskirts of Jiangnan County was somewhat remote and modest. The main building accommodated officials of various ranks, while the attendants rested in different corners of the inn, taking turns on duty. At night, the inn staff delivered meals. Yi Chunwei looked at the sparse dishes on the table, and, thinking of the crying Chung family girl, his expression darkened. He pointed at the 2 meat dishes and instructed Ting and take these 2 dishes to Miss Hua's room in the opposite loft. Ting hesitated momentarily, but said nothing, quickly taking the dishes downstairs. After making do with the remaining food, Yi Chunwei perused a few pages of the military law book he had brought along. But thoughts of the upcoming journey to Jiangnan County filled him with unease. For all these years, he had acted with prudence and caution, while he wished to thoroughly investigate the Chung family's case, given the current circumstances, as long as Wen Yuming harbored favoritism, and the people of Jiangnan County remained obstinate, the matter could swiftly turn complicated. He truly lacked certainty. For some inexplicable reason, he had agreed so readily to that girl today, believing her words without reservation. Turning to the window, he caught a glimpse of the hazy moonlight filtering through the willow leaf panes. He slowly rose to open the window, and there on the opposite loft, he saw a familiar face. Hua Rujin had just finished her meal, and, after lulling Chung and I to sleep, intended to open the window for some fresh air, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Chunwei. They exchanged smiles and simultaneously gazed down at the shimmering lake illuminated by moonlight. Before long, the 2 figures appeared by the lakeshore. Their dark eyes quietly surveyed the tranquil surface of the water for a long while before Hua Rujin finally broke the silence. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for the food." "You're welcome," Yi Chunwei replied with a faint smile. A gentle breeze stirred, creating ripples on the lake surface. "Are you not worried that my inability to uncover evidence will drag you down?" Hua Rujin turned to glance at his serene face, illuminated by moonlight. "Are you not concerned that this county may conspire with Governor Wan to retaliate?" Yi Chunwei countered, gazing up at the crescent moon, unhurriedly returning the question. Hua Rujin pursed her lips and smiled softly. "Now is not the opportune moment." Yi Chunwei hesitated. That is true. The affair with the Dou family was long past, and he had never given it much thought. He then replied earnestly, "In a few days, the inspector from the supervisory office will arrive in Jingzhou Prefecture. The Chung family's case is both easy and difficult. Ultimately, it hinges on a decision from above." Hua Rujin suddenly understood. "So, young Master Yi has already made a decision. If I cannot find evidence, you intend to escalate the matter directly to request the 8 prefectures inspector to oversee this case? By then, even if Wen Yuming wished to offer protection, he would have to consider the supervisory office. He would not jeopardize greater interests for lesser ones." This time, Yi Chunwei remained silent, and Hua Rujin discerned his concerns. If an inspector from the supervisory office examines the case on site, gathering evidence and managing the proceedings will become much easier. However, escalating the matter will ultimately affect your reputation. "All mere titles," Yi Chunwei replied with a faint smile. "Since I have promised to accompany you, I will ensure your safety. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I have vowed to find evidence and will not go back on my word," Hua Rujin stated firmly. "I will not allow you to reach that point." They exchanged smiles once more, bowing in farewell. Yet, just as they turned to leave, a voice with an odd tone rang out from above. What a delightful pair. A match made in heaven. Recognizing the voice of the old beggar, Hua Rujin looked up to see the peculiar old man leaning against the willow tree, half of his face peering down at them. "Eavesdropping is unbecoming," Hua Rujin chided. "Meeting under the moonlight is hardly the conduct of a top scholar." The old beggar retorted with a sly grin. "Dear disciple, do not wrong me. I am but an old beggar, not a gentleman. Besides, I prefer to eavesdrop from the tree rather than the rafters," he added. Hearing the banter between the master and disciple, Yi Chunwei awkwardly coughed and waved to Tingen, who was standing nearby. When Tingen approached, Yi Chunwei promptly inquired, "Tingen, why have you not arranged a room for the old senior?" With a pained expression, Tingen looked up at the old beggar in the tree. "I did arrange one, but this old senior insisted that he would be uncomfortable sleeping inside." "Indeed, the senior is quite unconventional," Yi Chunwei remarked, offering no further comment. After bowing to the two, he led Ting and hastily back to the room. Hua Rujin examined the old beggar, her chin resting on her hand. Noticing a willow branch dangling above him, she seized it and yanked it hard, producing a sharp crack as the old beggar tumbled down. Oh dear! The old beggar rose from the ground, cursing vehemently. You wretched girl, I am your master. I never agreed to this. Hua Rujin, hands clasped behind her back, walked towards the loft, reveling in her mischief. The old beggar, his face twisted in indignation, pursued her, exclaiming, You cannot deny it. You promised to be my disciple. A gentleman's word is his bond. I am not a gentleman. I am a woman, Hua Rujin retorted, shutting the door behind her, leaving the old beggar outside. He shook his head in frustration, muttering to himself, That wretched girl, truly beyond description. He sought refuge in a sturdy, ancient tree by the lake, leaping up and disappearing into the night. As dusk descended and the stars blanketed the sky, the county office in Jiangnan was ablaze with light. County Magistrate Tu Hong summoned his trusted aides, surveying the anxious crowd before him. He instructed his secretary, Chen Rue, tomorrow, officials from Jingzhou will arrive. You and the county deputy must personally welcome them. Is the magistrate not going to greet Governor Wen himself? Sheng Hui inquired, stroking his long beard, a look of confusion on his face. I have a prior engagement to meet an old acquaintance, Tu Hong replied, his gaze solemnly fixed on the deputy and the clerk. Rest assured, I have arranged everything regarding those matters. They will not dare to speak carelessly. The clerk responded respectfully. Very well. With me in charge, the skies over Jiangnan shall not fall, Tu Hong affirmed, knowing that while the locals remained silent, he had concerns. The clerk, his brow furrowed, voiced his worries. The grave of the Chung family's second son is indeed hidden, yet I fear they may discover its location. They have been dead for years. Their bones have long since decayed. What do they possibly uncover? Yet, he recalled that it was not only Governor Wen Yueming who was visiting, but also the newly appointed magistrate of Jiangling, Yi Chengwei. This man, who should have been in the Hanlin Academy, was sent to Jingzhou. His background was surely significant. Tu Hong cautioned, our new Jinshi, having persuaded the governor to inspect our county, must believe he holds evidence. I heard an old beggar came here recently, then vanished. He may have found witnesses. Keep a close watch on anyone coming from Jiangling. They must not slip from our sight. Rest assured, I will ensure all personnel are deployed, the clerk affirmed. As long as they remain under our watchful eyes, no one will dare to utter a word. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances and dispersed. Chapter 074. Master. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, the first light of dawn seeped into the room, awakening Hua Rujin from her slumber. She felt a chill in the air and glanced down at Cheng Nini, who was curled tightly against her, her eyes puffy and red from crying. Hua Rujin gently touched the corner of Nini's eye, finding it damp, as if soaked by rain. How long has this little girl been weeping in the night? She pondered. Carefully shifting her position, she noticed Nini had awoken, her eyes wide with alarm as she turned away. Hua Rujin placed a comforting hand on Nini's shoulder, softly saying, I know you are hurting. You have lost both your mother and father. But you must gather your strength today. There is no need to fear in the county. I will ensure justice for your family. Yes, I will follow your lead, sister. I will do anything to avenge my parents, Nini replied with determination. Turning back to embrace Hua Rujin tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your father's remains will surely be found, Hua Rujin reassured her, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Once we settle matters here, I will accompany you and your grandfather to Jiangling to retrieve your mother's body and properly bury your parents. Okay, Nini sobbed in agreement. After soothing her, Hua Rujin fetched some cool water to compress Nini's swollen eyes. Soon, breakfast arrived at the inn. They ate together, and once they had filled their stomachs and tidied their appearances, they stepped outside. Outside the inn, everyone was ready to set off. Wen Yueming, stroking his beard with satisfaction, called out to Jiangnan County office. Hold on, Governor. Hua Rujin interjected, guiding Nini to Yi Chengwei's side and casually glancing at the old beggar. With a serious expression, she declared, I have heard that County Magistrate Tu buried the Chung family's second son elsewhere. Today, Nini wishes to return with her father's remains, and I would like to request the governor's presence as a witness. I intend to open the coffin to identify the bodies and ensure the family is laid to rest together. The hurried burial did indeed do a disservice to the Chung family, she continued. I will send someone to procure fine coffins for the mother and son. Wen Yueming, standing before the sedan chair, cast a cold glance at Hua Rujin. However, after so many years, what can be determined from opening the coffin? Miss Hua, do not let this distract us from our primary purpose. We must proceed to the county office. If the locals have committed wrongs, we need only capture them and extract confessions through interrogation. Governor, your reasoning is flawed, Hua Rujin countered with a smile. Why complicate matters when they can be resolved simply? Observing her confidence, Yi Chengwei suspected that her recent actions were merely a diversion, having easily unraveled the old Taoist deceit regarding the Dou family. She had also exposed Dou Yu's schemes, demonstrating her proficiency in the arts of deception. He feared her true intent lay with the remains of the Cheng family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Chengwei urged Wen Yueming, I implore you, Governor, let us proceed directly to the Cheng family's burial site. Wen Yueming hesitated, glancing at his secretary Mu Xian and the county deputy Tang Haoran before reluctantly agreeing. Very well, we shall follow your advice. Hua Rujin felt a surge of joy and discreetly turned to the old beggar, addressing him warmly, Master. Please lead the way to relocate the remains of the Cheng family's second son to their ancestral grave. The old beggar, delighted by the sudden title, beamed, Rest assured, my dear disciple, I shall guide you in your task. Seeing their harmonious relationship, Yi Chengwei could not help but recall the events beneath the Dou family estate. Though the old beggar seemed eccentric, he exuded an air of deep mystery, likely imparting his knowledge to Hua Rujin. As they were new to Jiangnan County and the remains of the Cheng family were of utmost importance, he instructed Ting and take several individuals to accompany the elder. Ensure nothing happens to the remains. Understood, Ting replied, selecting a few individuals to accompany the old beggar, who promptly departed. Hua Rujin then helped Cheng Nini into the carriage, and they proceeded directly to the Cheng family burial site with the governor's entourage. At the west city gate of Jiangnan County, the scribe Chen Rui awaited the arrival of officials from the state government with a group of junior clerks. After a prolonged period of waiting, they were met with uncertainty and whispers among themselves. Suddenly, a young servant rushed in, dusty and breathless, delivering news. Sir, the county magistrate, Governor Wen, and County Chief Yi have not entered the city. Instead, they headed directly to the Cheng family's burial site. The group exchanged startled glances, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. Why would they go to a grave? The clerk furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The servant hesitated before adding, I heard they intend to first inter the remains of Master Cheng. The county magistrate scoffed coldly. This is merely a diversion. But the county chief is not present. What should we do now? The clerk pressed urgently. Chen Rui sensed something amiss. Realizing that most of the county's personnel were occupied in a legal skirmish with the officers from Jiangling County, leaving them without adequate manpower. If they intended to exploit the dead for their own purposes, there would be no time to intervene. The magistrate, conflicted, glanced at the contemplative scribe and said, even if they are to exhume the remains for examination, 2 decayed skeletons cannot yield any substantial evidence. We must prioritize monitoring those individuals. Chen Rui pondered and nodded, considering that the Cheng family still had a widow and a brother, while the son-in-law depended on him to contend for the family's fortune. He quickly instructed the clerk, Master Qian, go summon Lu Jiang, the son-in-law of the late Elder Wang's family. We must hasten to Shaoyan Mountain. After a moment of hesitation, Qian complied and departed. Yet, Chen Rui's heart remained uneasy. Which acquaintance could the county chief possibly wish to meet at this juncture? Surely, nothing could be more critical than dealing with the state officials. He was left in the dark regarding the chief's intentions. Reflecting on past events, he had selflessly helped resolve issues for the Cheng family, believing that aligning himself with Tu Hong would lead to a promising future. However, he soon realized that Tu was always secretive and wary of him, never truly considering him an ally. Now, having boarded a ship of misfortune, he could only gamble everything on this venture. As he observed the dark clouds dissipating at the horizon, he hesitantly waved to the crowd and hurried towards Shaoyan Mountain. Chapter 75. Refusal to acknowledge. A gentle breeze swept over the hills, and the warm sun illuminated the earth. The long-dormant Shaoyan Mountain was now bustling with activity. Amidst the busy officials, Hua Rujin gazed up at the sky, unable to suppress her admiration. What a blue sky and white clouds. Today truly is an auspicious day for an autopsy. Wen Yueming, noticing her feigned seriousness, was puzzled by the girl's intentions. Following her gaze, He too looked at the sky and asked, feigning calmness, Miss Hua, are you truly able to prove that the old matriarch of the Chung family was beaten to death? Today, I shall ensure that the governor's visit is worthwhile. Hua Rujin furrowed her brows and offered him a faint smile. She then wrote a list and handed it to Yi Chengwei, instructing him to prepare the necessary items. Yi Chengwei scrutinized the list, guessing that these items were required for the coroner's examination, despite the fact that the individual had been deceased for 3 years. He remained baffled as to how they could ascertain the cause of the old matriarch's death. However, observing her calm demeanor, he dismissed his concerns and instructed the officials to procure the items as she directed. As several officials began to dig and open the grave, Hua Rujin also had workers excavate a pit nearby, approximately 5 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 2 feet deep. Though trained in forensic science, the lack of advanced instruments in this era necessitated the use of ancient methods to obtain the desired results. That night, the individuals from Jiangnan County had no intention of destroying evidence, indicating they were oblivious to her plans to leverage the bodies for their own ends. It seemed they were certain that nothing incriminating could be discovered from the corpses, as they had dispatched all personnel to engage in a legal altercation with Jiangling County's officers. It appeared her strategy of diversion had indeed proven effective, and she smiled to herself. Before long, the old beggar and Ting successfully relocated the remains of Cheng's second son intact from another location. Yi Chengwei ensured that the required items were properly prepared. As they gazed at the 3 decayed skeletons in the grave, Hua Rujin instructed the coroners, extract 3 pieces of backbone from each corpse, clean them with fresh water, and arrange them on the grass mat in order. The coroners complied one by one. While they were busy cleaning the bones, Hua Rujin had others line the pit with charcoal and begin to heat it. At that moment, Chun Rui, leading a group of clerks, hurriedly arrived at the hilltop. Witnessing the chaotic scene, they rushed towards Wen Yuming, pleading loudly, Governor, what is happening? Disturbing the souls of the deceased is a significant disrespect. Please order an immediate halt to this, allowing the deceased to rest in peace. Seeing Chun Rui, the notorious litigator, Chung and I trembled with rage as she broke free from Hua Rujin's grasp and rushed towards him, fists flying as she shouted, It's you. You deceived our family out of all our money, colluded with County Chief Tu to cause my grandmother and uncle's deaths, and even harmed my mother. Return our money, our mother, our uncle, and our grandmother's lives. Cease your nonsense, you vile girl. Chun Rui snapped, shoving her away roughly. Your grandmother died of a sudden illness, and your uncle brought his misfortune upon himself. Do not slander me. He then smoothed his clothes and smiled at Wen Yuming, explaining, Governor, do not heed the words of a mere child. The Chung family's wealth was reasonably acquired. I wrote the lawsuit on their behalf. I must earn a living to support my family. Chung and I, pushed far away, fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Hua Rujin and the old beggar rushed to help her, offering comfort. Observing Chun Rui's brazen demeanor, Hua Rujin's eyes darkened as she demanded, I need only to ask one thing today. Did the old matriarch of the Chung family die immediately after leaving the county office of Jiangnan? Indeed, but she perished from a sudden illness brought on by the distress of her eldest son's disappearance. The county magistrate replied nonchalantly. County Chief Tu is known for his compassion. He kindly had the county physician attend to the old matriarch, but alas, he could not save her. Chung Erlang repaid kindness with resentment, causing a scene in court, and the county office had no choice but to punish him to maintain order, after which he was sent away. I believe you are all well-versed individuals, not inclined to trouble an elderly woman. Hua Rujin offered a bittersweet smile, her gaze sharpening. If that is the case, then we need not debate further. We shall simply await the outcome. Yi Chengwei despised scoundrels like Chun Rui, who colluded with the authorities to extort money and endanger lives. The audacity to strike a child was truly despicable. He walked slowly towards Chun Rui, drawing a sword from Ting's hand and pointing it at Chun Rui's chest. Startled, Chun Rui turned pale. Yi Chengwei gradually retracted the sword, lightly rubbing it with his fingertips. While children often speak without restraint to instill such hatred in a young girl, there must be deep-seated grievances. I have little patience for cowardice. I hope you can remain steadfast today. You must be the newly appointed County Chief Yi, the prodigy of the literary star. Sheng Hui, momentarily stunned by Yi Chengwei's imposing presence, forced a smile and replied, I have long admired your reputation. County Chief Yi, I greet you respectfully. Before he could finish, Yi Chunwei abruptly sheathed his sword, the sharp sound causing Chun Rui to shudder. When he looked up, he saw Yi Chunwei had already turned to leave. Observing this spectacle, Wen Yuming awkwardly cleared his throat, scanning the crowd for Tu Hong, but finding no trace of him, he inquired intentionally, "Where is County Chief Tu? Why has he not come to meet me?" The clerks of Jiangnan County lowered their heads, suddenly feeling guilty. Wen Yuming's cunning eyes narrowed slightly, immediately expel the irrelevant individuals. In an instant, the entire graveyard was swiftly surrounded by soldiers from the prefecture, leaving only the coroner assisting Hua Rujin and a few minor officials. Observing the already scorched cellar, Hua Rujin calmly instructed the officials to remove the firewood and pour the purchased 2 liters of liquor and 5 liters of vinegar into the cellar. Seizing the rising steam, they meticulously placed the cleaned bones into 3 tiers of steamers and carried them into the cellar, covering them securely with mats before commencing the steaming process. Smoke billowed from the hillside, and the heat mingled with the cool breeze, causing the surroundings to become increasingly oppressive and restless. Outside, Chun Rui and the minor officials from Jiangnan County, sensing the escalating tension, began to surround Wen Yuming, voicing their complaints. "Your Excellency, it is evident that the young lady within has a significant connection to the deceased Chang Yuanwei. To cook human bones requires tremendous hatred. We implore you to see reason and stop this before word spreads, lest it be said that you condone such atrocities, which would ruin your reputation." At this moment, Wen Yuming still did not comprehend what this widow from the Hua family was attempting to accomplish. Having arrived in Jiangnan County, he allowed them to create a commotion. Casually glancing at the distant and fluctuating expression of Yi Chunwei, Wen Yuming delivered a resounding slap to Chun Rui's face, admonishing fiercely, "You, an insignificant scribe, dare instigate discord in my presence? Go quickly and summon Tu Hong to Shaoyi Mountain." "Yes, I shall do so at once." Chun Rui, touching his burning cheek, was about to depart when Yi Chunwei immediately stopped him. "Halt. How can today's spectacle be complete without you, Master Chun?" Chapter 76, Confrontation, County Magistrate Yi. How can a distinguished scholar like yourself allow a mere woman to act recklessly? The county deputy and the clerk of Jiangnan County began to confront Yi Chunwei in unison. "Moreover, this matter in Jiangnan County hardly falls within your jurisdiction, does it? I may not be responsible for the affairs of Jiangnan County, but when it pertains to a murder case in Jiangling City, I must inquire further." Under the mounting pressure from all quarters, Yi Chunwei kept his gaze fixed on Hua Rujin beside the cellar. Noticing that she remained composed, he endeavored to buy her as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Chun Rui, realizing that his attempts to curry favor with Yi Chunwei had failed, shifted his strategy to soften Wen Yuming. "Your Excellency, County Magistrate Tu has been delayed by urgent matters and could not arrive in time. Given the gravity of these events, desecrating human remains and disrupting the peace, how can we explain this to County Magistrate Tu and the citizens of Jiangnan County if you allow this to continue?" Wen Yuming's eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained silent, as he understood that today a scholar would likely shield the young lady from the Hua family and the Chung family. Just then, Qian Dianshi from Jiangnan County and Lu Jiang, the son-in-law of the Wang family, hastily arrived at the hilltop. Scribe Chun Rui, seeing that the soft approach had failed, suddenly had a clever idea upon noticing Lu Jiang and immediately altered his tactics, signaling him discreetly to direct their accusations at Hua Rujin in the graveyard. Lu Jiang, having received guidance from Qian Dianshi on the way, began to feign sympathy, loudly lamenting, "My cousin met an untimely demise in Jiangling City under mysterious circumstances. It is said he was harmed by a mistress he kept. At first, I did not believe it, but seeing this situation, it seems likely." He then pointed angrily at Hua Rujin not far away, exclaiming, "It must be this woman who covets my cousin's wealth, hiring someone to plot his death. And now she comes to take vengeance on my aunt's family." He insisted, "Seize her at once, even if it means offending you all. I must avenge my cousin and aunt." Scribe Chinrui echoed loudly, "Lu Jiang speaks the truth. This woman has bewitched you both, and she must be apprehended to prevent you from being implicated." In an instant, all officials and servants from Jiangnan County surged towards Hua Rujin. Yi Chunwei's eyes flashed, and with quick reflexes, he aimed his iron sword at a nearby withered tree and struck it fiercely. With a thunderous crash, the entire tree snapped in two and fell directly down. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all present, leaving them paralyzed with fear. The sword whistled through the air, returning to Yi Chengwei's hand after the violent impact. Gripping the hilt tightly, he coldly addressed the crowd. Today, anyone who dares to cross this line shall meet the same fate as this tree. One Yumming gasped in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the broken tree, utterly awestruck by Yi Chengwei's formidable presence. He had heard that a few years prior, the Prime Minister Wei Shihan, during a period of mourning at home, had taken on a favored disciple, one of the recommended students at the Imperial Academy. He had not anticipated that this prodigy would be the young scholar before him. Remarkably young, he had achieved the unprecedented feat of excelling in all 3 imperial examinations since the founding of the Great Cause dynasty, and his martial prowess was equally impressive. The depth of his internal strength suggested that the Great Cause dynasty might soon welcome another exceptional talent skilled in both literature and martial arts. No wonder even the Ministry of Personnel, typically at odds with the Prime Minister, staunchly supported him, with a fierce glare directed at the minor officials of Jiangnan County. When Yumming sternly commanded, "Stand down." At this moment, Cheng Nini, supported by the old beggar, approached. Although she felt heartbroken to see her grandmother, uncle, and father's remains being desecrated, she understood that her elder sister was devising a way to clear their family's name. In this world, her only support lay with her grandfather and elder sister. She had no choice but to accept this reality. Conversely, her uncle's family, who had turned a blind eye to their calamity, now sought to intervene, leaving her bewildered by their intentions. She glared at her uncle Lu Jiang, her voice sharp. "This is my family's matter, and it has nothing to do with you." Lu Jiang's face stiffened as he looked at the young girl, and then at Yi Chengwei's cold sword, revealing a trace of fear. A group of individuals exchanged furtive glances, yet none dared to advance. Beside the cellar, Rujin remained focused on the steamer, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos around her. As the cellar gradually cooled, she calculated the time, determining it was nearly right. Turning her gaze towards the composed Yi Chengwei, she first closed her eyes and, with hands clasped, silently murmured, "I do not intend to offend, but Miss Nini bears a deep grudge with no means to seek justice. Thus, I have taken this bold step, hoping that the spirits may aid her family in avenging their wrongs." Upon finishing her thoughts, she signaled to the officials, "Bring forth the remains and hold the red oil umbrella." The officials complied, carefully lifting the 3 tiers of steamed remains and placing them on the ground, recovering them with mats. "May your excellency and young master Yi come to inspect," she requested. Rujin examined the 9 bones displayed beneath the red oil umbrella. As the crowd gathered, she first picked up a piece from the leftmost steamer, instructing them to shield it from the sunlight with the umbrella. "Please observe, this bone belongs to Cheng Yuanwei. Its pristine white quality is evident. Though there are signs of minor corrosion and slight fractures, these are normal phenomena in the decomposition process after death." As Rujin explained, she picked up 2 more pieces from the same steamer, presenting them for scrutiny under the shade of the umbrella. Cheng Yuanwei met his end by decapitation, yet the rest of his body shows no signs of injury. Continuing, she placed Cheng Yuanwei's remains back and then held up a bone from the middle steamer, stating, "This bone belongs to Cheng Erlang. During his life, he suffered a beating at the county office, resulting in broken skin and flesh. After death, his blood was not fully drained, leaving faint traces of blood on his spine, and even the ends of the broken bones exhibit a reddish hue, indicative of the beating he endured." The crowd leaned in closely, and indeed, they observed the red stains on the bones beneath the red oil umbrella. Yi Chengwei imitated her actions and picked up 2 more bones from the steamer in the middle, inspecting them closely. The results were entirely consistent, revealing distinct traces of red blood. The seasoned coroner from Jiangling City suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. A beating from the county office would not kill a person, but could certainly leave them scarred. The bruising on the back would impede circulation, seeping into the bones after death. Even the elements could hardly erase these marks. A simple steaming with wine and vinegar would reveal them. Indeed, it was so. Rujin cast a fierce gaze toward the frightened Chen Rui and others nearby. If the remains of the old lady from the Cheng family were consistent with those of the Cheng family's second son, it could be concluded that the old lady had been beaten to death. Yi Chengwei understood and, while surveying the crowd, slowly picked up the last remains from the final steamer. The moment he lifted the bones, the clear bloodstains illuminated under the red oil umbrella were immediately evident. End of chapter. Chapter 077. A mysterious old friend when Yumming did not anticipate that the young girl from the Hua family could indeed uncover evidence from the bones. And he finally ceased to hesitate. With a decisive glare, he swept his gaze over Chun Rue, the county magistrate, and others, coldly uttering a few words. Arrest these men and bring them before the county office for 50 strikes in public, awaiting my personal examination. My lord, this is a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with us. We were merely following your orders. Chun Rue was the first to plead. How dare you claim innocence? When Yiming furiously pointed at him, especially you, your crime is unforgivable. Consider yourself fortunate to receive an additional 50 strikes. Watching Chun Rue tremble as he was taken away, Lu Jiang, the son-in-law of the Wang family, was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and immediately fled the scene. Yi Chengwei observed coldly, shaking his head in disdain. He had initially thought him a tough character, but realized he had overestimated him. However, the absence of County Magistrate Tu Hong today left him perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire, when Yiming cast a flattering glance his way, Brother Yi, since the matter has come to light, why don't we head to the county office to apprehend Tu Hong and rigorously interrogate all involved? His tone was exceedingly gentle, fearful of showing even the slightest negligence. This matter should be decided by the governor. I will follow your lead. Yi Chengwei recognized that when Yiming was anxious about him, accusing him of shielding Tu Hong, and he responded with a calm affirmation, then instructed the officers to reorganize the remains of the Cheng mother and son in preparation for burial. He had Tingen fetch some clean water, and while he and Hua Rujin squatted together to wash their hands with soapberry, he couldn't help but recall her words from the previous night. She had indeed kept her promise and once again opened his eyes. Thank you, Yi Chengwei said softly, offering her a faint smile. Hua Rujin, still immersed in the recent events, was startled by his sudden expression of gratitude. Upon regaining her composure, she exchanged a glance with him and smiled. The one who ought to be thankful is me. Though I sought justice for Nini without your assistance, I would have been at a loss. I fear I would have been dragged away and beaten to death before even reaching the grave. The old beggar, now visibly relieved, joyfully supported Cheng Nini as he approached, saying, You all need not push the gratitude onto each other. The one to thank is Nini, for she has avenged her family, and they can now rest in peace. Cheng Nini knelt before the two, unable to speak through her tears, repeatedly bowing her head in thanks. Thank you, sister. Thank you, big brother. All right, stop crying. If you keep this up, your eyes will become blind. Hua Rujin first took out a handkerchief to clean her hands before wiping away the tears of the little girl. Today, I had to resort to some extreme measures. You should not hold it against me. Cheng Nini shook her head, choking back her sobs. I understand, sister, that you wanted to avenge our family swiftly. Grandmother, uncle, and father in heaven will surely understand your predicament. Hua Rujin nodded with reassurance. However, the thought of Cheng Nini being left without support, and considering the recent interference from that member of the Wang family, made her anxious about whether that family could be relied upon. The old beggar seemed to sense the girl's concerns and said with a smile, My dear disciple, you should accompany Nini to visit her uncle in the county town. I will return to Jiangling City. Hua Rujin pondered for a moment. Now that Jiangnan County had regained its clarity, it was likely that the Wang family would not neglect a lone girl for the sake of their reputation. She agreed with the old beggar's suggestion. Moreover, Lu Shuyuan should have retrieved Cheng Fu's head by now, and with 2 large pythons still hidden in their own yard, it was unwise to let the officials handle the burial of Cheng's mother. The old man had likely anticipated this. She and Cheng Nini escorted the old beggar out of the graveyard, and by the time they returned, Yi Chengwei had instructed the county officers to prepare a burial for the Cheng mother and son. Yi Chengwei surmised that Nini's mother had passed away and that her body was hidden by Hua Rujin, so he did not inquire further. He merely had the workers dig an additional grave beside exalted Cheng's tomb without erecting a monument. Once everything was settled, he looked up at the sky and the already dispersed officials and gently said, Let us go to the county office in Jiangnan. All right. Hua Rujin, who typically disliked such commotion, felt compelled to accompany the young girl to witness the aftermath of the chaos wrought by Tu Hong and the unscrupulous lawyer, Chen Rue, as they had caused Nini's family to arrive at such a dire predicament. At noon, in a private room on the top floor of the Hongding restaurant in Jiangnan City, County Magistrate Tu Hong was gloomily drinking. After downing half a pot of liquor and waiting for his appointment, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Although he had arranged everything in advance and had sent someone to keep an eye on those officials from Jiangling City, The provincial officials had bypassed the city and headed straight to Shaoyin Mountain, which was somewhat unexpected. Just as he was about to rise, he noticed the door to the room being silently pushed open. Upon seeing the person who entered, the slight joy that had appeared on Tu Hong's face immediately faded, and he said in a low voice, "It's you." "It is I," the man replied, smiling as he sat down. Pulling out a packet of cooked food, wrapped in paper, and a small pot of wine, placing them on the table with a respectful tone. "Please, Magistrate Tuesday." Then, rather casually, he took a piece of the food from the packet and began to eat while pouring himself a drink. Observing the anxious Tu Hong, he raised his wine cup in a nonchalant gesture. "Please, my lord." Tu Hong scrutinized him with a heavy gaze, hesitating before lifting his cup to drink it all in one go. He then followed suit and ate a few pieces of the food. The two fell into silence, consuming their food and drinking heartily. After a cup of tea's time had passed, the man finished the wine in his pot. Looking around, he casually poured the remaining wine from Tu Hong's untouched pot into his cup. Just as he was about to bring the filled cup to his lips, Tu Hong suddenly inquired, "Has there been any outcome from Shaoyin Mountain?" The man nodded slightly. "Yes." A sense of urgency filled Tu Hong's expression. "What is it?" The man sneered. "Why must my lord ask when you already know the answer?" "Know the answer?" Tu Hong looked perplexed, about to ask again when an intense pain twisted in his abdomen, as if countless ants were burrowing into his flesh. Was this in the wine and meat? Tu Hong glared at the empty wine jug on the table, and the meat the man was feeding himself. The wine was fine, and the meat was exquisite. The man continued to eat the meat casually. "But my lord, you are not fortunate enough to enjoy it." Tu Hong clutched his abdomen tightly, his face turning crimson, and soon he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, collapsing lifelessly. "Farewell, Magistrate Tuesday, may your journey be smooth." The man slowly picked up the last piece of meat from the table, chewing it leisurely, collecting the paper wrapping and empty wine jug, and then calmly exited the restaurant. Chapter 078. The old gentleman of the Wang family, the horse-drawn carriage, descended leisurely from the Little Cloud Mountain and entered the Jiangnan County government, where a cacophony of voices resonated throughout. Rujin lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered outside, only to find the entrance of the county office crowded with people. In the center, a long row of benches held Chun Rue, the county magistrate, along with numerous officials and clerks, all of whom had been mercilessly beaten by the provincial soldiers standing nearby. The scene was one of gruesome carnage, with blood and flesh scattered everywhere, rendering the front of the county office a sight too horrific to bear. The blame lay with the local government, whose lax oversight had allowed collusion between the officials and the clerks, creating a web of corruption. Wen Yumming stood at the front of the office, raising his voice with righteous indignation. "Today, this office is determined to establish a temporary court in Jiangnan County and will transfer the magistrate from Jiangling City to investigate and adjudicate these matters. I will also petition the 8 provinces' inspectors to come and oversee the investigations of all grievances in Jiangnan City. Neighbors, if you have any grievances, please present them, regardless of their size. I vow today to thoroughly investigate every case." As his words fell, applause erupted from the crowd. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Chengwei dismounted his horse and instructed Tingen to protect Hua Rujin and Cheng Nini as they entered the county office together. As they approached, Wen Yumming greeted them with enthusiasm, pulling Yi Chengwei to his side and smiling broadly at the crowd. "This is the newly appointed scholar Yi, who will temporarily govern Jiangnan City on behalf of our office." Upon hearing Yi Chengwei's name, the crowd erupted in admiration, their eyes filled with envy and compliments. "I never expected young Master Yi to be so young. He is truly a handsome figure. I wonder if he's available for marriage?" This remark caused many gazes to involuntarily drift toward Hua Rujin, who stood nearby, each eye harboring a hint of jealousy. Perceiving the unfriendly stares, Hua Rujin sensed the animosity directed toward her, as if she were a rival obstructing their paths. With her relationship with the scholar being innocent, she deemed it unnecessary to provoke their ire. She subtly guided Cheng Nini away, pretending to focus on the little girl, and softly murmured, "Later, I will accompany you to the Wang family." Meanwhile, Yi Chengwei's attention remained fixated on the crowd, searching for Tu Hong's figure. After hearing Wen Yumming's arrangements, he finally lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful look at him, and with a respectful gesture, he replied, "I shall not disappoint the governor's trust, nor the citizens of Jiangnan City." He contemplated the current shortage of manpower in Jiangnan County and worried that if there were too many cases, the clerks from both counties would be overwhelmed. He thought of Hua Rujin, whose recent displays of capability had earned his approval. Her character was decent enough, making her a better recommendation to the citizens of Jiangnan City than unscrupulous litigators. Thus, he conceived the idea of allowing her to earn a modest fee for her efforts. However, upon turning to look for her, he realized she had distanced herself significantly, as if intentionally trying to avoid him. He discreetly turned back, setting aside that notion for the moment. Wen Yuming spoke with unwavering resolve, yet his thoughts were tangled. He found himself wary not only of Yi Chengwei, but also of the young lady from the Hua family. The recent events at Little Cloud Mountain had revealed her formidable nature, and he wished to avoid the consequences of their potential alliance. Thus, he refrained from mentioning Hua Rujin, instead offering a hollow smile to Yi Chengwei. I hereby congratulate you in advance, Scholar Yi, on your forthcoming achievements. After a brief exchange of glances, they both resumed their attention to the applauding crowd. Just then, a commotion arose from within the throng. Upon looking closer, they saw several strong men carrying a grand chair towards them. Without pausing, a trembling hand emerged from the securely wrapped chair, calling out, "Nini, Nini." Realizing that they were looking for Nini, Hua Rujin deduced that someone from the Wang family had arrived. She gently urged the little girl forward, but Cheng Nini seemed reluctant, only moving closer when pushed. Hua Rujin sensed the child's anxiety, yet knew she could not keep her by her side without a stable footing for herself. According to the old beggaress instructions, it seemed they were meant to return Nini to the Wang family. Casting a heavy glance at the elderly man being assisted by several individuals, she noted his apparent frailty, likely nearing his 60th year, with cracked lips and a pale, weakened visage, wrapped in several layers of blankets despite the mild weather. Recalling the late matriarch of the Cheng family, Hua Rujin surmised that this man was the Wang family's uncle, who had been indifferent to Nini's family over the years. Addressing the elder, she asked with a measured tone, "You must be Wen Yuan Wai?" "Indeed," the elder replied weakly, mustering the strength to bow to the officials before turning his gaze back to Hua Rujin, his expression complex as he inquired, "Are you Miss Hua, who helped to clear the grievances of Nini's family?" "Not at all. I merely did what little I could," she replied, recalling the events at Little Cloud Mountain. Although she held some grievances against Nini's family, she sincerely apologized. "I regret disturbing the spirit of the late matriarch today. Please forgive me, Yuan Wai." Wang Yuan Wai waved his hand, struggling to maintain his composure. "Your family has suffered greatly. Had it not been for Miss Hua's intervention, I would still be unaware of their whereabouts. Your actions are entirely justifiable." Having seen much of the world, he could empathize with the unfortunate necessity of exhumation for verification. Casting a resentful glare at his son-in-law Lu Jiang, he shifted his teary gaze back to Cheng Nini, trembling as he reached for her and reproached gently. "Where have you been all these years? Your uncle has been searching for you and your mother." However, as his cold, bony fingers touched Cheng Nini's hand, she instinctively recoiled toward Hua Rujin. A young woman in blue, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow and stepped away from the child she had been supporting to approach Nini. Speaking gently, she said, "Nini, your uncle has missed you dearly." She cast a meaningful glance at Lu Jiang, adding, "Your uncle's health has not been well these past years. When he learned of your grandmother's sudden passing, his condition worsened. Your aunt only mentioned that you and your mother went to find your father. Little did we know so much had transpired." Lu Jiang, however, buried his hands in his sleeves, unperturbed, and retorted, "Ahem. I only heard from the county office that the Cheng family's cousins had met with misfortune and that your aunt's death had other causes." He then glanced awkwardly at Hua Rujin. "I previously misjudged Miss Hua. I hope she will not hold it against me." "How could I dare?" Hua Rujin replied casually, gradually realizing that this son-in-law might be obstructing the affairs of Nini's family. She gently pushed Cheng Nini back toward the elder, earnestly advising, "Nini, quickly greet your uncle." Seeing the frail and sickly figure of her uncle, Cheng Nini could no longer hold back her tears, and she rushed into his embrace, weeping openly. Good child, do not cry," Wang Yuan Wai said, his voice choked with emotion as he gently patted her back, trying to console her. Once the young girl had stabilized her emotions, he slowly raised his gaze to look at Miss Hua. "Miss Hua, your kindness is a debt my family shall never forget. I humbly request that you visit my humble abode for a discussion." despite his firm intention to return Ni to the Wang family. Hua Rujin still felt a twinge of unease in her heart. Additionally, there were numerous matters that were not suitable for discussion in this setting, prompting her to glance toward Yi Chengwei, who stood in front of the yamen. Given that Lu Jiang had caused a ruckus at Shaoyan Mountain today, Yi Chengwei harbored no goodwill toward the Wang family and was apprehensive about the girl venturing alone. Thus he instructed his attendant, Ting Yin, accompany Ms. Hua. Understood. After Ting and accompanied Hua Rujin into the carriage with the Wang family, Yi Chengwei watched the group depart. As he turned back, he noticed several officials from Jiangling City hastily approaching the yamen, their faces etched with urgency. Chapter 79. The Strange Matter Report to Governor Wen and County Magistrate Yi. The County Magistrate of Jiangnan has died at the Hongding restaurant. The leading official, with a grave expression, hurriedly conveyed the news. What? Tu Hong is dead? Wen Yuming exclaimed in shock, glancing at Yi Chengwei and the group of subordinates. Yi Chengwei too felt a wave of astonishment. First, Lu Chang had committed suicide out of fear of guilt, and now Tu Hong had suddenly died without an interrogation, which was truly bewildering. He vaguely sensed that this was not a simple matter. If it were merely one incident, it could be interpreted as a coincidence. But the occurrence of such strange events consecutively inevitably led to suspicion. Tu Hong had committed countless wrongdoings. His suicide could be rationalized. Yet Lu Cheng's death continued to haunt him. It was likely that Lu Cheng's tenure involved more than just a few cases of urging others to die for honor. Yi Chengwei felt increasingly perplexed. Why were they so afraid of interrogation? Or was there someone who did not want them to be interrogated? With this thought, his gaze drifted uncertainly towards Wen Yuming, who was meticulously questioning the officials. It was evident that Tu Hong had evaded capture today, having sensed that the court would uncover evidence of his crimes, prompting him to take his own life before the interrogation. Wen Yuming reached a conclusion first and then calmly addressed Yi Chengwei. County Magistrate Yi, accompany me to the Hongding restaurant to ascertain the cause of Tu Hong's death. Yi Chengwei pondered for a moment before nodding, swiftly mounting his steed and leading the way towards the restaurant, racing ahead. Wen Yuming instructed Tang Howren to remain at the yamen to detain the suspects and took some personnel from the provincial office to follow in a sedan. However, his hefty frame made the bearer struggle, moving along the road as slowly as a tortoise. Eventually, Yi Chengwei grew impatient, cracking his whip and disappearing down the street. After noon, the Hongding restaurant, which should have been quiet, was exceptionally lively, with crowds of onlookers flocking in. Upon receiving news of the incident from the yamen, the officials from Jiangling hurried to the restaurant, cordoning off the entrances with great vigilance. By the time Yi Chengwei arrived, the leading official was guiding him upstairs while detailing. We have questioned the restaurant's manager and waitstaff. They reported that the county magistrate had been here since the establishment opened, dining alone and drinking heavily, with no one daring to disturb him. Later, when a waiter came to inquire if he needed more dishes and wine due to the silence, he discovered the county magistrate dead in the private room. He didn't see anyone? Yi Chengwei asked skeptically, recalling that the small officials from Jiangnan had mentioned Tu Hong had been delayed by important matters. The official hesitated before reporting, from the tone of the manager and waitstaff. It does seem that the county magistrate intended to meet someone here, but they never saw anyone come. This was indeed peculiar. Yi Chengwei scoffed coldly. Upon entering the top-floor private room, he found a lifeless male body slumped in a grand chair, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth trailing to his neck. Examine the body, Yi Chengwei instructed the coroner calmly, then sat on a nearby stool to await the results, his eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings, yet finding no signs of open doors or windows. The coroner meticulously examined the body while reporting, "There are no injuries on the deceased, and no signs of struggle in the room," ruling out the possibility of homicide. The clerks took notes diligently. Samples extracted from the body and the food on the table revealed that the silver needles were all silver white, indicating no poison was involved in a murder. The coroner collected the silver needles and continued to inspect the body, ultimately concluding, the neck is stiff and there is blockage in the esophagus. He likely died of a sudden heart attack. A sudden heart attack? Yi Chengwei rose, skeptical, pacing around the corpse, then shifted his gaze to the table laden with dishes. He inspected each leftover dish and casually lifted the unfinished wine jar to his nose, detecting a pungent aroma. He then examined the wine cup before Tu Hong, discovering a faint, pleasant fragrance. A cold smile crossed his lips, Clearly, the wine the county magistrate drank was not of a single flavor. After a moment of thought, he picked up another empty cup from the table and took a deep breath, a complex scent enveloping his palate, a sharpness of liquor mingled with an underlying hidden fragrance. It was evident that someone had already visited this room. Yi Chunwei muttered to himself. Otherwise, why would one person pour 2 cups of wine? He promptly summoned a waiter and inquired, "How many jars of wine did you serve the county magistrate today?" 2 jars, the waiter responded without hesitation. At noon, the county magistrate finished 1 jar and instructed me to replace it with a new one, then told me not to disturb him again. Holding up the empty cup, Yi Chunwei pressed further. Were there any differences between the 2 jars of wine? There were none, the waiter assured confidently. The county magistrate particularly loves our restaurant's liquor. Chunshang Shui. So he only ordered that. Yi Chunwei immediately understood and handed the remaining wine to the waiter, who sniffed it and shook his head. This wine has a peculiar flavor, not one we serve. Yi Chunwei nodded, then presented the empty cup he held to the waiter, who immediately agreed. This is indeed the flavor of Chunshang Shui. Excellent. Yi Chunwei smiled faintly. It was now evident that someone had entered this private room and brought another wine. However, since the coroner had found no toxins within the body and the hidden scents from the empty cup suggested that the visitor had also consumed their own drink, it was clear that the wine was not the cause of Tu Hong's demise. With this in mind, he continued to scour the table, not daring to overlook any corner. After a lengthy search, he suddenly discovered a tiny grain beneath the previously placed empty cup. Picking it up, he inhaled a faint, fishy odor. Comparing it to the dishes on the table, he found that it was not present among them. He instructed the officials to search the floor, uncovering several grains matching the same scent. Yi Chunwei gathered these black particles and placed them in a handkerchief, presenting them to the waiter with a stern inquiry. "What is this?" The waiter examined it closely, sniffing repeatedly before shaking his head in confusion. Yi Chunwei turned his attention to the officials in the room. They, who seldom visited such a luxurious restaurant, were equally baffled, shaking their heads in perplexity. Yi Chunwei's gaze returned to the body, and he instructed the coroner gravely, "Take the body back to the Jiangnan for an autopsy to uncover this strange substance." Reflecting on how the girl from the Hua family had recently made a spectacle of corpses, alongside her enigmatic old beggar, perhaps she could provide him with answers. As he tucked the handkerchief into his sleeve, preparing to leave, he spotted Wen Yumming, who arrived late, waddling toward him. "Well, Yi, have you made any progress?" Wen Yumming placed a hand on his assistant Mu Xian, panting heavily as he inquired. "Nothing definitive yet," Yi Chunwei replied with a cold smile, his almond-shaped eyes inadvertently flickering toward a willow leaf window at the end of the corridor outside the private room. Chapter 80. Employing the worthy, gazing momentarily at the open willow-patterned window, Yi Chunwei swiftly withdrew his gaze. If indeed someone had met with Tu Hong without arousing suspicion, that person must have entered through this very window. To accomplish such a feat unnoticed would require considerable skill. However, he could not definitively ascertain whether this matter was connected to Wen Yumming. Casting a calm smile towards the increasingly perplexed Wen Yumming, Yi Chunwei casually remarked, "I heard from the tavern that County Magistrate Tu is expecting someone today. I recently inquired among some locals from Jiangnan, and they mentioned that Tu Hong is to meet an old acquaintance." Without hesitation, Wen Yumming replied, "Indeed, I have had a close relationship with Tu Hong in my earlier years, and I held him in high regard, which is why I recommended him to come to Jingzhou with me, allowing him to serve as the magistrate of Jiangnan. Yet as time has passed, my familiarity with him has diminished, as evidenced by the recent events surrounding the Chung family." Ah, County Magistrate Yi, the world of officials is indeed a complex web. It is difficult to fully comprehend even those closest to us, let alone those from our past, who often engage in duplicity, came the agreement from Secretary Mu Xian. As the governor of the vast Jingzhou, it is indeed challenging to attend to every detail. Their words seem to absolve Wen Yumming of any connection to Tu Hong. Moreover, Mu Xian's implication appeared to distance Wen Yumming from any blame associated with Lu Cheng, as if concerned that he might bear the stigma of complicity. Yi Chunwei merely raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. "Governor, there is no need for such explanations. Though I am new to the bureaucratic realm, I grasp the underlying truths." With that, he performed a respectful gesture to bid farewell to the 2 men, stating, "Since the coroner has already reached a conclusion regarding County Magistrate Tu's death, I shall return to the county office to await further autopsy results before concluding the case. Thank you, Brother Yi, Wen Yumming sighed inwardly, relieved that the matter was no longer pursued. Yet, he maintained a facade of interest and turned to Secretary Mu, promptly instructing Secretary Mu, dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate whom Tu Hong is meeting today. After all, as a government official, we cannot afford to be careless amidst such occurrences. Understanding the implication, Mu Xian replied, Understood. The two exchanged glances as they watched Yi Chengwei depart. Once the room was entirely quiet, Secretary Mu turned back to Wen Yumming. Anxiety etched upon his face. Governor, I perceive that Yi County Magistrate does not come with good intentions. We must remain vigilant. After a moment of silence, he hesitantly continued, with your imminent promotion, it would be wise to surround yourself with capable assistants. I find that Ms. Hua possesses considerable potential. Why not recruit her to serve you? Lest you become a favored guest of Yi County Magistrate? Mu Xian's suggestion immediately reminded Wen Yumming of the earlier scene at the county office. Yi Chengwei's gaze towards the young woman suggested a desire to promote her, and his previous acts of protection had not gone unnoticed. After a moment of contemplation, he disdainfully shook his head. How could a mere woman, especially a widow, hold a position in my office? Such a notion would only invite ridicule. Governor, employ the worthy. Mu Xian raised an eyebrow and offered a wry smile. Moreover, Ms. Hua's status has been officially recognized by you. Her engagement to the Dou family has been annulled. Thus, she cannot be considered a widow. There is no need for you to elaborate, Secretary Mu, Wen Yumming firmly gestured for him to cease. That girl is merely versed in trivial matters. The art of political maneuvering is far beyond the grasp of such a rustic maiden. Seeing that his counsel fell on deaf ears, Mu Xian relented, and the two exited the Hongding Tavern in succession. At the Old Wang residence, 5 miles east of the city, Hua Rujin disembarked from her carriage, immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma of osmanthus wafting through the air, a delightful scent that was truly invigorating. She led Cheng Nini into the main hall, where they were greeted by 2 young maids from the Wang family. As they settled down, the earlier-clad woman instructed them to present tea and discreetly signaled to the servants. Shortly thereafter, a young attendant entered, bearing a tray covered with red silk. The woman in the blue attire pointed to the tray and warmly smiled. This is a small token of gratitude for my master, Miss Hua. Please accept it without reservation. Hua Rujin glanced at the tray, revealing a neat arrangement of glistening silver coins beneath the red silk. A wave of shock washed over her as she quickly turned to the languid Wang Yuanwei, who reclined weakly in an armchair, and declined. It is merely a trifling gesture. There is no need for such courtesy, Wang Yuanwei. Meeting this girl has been a serendipitous encounter. I never intended to profit from her. As she witnessed the silver coins being offered, her husband, Lu Jiang, wore an expression of concern. It seems to me that Miss Hua is not one to covet material wealth. Would it not be inappropriate for you, father-in-law and mother-in-law, to bestow such gifts upon her? Before Lu Jiang could finish his sentence, Wang Yuanwei's sharp rebuke cut him off. Lu Jiang, left with a crestfallen expression, retreated. Miss Hua must accept it. Do not refuse. Wang Yuanwei's gaze softened as he looked sincerely at Hua Rujin. You not only helped me find my Nini, but you also avenged a great wrong against my family. This modest gift is merely a token of my heartfelt appreciation. Observing the couple's earnest expressions and Nini's subtle nods of encouragement, Hua Rujin promptly accepted the silver, saying, I am grateful, Wang Yuanwei. A hint of relief washed over Wang Yuanwei's weary face as he sighed deeply, gazing at his young wife and child. He pulled Cheng Nini closer, tenderly caressing her small hands, his expression growing grave. Poor child, your uncle's time draws near, and I fear whether your aunt will be able to protect you. Upon hearing these words, the woman in blue began to sob softly, her demeanor turning despondent. Hua Rujin sensed an underlying significance in his words and frowned. Wang Yuanwei, why do you speak thus? You need only take care of yourself. You shall recover in due time. The woman wept even more sorrowfully, slowly revealing the blanket covering Wang Yuanwei. To her horror, she discovered that his lower garments were soaked, and the surrounding bedding clung to him. A pungent scent of blood permeated the room, overwhelming and repulsive. My master has toiled as a merchant for many years, often engaging in social affairs. A few years ago, he was diagnosed with liver disease, and the death of Nini's grandmother has exacerbated his condition. Renowned physicians have declared his liver and gallbladder irreparably damaged. The woman in blue lamented, covering her nose as she choked back tears. In recent years, we have heard rumors suggesting that Nini's family may have faced persecution. My master merely wishes to uncover the truth before he departs. Hua Rujin understood fully, abandoning any pretense, and directly asked, "So, Wang Yuanwei fears that your son-in-law may one day trouble your wife and child? In that case, Nini's future may not bode well." Chapter 81. The letter of farewell. Upon further scrutiny of Wang Yuanwei's pallid complexion, one could see he was terrifyingly emaciated. Coupled with the earlier comment from the woman in blue, Hua Rujin gradually realized that he might be suffering from a terminal illness, such as liver cancer. Such a diagnosis was indeed grave, leaving her feeling powerless. Alas, the misfortunes of a family. Wang Yuanwei, at this moment, was no longer preoccupied with his own ailment. The sight of his sister's family avenging their grievances and Nini's safe return brought him solace. The elderly gentleman gestured for the woman in green to cover herself with the quilt once more, his voice heavy with sorrow. "In my earlier years, I had but one daughter, whom I wed to Lu Jiang. Little did I know that this man, while appearing respectful and ingratiating, had long since regarded my family's wealth as his own. He has even concealed from me and my poor daughter the existence of a mistress." As he spoke, anger clouded his eyes, causing him to cough uncontrollably. "Do not be angered, my lord," the woman in green gently reassured him, her concern evident as she comforted him for some time until his agitation subsided. He continued, "At first I could not believe it, but I realized too late when I witnessed my daughter, filled with despair, succumb to complications during childbirth. Alas, my response was slow, allowing this ungrateful son-in-law to take precautions against me. For the sake of our family's legacy, I had no choice but to marry Zhou, which led to the birth of my youngest son." His gaze fell upon the two children before him, filled with sorrow. "My death would matter little, but I dread leaving behind a widow and an orphan child to suffer under his tyranny." Hearing this, Hua Rujin could not help but sigh softly. It was no wonder that the son-in-law had prevented the couple from bestowing gifts upon him. He had evidently long claimed the family's fortunes as his own. The audacity of such behavior while the elder was still alive was alarming, and she could hardly fathom what the son-in-law might do after the elder's passing. After a moment of contemplation, she observed that there were no outsiders present, and spoke. "This matter is not insurmountable. Rather than exhaust ourselves searching for the mistress your son-in-law hides, it would be prudent to draft a will while you are still in good health, thereby preventing him from usurping your legacy." With that, she summoned Zhou and whispered her plan to her. Upon hearing it, Zhou's face lit up with joy, and she leaned close to her husband to share the idea. The elder, invigorated by the suggestion, repeatedly praised Hua Rujin's wisdom. He glanced at Zhou and promptly urged her, "Go fetch 200 taels of silver to express our gratitude." "There is no need for that," Hua Rujin interjected, halting Zhou in her tracks. "There is no need for such formality. My acquaintance with your daughter is a bond of fate, and I simply hope that you will treat her kindly." Zhou reassured her, "Rest assured, although I cannot compare to Ni's biological mother, I will indeed care for her, as we are family." Though Hua Rujin remained somewhat skeptical, she leaned towards trusting this woman, as the son-in-law appeared far less reliable. "Please fetch me paper and ink. I will draft the will for the elder." "Certainly, thank you, Miss Hua," Zhou replied politely, retrieving the necessary items. Hua Rujin then swiftly composed the will, which she presented to the elder. Both he and Zhou were thoroughly satisfied upon reviewing it. After the tasks were complete, and after a long day, Hua Rujin felt fatigue wash over her and prepared to take her leave. "Allow me to see Miss Hua out," Zhou offered. The elder, filled with gratitude, managed to give the instruction, "Yes." Zhou nodded in agreement while gathering the silver from the table, leading the two children to escort Hua Rujin out of the estate. As they reached the courtyard, Hua Rujin accepted the package Zhou handed her and was about to mount the carriage when Ni, the young girl, suddenly embraced her tightly. Both Hua Rujin and Ting turned to look, seeing the child cling to her, unwilling to let go. Zhou awkwardly stepped forward, urging, Ni, "Your elder sister has matters to attend to. You must not delay her." Understanding the child's suffering over the years, Hua Rujin knelt down to meet Ni's gaze, offering gentle reassurance. "Sister will stay here for a while longer. Once your grandfather returns from Jiangling, I will accompany you to lay your mother to rest." Ni remained silent, pressing her head closer against her. Zhou's 5-year-old son, Wang Xian, observed the scene and reached out his small hand to grasp his cousin's. softly saying, "Sister, our home is not far from Jiangling. If you miss your elder sister, I will accompany you to visit her." "Yes, I will return to see you whenever I have the chance," Hua Rujin promised, considering the elder's precarious condition. And I, be obedient. Your uncle has worried for you all these years. Now that you have finally reunited, stay home and spend time with him." And I had initially believed her uncle indifferent to their plight, but now, with the misunderstanding dispelled, she recognized his concern and care and found it difficult to leave. Slowly loosening her grip, she knelt and bowed deeply to Hua Rujin 3 times before running back into the courtyard, hiding her sorrow. Both Zhou and Hua Rujin watched this scene with heavy hearts. They would entrust Ni's care to Zhou. After exchanging reassurances, Hua Rujin closed her eyes, pained by the fleeting sight of the young girl. Zhou nodded solemnly. "You may rest easy, Miss Hua." After bidding farewell, Hua Rujin returned to the carriage, and as Ting urged the horses forward, the wheels rolled away from the old Wang residence. Inside, the elder lay weakly in a grand chair, clutching the will tightly, his vision fading. Upon seeing a figure enter, his eyes brimmed with resentment and regret. "Father-in-law, what did the stepmother and Miss Hua say?" Lu Jiang entered stealthily, scrutinizing his ailing father-in-law while maintaining a facade of respect. "I have heard that Miss Hua is a widow and may have had a past with the Cheng family. Now that you wish to take an NI, you must be cautious not to fall prey to her schemes, allowing her to help NI seize the family fortune." The elder suppressed his rising anger, trembling as he raised the will. "Your stepmother is timid, and my nephew is young, and I has suffered greatly. This family legacy must be entrusted to a capable son-in-law. I hope you will treat them well." "Rest assured, father-in-law," Lu Jiang replied as he took the will, only to find that the elder had breathed his last. A surge of elation coursed through him. He eagerly examined the will, discovering that it indeed designated him as the heir to the Wang family fortune, his arrogance swelling. As Zhou and the children rushed in, weeping for the elder, Lu Jiang shed his previous demeanor, fuming. "Why are you crying? After years of suffering, he has finally found peace. This is a joyous occasion, not a lament." He then scrutinized the will, declaring with satisfaction, "Stepmother, before he passed, my father entrusted me to manage the estate. Your temperament is indeed, as he described, unfit for such responsibilities. As a man, I cannot manage domestic affairs alone, so I will have my concubine, Xiang, assist in the household." His tone grew stern as he added, "However, let me make this clear. I will be bringing her into the house soon. Though she is merely a concubine, I have entrusted her with the household. Stepmother and nephew should tread carefully and not make things difficult for her, or I will not hesitate to be rude." With that, he left in a flourish. Zhou, focused on arranging the elder's funeral, suppressed her frustration with her impetuous son, Wang Xian, urging, "Behave yourself. First, we must see to your cousin's needs and prepare for your father's burial." Wang Xian and Ni shared tearful glances before collapsing into Zhou's embrace, weeping openly. Chapter 82. Contemplation. Not far from the county magistrate's carriage exiting the Wang family estate, Hua Rujin faintly heard the sound of sobbing. She pondered that it must be the little maid, and feeling sorrowful again. However, all gatherings must eventually come to an end, and she could not continuously shield the girl. It was essential for Ni to gradually adapt to her life with the Zhou family. Observing that Madame Zhou was a kind and genuine person, she believed Ni would not be treated too harshly. Glancing down, she counted the silver coins in her bundle, finding a substantial sum of 300 taels. With the additional 300 taels in her purse, if Hua Junyin's endeavors proceeded smoothly, she could potentially return with an additional 400 taels. Altogether, acquiring a modest residence in the outer city would not pose a challenge. Yet, considering her profession, she remained resolute in her intention to purchase a home in the inner city. Clearly, more effort was required. The 6 members of the family were all decent individuals, and she truly did not anticipate having to part ways with them. After all, she bore the body of the original owner. Moreover, Hua Junyan and Kai Baiwei were not as detestable as Hunnanshi and the second branch. Establishing her own household would not be as simple as merely dividing assets among the branches. It necessitated a reliable family to rely on, rather than hastily marrying. She preferred to remain with this family. In her past life, she had devoted all her thoughts to her career, and now it seemed she might end up a widow, solitary once again. As this thought crossed her mind, Rujin silently lamented. If only it were possible. She truly wished to experience the joy of having blood relatives. Yet her current identity was undeniably awkward. She was a young widow of merely 13, a mere child in her own world, akin to an inexperienced middle school student. This clearly reflected the deep-seated malice towards women in this era. Returning to the county magistrate's inn, she entered the courtyard to find Yichengwei seated at the corner of the right corridor, fixated on an old hen before him. Just as Gong Tingen was about to call out to him, he remembered that his master preferred not to be disturbed when deep in thought, and promptly held his tongue. Exchanging a glance with Rujin, the two moved quietly closer. Yichengwei fed the old hen with the unfinished wine he had brought back and some scattered black substance from the ground, observing that the hen displayed no unusual reactions. Gradually, he realized that neither of these items was the cause of Tu Hong's demise. Could it be that Tu Hong truly had a heart attack and died unexpectedly? Raising his head in contemplation, he was startled to see Rujin and Tingen suddenly before him. His expression tightened momentarily before he returned to normal, smiling faintly as he asked, "Are you settled in?" "Yes." Rujin hesitated, looking at the pecking hen. "What research does young Master Yi have regarding this hen?" Miss Wise returned just in time. Yichengwei unfurled the cloth, wrapping the foreign object, gesturing. "Do you recognize this?" Rujin focused her gaze, a faint odor wafting toward her, and blurted, "ISNT this. Beef jerky?" But upon reconsideration, she questioned why he would ask about something so trivial. Immediately, she fell silent, her expression stiffening as she forced a smile. "If I were to claim ignorance of this item, would you believe me, young Master Yi?" "I can believe that." Yichengwei looked up at her unhurriedly. "After all, you said you didn't know." "Indeed." Rujin feigned calmness as she settled beside him. The Dai dynasty forbade the slaughter of working cattle. Thus, not only the officials and servants around him, but even ordinary citizens would not easily disclose having consumed such items, as it would only lead to trouble. However, the top scholar was known for his seriousness and would not make light of her. Rujin cast a hesitant glance at him and asked softly, "Why is young Master Yi inquiring about this object?" Yichengwei put away the remaining wine and handed her the wrapped items. "Today, Tu Hong suddenly died of a heart attack in the Hongding Tavern, and these two items do not belong to the tavern. I find the situation rather suspicious, so I brought them back." "Tu Hong is dead?" Rujin was taken aback, staring at the object in her hand for a moment before elaborating. "I have indeed seen this before. I had the fortune to sample it while gathering medicinal herbs at my cousin's home. This should be spicy beef jerky made from dried beef." Despite the Yi dynasty's prohibition on slaughtering work cattle, this item was not from an endangered species. With the proper documentation, old work cattle could be slaughtered legally. However, the meat was often too tough for cooking, and it was primarily used in medicine. Hearing her explanation, Yichengwei expressed no doubt. The Shu family was a lineage of medicine, so they would naturally be familiar with this item. He nodded in realization, so Tu Hong's death was not caused by this. Yet he still felt something was amiss. If these items could not cause death, why would someone sneak them into the tavern? "I merely stated that I have seen this item. I did not say it cannot cause death." Rujin, inhaling the familiar aroma from the leftover wine, began to formulate her conclusion, smiling as she replied, "The wine is fine, and the meat is also good, but not everyone is fortunate enough to enjoy them." "What do you mean by that, Miss Hua?" Yichengwei was increasingly perplexed. Rujin leisurely swirled a half-cup of remaining wine, responding truthfully, "This wine is likely a fine brew made from Schisandra flower pollen, known for its ability to nourish the kidneys, calm the heart, and promote vitality. However, it is unsuitable for those with excessive liver fire or allergies to this substance. Moreover, beef itself has stimulating effects when combined and consumed in excess. It may exacerbate symptoms and could even lead to sudden death." Although she did not explicitly state that Tu Hong had been murdered, the implication was clear. Yichengwei thoughtfully recalled the circumstances at the Hongding Tavern, nodding with newfound understanding. In that case, it appears someone was already aware of Tu Hong's condition and intentionally crafted the illusion of his sudden heart attack. At this point, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. "Indeed, it is an old acquaintance, one with some cunning. If not for my meticulous nature, I might have been deceived today." However, he preferred not to delve deeper into this matter with Rujin. This girl sought to advocate for others as a lawyer, merely for fame and profit, to earn a living. As long as she remained upright, he would not trouble her. Yet Tu Hong's and Lu Cheng's deaths involved the officialdom. A slight misstep could lead to a dire abyss. He could not allow her to be ensnared in such affairs. As he recalled his unfinished words from earlier, Yi Chengwei deliberately shifted the topic. I have arranged for someone to prepare accommodations for Miss Hua. You should rest early, as we will remain in Jiangnan County for several more days. If you're interested, you may stay a while longer. Noticing that he had not mentioned Tu Hong again, Hua Rujin felt somewhat puzzled. But then she realized that neither Tu Hong's nor Lu Cheng's deaths were significantly related to her. Even if she were to uncover the truth, it would not lead to promotion or wealth. After years of practicing law, she had come to understand a crucial principle and knew which cases to take and which to avoid. If she encountered matters that were not her concern, regardless of the outcome, it would only bring trouble upon herself. Conversely, the top scholar's invitation for her to remain in Jiangnan County brought her private delight. It seemed he had already recognized her and was willing to entrust her with the legal matters of this county. Watching him rise slowly, Hua Rujin restrained her inner joy, feigning modesty as she frowned slightly. I will seriously consider the magistrate's proposal. With that, she picked up her bundle and turned to leave. Chapter 83. An opportunity for fortune considerate. Tingen looked in the direction Hua Rujin had departed, incredulously questioning, Young master, Miss Hua is truly rather presumptuous. Such an opportunity is one that others would scramble for. Yet she insists on deliberation. With a dismissive pout, Tingen remarked, Miss Shi-yin has been acquainted with the young master for many years, yet he has never exhibited such care for her. Miss Hua is rather ungrateful. Yi Chengwei remained silent, not responding. He had already discerned that the girl's words were laden with ulterior motives, hinting at a desire to ensnare him while casting aspersions on Shi Zhen's candidacy. Such was the stratagem of a clever individual, ensuring they were not taken lightly. As for Shi-yin, he was acutely aware that she was no longer the innocent woman he once knew. Recent investigations had revealed numerous cases heavily influenced by unscrupulous litigators. The relationship between officials and litigators was one of mutual enmity. While he could not condemn all lawyers, he could not tolerate those who flaunted their deceitful tactics under his very nose. Contemplating the impending responsibilities of managing the affairs of Jiangnan County, he began to worry that some unscrupulous litigators might deliberately incite litigation for profit, thus exacerbating the burden on the judiciary. Resolving to take action, Yi Chengwei rose and instructed his attendant, in the coming days, arrange for additional personnel to investigate the backgrounds of all the litigators in the city. Any petitions or legal documents prepared by them must be stringently scrutinized. Whether they're hired scribes or clerks from the county office, every detail must be meticulously examined. Any instance of forgery will be met with severe punishment. Rest assured, I will see to it, Tingen replied, fully aware of his master's deep-seated disdain for those who incited litigation, particularly the likes of Gu Longxi, who twisted truth into falsehood. He was most concerned that his master might be misled into making a grave error in judgment, leading to lifelong regret. Thus, he hurriedly left the inn to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Yi Chengwei returned to his room and unfurled a map detailing the defenses of various northern provinces. Gradually sinking into contemplation, in the southern courtyard, Hua Rujin sat gracefully upon a small round stool beside a tea table, surveying the neatly arranged room and inadvertently thinking of Yi Chengwei. It was undeniable that he was a person of remarkable talent, having excelled at a young age and achieved mastery in martial arts, making him a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Why then had such an outstanding individual been relegated to the humble position of county magistrate in Jiangling? This was a question that had long eluded her understanding. Previously, both Hua Junian and Kai Baiwei believed he had returned specifically for vengeance. However, it now seemed this was largely a misunderstanding. The original owner's memories of him were sparse, consisting only of fragmented impressions from their first encounter in the county office during childhood. The remaining memories were tainted by the malevolent tales fed to her by Meng Yutong 3 years prior, claiming that Yi Chengwei had squandered his time in brothels and failed his examinations, resulting in his expulsion from the academy, after which he seemingly vanished. Yet, her recent interactions with him led Hua Rujin to find no trace of the debauched youth the rumor suggested. Moreover, she had heard from her cultured cousin that Yi Chengwei had been a scholar at the Guozijian. Only those of exceptional talent or substantial means could gain entry into such a prestigious institution, and she was more inclined to believe the former. After all, she had some knowledge of the Yi family's background. Yi Chengwei's father had served alongside the original owner's grandfather at the county academy, and both had perished in the line of duty, lacking any notable lineage. Surely, there could be no hidden identity. It was worth noting that his mother had exhibited remarkable composure, enduring the humiliation of a broken engagement without defending her son or raising a fuss, merely accompanying Yi Chengwei home in a celebratory procession when he achieved his academic success. Thus, the rumors were effectively dispelled. She presumed her to be a formidable character. Yet, why had Hun Nanshi and Meng Yutong disparaged her as a harlot? Was it possible that Ye's mother had married under duress? Sigh, why was she so preoccupied with investigating his family background? Hua Rujin internally chastised herself, abruptly realizing her excessive curiosity, and hastily set aside such thoughts. Recalling Yi Chengwei's earlier words in the scene she had witnessed outside the county office that day, she recognized that numerous cases would soon arise. A twinge of excitement surged within her at the prospect of newfound opportunities. However, she quickly reminded herself that since Yi Chengwei had chosen to trust her, she ought not to create unnecessary complications for him. As he was newly appointed and lacked a capable advisor, she resolved to assist him in resolving matters outside the courtroom whenever possible. At this early stage in his career, earning money was secondary. If she were to incur the stigma of instigating litigation, it would surely jeopardize her own future. Having made up her mind, she consumed the meal delivered from the inn, bathed, and retired early. The following morning, as Hua Rujin awakened from her dreams, she heard a soft knock at the door. Upon dressing, she opened it to find Ting and accompanied by a female attendant from the inn, who respectfully awaited her. "Miss Hua, my master has sent these 2 sets of clothing for you," Ting and indicated the woman carrying a tray. "If you require any laundry services, this girl can assist you." Hua Rujin was taken aback. She had not yet agreed to stay, yet everything had been arranged for her. "Thank you," she replied politely. After all, assisting in legal matters was not beyond her capacity. Since Yi Chengwei had taken such significant steps, she felt it unnecessary to feign reluctance. Ting smiled reassuringly and hurriedly gestured to the attendant. "Hong Yi, please prepare some warm water for Miss Hua's bath and changing." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion of rough voices echoing from the courtyard outside caught their attention. "What is happening?" Hua Rujin inquired, puzzled. "Today, many have come to the inn, drawn by your reputation, hoping to receive your judgment before the court proceedings commence," Ting explained. 2 brothers have been embroiled in a dispute over their father's inheritance, battling their way through the county, the prefecture, and now back to Jiangnan County. It is said that the case remains unresolved, yet their wealth has significantly dwindled. After a pause, Ting continued, "Before leaving, my master urged the brothers to reach an amicable resolution, but they refused to listen, insisting on a definitive outcome. My master and governor are preoccupied with meeting the inspecting official and have no time to indulge their quarrel." He sighed. It is difficult for even honest officials to resolve family disputes, leaving the 2 gentlemen in a precarious situation. Hua Rujin glanced at the attendant, Hong Yi, and smiled. "Let's go out and see what can be done." Ting looked skeptical. "Do you have a way to mediate between the brothers?" "I will give it a try," Hua Rujin declared confidently as she strode out, compelling Ting to follow suit. Upon reaching the inn's exterior, they found a crowd gathered, with 2 burly men in the center vehemently accusing each other and shouting incessantly. As soon as they spotted Hua Rujin, the 2 ceased their argument and rushed toward her, faces alight with eagerness. "You're Miss Hua, correct?" Hua Rujin's clear eyes flickered as she cautiously regarded the 2 men before nodding slightly. The brothers immediately began to flatter her. "Miss Hua, we have heard of your remarkable ability to discern right from wrong and your knowledge of our laws. In Jiangling City, you persuaded the governor to allow grain to be distributed to Yuezhou. If you could assist us in seeking justice in court today, we would be exceedingly grateful." "Not at all," Hua Rujin replied coolly. "Why would you choose to relinquish your father's legacy to others rather than reconcile as brothers? The legal battles they had fought had surely drained their finances. If not for my father's unequal distribution of land, I would not be at odds with him." The leaner of the 2 grunted disdainfully, glaring at his sibling. "The father entrusted the management of various shops and household to my elder brother, and I have never uttered a word in protest. Why does he covet this 50 acres of modest farmland?" The portly younger brother, too, wears a scowl and refuses to back down. After exchanging mutual disdain, they turned their gaze toward Hua Rujin and in unison implored, Miss Hua, please adjudicate our dispute. Even if we must appeal to the capital, I shall ensure he pays for his transgressions. Is it truly necessary? Observing the standoff between the two, Rujin, alongside Tingyan, revealed a look of distress. However, through their brief exchange, she gleaned the essence of the situation. The brother's father had entrusted the family business to the elder brother, but, fearing he might mistreat the younger sibling, had bequeathed 50 acres of paddy fields to the latter before his death. I can assist you in resolving this matter. Rujin suddenly nodded, smiling. But you two must agree to my condition. Please, Miss Hua. Do tell, they both replied eagerly. Rujin pointed to the ground. You must kneel facing each other, calling one another brother and little brother, until I call a halt. Neither of you is permitted to stop. The last one, standing, shall have my assistance. How difficult can that be? Immediately, the brothers knelt down, each defiantly shouting, Elder brother, younger brother, elder brother, younger brother. As 2 cups of tea passed, their voices grew weary and their expressions dimmed. Reflecting on their past affection, they could not help but weep and embrace tightly, tears flowing freely. Younger brother, it was foolish of me to be so petty, the elder brother lamented. Elder brother, do not speak so. I should not have questioned your integrity. After exchanging these words, the brothers supported each other and burst into hearty laughter as they left hand in hand. Wait, I have not called a halt yet. You have not determined a victor. Rujin observed this scene, secretly delighted, although she maintained a facade of seriousness as she called out to them. No need for that, they both turned back, their faces aglow with joy. Miss Hua, your intentions are sincere. We shall not take this to court. We are of the same root. Why should we hasten to harm one another? As she watched the brothers depart, Rujin sighed quietly. The onlookers were left agape, astonished that a matter even the provincial court could not resolve had been so effortlessly settled by this woman from the Hua family. Applause erupted, and those who had previously hesitated were now resolute in seeking her assistance. Surveying the bustling crowd around her, Rujin glanced at the serene tea house across the way. Realizing she had yet to freshen up and that this place was frequented by officials, she deemed it inappropriate to disturb their tranquility and promptly instructed, if anyone has inquiries, please await me at the tea house opposite. I shall join you shortly. While the government had opened a pathway, many were likely unaware of the matters suitable for court. If trivial disputes were to be escalated, they would inevitably face reprimands. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly surged into the tea house, eager to secure their positions. Observing the end gradually quieting down, Rujin turned thoughtfully back inside. She cast a glance at Tingyan, realizing that Yi Chengwei had retained him more for surveillance than for assistance. After a moment's contemplation, she casually remarked, Young master, please wait here briefly. Later, you may accompany me to the tea house. Should anyone need to submit a complaint, you can take it with you to be stamped. Miss Hua, there is no need for such formality. You may call me Tingyan, just as you will my master, he replied with a cheerful smile. While staying at the inn served a purpose in monitoring her, he was primarily inclined to assist her, given that the upcoming cases would require verification by various levels of the government. Although Rujin's written complaints were eloquent and could directly influence proceedings, their format was somewhat lacking. Having just witnessed her effortlessly resolve a dispute, Tingyan now held her in high regard, his previous reservations dissipating. After a brief pause, he said lightly, Miss Hua, you should go ahead. My master has left some official forms in the room. I will fetch you some. Thank you. Rujin nodded in gratitude upon sensing his lack of suspicion. She then returned to her quarters to freshen up. Hong Yi presented 2 outfits she had prepared, one in pale white and the other in soft pink, both befitting a princess of noble stature. For someone like her, accustomed to the rigors of the workplace, they felt somewhat juvenile, lacking the elegance she desired. The scholar's taste is indeed peculiar. Rujin sighed helplessly, ultimately choosing the pale white butterfly-patterned robe. After applying a light touch of makeup, she hurried out. Upon reaching the tea house entrance, Tingyan handed her a bag containing the official documents, smiling as he said, I will wait for you outside. Miss Hua, should you need anything, feel free to call for me. All right, Rujin replied softly, hesitating briefly before accepting the bag and entering the tea house. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone discussing the recent events outside the inn. Upon her arrival, they greeted her respectfully, offering tea and pastries. Rujin graciously acknowledged their kindness and settled down leisurely to sip her tea. Noticing the multitude gathering around her, she felt a surge of alarm. Do you all wish to have complaints written for submission to the county office? She inquired. Even officials would find it overwhelming to adjudicate such a multitude of grievances in a single day. It was imperative to convey the understanding that court proceedings were not mere banter over tea. Otherwise, while she might earn a fee for writing complaints, the scholar would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a burly man stepped forward, glaring at a larger man behind him, and proclaimed loudly, "Mis hue, ea imbangeth." A hen from my household was killed by Lu San's dog. I have sought compensation for nearly half a year, but he refuses to pay. I implore you to write a complaint on my behalf. I intend to take Lu San to court. That is clearly your hen that trespassed into my yard, which prompted my dog to catch it. Lu San retorted, defending himself vigorously. Miss Hua, you must write this complaint. I wish to accuse Wang Er of slander. Wang Er spat vehemently. You lie. My hen merely fluttered onto the wall. It was your dog that jumped up and snatched it. In an instant, the two engaged in a heated debate over the fate of a mere chicken. Hua Rujin could only perceive a buzzing in her ears. After listening for a while, she discerned the essence of their quarrel. Wang Er and Lu San were neighbors, separated by a wall. Wang Er's frightened hen had flown over, only to be caught and shredded by Lu San's dog. There was truly no clear resolution to this matter. She now fully grasped the litigious spirit rampant in the Yi era. No wonder the government sought to suppress litigants. If such trivialities were to reach the courts, it would surely exhaust the officials. Contemplating briefly, she raised the bag of documents in her hand and earnestly advised, "Gentlemen, consider your options carefully. While I may not rival the eloquence of the renowned orators of Jingzhou, my fees for drafting a complaint are no less than those of the court scribes. Furthermore, should this reach the courtroom and anger the magistrate, you will both likely face punishment. It truly is a case of loss outweighing gain." Upon hearing this, both men furrowed their brows, revealing their apprehension. Observing their fear, Hua Rujin pressed further. Do you still wish to proceed with this complaint? The two hesitated, glancing at each other. Hua Rujin felt a surge of hope and directed her gaze toward Wang Er. Is a chicken you raise intended for your household's consumption or for sale at the market? Wang Er furrowed his brow and replied candidly. Naturally, it was to exchange for silver. How much could a chicken fetch? At least 70 or 80 coins. A hen would lay quite a few eggs before being sold at the market, so I reckon you could get 100 coins at most. Hua Rujin smiled as she turned to Lu San. As far as I know, a clerk at the county office charges 2 taels of silver to draft a legal document, not including the fees for the official seal, the delivery of documents, the bail fees, and so forth. If it were to fall into the hands of the errand runners, they would certainly demand additional payments for transportation and hospitality. Upon hearing this, Wang Er and Lu San's brows furrowed even deeper. Observing their troubled expressions, Hua Rujin concluded that they would not escalate the matter to court. At that moment, she had already devised a compromise. Since Lu San was willing to pay 2 taels for the legal document, I shall not ask for much, merely a tenth. Using your 200 coins to purchase 2 hens from Wang Er's household. Her gaze shifted back to Wang Er. After all, we are neighbors and see each other often. Lu San, spending 200 coins to buy 2 chickens. Would it be too much for you to give Lu San the 1 chicken that was bitten to death by a dog? It wouldn't be excessive. Wang Er hesitated before shaking his head. Setting aside the matter of laying eggs, he would not lose out on the silver. It was certainly better than taking the issue to court. Seeing that Wang Er no longer contested, Hua Rujin then turned to Lu San with a hint of suspicion. Shall we conclude the matter in this manner? Lu San pondered. Buying 2 chickens without needing to compensate for the one killed by the dog was a bit costly, but hens could lay eggs at home, which indeed seemed like a reasonable solution. He nodded in agreement. I will heed Miss Hua's advice. Thus, the 2 men shook hands in reconciliation and departed with ease. Hua Rujin let out a sigh of relief, observing the onlookers who seemed hesitant to speak. She inquired meaningfully, have you all decided on writing the legal complaint? The crowd exchanged glances for a long while, but ultimately no one stepped forward, and they gradually dispersed. Looking back, only one sorrowful woman remained, her maidservant beside her keeping her head down in silence. What troubles could the elderly matron be facing? Hua Rujin scrutinized the old woman, noting her tightly knitted brows and realizing that the situation was likely more complicated than it appeared. After a lengthy pause, the old woman finally gestured for the maid to assist her. The maid promptly opened a bundle and spread its contents on the tea table. Hua Rujin gazed intently, discovering that the bundle was filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels. Let us set aside the matter of silver for the moment. If the old lady is in distress, she should feel free to speak. Hua Rujin directly urged. I am from the Liu family in the south of the city, and today I truly have a pressing matter to request of Miss Hua. As soon as Liu spoke, tears streamed down her face as she fell to her knees. Please, Miss Hua, save my poor son. He is my only child. I implore you to save him by any means necessary. As she spoke, she instructed the maid to bring forth the silver. Please accept these 200 taels if you can rescue my son. I would repay you for your kindness even if it meant losing everything I own. The woman, in a state of desperate urgency, failed to clarify her situation, and Hua Rujin frowned deeply, hastening to assist her to her feet. Once they were seated again, she patiently continued, Please, old lady, take your time. There is no need to rush. Clearly explain your family's circumstances, and I shall not refuse if I can be of help. Very well. After a moment of sobbing, Liu wiped the tears from her eyes and composed herself before recounting. It is indeed my fault. My reckless son has fallen for the daughter of the Zhang family across the way. They are deeply in love and have secretly pledged their lives to one another. Some time ago, my son asked me to propose to the Zhang family, but I could not abide the shameless mother of that girl, so I refused. At this point, Liu's voice suddenly faltered, revealing her embarrassment, and she hesitated to continue. Considering her previous words and actions, Hua Rujin surmised the gist of the matter. Although it was difficult to broach, as a lawyer, one must always be clear and precise. So she bluntly stated, Is it that your son engaged in inappropriate conduct with the Zhang girl? Having thoroughly studied the laws regarding marriage, she recognized that, aside from incest and adultery, the only unforgivable crime left would be rape. Even if an unmarried couple engaged in consensual relations, the most they would face in court would be a beating. However, given Liu's panicked demeanor, it seemed there was only one possibility left. Did your son assault the Zhang girl? As soon as the words left her mouth, Liu quickly waved her hands in panic to explain. No, it is not as it seems. If it is not so, then why are you in such a state of alarm, Madame Liu? Hua Rujin asked coldly with a smile. Liu then cried out in frustration. It is all my son's folly. It is clearly that the Zhang mother and daughter are to blame. He foolishly accepted the charge of fornication and is now heartlessly abandoning me, his mother. That Zhang woman is truly malicious. If she had simply lowered her head to discuss matters with me, I would have gladly accepted the union. Since she has no intention of doing so, she should have just dismissed my son. Why allow him to clandestinely pursue her daughter? She is clearly plotting against me. Hearing Liu's words, Hua Rujin was reminded of her cultured cousin. In these times, the freedom to marry is indeed a luxury. It is precisely for this reason that many moving tales have emerged. However, Liu's argument held merit. If the Zhang family matriarch opposed her daughter marrying Liu's son, why would she permit their clandestine meetings? Was there some hidden agenda? Chapter 086. Following the ambitions of the elder brother. If the old lady merely wished to preserve her son's life, that would not be difficult. Hua Rujin pondered, looking thoughtfully at Liu. But I heard you say that your son admitted to the act of fornication, which complicates matters. While the allure of gleaming silver is undeniable, she did not hasten to offer Liu any advice. As a fellow woman, she could empathize. She could not bring herself to tarnish another's reputation. In this era, the plight of women is exceedingly harsh, and if Liu's son did indeed commit fornication with the Zhang girl, she would find it hard to reconcile with herself for destroying the future of a woman for a mere few hundred taels of silver. Liu was already in a state of utter disarray, collapsing to her knees once more, weeping in anguish. My son has been bewitched by that Zhang mother and daughter. He now seeks death with all his heart. After a bout of sobbing, she fainted from the distress. Seeing this, Hua Rujin stepped forward to assist her along with the maid. The maid, seeing the elderly woman in such distress, knelt down and pleaded, Miss Hua, every word my mistress speaks is true. My young master may not be a scholar of great renown, but he would never act without cause. Furthermore, he is genuinely devoted to the Zhang girl. If she were unwilling, he would never force her. If it is not a matter of coercion, why does your mistress not humble herself to speak with the Zhang mother and daughter? Now that the deed is done, would not a marriage bring joy to all? Hua Rujin, perplexed, turned to the maid. If your young master and the Zhang girl are indeed in love, why would you prefer to sacrifice her virtue and bring your young master to court, even putting him in peril? Why did she not seek to plead for him? The maid looked helpless. My mistress has nearly worn down the threshold of the Zhang household with her kneeling, yet since the incident, the Zhang girl has vanished without a trace. And the Zhang matriarch has declared that my young master has sullied her daughter's purity and insists that he must pay with his life. This situation is indeed strange. Rujin could not help but shake her head with a bitter smile. Just as your lady said, the Zhang family has long been aware of their daughter's clandestine dealings with your young master, even tacitly condoning them. Why at this juncture would they seek to bring ruin upon him? After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her sharp gaze towards the maid. Could it be that your lady and the Zhang matron have harbored a deep-seated enmity? Not quite, the maid replied with a shake of her head. My lady has always been sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. She has often felt pity for them, the mother and daughter, and has not hesitated to provide assistance, even suggesting a union between the families before the incident occurred. I perceive that my lady still wishes to soften her stance for the sake of your young master. I see. Rujin sighed softly, glancing at Lu Shi. Very well, I shall accompany you to return your lady home, and in passing, we shall visit the Zhang matron. At present, she could not draw any definitive conclusions, yet she felt an unsettling undercurrent of intrigue. If this truly stemmed from a personal vendetta between two women affecting the futures of their children, it would hardly be a judicious transaction. Repackaging the pouch of gold and silver, the maid hoisted Lu Shi onto her back, and the two slowly exited the tea house. At the entrance, they encountered Ting, who stood there, a look of confusion etched across his face as he observed the pair. Rujin casually explained, I am accompanying this lady to the Zhang family in the south of the city. The Zhang family in the south? Ting, having overheard discussions regarding this affair outside the tea house, quickly gestured. Miss Hua, are you involved in the matter concerning the young lady from the Zhang family? Before Rujin could respond, he answered himself. This case is already closed. Last night, the young master received the closing statements from Magistrate Tuesday. It was the young man from the Li family who confessed to the crime, admitting to having violated the Zhang young lady. My master has already submitted the case file to the governor. Recalling how Lu Shiyuan had coerced a confession previously, Ting promptly added, no torture was employed. The matter concerns a life. Last night, the young master personally visited the prison to verify the facts with the accused. It appears there should be no discrepancies. Rujin smiled faintly. With Ting An's assertion, she found it inappropriate to explicitly mention her visit to the Zhang family, instead offering a vague response. Then I shall accompany this sister to return Lady Lu to her residence. Ting hesitated before nodding. I will fetch a carriage for Miss Hua. No need. Rujin waved her hand dismissively. It won't take much time. Lord Yi is likely swamped with work. You should go assist him at the county office. Ting did not dare to insist further, and watched as she climbed into the carriage with Lu Shi. As the sun reached its zenith, Yi Chengwei sat solemnly at the county office of Jiang'an, staring vacantly at the thick stack of case files on his desk. His almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, blinked occasionally, giving him an air of dullness. It is said that honest officials find it difficult to adjudicate familial matters, and he had increasingly felt the weight of this truth. Having taken charge of Jiang'an's affairs for 2 days, he found the cases he encountered to be seemingly mundane, yet increasingly challenging, ranging from adultery to assault. Picking up a case file, he glanced through it, discovering it detailed a dispute between two villagers whose oxen had clashed in the fields, leading to a protracted legal battle over several years without resolution. As he pondered this, Ting stealthily entered. Regarding Miss Hua, are you finished? Yi Chengwei glanced at him with a flicker of interest. Ting remained silent, directing his gaze behind him. Elder brother seems to rely quite heavily on that Miss Hua. At the sound of a familiar voice, Yi Chengwei focused his attention to see He Shirin entering leisurely, accompanied by the maid. Missy has come to join in the fray, he remarked with a knowing smile. Given the recent commotion in Jiang'an, even the visiting magistrate was expected to arrive, and, as the only female advocate of note from Jiangling, she would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Yet, it was merely a matter of fulfilling another's request. He Shirin approached him, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she surveyed the case file on the desk. I did not expect to hear of Magistrate Tu's troubles upon my arrival in Jiang'an. It seems I shall inevitably have to seek my sustenance under your guidance. As long as your conscience is clear, even if you were to present your case before the emperor, you shall find solace in your pursuits, Yi Chengwei replied, his gaze unwavering. He Shirin, maintaining her composure, responded with a gentle smile. Elder brother jests. How could I dare to flaunt my skills before you? Your teachings are paramount to me. I would never dare become complacent. In this life, I desire nothing more than to follow in your footsteps. That would be most agreeable, Yi Cheng-wei said, redirecting his attention back to the case file as their gazes fell upon the open documents. This case. My sister has indeed heard of it prior to arriving in Jiang'an, Shireen remarked. Her delicate eyebrows lifted slightly as she smiled warmly. It is said that the Zhao family's ox from on Yuan village and the Sun family's ox had a quarrel in the fields. The Zhao ox, being slightly stronger, gored the Sun ox to death. The Sun family sought compensation, and for years, the two families have been entangled in court. However, as she had no ties to Tu Hong and no profit to gain, she had little interest in such trivial matters. But seeing her elder brother troubled by this case piqued her interest. Why not allow me to offer my insights on this matter? Noticing her eagerness, Yi Cheng-wei gave a slight nod. Having watched Miss Hua stir the waters recently, he was curious to see what prowess this renowned woman possessed. In a mere blink, she had swiftly penned a succinct 16-character commentary on the case, her graceful handwriting reflecting her nimbleness and vitality, truly befitting her status as one of the four great talents. Yi Cheng-wei's gaze drifted to the concluding statement. Two oxen contend. One dies, one lives. The dead share the meal, the living till the field. He could not help but acknowledge, is indeed a prudent approach. Ting En, witnessing Yi Cheng-wei's acquiescence to Miss He's judgment, refrained from voicing his discontent. Yet internally, he felt a measure of disagreement. Although this method appeared fair, it still bore the weight of official pressure to compel reconciliation between the two families. After all, the Sun family's ox had been deceased for many years. How could one fairly discuss compensation? In contrast, he preferred the approach of Miss Hua, who managed matters in a manner that garnered universal respect, not to mention her adeptness in mediating the inheritance disputes among the Jiang family brothers. The incidents with Wang Er and Liu San had revealed her considerable wisdom. Though Liu San had spent 200 coins on 2 chickens, the hen would eventually lay eggs to offset the loss, while Wang Er, having lost 1 chicken, managed to sell 2 at a high price, thus finding his own balance. Yet, absolute fairness is a mirage. It is merely a quest for a compromise that all can accept. Noticing a familiar official document envelope on the desk, Ting En suddenly appeared surprised. Young master, regarding the case of the Zhang and Li families, you had prepared to submit it to the governor. Why have you taken it back? This case bears peculiarities, Yi Cheng-wei mused, holding the envelope thoughtfully. I have never seen anyone confess to such an ignoble crime with such boldness. Earlier, I noticed Lady Liu from the Li family heading to the post station, and Miss Hua accompanied them back to the Li residence. She likely has her own opinions on this case. Ting En's brow furrowed with concern. With Miss Hua currently in the spotlight, having just distanced herself from the Dou family, it was only natural for her to seek to establish a reputation. Yet he feared she might be exploited in her haste for success. Shireen sighed softly, a hint of regret evident in her expression. It is said that her elder brother's broken engagement years ago was the result of someone scheming. Now that he is willing to overlook past grievances and support her, it must be out of compassion for her tragic background. My younger sister is 2 years younger than I, and having spent several years navigating the legal profession, I ought to refer to her as sister and offer her more assistance. After a brief pause, a cold smile curled at the corners of Shireen's lips. I personally witnessed the affair between the Li and Zhang families back in Jiang'an County. Caught red-handed, the young master of the Li family confessed to the crime of seducing Miss Zhang. If Miss Hua wishes to overturn the case, it seems she will have to rely on her influence. The last few words were deliberately emphasized. Missy is overthinking it. Yi Cheng-wei replied coolly, choosing not to elaborate. Her cleverness, it seems, is merely a means to utilize others. As for exerting pressure, he could not agree. Despite her significant contributions in Shaoyan Mountain yesterday, she did not seek personal glory. Upon arriving at the county office, she kept her achievements hidden, wishing to distance herself from any association with him. She does not appear to be the type to seek connections, whether for the sake of the grain merchants in Jingzhou or to advocate for the unfortunate Miss Cheng Nini. She has shown great integrity, fearless of authority. Noticing that the sun was setting, he realized that the inspector's carriage had changed course, likely delaying their arrival in Jiang'an County by several days. Yi Cheng-wei was preoccupied with several strange matters he had heard that day and was eager to investigate. He stood up and instructed Ting En. Missy is a guest from afar. Please instruct the post-in to prepare a room for her." Having said that, he took his sword and hurriedly departed. Watching his figure fade from sight, Shireen felt a pang of loneliness. In the past, he was solely devoted to his studies, oblivious to the world outside, and she refrained from intruding. Yet now, upon returning to Jiangling City as an official, he remained equally oblivious to the nuances of relationships, which was quite vexing. In their 2 brief encounters over a cup of tea, he had always been in a rush to attend to official matters. Shireen increasingly sensed a growing chasm between them. Tingyan, aware of the old lady's fondness for Miss He, did not dare to be negligent. While respectfully leading the way, he explained, "Please be understanding, Miss He. My young master has encountered numerous issues upon his appointment and has been exceedingly busy of late. He is not one to be idle." Shireen smiled gently, but found herself feeling somewhat wary of the suddenly prominent Miss Hua. "The connection between my brother and Miss Hua is merely coincidental. She possesses some unique skills that have assisted him in resolving certain difficult matters. Given the current shortage of manpower in Jiangnan County, it is only fitting that Miss Hua helps alleviate the burden on the clerks." Tingyan replied candidly, "That is indeed the case. Now I understand." Shireen contemplated this and responded lightly, deciding against further inquiries as she exited the county office with Tingyan. In the spacious and bright east room of the Shu residence in Jiangling City, the cultured cousin held tightly to a medical treatise. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the neglected set of day law by the bookshelf, lost in thought. He had not turned a page for quite some time. The nearby servant, unable to bear the silence any longer, hesitantly ventured, "Are you thinking of your cousin? Do not speak nonsense." Shu Jinxian cautiously surveyed the room before slowly setting down the book and sighing. "It has been 3 whole days since my cousin left Jiangling City. It feels as if 3 years have passed. Moreover, considering Yi Chengwei, a man of both literary and martial prowess, who had a promising future in the capital, yet chose to return to Jiangling City, his intentions were truly perplexing." The servant, visibly disdainful, still felt obliged to support his master's thoughts. "Shall we visit Jiangnan County then? We must prevent Yi from harboring any untoward intentions toward your cousin. You make a valid point. This cannot be overlooked." Shu Jinxian frowned. "But my cousin wishes for me to focus on my studies and not neglect my academic pursuits." In truth, it was not a pressing concern. The two did not contradict one another. The servant chuckled. "Regardless, Jiangnan County is not far." Before the servant could finish, Shu Jinxian immediately stood up. "Very well, let us depart now. Prepare a few books I need to take with me." Given that his uncle had assumed the role of county instructor and would soon return, the matter with the second branch's relatives would no longer pose complications for his aunt. With that in mind, he hurriedly packed his belongings and set off towards Jiangnan County. Chapter 088. Will you cry? Hua Rujin escorted Lu Shi back home, and once the two had entered, she turned to head towards the Zhang residence across the street. The Li estate was resplendent, exuding the opulence of a wealthy family, while the Zhang household appeared small and dilapidated by comparison. If Madame Zhang were indeed coveting the riches of the Li family, employing some underhanded tactics to marry her daughter into that family would present a rare opportunity. Why then allow the young master of the Li family to meet her daughter clandestinely for so long before taking the matter to court? With a mind full of questions, she knocked heavily on the door of the Zhang residence. After a considerable wait, the door was finally opened by a stout, middle-aged woman adorned in gold and silver, whose opulence seemed out of place in the shabby abode. Two small, slender maidservants followed closely behind her. "Who are you?" The woman eyed Hua Rujin suspiciously, her tone sharp as she addressed the unfamiliar face. "Are you here as a messenger for that old hag Lu?" From her tone, Hua Rujin surmised that this must be Madame Zhang. She replied frankly, "If you wish to think so, I have no objection." Seeing the young woman before her, who appeared quite young, it was puzzling that she would abandon domestic pursuits to engage in such disreputable affairs. Madame Zhang glared in indignation. "Tell that Lu fellow that his son has only one option this time. There is no room for negotiation." With that, she slammed the door shut, leaving Hua Rujin unfazed by such behavior. She had encountered far worse situations during her previous life while representing clients in court. After all, one must fulfill their obligations when receiving payment. This minor setback was something she could endure. Glancing at the closed door, she calmly returned to the Li residence. Upon seeing the maidservant near Lu Shi, Hua Rujin smiled nonchalantly. "It seems Madame Zhang is not as difficult as you suggested. If she lacked any means, how could she afford maidservants?" There are at least two accompanying her. Oddly enough, Madame Zhang, who had been frugal in the past, now appeared rather extravagant, dressing elegantly and even having multiple maidservants visible. Lu Shi's little maid pondered aloud. I haven't heard that their family was ever this wealthy. Perhaps she has found a wealthy patron, Hua Rujin replied with a wry smile. Is the Zhang young lady still at home? She should be, the little maid replied, somewhat hesitantly. I have not seen her leave. It seems I must devise a way to meet this Miss Zhang. Hua Rujin thought, a wicked curiosity stirring within her. Since they are a pair of star-crossed lovers, it is remarkable that the young lady remains composed while her beloved faces execution. Either she has truly suffered humiliation, or there are deep-seated grievances at play. Turning to the little maid, Hua Rujin confirmed, your young master and Miss Zhang are indeed in love? The little maid raised her hand confidently. I would stake my life on it. I believe you. Hua Rujin smiled faintly, a delicate smile that seemed to float like mist. Will you cry? Cry? The young maid, momentarily perplexed, soon broke into a fit of weeping, only to swiftly transition to a calm smile. Miss Hua, is this acceptable? I think it's quite good. Hua Rujin nodded in satisfaction. Go purchase some ritual paper money, and then, when you reach outside, convey to Miss Zhang the current plight of your young master through your tears. If she still harbors grievances against him, your lament will surely provide her with solace. If not, here her voice trailed off. She lifted her gaze to the young maid, who understood immediately. I comprehend. I shall go procure it at once. After a brief interval, what was once a tranquil residence erupted with heart-wrenching cries outside the Zhang family door. Young master, today I must bid you farewell in advance. The master has decreed that for the grave offense you have committed against the family, you shall face the scorn of the masses during your execution, and thus, I am forbidden from accompanying you. In your next life, open your eyes and avoid those with hearts as cruel as wolves. Hua Rujin stood quietly at the entrance of the Li residence, observing the maid's profound sorrow. A mixture of amusement and pity danced within her. Soon, commotion arose around them. Turning to investigate, she discovered it was not a member of the Zhang family, but rather Lu Shi, rushing out in a fit of anger. Has the lady awakened? Hua Rujin inquired leisurely. What are you doing, Miss Hua? Lu Shi glared at the maid, ready to scold her, but Hua Rujin swiftly hushed her. If you wish to rescue your son, heed my words and retreat for a moment. Lu Shi, albeit with skepticism, retreated into the courtyard. Before long, the Zhang family's gate stirred once more. Hua Rujin glanced up to see a delicate oval face illuminated by the moonlight, her neck wrapped in a layer of gauze. Appearing exceptionally frail, a shock gripped Hua Rujin's heart. Could she have sought to end her life? The woman cast a heavy glance at the weeping maid before attempting to speak, but was instantly interrupted by the stout matron, leading two maidservants who rushed out, pulling her into an embrace. You foolish girl. Even in the face of calamity, you should not seek to end your life and abandon your mother. How can I live alone? The girl seemed unmoved by the cries, her eyes fixated on Hua Rujin as she slowly shook her head. She then looked skyward, raising two fingers. Hua Rujin silently observed her gestures, and as the gate was firmly shut once more, she reflected on the girl's expression, devoid of resentment, yet brimming with helplessness. Mimicking her gesture, she gazed at the sky, raised her fingers, and after some contemplation, realized the implication, joyfully calling out to the still-crying maid, "It is time. We're done here." Done? The maid, utterly bewildered, followed Hua Rujin back into the courtyard. It seems Miss Zhang had not the chance to say anything. She was quite clear. Your young master is innocent, Hua Rujin replied with a smile. But I did not hear anything. The maid was even more confused. Hearing their exchange, Lu Shi hurried out, anxious to inquire, Miss Hua, is this true? Absolutely true, Hua Rujin asserted with conviction. However, I will need to borrow your maid for tomorrow to visit your son in prison. As for why she cannot go herself, I believe this lady understands the sorrow involved. Lu Shi's expression darkened momentarily before she raised her head to look at the maid. Cui, go to the prison and tell your young master that as long as he is willing to return, I will not object to whom he wishes to marry. With that, tears dampened her handkerchief as she wiped her eyes and turned to instruct the maid inside to prepare a package for Cui, watching them depart. Chapter 089. Guidance from an expert upon exiting the Li residence. Hua Rujin did not leave immediately. Instead, she led Cui to a nearby tea house where they ordered some light snacks to satiate their hunger. They lingered until the tea house closed. And as night fell into a deep silence, they rose to depart. Chui, though uncertain of Hua Rujin's intentions, remained composed, trusting that she had devised a plan to save her young master. Moreover, it was unlikely anyone in Jiang'an County possessed greater legal acumen than her. Even the capable Qinrui, known for stirring up trouble, had been imprisoned by her. Who would dare underestimate her simply because of her gender? The two strolled leisurely by the lakeside, and, as Hua Rujin gauged the time, she led Chui back towards the Zhang residence. This time not through the front door, but to a secluded wall near the ladies' chamber. Soon enough, movement at the base of the wall caught their attention, and from the hidden thicket emerged a figure, the young lady of the Zhang family. They exchanged glances, and she first hushed them before stealthily approaching, whispering, "How did you know I would come out this way?" "Oh, I truly had no idea you would emerge from here," Hua Rujin replied with a rueful smile, envisioning that the Zhang lady would leap down from the wall like a valiant warrior. However, given the many maidservants watching, it seems you would not dare to use the front entrance. As soon as Hua Rujin finished her thought, the young woman curiously inquired, "Then how did you know I wished to meet you?" "Today, you looked up at the sky, indicating you had no choice but to conceal your intentions. During the day, it was inconvenient to see me, and raising 2 fingers was likely a signal for our meeting at the second watch." Hua Rujin articulated her deductions. In an era devoid of photographs, she could not whimsically raise her fingers without reason. Pointing to the sky could only signify the time. "You are indeed remarkably astute," the young lady praised, taking her hand and leading her to sit by the lake. "Since the incident with young Master Li, my mother has kept me under strict surveillance. After my recent attempt to end my life, she has relaxed her watchfulness somewhat, and at this hour, the maids are weary, allowing me a chance to see you." "Why be so pessimistic?" Hua Rujin cast a glance at the white gauze wrapped around her neck. Though she had surmised the reason, she feigned ignorance, urging, "He has been sentenced to death by hanging and will face execution soon. You must live on. Why pretend to be oblivious?" The young lady scoffed. "You had Chui invite me out, so I assume you are aware of the underlying circumstances. How could such a gentle soul impose anything untoward upon me? I had no knowledge of it," Hua Rujin thought to herself. The certainty of something being amiss arose only after the young lady's emergence. Regarding the character of young Master Li, she was determined not to be swayed by hearsay. Now, reflecting on both the words of Lu Shi and Chui, it appeared that young Master Li did not harbor ill intentions. "If I am not mistaken, young Master Li took the blame upon himself to restore your reputation." "You are correct. It is I who has caused him harm," the young lady replied in a calm tone. Hua Rujin was taken aback by her nonchalant admission. "Are you not disheartened? What use is sorrow? I have already faced death once." The young lady offered a bitter smile. "He can bear the weight of a lifetime's scorn for my sake. I shall not allow him to journey to the underworld alone. In life, we share a bed. In death, we share a grave." "That seems rather extreme," Hua Rujin observed quietly. "If you fear death so much, why not consider clearing young Master Li's name?" "What can I do?" The young lady shook her head with a sigh. "You do not understand my family circumstances. My mother is a greedy woman, and she has accepted money from others, insisting that young Master Li has sullied my name." "Accepted money from others?" Hua Rujin asked, bewildered. "Yes." The young woman nodded emphatically, gazing up at the vast sky as she spoke softly. "Approximately a year ago, a wealthy merchant from Jiangsu and Zhejiang sought to take me as his concubine. Despite his immense fortune, I have always been unwilling to live in subservience to anyone. I would rather endure a humble existence and retain my dignity. So I declined his offer. To my dismay, he did not relent and instead resorted to bribing my mother." Upon hearing this, Hua Rujin immediately grasped the entirety of the situation. It was no wonder that the Zhang family's matron had suddenly begun to live so extravagantly. It was clear now that I had been foolish. The young woman sighed heavily. "Since I lost my father at a young age, my mother and I have relied solely on each other. Li Lang has always treated me well, caring for me since our childhood. I had long believed I would become his wife. I thought that once we shared our intimacy, my mother would relent, but instead, I fell victim to her schemes." At this point, Chui was filled with indignation. No wonder the Zhang matron has been so attentive to our young master. She had already plotted against him, aiming for his demise. "It is I who have brought harm to your young master." After a long silence, Miss Zhang continued, "On that day, my mother caught me red-handed with Li Lang, and he took the blame upon himself to protect my honor. I thought my mother would show some mercy, but she deceived me. She never intended to leave Li Lang any escape. Perhaps only with the death of the Li family's young master would your mother and that wealthy merchant feel completely at ease, Hua Rujin conjectured. Now, she had a clear understanding of the entire matter. If I were to say that there exists a way to preserve the life of the Li family's young master, would Miss Zhang be willing to try? Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang turned to her with hopeful eyes. What could you possibly do? I fear that even if I were to plead my case in court, it would be in vain, not only betraying Li Lang's trust, but also subjecting myself to a reputation of immorality. There is no need for Miss Zhang to appear in court. Hua Rujin reassured her with a smile. What I require is for you to persuade the Li family's young master to change his testimony. If he is willing to retract his statement, I assure you, I possess a method to save his life. Is that truly possible? Miss Zhang's face lit up with joy, but it quickly faded as she sighed. My mother will not change her stance. I fear it will be difficult for Miss Hua to alter the testimony. After all, what has been done cannot be undone, and she caught us in the act, with evidence in hand. If she refuses to relent, Miss Hua's efforts to defend us will only lead to accusations of reversing right and wrong. After a pause, her anxiety deepened. Recently, I noticed that Miss He Shireen from Jiangling visited our home. I suspect my mother and that wealthy merchant have enlisted her to handle this lawsuit. Her reputation is well known. At the mention of He Shireen, Hua Rujin felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder the situation had been orchestrated so flawlessly. It was clear that a master strategist was involved. For an unmarried woman to appear in court, especially under such compromising circumstances, would be exceedingly difficult. She would likely be drowned in a tide of accusations before she even had the chance to speak. It seemed He Shireen had anticipated this, crafting a trap that left no room for escape. It is said that one would rather dismantle 10 temples than disrupt a single marriage. Yet Miss He would go to any lengths for money, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of the 4 great talents of the dynasty. Do not concern yourself with others, Miss Zhang. What I seek now is your firm commitment, Hua Rujin declared, her gaze unwavering. The strength of my resolve to overturn this case will mirror your determination to save the Li family's young master. Seeing her confidence, Miss Zhang shed her hesitance and replied resolutely, as long as he lives, I would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Very well, with that assurance, I feel encouraged, Hua Rujin said as she observed Miss Zhang closely. Cui and I will visit the Li family's young master in prison. Do you have any words or tokens you wish us to convey to him? Understanding the weight of her words, Miss Zhang quickly produced a shard of a broken jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Cui, earnestly instructing Cui. This was the token of affection your young master gifted me. Regrettably, it was shattered by my mother. Tell him that although this jade is now flawed, it remains exquisite in quality, just as my heart remains unchanged. I disregard others' opinions and only hope for his well-being in this life. With tears in her eyes, Cui accepted the pendant, her expression grave as she regarded Hua Rujin. Let us go, Hua Rujin said, her smile warm as she patted Cui's shoulder. Before departing, she turned to Miss Zhang and assured her, rest easy, I will not betray your trust. Thank you, Miss Hua, Miss Zhang replied solemnly, bowing in gratitude. The two parted ways, and, as Hua Rujin led Cui back, she began to strategize on how to navigate this case safely, ensuring the protection of the Li family's young master while minimizing any backlash against Miss Zhang. Cui, however, remained uncertain. After walking a distance, she cautiously asked, Miss Hua, do you truly believe that if our young master is willing to change his testimony, it will suffice to overturn his conviction? Casting a wary glance at her, the young maid sighed. As Miss Zhang indicated, she and our young master indeed engaged in improper conduct. If her mother chooses to resort to a scorched earth policy, not only would our young master be in peril, but Miss Zhang could also face dire consequences. She will not. Hua Rujin chuckled softly, shaking her head. If the Zhang matron valued her family's reputation so highly, she would not have allowed her daughter to consort with your young master, nor would she bring him to court. She would surely find a way to quietly resolve the matter. That makes sense, Cui conceded, pouting. My lady believes that the Zhang matron is shameless, constantly encouraging my young master to meet with Miss Zhang, which is why she refuses to accept this marriage. Now, she likely thinks that the wealthy merchant can offer her more gold and silver, hence abandoning my young master. Such a person would not sacrifice her daughter for the sake of reputation, Hua Rujin remarked, her expression growing serious. She merely views her daughter as a means to wealth. As her words fell, a carriage came to a halt along the shaded path. Upon closer inspection, a tall figure sat quietly beside the carriage, observing them. Under the hazy moonlight, Rujin quickly recognized the familiar silhouette and, somewhat surprised, called out, "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" Yi Chengwei leisurely dismounted from the carriage and approached, saying with a knowing smile, "Miss Hua, you are indeed bold. Meeting a lady in the dead of night without fear of being schemed against. Oh, I hardly weigh more than a few dozen pounds. What could anyone scheme against me?" Rujin replied with a playful glance. "Yet, you, young Master Yi, bear significant responsibilities and should exercise greater caution." At her words, Yi Chengwei recalled the strange happenings he had heard about in Jiangnan County over the past few days. However, he refrained from elaborating, simply offering Rujin a faint smile. "I am on my way back to the inn and can escort you home." As he spoke, he gracefully lifted the carriage curtain. Rujin hesitated for a moment, preparing to board with Chui, when suddenly the sound of approaching hooves echoed through the night. She turned her head to see a familiar carriage coming straight toward them. Before the carriage had even stopped, a clear voice rang out, "Cousin." As the voice echoed, Rujin saw her elegant cousin leap down from the carriage. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Rujin asked in surprise as Shu Jinxian strode confidently to her side. Before Shu Jinxian could respond, his attendant, grinning mischievously, interjected, "Miss, our young master has been quite worried about you. He mentioned that you had been away from Jiangling for several days without returning. So he instructed me to prepare some belongings and hurried to Jiangnan County. Do not speak nonsense." Shu Jinxian shot an irritated glare at the coachman, first bowing respectfully to Yi Chengwei. However, noticing that the two were still together in the late hours, he felt a twinge of discontent. Intentionally walking over to Rujin, he solemnly stated, "Cousin, you left in such haste that you did not pack your belongings. I have brought you 2 sets of clothes from Aunt." With that, he hastily instructed the young servant to present the 2 outfits he had selected on the way, pressing them into her hands. He then clasped his fists toward Yi Chengwei, saying, "These past few days, I appreciate young Master Yi for taking care of my cousin." Rujin, lost in thought while holding the bundle, was urged by her elegant cousin, "Come now. Cousin, I shall escort you back to the inn." Yi Chengwei felt a hint of dissatisfaction at the words exchanged between the two, which implied that he might neglect the young lady from the Hua family. He intercepted Shu Jinxian, stating, "Young Master Shu has just arrived in Jiangnan County and likely is yet to find suitable lodging. After such a long journey, there is no need to trouble yourself to escort Miss Hua back." "Oh, it's no trouble at all." Shu Jinxian waved dismissively. "I will take my cousin back. The inn can arrange a room as they see fit." "The inn has no rooms available," Yi Chengwei coldly interjected, firmly pushing Rujin into the carriage and instructing, "Miss Hua is currently a distinguished guest in this county, bearing an important responsibility. We cannot afford to have any mishaps. The county will take good care of her. So young Master Shu can rest assured and return." With that, he cracked the whip and departed, leaving Shu Jinxian and the coachman in confusion. Though Jiangnan County may not rival the splendor of Jiangling City, surely such a large inn could accommodate one more guest? The young servant pouted. "Young Master Yi surely did that on purpose." "Enough nonsense," Shu Jinxian retorted, glancing at the young servant in frustration. Surmising that the scholar was displeased due to the servant's remarks, he had no choice but to board the carriage and seek alternative lodging. Rujin, gazing out of the window, noticed that her refined cousin's carriage had already been drawn far away, soon disappearing from sight. The carriage rattled along, causing the entire compartment to jolt violently. She felt that Yi Chengwei was acting rather strangely today, but she refrained from voicing her concerns. Kui, filled with trepidation, clutched the interior of the carriage, staring anxiously at the dazed Rujin. She quietly asked, "Miss Hua, is young Master Yi in a hurry?" "Perhaps he is," Rujin replied softly, just as she heard Yi Chengwei command the horses to stop. Chapter 91. A change of chefs at the inn. Once Rujin descended from the carriage with Chui. She saw Ting and leading a beautiful young lady from the inn. "Where has the young master gone today? It will make my search easier." Ting and hurriedly stepped forward to take the reins from Yi Chengwei. He initially scrutinizing Yi Chengwei, noticed that his complexion appeared somewhat poor, likely fatigued, and quickly offered, "Brother, you are overburdened with duties. I have requested some fine ingredients from the inn to prepare a few dishes for you. Please, Go inside and have something to eat. Yi Chengwei disregarded their words, casting a heavy glance at Hua Rujin, and coldly instructed Ting En. Take Miss Hua back to her room and prepare some meals for her and her guest. With that, he promptly entered the inn. Ting En and He Shi-in exchanged perplexed glances, both bewildered. What has come over the young master? Ting En mused, stroking his thick earlobes. He had never seen him behave so uncharacteristically in the many years they had known each other. Hua Rujin, equally bewildered, thought, I have done nothing to provoke him. Why the stern demeanor? Perhaps he was blaming her for taking the initiative to seek justice for the Li family? He Shi-in, observing the situation, surmised that it must be Hua Rujin who had displeased her brother. Hesitantly approaching, she scrutinized the renowned beauty before her and smiled warmly. You must be the younger sister of the Hua family? Younger sister? Hua Rujin raised her eyes to gaze at her for a moment. Having been in Jiangling City for some time, apart from her mother, Kai Baiwei, this was the first time she encountered such a striking young lady. But when did I gain an older sister? Reflecting on her foolish cousin from a Meng family made her head throb. As Hua Rujin stood in confusion, Ting En leaned in to explain, Miss Hua, this is Miss He Shi-in, one of the 4 great talents of the Dai dynasty. Upon hearing the name of Miss He, Chui was the first to react, tightly grasping Hua Rujin's skirt. So it is Miss He. A sudden realization washed over Hua Rujin, and she scrutinized He Shi-in once more. Truly, seeing is believing. I have long admired you. Do not be modest, dear sister. It is merely flattery from others, hardly worthy of comparison to your esteemed reputation. He Shi-in replied warmly, stepping forward to take her hand. I have heard that you went to the Li family seeking justice for their son. It must have been quite a convoluted journey. Why not join my brother and me for a meal in my room? There's no need. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss He. Hua Rujin instinctively intertwined her arm with Chui's, deliberately distancing herself. She sensed that He Shi-in had ulterior motives in inviting her to dine with Yi Chengwei. It seemed their bond was quite profound. A momentary displeasure arose within her toward Yi Chengwei. This scoundrel, prioritizing romantic interests over friendships, could arrange accommodations for Miss He at the inn, yet expected her unfortunate cousin to fend for himself. How outrageous! I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall not intrude on your enjoyment. Hua Rujin deflected, leading Chui back to her own quarters. Once inside, she poured a cup of tea for Chui, who anxiously rose and clutched her arm, asking with concern, Sister Hua, I noticed that Miss Shi-in and young master Yi seem to share a special bond. Young master Yi won't favor the Zhang family and put our master in jeopardy, will he? Not at all, Hua Rujin replied, furrowing her brow. We still have the governor to consider. Yet, on a second thought, she felt that the cunning old fox, when yumming, was less reliable than Yi Chengwei. In the time she had known him, she had come to realize that he was not one to blur the lines between personal and public matters. Seeing Chui still troubled, Hua Rujin gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. The young lady from the Zhang family has already made her decision. As long as your master alters his testimony, no one will be able to trouble him further. Moreover, I have heard that the inspector is soon to arrive in Jiangnan County, and these officials will not dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing her words, Kui felt considerably relieved. After all, the provincial inspector was the emperor's envoy. Surely no one would dare to act with impunity under the emperor's watchful gaze. Not long after Yi Chengwei returned to his room, Ting En brought in a meal prepared by the inn's young servants. Young master, these dishes were personally made by Miss Shi-in after much effort. You should enjoy them while they are still warm. I am not hungry, Yi Chengwei replied, holding a book titled Military Laws, his mind still preoccupied with the earlier encounter with Shu Jinxian and the young lady from the Hua family. Glancing at the meticulously arranged dishes on the table, he waved his hand dismissively. Take them to Miss Hua's room. That girl must be starving after running out in the dead of night to meet someone, he thought. However, Ting En looked at the exquisite dishes with concern. If he delivered Miss Shi-in's specially prepared meal to Miss Hua, would Miss Shi-in not resent him? He was perplexed by young Master Ye's intentions. Truly, he was a bookish fellow, lacking in romantic sensibilities. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Ye Chengwei urgit impatiently, rising to retreat to the inner room with his book. With a resigned expression, Ting En had no choice but to gather the meal and send it to Miss Hua's room. Hua Rujin, after soothing Chui, intended to retire early, yet her stomach betrayed her with its insistent grumbling. Kui, are you angry? Hua Rujin inquired, casting a sheepish glance at the young girl. Chui, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded in response. Although they had indulged in some snacks at the tea house, she dared not feast in front of Miss Hua. Just as Rujin was about to speak, a knock resounded from outside. "Miss Hua, my young master has arranged for a meal. You and a young lady from the Leaf family should partake before resting." Rujin's heart leapt with joy. She had not expected the inn to provide food at such an hour, especially since she was not among the privileged. To her surprise, the top scholar still remembered this matter, and she hurried to open the door. Tingen instructed the servants to arrange the meal again, politely remarking, "Miss Hua, please enjoy." He then swiftly led the servants away. Rujin glanced at the dishes on the table, feeling they appeared much more sumptuous than usual. Could it be that the top scholar had provided extra dishes as a reward for her assistance in resolving a tricky situation for him? After pondering for a moment, she set aside her doubts and instructed Chui to join her for the meal. Chui ate with great relish, continuously praising, "I never expected the inn's food to be this delicious." Although merely a servant of the Leaf family, she had experienced a fair share of grandeur thanks to her kind mistress. Rujin focused on satisfying her hunger, but upon hearing Chui's remarks, she began to savor the flavors of the dishes, which indeed surpassed those of the past few days. Could it be that the inn had changed its chef? But what did it matter? For a true foodie, all that mattered was the ability to eat to one's heart's content. Chapter 092. Visiting the prison. Once Rujin and Chui finished their meal, they were in the room, belching contentedly, while in Shireen's room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "Miss, young master, ye had Ting and deliver the meal you prepared to Miss Hua's room," the maid complained. Her face contorted in displeasure as she approached Shireen. Shireen clenched her fists in silence, but quickly regained her composure, forcing a light-hearted smile as she replied, "It's merely a few dishes. It's nothing of great significance." "Miss," the maid protested, twisting her waist in defiance. But Shireen raised her hand to silence her. "My brother is a prize student of Wei Lao and has been appointed by His Majesty as the top scholar. It is only a matter of time before he leaves this small Jiangling city to attain a noble title. For years, I have been favored by my aunt, and my brother and I are destined to be husband and wife. I must maintain my dignity and not allow a country girl to overshadow me." Upon hearing this, the maid felt somewhat reassured, realizing that young master Yi likely pitted Miss Hua for being a widow who had just escaped from a difficult situation, hence his extra attentiveness. "It's good that you understand," Shireen said, though her wariness deepened. She had known her brother for many years, though he had always treated her with respect. She had never witnessed him care for anyone as he did for Miss Hua. It was one thing for him to go to such lengths as to fetch someone from the Leaf family in the dead of night, but to have meals prepared for her was beyond mere sympathy. What puzzled her was why he regarded her with such favor when she felt she was no less worthy than the girl from the Hua family. After pondering for a long time, she could only attribute it to her aunt. Her brother was always filial, and matters of marriage would ultimately be at his mother's discretion. With that thought, she felt somewhat reassured and chose not to dwell on it. After a night of rest, Rujin and Chui set off early the next morning to the county prison. The young girl exchanged some silver prepared by the Liu family with the jailer, and soon met with the young master of the Li family. In the dim confines of the prison, upon seeing her unfortunate benefactor, she noted his handsome face, tousled hair, and the fact that he appeared relatively unscathed, albeit somewhat listless, as if he had resigned himself to the fate of a mere corpse. "Young master, you have suffered," Chui said, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wiped her eyes. "What are you crying for?" "I am perfectly fine," Li Gongzi replied, glancing at Rujin, unsure of her identity. But assuming she was a legal advocate sent by his mother, he admonished, "Return quickly. Tell my mother not to trouble herself over this unfilial son who has brought shame to the family." "Young master," Chui felt disheartened by his tone. Rujin recognized his determination to protect the reputation of Ms. Zhang and discreetly gestured to Chui. The young girl promptly produced a half medallion and handed it to her master. "Young master, this is a message from Miss Zhang." She relayed her instructions word for word. Li Gongzi clutched the medallion, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Currently, Madame Zhang insists that I have sullied Miss Zhang's name. If I were to recant my statement, it would not only fail to alleviate my guilt, but might also implicate Lien Mei." His tone had softened considerably. "Miss Zhang is now desperately trying to preserve your life. Yet you seem so despondent, allowing her to be sent elsewhere as a concubine." Rujin chastised firmly, A man of stature should honor his parents and protect his beloved. To endure humiliation and face death is not the bearing of a true gentleman. Though you speak thus, what can I do at this juncture? Ligunzi raplia gruomili. Hua Rujin's gaze remained resolute. There is always a way out. As long as you have the will, I believe that sincere efforts can yield results. And you can certainly turn the tide. Remembering her encounter with Miss Zhang the previous night, she felt compelled to add, "Young master, you must encounter a worthy partner in life. Instead of worrying about preserving Miss Zhang's reputation, you should consider how to honor her. Indeed, young master, my lady has said that if you can secure your freedom, she will no longer obstruct your union with Miss Zhang." Chui chimed in eagerly. Moreover, that wealthy merchant from Jiangsu in Zhujiang has his own designs on Miss Zhang. Can you truly be sure he will treat her well? Li Gongzi contemplated for a moment, feeling his resolve waver. After a long silence, he nodded at Hua Rujin. "I am willing to recant. I just do not know how Miss can assist me in escaping this predicament. That is quite manageable." Hua Rujin scanned the surroundings, ensuring no jailers were paying attention, and leaned in to whisper a few words. Li Gongzi looked at her with skepticism. "Will this truly work?" Hua Rujin nodded, smiling. "Even if it cannot completely exonerate you, it may still lead to a more lenient outcome." "Very well, I shall follow your guidance, Miss," Li Gongzi affirmed, his determination shifting from despair to hope. Hua Rujin and Chui exchanged relieved smiles before preparing to leave. Before departing, Chui followed her instructions, offering some silver to the jailer to ensure that Li Gongzi's new statement would be relayed to the county office without delay. Emerging from the prison, Hua Rujin dismissed Chui and made her way back to the inn. Upon reaching the inn's entrance, she was met by the two brothers from the Jiang family, who awaited her arrival. Upon seeing the benefactor who had reconciled them, both brothers approached with expressions filled with joy. "Are you two gentlemen heading to the court again?" Hua Rujin recognized them, but was puzzled by their visit. "Ah, Miss Hua, you jest." The thinner brother quickly produced a package and handed it to her, beaming with sincerity. "Yesterday, thanks to your efforts, we reconciled. My brother and I have prepared a small token of appreciation. Please accept this 100 taels of silver. I have not done anything for you. There is no need for such excessive courtesy from both of you." Miss Hua Ruijin declined the package that was offered to her. "Please do not refuse, Miss Hua," the plump younger brother of the Jiang family interjected kindly. "Over the years, my brother and I have squandered a considerable portion of our family wealth on trivial matters. Had it not been for your guidance, we would still be oblivious to our folly. Thus, we implore you to accept this token of our gratitude, for it would bring us peace of mind." Observing the earnestness in the brothers' faces, Hua Ruijin reluctantly accepted the package. "Then I shall gratefully receive it." Satisfied, the brothers nodded in agreement. As they gazed upon a smoke-blue carriage approaching, they understood that she had been assisting the local officials with disputes and did not wish to impose further. With a respectful bow, they took their leave, saying, "Then we shall not disturb you any longer, Miss Hua. Should you encounter any difficulties in the county, do not hesitate to seek us out at the Jiang residence in the west of the city." "Certainly," Hua Ruijin replied, watching as the brothers walked away. When she turned back, she noticed her cultured cousin had arrived beside her, though she was unsure when he had done so. End of chapter.